Chapter 2776, One Immortal Soul Destroyed, a Sword. The Duanmu brothers never thought that the twin stars in their 9th branch hall could not even make a move from the black-clothed youth in front of them. With the strength of the two of them, among the young geniuses in the entire 18th branch hall, I am afraid that only the 3 top geniuses in the 3 branch halls can do it. How could this black-clothed youth in front of him have such terrifying strength? Duanmu Lei, this son is too evil. If you and I are the enemy, let's go. Duanmu Yang strongly suppressed the churning breath in his body, and immediately greeted Duanmu Lei, turned around and fled outside the cave without looking back. Jiang Chen's body moved, as if shifting his position, and instantly stopped in front of the Duanmu brothers. He stood proudly with his sword and looked at the Duanmu brothers indifferently. I said, I will let you out of the secret realm ahead of time. You are crushing the jade talisman yourself, and you want me to help you. Jiang Chen has never been a soft-hearted person. Since these 2 guys dared to come here to censored the opportunity with him, they must pay for it. If these 2 guys are allowed to leave like this, maybe these 2 guys will bring more people to trouble him. When Duanmu Yang heard the words, his complexion instantly became extremely ugly. The 2 of them are the key figures for the 9th branch to participate in this fair. Now the first stage of the Immortal Society has just begun, and they haven't had time to collect too many Ming beads. If this is eliminated, the results of the 9th branch in the first stage will inevitably be extremely dismal. Not to mention the position of their 9th branch hall moving forward. Even if they keep the 9th position, I am afraid it will not be an easy task. Jiang Chen was expressionless, too lazy to continue talking nonsense with brother Duanmu. The Tianshuang immortal sword in his hand turned slightly, and another fluttering sword slashed towards brother Duanmu. Qingdi's swordsmanship transforms ordinary swords. With Jiang Chen's current cultivation, if he uses this sword with all his strength, it will be enough to turn the Duanmu brothers into mortals in an instant. With the sword he just made, he didn't intend to really abolish the Duanmu brothers, so he only used less than 5 points of his strength. Since these 2 guys had to know what to do, Jiang Chen no longer had the slightest reservation, and tried to use this sword with all his strength. Looking at Jiang Chen's sword, which was several times more terrifying than the previous sword, the expressions of the Duanmu brothers instantly became horrified. I saw Duanmu Yang without any hesitation, directly sacrificed a cyan jade bead, and then pushed it with all his strength. Under the urging of Duanmu Yang, the cyan jade beads instantly turned into a cyan sword shadow exuding the might of the sky, and greeted Jiang Chen's silent sword. This cyan jade bead was a whole card left to Duanmu Yang by Immortal Venerable Da Luo in the 9th branch hall. There is a sword energy hidden in it. Once it is activated, it can kill a 9th rank heavenly immortal. In the face of this terrifying black-clothed youth in front of him, Duanmu Yang sacrificed this trump card without hesitation. Brother Jiang Chen, be careful, this is the power of Deluo Shanzun. Looking at the scene in front of her, Shuji's expression suddenly changed, and she quickly reminded. The power of Deluo Immortal Venerable is extraordinary. Even if Duanmu Yang's sword energy contained only a trace of the power of Deluo Immortal Venerable, it could still be easily killed by Jinxian. In the face of such power, Jiang Chen may only be able to compete with the trump card of Da Luo Shanzun. I'm afraid I can only urge the Jade Talisman to leave the secret realm ahead of schedule. Jiang Chen heard Shuji's exclamation, but his expression did not change in the slightest. It is not the first time that Jiang Chen has met Deluo Zili. When he fought Na Yu Sichen in Kangyan Prefecture, he had already seen the voice of Deluo. At that time, his cultivation was only at the 1st rank of Heavenly Immortal, and it was difficult for him to compete with such power. Finally, he displayed the power of Qingdi's sword and Immortal Monument one after another, and just barely blocked the voice of Da Luo. Now that his cultivation base has reached the 4th rank of Heavenly Immortal, his combat power can even be compared with that of a half-step Golden Immortal level powerhouse. Even though Duanmu Yang motivated this trump card, Jiang Chen was not afraid at all. In mid-air, 2 different kendo powers were instantly intertwined. I saw that the blue sword shadow paused slightly in the air, and the power on it also rapidly weakened at a terrifying speed. The brilliance on the blue sword shadow has become dim. The cyan sword shadow finally broke through some obstacle, directly pierced through the space, and quickly slashed towards Jiang Chen. Facing the azure sword shadow that came down, Jiang Chen's expression was incomparably calm. He tried his best to mobilize the power of the gods in his body, and he formed a handprint without hesitation, and the icy stern shout also exploded in the cave in an instant. The Emperor's seal, the immortal soul will be destroyed with a single seal. A huge palm like an ancient immortal and demon, as if protruding from the ancient time and space, grabbed the cyan sword shadow with a claw. Only a loud bang was heard, and the cyan sword shadow was torn into nothingness by the giant fairy palm. The immortal essence storm that I am afraid swept across the cave, causing the entire cave to collapse continuously as if it had been subjected to an earthquake. The cave is about to collapse, let's go. With the help of Shanyuan Storm's impact, Jiang Chen retreated directly in front of Shuji, grabbed Shuji's shoulder, and disappeared into place in a flash. The figures of the two have already appeared in the sky above the cave. Only a loud noise was heard, and the 10,000 Jiang peaks below collapsed instantly and turned into ruins. Brother Duanmu, shouldn't he be buried underneath? Looking at the ruins below, Shuji couldn't help but let out a low murmur. How terrifying is the power of this 10,000 Jiang mountain, even the body of an immortal may not be able to easily withstand it. Don't worry, the jade talisman on our body is more powerful than you think. If we encounter a life and death crisis, it will take the initiative to trigger and send people out of the secret realm. Jiang Chen smiled lightly and said, those two guys must have returned to Wuming Shancheng at this moment. Brother Duanmu, it's really self-inflicted. Shuji shook her head, and immediately said with some regret, it's just a pity that those immortal stone veins that have not been mined have been destroyed. Jiang Chen nodded. It is indeed a pity, but our harvest this time is not small. Although due to the appearance of the Duanmu brothers, they were unable to mine the remaining half of the immortal stone veins. But this time they still obtained no less than 300,000 immortal stones. More than 300,000 immortal stones, even Daluo immortal artifacts can buy 2 or 3 pieces. With this wealth alone, it was a worthwhile trip for them to enter the ruins of the ancient immortal king this time. Chapter 2777, The Horror of the Crowd. I'm greedy. Shuji laughed, then looked up at Jiang Chen. Brother Jiang Chen. What are your plans next? There is only one thought in Shuji's heart now, and that is to hug Jiang Chen's thigh. Jiang Chen's strength was completely beyond his imagination. He never imagined that Duanmu Yang would be defeated by Jiang Chen's 2 enrollment students when he showed his Deluo trump card. Jiang Chen is afraid that he has at least a terrifying combat power comparable to that of a 9th rank god. I am afraid that such a person will not be inferior to Luo Jinglin of the first branch. As long as you hug Jiang Chen's thigh, even if you drink a sip of soup behind Jiang Chen, you can get a lot of benefits. Jiang Chen pondered slightly and asked, how much do you know about this place? This secret space is too huge. Although I have young geniuses entering the 18th branch hall every time the fairy will enter it, I still know very little about the secret space. Shuji smiled bitterly and said, and the secret realm space is full of immortals. In the last immortal meeting, a genius from our 8th branch hall was directly trapped in a mountain peak where immortals gathered until the end of the first stage. Didn't even get out of that mountain. Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but frown slightly. It seems that he can only continue to explore slowly in this ancient immortal king ruins. Brother Jiang Chen, the geniuses who entered the secret realm a few times before the 8th branch hall found a place of inheritance in the secret realm. He couldn't enter the inheritance place at the beginning, so he left a special mark there, which can guide the people of the 8th branch to find the inheritance place. If Brother Jiang Chen wants to find out, I can take you there. In order to be able to hug Jiang Chen's thigh, Shuji didn't hide anything from Jiang Chen, and directly told a place of inheritance that the 8th branch hall knew. Anyway, it is difficult for the young geniuses of the 8th branch to have the ability to enter that inheritance place. And Jiang Chen is powerful, maybe he can really enter that place to get inheritance. At that time, he might also be able to drink a sip of soup beside Jiang Chen. A strange look flashed across Jiang Chen's eyes. If that's the case, then take me to see it. There are many inheritances in the ancient immortal king ruins, and these inheritances are at least left by the ancient immortals. Since Shuji knew about this kind of inheritance, it would be a good choice to take a look. Shuji heard the words, and her hands quickly transformed into mysterious blue handprints. A palm-sized cyan crane also slowly condensed in front of it. Shuji greeted Jiang Chen, and then, under the leadership of the azure crane, quickly disappeared from this side of the world. And when the young genius of the 18th hall was exploring the secret realm of the immortal king of the ancient times. In the center of the nameless immortal city, on the altar leading to the ruins of the ancient immortal king, there will occasionally be a dazzling spatial fluctuation of immortal light. Every time there is a fluctuation, there will be a young genius from the 18th hall, appearing on the altar in a state of embarrassment. The ancient immortal king ruins are dangerous and unusual, and the immemorial immortals can be seen everywhere. Even the genius of the 18th branch of the Wuming Immortal Hall wants to survive in the ancient immortal king ruins. It is not an easy task. Some young geniuses with weaker strength and bad luck, soon after entering the immortal king ruins of the ancient times, fell into danger, and finally had to urge Yufu to leave the immortal king immortal ruins. Hey, this secret realm in the nameless immortal palace is really not an ordinary dangerous place. Yeah, people are eliminated almost every day. In just 3 days, more than 5 geniuses from the 18th hall of the Wuming Immortal Hall have been eliminated. According to this situation, the genius of the 18th branch of the Wumingshan Temple, I am afraid that few people can persist in the secret realm for a month. In the square, many onlookers couldn't help but talk about it. At this moment, on the altar in the center of the square, a space fluctuation of distance shone again. 2 embarrassed figures also quickly emerged from the formation of the altar. Many people who recognized the 2 figures on the altar couldn't help but gasped, and exclaimed in disbelief. Brother Duanmu of the 9th branch hall, they were eliminated so quickly, how is it possible? As soon as these words came out, countless people in the square couldn't help but burst into an uproar. Brother Duanmu of the 9th branch hall, in the 18th branch hall of Wumingshan Hall, is also a little-known young genius. The strength of the 2 is among the top 10 among all the geniuses in the 18th hall. Once the 2 join hands, there are only a handful of people who can defeat the 2 in the 18th hall. People like the Duanmu brothers were eliminated from the game after only staying in the secret realm for 3 days. Damn, what happened? Brother Duanmu, he was eliminated. On the side of the 9th branch hall, the complexion of an old man in azure clothes with a childish face became extremely ugly in an instant. The strength of the Duanmu brothers, although singled out, cannot be compared with the top geniuses in the 18th hall. But the 2 have the same mind, and they have learned a joint attack magic. Once they join forces, the genius of the 18th hall should have few enemies. They also have a whole card that they have given them. Even if they are ordinary 9th rank angels, it is difficult for them to pose any threat to them. The old man in Xingyi really couldn't understand how these 2 were eliminated so quickly. He originally wanted to use the Duanmu brothers to raise the ranking of the 9th branch hall. Unexpectedly, the first stage has just begun, and the 2 have already come out of the secret realm. Without the Duanmu brothers, their 9th branch hall would not go further, even if the position of the 9th branch hall would be at stake. Duanmuyang, what did you do to get out of the secret realm so quickly? The old man in Xingyi looked at the 2 Duanmu brothers who returned to him in embarrassment, and shouted with a livid expression. The master of the hall, the person from the 18th branch hall. Duanmuyang didn't dare to hide the slightest bit, and quickly explained what happened in the secret realm one by one. The old man in green clothes was shocked when he heard the process. During this period of time, a dark horse genius appeared in the 18th branch hall, and Yan Li, who beat off the 3rd branch hall with a punch outside Wumingshancheng, has already spread in Wumingshancheng. In the 18th hall of Wumingshandian, not many people took this matter to heart, and they didn't think that Jiang Chen really had the strength comparable to Yan Li. But he didn't expect Duanmuyang to sacrifice his trump card and still be defeated by Jiang Chen. The strength of this guy is probably one of the best among all the geniuses in the 18th branch hall of the Nameless Immortal Hall. Chapter 2778, Taigu Zongmen Ruins, Ancient Immortal King Ruins. Jiang Chen and the 2 walked all the way under the guidance of the Blue Crane. Along the way, Jiang Chen and the 2 also encountered many immemorial immortals, all of which were solved by Jiang Chen lightly. And Shuji is in charge of collecting pearls along the way. In less than a day, Jiang Chen and the others collected a full 50 beads. Jiang Chen originally planned to share these dark beads with Shuji, but Shuji was willing to accept it. He gave most of the Ming beads to Jiang Chen, and he only kept a small part of them. Jiang Chen didn't say much. Anyway, their main character in the ancient immortal king ruins this time is to collect the bead. Mingzu this thing, for him, the more the better. After another half day, Jiang Chen and the 2 came to an extremely vast valley under the leadership of the Blue Crane. The whole valley is filled with a gloomy aura, and the winds of darkness swept over the valley, showing their teeth and claws, and raging. Brother Jiang Chen, it should be here. Looking at the cyan crane slowly dissipating outside the valley, Shuji couldn't help whispering beside Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked at the valley in front of him, and his expression instantly became much more solemn. Be careful, this place may not be easy. After speaking, Jiang Chen slowly walked into the valley in front of him. Entering the valley, Jiang Chen felt the endless dark atmosphere in the air, which was depressing both physically and psychologically. Jiang Chen ran the Shunyuan body protection, feeling the power of the wind of darkness, and his heart froze slightly. This dark wind, I am afraid, is enough to easily kill ordinary 9th grade true immortals. Under the gods, few people can withstand the dark wind in this valley. Shuji, are you sure that this place is really the inheritance place of the immortal venerable Taiku discovered by your 8th branch hall? Jiang Chen looked around the valley carefully, and couldn't help frowning. This valley is dark, and the raging dark wind is like a ghost crying and wolf howling, like a dead Jedi. Especially in the dark wind, there seems to be an invisible force that can penetrate the defenses of Jiang Chen's body and directly attack the fairy crystal in the body. If the mind is not strong, it is easy to be eroded by this power, awakening the evil in the heart, and thus changing the temperament. I can't be sure if there is an inheritance of the ancient immortals here. Shuji shook his head and said, according to the analysis of the senior in our 8th branch hall, this place should be the site of a Taiku sect, and most of it should have the inheritance of Taiku immortal venerable. Is the ruins of Taigu Zongmen? Jiang Chen pondered slightly, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. If it is said that this place is the ruins of an ancient sect, Jiang Chen is somewhat convinced. According to his observation, this place is definitely a treasure land of immortal family in an extremely distant era, which is very suitable for establishing a sect. There should be some kind of earth-shattering change in the Taiku sect in this valley, which caused the entire valley to become a dead Jedi. This kind of earth-shattering change is closely related to the appearance of the immemorial immortals, and even the changes of the entire immortal king's ruins. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen also became more and more cautious, going deeper step by step. Because of the limited environment of the valley, Jiang Chen and the others have very low visibility, and even their perception is greatly reduced. With Jiang Chen's current strength, the range that can be perceived will not exceed a radius of 100 zhang. The two of them walked slowly through the valley. Jiang Chen also sensed something in an instant, and his footsteps stopped suddenly. At this moment, a cold roar came from the dark valley. I saw a black shadow turned into a solid dark wind, with a ferocious aura coming towards Jiang Chen and the two of them. In the dark and gloomy wind, a ferocious face appeared vaguely. Jiang Chen used the power of the gods, and pointed out with a single finger. A dazzling golden sword finger penetrated the void and directly hit the dark cloudy wind. The dark wind was instantly defeated by Jiang Chen's finger, revealing one of the black figures in ragged clothes. His slightly empty eyes stared at Jiang Chen, faintly exuding a strange bloodthirsty light, and directly slaughtered Jiang Chen again. The aura of this black figure is not weak, and it has already reached the level of a 6th grade fairy. However, this kind of power naturally did not pose any threat to Jiang Chen. He raised his sword and dropped it, and cut off the black figure's head with a neat sword. Jiang Chen came directly to the corpse, smashed the corpse's chest with a sword, and found a dark green bead in its dantian. Sure enough, this thing is also an ancient Mingxian, and there is also a Mingzhu in the body. Looking at this scene, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a low murmur. Now he is more and more certain that this ancient immortal king ruins must have discovered a shocking accident, causing all living beings to lose their minds and become such immemorial immortals. Ho-ah-ho! At this moment, two more eerie roars came from the darkness. I saw two black shadows that were incomparably different from the previous immemorial immortal, and they also slaughtered towards Jiang Chen and the two again. In Jiang Chen's hand, the Tianshuang immortal sword swung twice in a row, and the two-sword chi split the black shadow from the two slaughtered into two halves. Shuji, I'm afraid this place is extremely dangerous. Are you sure you want to explore this valley with me? If you encounter danger for a while, I'm afraid I won't be able to take care of you. Jiang Chen said with a solemn expression. This is an archaic sect site. If he guesses correctly, in this archaic sect site, I am afraid that many people have become such immemorial immortals, and there are even golden immortals and even great ones. The immemorial immortals at the level of Luo Shanzun exist. Even Jiang Chen is not sure to guarantee absolute safety in this valley. Shuji smiled indifferently and said, Brother Jiang Chen, you don't need to say more, this secret space is already full of dangers. Since you are here, there is no reason not to explore it. The big deal is to crush the Jade Talisman and leave the secret space ahead of time. When Jiang Chen heard the words, he didn't say anything more, and continued to walk towards the depths of the valley with Shuji. There are a lot of immemorial immortals in the valley. Jiang Chen and the others only traveled less than 1,000 feet before they met more than a dozen immortals. Among these immemorial immortals, the strongest among them is only at the level of a 7th rank heavenly immortal, so Jiang Chen can handle it with ease. After a while, Jiang Chen killed several immemorial immortals one after another and walked for a distance. 100 meters away from them, a relatively well-preserved ancient temple also appeared directly in Jiang Chen's line of sight, came out. Chapter 2779, Shocking Discovery. The ancient temple is about 100 feet high. Although it is relatively well-preserved, there are still many traces of corrosion on the surface, and the whole body exudes an ancient atmosphere. At the entrance of this ancient temple, a large number of immortals in human form were gathered, and there were more than a dozen of them. Among them, the weakest ones are all above the 7th ranked celestial immortal, and there are even 2 immortal ancient immortals of the 9th ranked celestial immortal. Especially the first immemorial immortal wearing black armor, the breath is far stronger than the immortal in the 9th rank heaven fairyland. I am afraid that he has at least the strength of half a step golden immortal. Brother Jiang Chen, there are so many immemorial immortals gathered outside this ancient temple, what should we do now? Shu Ji looked at the situation in front of her, and couldn't help but tremble in her heart. Not only are there many ancient immortals here, but each of them is very powerful. Even the weakest one can easily crush him into scum. Be careful yourself, I will deal with these immemorial immortals. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly, and then he said something to Shu Ji, and then he strode towards the ancient temple. They entered the ancient immortal king ruins on this trip. In addition to hunting the ancient immortals to collect the beads, they mainly sought opportunities in the immemorial immortal ruins of the ancient times. Since this ancient temple was discovered here today, Jiang Chen naturally had no reason to give up. As Jiang Chen's figure gradually approached the ancient temple, the dozen or so ancient immortals outside the ancient temple also instantly sensed Jiang Chen's existence. Except for the black-armored immortal headed by him, the other dozen or so shadows roared towards Jiang Chen at the same time. Jiang Chen's face was expressionless, the breath of the 4th grade Tianxian burst out with all his strength, and on the Tianshuang immortal sword in his hand, a stern killing sword light burst out in an instant. Killing immortal sword art. Jiang Chen did not hesitate in the slightest, and the 3 moves of killing immortal sword art were displayed almost at the same time. The dazzling sword energy of the 3 slaughtering immortals slaying the gods suddenly pierced through thousands of meters of space, instantly lighting up the originally dark sky, and finally collided with those immemorial immortals who rushed over. Just an instant, more than a dozen primordial Ming immortals were killed and injured, leaving only the 2 or 3 most powerful primordial Ming immortals flying backwards in embarrassment. Jiang Chen didn't give these immemorial immortals any chance to breathe, and with another move of Qingdi, he killed all 3 immemorial immortals in an instant. Hey, is this the true strength of brother Jiang Chen? Seeing that Jiang Chen was like chopping melons and vegetables, he slaughtered more than a dozen immortals in front of him in less than a moment. Shu Ji's eyes were also dull, and it took a while to recover from the shock. Although Jiang Chen had already shown an unusually terrifying strength against the Duanmu brothers in the 9th branch not long ago, and even blocked Duanmu Yang's trump card, it was still more shocking than the situation in front of him. The cultivation base of the 4th rank heavenly immortal, killing the immortals in the 9th rank heavenly fairyland is like slaughtering chickens and dogs. Shouldn't this Nima be so exaggerated? Shu Ji even had a feeling that even Luo Jinglin, one of the top 10 immortals of the northern cold immortal region in the 1st branch hall, might not necessarily be Jiang Chen's opponent. Seeing that more than a dozen of his companions were killed by Jiang Chen like this, the last black-armored Taigu Mingxian seemed to spit out a cold word of death, and immediately dragged a ghost-headed sword and slashed at Jiang Chen. Come over. The sword glow that contained the breath of death instantly appeared on top of Jiang Chen's head, smashing the void above Jiang Chen's head into a huge space black hole in an instant. The black hole is like the mouth of hell, swallowing it towards Jiang Chen below. One seal immortal soul destroys. Jiang Chen gave a light drink, and the heavenly emperor Yindi-style immortal soul destroyer was directly displayed, and then turned into the palm print of an ancient immortal demon and collided with the swallowed black hole. 2 terrifying forces collided in midair, but there was no sound at all. I saw that the sword from the black armor Taigu Mingxian was completely annihilated by the power of Jiang Chen's seal. Heavenly Emperor seal. In the somewhat dazed eyes of the Heijia Taigu Mingxian, a color suddenly appeared, and a low murmur could not help but come out of his mouth. Jiang Chen was horrified when he heard Heijia Taigu Mingxian's murmur. He stared at the black armor Taigu Mingxian. Who are you? How do you know the Heavenly Emperor seal? The black-armored immortal in front of him is obviously different from the other immortals Jiang Chen and the others met, and it seems that he still has a trace of consciousness and consciousness. Jiang Chen obviously didn't expect that this guy could recognize the Heavenly Emperor at a glance. The seal of the Heavenly Emperor was created by a peerless immortal emperor who suppressed an era in the primordial era, and is now little known in the immortal realm. Who is this Heijia Mingxian, and how could he be so familiar with the Heavenly Emperor seal? Maybe this guy has something to do with the peerless emperor of the ancient era. Heijia Taigu Mingxian didn't speak. He glanced at Jiang Chen, directly holding the ghost-headed sword in his hand, turned around and plunged into the depths of the valley. Jiang Chen looked at the back of Heijia Taigu Mingxian leaving, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. This black-armored immortal could not only recognize the Heavenly Emperor seal at a glance, but also took the initiative to retreat after he displayed the Heavenly Emperor seal. If he said that the guy had nothing to do with that Heavenly Emperor, Jiang Chen wouldn't believe it if he was killed. He was even suspicious. This Taiku Zongmen site and even the entire Taiku Immortal King ruins may be related to the legendary Emperor of Heaven. Brother Jiang Chen, what's the situation? Why did the Heijia Mingxian suddenly retreat? Seeing Heijia Mingxian leave, Shuji stepped forward, and a stunned look appeared in her eyes. Jiang Chen shook his head, too lazy to think about it. His eyes fell directly on the ancient temple in front of him, and he slowly took a breath. Let's go in and have a look. Because the ancient temple has existed for too long, there is almost no defensive force around. Jiang Chen and the others entered the ancient temple without any obstacle. The space inside the ancient temple is not large, only 100 feet in diameter, and the situation inside can be seen at a glance. I saw in the center of the hall, there was a big man in golden armor sitting there cross-legged, who had been dead for an unknown number of years. In front of the big man in golden armor, a few things were placed sparsely. One of the quaint long swords was not inferior in quality to Jiang Chen's Tianshuang immortal sword. Obviously, it should be a Deluo immortal sword. In addition to this Deluo immortal sword, there are also several dusty and simple scrolls, which obviously should be the inheritance of the exercises left by this golden armored man. Jiang Chen just glanced at it, and then looked away from the inheritance of these exercises, and finally landed on a broken handbook used to record some deeds. Chapter 2780, Zhang Xingwei arrives. Jiang Chen waved his palm and swept away the dust on the notebook, then sucked the notebook into his hand, and quickly scanned the contents of the notebook. This manuscript should be left by the man in gold armor in front of him, recording some stories about his life. The golden armored man is a member of the Tiandi Palace of the Primordial Era, and a great general of the Tianshuan Hall, one of the 36 halls of the Tiandi Palace. The Heavenly Emperor Palace is powerful, and at its peak, there was more than one immortal emperor, and the masters of the 36th palace were all extremely powerful and peerless fairy kings. The entire immortal world was almost under the rule of the Heavenly Emperor Palace. The immortal world has undergone great changes, and the Heavenly Emperor Palace has fallen apart almost overnight. The Immortal King ruins where Jiang Chen and the others are now located as a fairyland under the command of Tianshuan Hall, one of the 36 halls of Tiandi Palace. In that big change, the immortal realm in charge of Tianshuan was all entered into a different dimension space, and was finally discovered by Wuming Shanzun, which became the immemorial Immortal King relic controlled by Wuming Shandian. Jiang Chen closed the notebook, and it took a while for the whole person to recover from the shock. Although the manuscript did not record who created the Heavenly Emperor's palace, through various signs, Jiang Chen could easily guess that this Heavenly Emperor's palace should be the force created by the Taiku Heavenly Emperor. It is precisely because of this that he just displayed the Heavenly Emperor seal, and the previous immemorial immortal would recognize it at a glance. These ancient immortals here should have been people in Tianshuan Hall, one of the 36 halls of Tiandi Palace. It's just that I don't know what happened in the first place. Some kind of change has taken place in the immortal realm controlled by the Tianshuan Temple, which makes these Tianshuan Temple lose consciousness and lose their minds, and become the current immemorial immortals. Jiang Chen shook his head, too lazy to think about it. This is enough to affect the ancient secrets of the entire fairyland, but it is not something he can touch as a little fairy. Jiang Chen came back to his senses, and could not help but said to Shuji, who was in a daze beside him, Shuji, the inheritance of Deluo here, you can take it. Brother Jiang Chen, you. What did you say? The inheritance here is for me. Shuji even suspected that her ears had heard it wrong. The inheritance of Deluo Immortal Venerable, even in the 10 major halls of Wuming Immortal Hall, is extremely rare. Even if his talent is good, he is not qualified to inherit the Deluo inheritance of the 8th branch hall. And what is in front of them now is the inheritance left by Immortal Venerable Deluo, an existence that countless people in the immortal world dream of. Shuji never thought of it anyway. Jiang Chen actually wanted to give him the inheritance of this Taiku Deluo Immortal Venerable. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, you heard right, I don't need the inheritance of Deluo Immortal Venerable. If you want it, take it yourself. The Qingdi longevity art, the sword art of killing immortals, the heavenly emperor seal, etc., which he cultivated, are not much more powerful than the Deluo inheritance. The mere inheritance of Taiku Deluo Immortal Venerable naturally cannot enter Jiang Chen's eyes. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Shuji couldn't help but be speechless. This guy deserves to be in existence who can easily kill a 9th rank immortal with a 4th rank heavenly immortal, and he doesn't even look down on the inheritance of the immortal immortals of immemorial Deluo. Obviously, Jiang Chen should have a better inheritance than this. If that's the case, then I'm welcome. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't look down on the inheritance of the Deluo Immortal Venerable in front of him, Shuji didn't talk nonsense. And directly took the inheritance in front of the golden armor man into his pocket with excitement. With these Deluo inheritance, his status in the 8th branch hall is bound to improve a lot. Even the position of the number 1 genius in the 8th branch hall is not necessarily unqualified to compete for 1 or 2. Let's go, there's nothing to remember here, let's go to the valley to take a look. After Shuji received Deluo's inheritance, Jiang Chen swept his eyes in the hall, and found nothing worthy of attention, and then turned around and walked outside the hall with Shuji. After leaving the hall, Jiang Chen planned to continue exploring the depths of the valley. Although this place is extremely dangerous, it has a close relationship with the Heavenly Emperor of the Primordial Era. He now has the seal of the Emperor of Heaven. As long as there is an ancient immortal who retains a trace of consciousness, he may be able to recognize the seal of the Emperor of Heaven, and he will not be too much of a threat in this valley. Just as Jiang Chen and the two left the hall and were about to continue their journey to the depths of the valley, a small sound suddenly came from behind. Immediately after, the 3 figures also slowly appeared in Jiang Chen's line of sight. Senior brother Jiang, you are here too. Shuji looked at the stern-faced young man at the head, and was stunned for a while, and then he couldn't help but greet the young man with a smile. This stern young man is none other than Jiang Xingwei, the first genius of the 8th branch hall, the 2nd rank heavenly fairyland. Shuji, it's actually you. Jiang Xingwei's eyes narrowed slightly, obviously not expecting Shuji to arrive here 1 step ahead of him. After he entered the secret world, he almost immediately performed the tracking immortal technique and rushed towards this place, but he did not expect that after arriving here, he found that someone had discovered it 1 step ahead. Looking at the corpses of those immemorial immortals, Jiang Xingwei thought it was the peerless genius of other branch halls who discovered this place. But he never thought that the person who entered here would be Shuji from their 8th branch hall. With Shuji's strength, it is simply impossible to come here. Jiang Xingwei's eyes swept away slightly, and instantly fell on Jiang Chen beside Shuji. His face sank suddenly. Shuji, you actually brought outsiders here. Senior brother Jiang, this place is too dangerous. I invited a friend to come and explore together. It seems that there is nothing wrong with it. Shuji smiled slightly and said, without the help of brother Jiang Chen, I would never have gotten the inheritance here. Shuji has already obtained the inheritance here. With Shuji's words, Jiang Xingwei's eyes couldn't help but flash a cold light. Jiang Xingwei is the number 1 genius of the 8th branch hall, and he has a certain relationship with the senior who discovered this place. He knows the situation here better than Shuji. Back then, the senior from the 8th branch hall had come to the outside of this hall, wanting to get the inheritance inside the hall. The Taigu Mingxian gathered outside the main hall was too powerful, and that senior finally had to choose to give up. Jiang Xingwei brought many trump cards this time, in order to inherit from the ancient times in this hall. But I didn't expect that the inheritance of this place would be taken first by Shuji. How could Jiang Xingwei accept this? Shuji, Before entering the secret realm, the master has already explained that all the disciples of the 8th branch hall must assist me in obtaining the inheritance here. Jiang Xingwei stared straight at Shu Ji. The inheritance here is mine. Quickly hand over the inheritance you got. Chapter 2781, One Finger Smash. Brother Jiang, what do you mean? Hearing Jiang Xingwei's words, Shu Ji's complexion also became unpleasant. Originally, Shu Ji didn't have much hope for the inheritance of Deluo here, so after entering the secret world, he never thought of coming here to find out. If he hadn't met Jiang Chen and found that Jiang Chen's strength was beyond imagination, Shu Ji would not have come here easily. Now that Jiang Chen took him all the way here, and gave him the inheritance here, how could he be willing to hand over the inheritance to Jiang Xingwei? Jiang Xingwei said coldly, Shu Ji, you don't have to pretend to be crazy in front of me. I will let you hand over the inheritance you just got. The inheritance here is not something you can get your hands on. Senior brother Jiang, don't deceive people too much. Shu Ji's face was ashen. I got the inheritance here, and it has nothing to do with you. Why should I hand the inheritance to you? If he came here with Jiang Xingwei, Shu Ji would naturally not have the slightest thought about the inheritance here. But this is where he hugged Jiang Chen's thigh, and thus got the inheritance here. Shu Ji will never give this opportunity to Shu Ji easily. Shu Ji, you joined hands with outsiders to steal the opportunity belonging to the 8th branch hall. If I report to the master will not spare you easily. Jiang Xingwei said indifferently, if you hand over the inheritance you have obtained, I may be able to let go of the past. Haha, I've seen a lot of shameless people, but I've never seen one as shameless as you. Hearing Jiang Xingwei's shameless words, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sneer with contempt. I took the inheritance here and gave it to Shu Ji. If you want the inheritance from him, you have to ask me the same. Just don't agree. Jiang Xingwei's eyes narrowed suddenly, and he said coldly, boy, who are you? As far as he knows, the inheritance here is guarded by many powerful immemorial immortals, and even ordinary 9th rank immortals may not be able to obtain the inheritance here. The senior who discovered this place in the 8th branch at the beginning had no choice but to return in the end. This time, in order to get the inheritance here, Jiang Xingwei made adequate preparations, but he did not expect to be the first to board. It must be very difficult for this son to be able to solve the ancient immortals here and help Shu Ji to obtain the inheritance inside. The 18th branch hall, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen glanced at Jiang Xingwei indifferently. This is not where you should come. Do you go out by yourself, or do I make you go out in person? This guy is Jiang Chen from the 18th branch hall. Jiang Xingwei's pupils shrank suddenly. The dark horse of the 18th branch of the hall kicked back Yan Li, who was in the 3rd branch of the hall, and Jiang Xingwei had already heard of it. Jiang Xingwei always thought that there was an element of exaggeration, but now it seems that this guy may really have the strength not inferior to Yan Li. Jiang Xingwei took a deep breath, looked at Jiang Chen and said solemnly, Jiang Chen, the matter between me and Shu Ji, this is the matter inside my 8th branch hall, and I hope you don't mind your own business. Jiang Xingwei is obviously not willing to offend easily, like Jiang Chen, the top genius of the 18th hall. Shu Ji is my friend now, unless he is willing to take the initiative to hand over the inheritance to you, you can never take it away from him. Jiang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, and said lightly, I don't have the heart to talk nonsense with you here. If you disappear from me with your people now, maybe it's still too late. Jiang Xingwei's face sank. It seems that your excellency really intends to interfere in this matter. You talk too much. Jiang Chen's voice fell. He raised his hand and pinched his finger into a sword, and without hesitation pointed it out to Jiang Xingwei. Seeing Jiang Chen's direct shot, Jiang Xingwei's complexion suddenly changed, and the breath of the 2nd rank fairy broke out with all his strength, and then punched the finger pointed by Jiang Chen. He only heard a loud bang. Jiang Xingwei trembled, and the whole person stepped back more than 10 steps on the ground, and a mouthful of blood could not help spurting out. He raised his head and looked at Jiang Chen, and there was an incredible horror on his pale face. He is the strongest genius in the 8th branch of the dignified hall, and his cultivation base has reached the peak of the 2nd rank fairy, and he didn't even block the opponent's finger. How could this guy from the 18th branch hall have such a terrifying strength? Go away. If you don't disappear from me again, I don't mind letting you get out of the secret realm in advance. Jiang Xingwei was severely injured with one finger. Jiang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, and said lightly. As a 2nd rank fairyland genius in the 8th branch, although Jiang Xingwei's strength is not bad, at most he has the combat power comparable to 6th rank gods. A genius of this level is almost no different from an ant in Jiang Chen's eyes. Jiang Chen, don't deceive people too much, you forced me. Jiang Xingwei clenched his fists tightly, and an extremely ferocious expression suddenly appeared on his face. I saw his palm move, and a black bead exuding great Luo Shenwei emerged from the palm of his hand. Jiang Xingwei pushed the beads with all his strength, and a breathtaking black palm shadow came directly towards Jiang Chen. The power above this black palm shadow is extremely strange, as if it can directly hit the soul. Even an ordinary 9th rank angel might not be able to easily compete with this strange black palm shadow. Jiang Chen's face was expressionless, and the first style of the Heavenly Emperor's seal was displayed without reservation. The first style of the Heavenly Emperor's seal, the Immortal Soul Destruction, is similar to the Soul Destruction seal of the Human Sovereign seal, almost all of which are the nemesis of this kind of soul power. When Jiang Chen displayed this seal, it was almost like a broken bamboo, and in the blink of an eye, the black palm shadow was annihilated into nothingness. Jiang Xingwei stared blankly at the scene in front of him, his eyes almost popping out in shock. Annihilation Soul Orb, this is a special item made by a Deluo Immortal Venerable once in the 8th Branch Hall. With his strength to motivate a Soul Oblivion Orb, even a 9th rank Heavenly Immortal can be severely injured. But in front of this Jiang Chen from the 18th Branch Hall, with a handprint, he defeated the Annihilation Soul Seal and caused him to suffer heavy losses. The guy in front of him, I am afraid, at least has the combat power comparable to the 9th rank fairy. In the 18th Hall of the Wooming Immortal Hall, apart from Luo Jinglin, who has reached the 4th rank of Heavenly Immortal in the 1st Branch Hall, there is probably no second person with such combat power. This guy's strength, even compared to Luo Jinglin, is no longer inferior. The 18th Branch Hall is just the last branch hall of the Wooming Immortal Hall, and no genius has appeared in these years. Jiang Xingwei really couldn't understand how such a monstrous existence would appear in the 18th Branch Hall this time. Chapter 2782, You're the one who killed yourself. Shu Ji, you actually teamed up with people from other branch halls to attack me. After I leave the secret realm, I will report it truthfully, and you can just wait for the punishment. Jiang Xingwei shouted at Shu Ji in shock and anger, and immediately turned and left with the companion behind him. Although he entered the secret world this time, in order to obtain the inheritance of this place, he had a total of 3 soul annihilation orbs on his body, but Jiang Chen's strength was too strong. He just motivated an annihilation soul orb, but he couldn't help Jiang Chen at all. Even if he activates the other 2 soul annihilation orbs, I am afraid it will not be of any use. Jiang Xingwei chose to leave without hesitation. He entered the secret realm this time, not only for the inheritance of this place, but also to hunt down the ancient immortals, collect the immemorial beads, and make the 8th Branch Hall's ranking in the Nameless Immortal Hall one step closer. If you are eliminated early and cause the ranking of the 8th branch to go backwards, it will be more than the loss. Seeing that Jiang Xingwei planned to leave like this, Jiang Chen originally wanted to force Jiang Xingwei to urge the Jade Talisman to leave the secret realm, but was stopped by Shu Ji. Brother Jiang Chen, I hope you can raise your hand and let him go. Jiang Chen looked back at Shu Ji. You asked me to let him go, but after leaving the secret realm, he may not let you off easily. Shu Ji smiled bitterly and said, but after all, I am a member of the 8th Branch Hall, and the 8th Branch Hall is kind to me. If Jiang Xingwei is forced out of the secret realm by you, the status of the 8th Branch Hall after the fair will definitely be affected by this influence. Although Shu Ji didn't have a good impression of Jiang Xingwei, he still had a lot of affection for the 8th Branch Hall. He naturally didn't want the 8th Branch Hall's status in Wumingshan Hall to decline. Let's go inside and take a look. Jiang Chen didn't say much, and was going to continue to go to the valley. According to the handwritten note left by the golden armored general in the main hall, this is the Tianxuan Hall, one of the 36 halls under the Emperor's palace. As for the 36 halls of the Tiandi Palace, the owner of each hall is a peerless immortal king. The great hall they had just entered was just an inheritance left by a great Luotian general. In the depths of this valley, it is very likely that there are more inheritances of Deluo, and there may even be inheritances of immortal kings, buzzing. Just when Jiang Chen was about to go to the depths of the valley, 2 subtle fluctuations suddenly came from the depths of the valley. The 2 immemorial immortals with powerful breaths also slowly appeared in Jiang Chen's sight. One of these 2 immemorials, Jiang Chen, is no stranger at all. It is the black-armored immortal who left after fighting with Jiang Chen before. Beside the Heijia Taigu Mingxian, there is an elegant middle-aged person with a more unfathomable aura. The elegant middle-aged man stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Jiang Chen calmly, without the slightest sluggishness in his eyes. Instead, there was a strange look on his face. I heard that you have mastered the seal of the Heavenly Emperor, can you let me see it? Jiang Chen didn't talk nonsense to the middle-aged Ruya. The power of the god surged between his palms, and he directly displayed the first style of the Heavenly Emperor's seal, the immortal soul extermination, and patted the middle-aged Ruya with a seal. The elegant middle-aged palm stretched out slightly, and an invisible force instantly solidified Jiang Chen's seal. Seeing that he flicked his fingers, the power of Jiang Chen's seal was dissipated out of thin air. It really is the seal of the Emperor of Heaven. The elegant middle-aged man muttered to himself, and then looked at Jiang Chen with a smile on his face. The faint years, I don't know how many years have passed. The Emperor finally appeared. Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback. Emperor. The elegant middle-aged man smiled and said, if you have the seal of the Heavenly Emperor, you are the Emperor of the Heavenly Emperor's palace. This should be the Tianshuan Hall, one of the 36 halls. What happened to the Tiandi Palace back then, and why did you become what you are now? Jiang Chen directly asked the doubts in his heart. There are some things that you don't know yet. The middle-aged Ruya shook his head and said, I came here to tell you, don't go into the depths of the valley for the time being, and come back here when you break through to Luo Immortal Venerable. Jiang Chen nodded and didn't say anything more. This elegant middle-aged man has no ill will towards him. Since he does not want to enter the depths of the valley, it proves that the depths of the valley should be a threat to him. The strength of the middle-aged Ruya is extremely powerful. If he does not want to let himself enter the depths of the valley, even if he has all his cards, it is impossible to enter. Emperor, remember not to use the seal of the Heavenly Emperor at will, otherwise it will bring you a lot of trouble. The middle-aged Ruya flicked a finger, and a token engraved with mysterious characters flew directly towards Jiang Chen. If you encounter danger, you can urge this token to come directly to this place. Jiang Chen received the token, and immediately bowed to the middle-aged Ruya, and then took Shuji to turn and head out of the valley. And just as Jiang Chen and the others left the valley, Yan Li from the third branch hall also slowly appeared outside the valley with a disciple from the third branch hall. Senior brother Yan Li, this valley is a bit unusual, I'm afraid there is a lot of opportunity. Beside Yan Li, the disciple of the third branch looked at the valley in front of him, and his eyes lit up slightly. Yan Li nodded. The aura here is somewhat similar to a Taiku Zongmen site we explored before, but it should be much stronger than taking out the size of the Taiku Zongmen site, let's be careful. After Yan Li finished speaking, he was about to prepare to enter the valley. But at this moment, there was a sudden gust of wind in the valley, and two figures quickly flashed out of the valley. Yan Li was shocked, and his eyes suddenly locked on the two figures in the valley. When he saw the faces of the two of them clearly, his eyes instantly became incomparable, and there was a burst of anger in his mouth. Jiang Chen, it's actually you. Jiang Chen looked at Yan Li and the two outside the valley, and couldn't help but smile lightly. Yan Li, so it's you. Long time no see, stay safe. Jiang Chen, I was worried that I couldn't find you, but I didn't expect that you would take the initiative to send it to the door. It's really hard to find a place after stepping through the iron shoes. It took no effort to get here. Yan Li smiled coldly, and his whole body was instantly filled with a killing intent. I want to see, in this secret world today, who else can save you. In the face of Yan Li, who has a monstrous killing intent, Jiang Chen's expression was unusually calm. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at Yan Li condescendingly, and the faint voice resounded instantly between heaven and earth. Yan Li, I was outside Wuming Shanchang that day. Since I was able to knock you back with one punch, I can still defeat you with one move. I think it's you who is looking for a dead end. Chapter 2783, Easy Rolling, Yan Li sneered. With disdain. Outside the nameless fairy city, if it wasn't for my carelessness, do you really think you have the strength to knock me back with one punch? Yan Li's voice fell, and the figure gradually became illusory, as if blown away by the wind, and disappeared directly in place. Yan Li, I'll give you one last chance. It might be too late to leave now. Jiang Chen stood still and proudly stood on the spot with his hands behind his back. The four-rank heaven immortals' immortal consciousness scattered, and the cold voice resounded throughout the world. Give me a chance, what are you? Today I, Yan Li, will definitely defeat you and wash away the humiliation of that move. Yan Lizenren's laughter sounded in all directions, intermittent and ethereal, making it difficult to capture. Several spatial vortices suddenly emerged from the void and swept towards Jiang Chen in all directions. Jiang Chen looked calm, just raised his hand and waved. The space vortex swept from all directions, instantly dissipated cleanly. There are 18 halls of Wuxian Hall, each hall has a different Deluo inheritance. The Deluo inheritance of the third branch hall is good at assassination. Among the 10 sub-halls of Wuming Immortal Hall, although the third sub-hall is not the strongest, it is definitely the most difficult existence. Yan Li is hidden in the void, and his body shape is almost integrated with the void. Even the general Jinxian strong, those who are difficult to detect him easily. Yan Li just stared at Jiang Chen quietly, and didn't rush to take action. I don't know how long it took, but Yan Li finally moved. I saw that a dark golden short sword appeared in his hand at an unknown time, and the man and the sword were directly integrated, and flew out of the void space, and a sword attacked Jiang Chen's back. This sword just touched Jiang Chen's body. Yan Li found something in an instant, and his face changed suddenly. Damn! This is not the real body. Yan was furious in his heart, and without hesitation, the power of the gods in his body was pushed to the limit, and a layer of immortal essence enchantment was quickly condensed around his body. A ghostly figure appeared directly above Yan Li's head out of thin air, and it was Jiang Chen. He held the Heavenly Frost Immortal Sword, and the power of the Heavenly Immortal was boiling and surging, and finally turned into a dazzling sword light. A sword separated the thousand Zhang void above Yan Li's head, and slashed straight down towards Yan Li. The sword glow shone, the immortal power surged, and an amazing storm of immortal essence exploded in the void. The protective barrier on Yan Li's body was like a squashed balloon, twisted to the extreme, and finally burst open. And his whole person was slashed and flew out by this sword, and the blood was like a fountain, spurting out of Yan Li's mouth. Yan Li was embarrassed to stabilize his figure, suppressing the churning breath in his body, and an unbelievable panic appeared on his face. As the number 1 genius of the third branch of the Wuxian Temple, Yan Li has always been very proud and confident. In the entire 18th hall, the only person who can make Yan Li fearful is Luo Jinglin in the first branch hall. Even Luo Jinglin might not have the ability to easily defeat him with one move. For a long time, even though Yan Li knew that Jiang Chen had the cultivation level of a 4th grade immortal, he still did not take Jiang Chen very seriously. Back then, when he was with Jiang Chen outside Wuming Shancheng, it was only because he underestimated the enemy for a while that he was kicked back by Jiang Chen. Now that he encountered Jiang Chen again in the secret world, he used all his strength as soon as he made a move. But Jiang Chen was just an understatement, not only defeated his full blow, but even severely injured him. Jiang Chen, very good, it seems that I really underestimate you. Yan Li wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand. The unexpected injury made him extremely angry, and his eyes radiated a strange blood-red light. His hands quickly formed an obscure immortal seal, and the aura in his body instantly increased from a 3rd rank immortal to a 4th rank immortal. Jiang Chen, no matter how evil you are, you will definitely lose today. Yan Li's eyes were ferocious, and with a monstrous aura, he approached Jiang Chen step by step. Jiang Chen's perception seems to be far beyond that of ordinary people, and the assassination technique he is proud of seems to be unable to hide from Jiang Chen's eyes. He just accidentally followed Jiang Chen's words, and was even injured by Jiang Chen's sword. In this case, Yan Li used the immortal technique of concealing his figure, which directly motivated the secret technique of immortality, raising his cultivation to the level of a 4th grade god, intending to defeat Jiang Chen directly. In the face of Yan Li's soaring momentum, Jiang Chen still stood with his hands behind his back, as if he was not affected at all. Seeing that the oppression of his own breath had no effect on Jiang Chen at all, Yan Li no longer hesitated, and the power of the gods in his body also surged out wildly. 1000 Shadow Illusory Body. Yan Li quickly formed a seal with both hands, and directly displayed the 1000 Shadows illusory body of the 3rd branch hall. I saw Yan Li's body shining brightly, suddenly splitting apart. The figure kept flashing, and each time the figure flashed, the figure doubled, like a demon dancing wildly, ghosts and shadows pervading the void, looking like thousands of troops. Generally, Deluo Immortal Technique 1000 Shadows Illusory Body, under Yan Li's full power, can be described as terrifying to the extreme, and even ordinary 8th rank heaven immortals may not be able to resist easily. Jiang Chen's face was expressionless, and he rushed into the sea of people in a flash. The sword light on the Tianshuang immortal sword in his hand kept waving, and every sword swing smashed dozens of figures nearby. The sky-shattering sound of energy skyrocketing in the void resounded continuously. In the entire void, only the constantly shining sword light and countless streamer phantoms could be seen, drowning the real bodies of Jiang Chen and Yan Li. I saw thousands of phantom bodies in the void, all of which were annihilated by the sword lights wielded by Jiang Chen. Tens of thousands of illusions were shattered, and Yan Li's figure instantly flew out of the air by hundreds of feet, and a mouthful of blood spurted out again. He looked up at Jiang Chen, who was standing calmly across from him, and there was an unbelievable panic in his eyes. Yan Li never thought of it. Jiang Chen is not only powerful, but his talent is also extremely terrifying. Even if he forcibly cast a secret technique at all costs and raised his cultivation base to a rank 4 heavenly immortal, he was still easily crushed by Jiang Chen. Yan Li, I gave you a chance, but you had to find your own way. If that's the case, then get out of the secret realm for me. Jiang Chen looked down at Yan Li condescendingly, and directly displayed the sword of killing immortals. Above the Tianshuang immortal sword, a sword energy of killing immortals and killing gods erupted instantly, covering Yan Li in the past. Chapter 2784, Yan Li eliminated. Looking at the sword displayed by Jiang Chen, Yan Li's expression changed drastically. When he moved his palm, a piece of ice ancient jade instantly emerged from his palm. Without any hesitation, Yan Li fully injected the power of the gods in his body into the ancient jade of ice. A burst of dazzling white fairy light erupted from the ancient jade of ice, and even the surrounding air suddenly became extremely cold. The entire void seemed to have turned into a sea of ice. Suddenly, the huge waves in the icy ocean were turbulent, and a thick icy dragon flew out from the icy ocean, and charged towards Jiang Chen with its fangs and claws. The icy dragon roared, and instantly collided with Jiang Chen's immortal killing sword art. Immediately, huge ice waves exploded in the void, and the sound was earth-shattering. Even the sword art of killing immortals displayed by Jiang Chen was instantly annihilated by the ice waves and turned into nothingness. After annihilating the killing immortal sword art, the ice giant dragon did not lose its speed at all, and directly charged towards Jiang Chen with the power of terrifying ice. Jiang Chen's expression remained the same, his figure retreated slightly, and the second and third forms of the killing immortal sword art were displayed one after another. The two killing sword lights collided with the ice dragon one after another. After the ice giant dragon annihilated Jiang Chen's two types of killing swordsmanship, the power was finally left, and finally dissipated directly in the void. Through this period of time, Jiang Chen has discovered that these geniuses of the Deluo force, even if they have some trump cards left by the Deluo immortal venerable, are generally difficult to surpass the power of the gods, and at most they can exert their power. The combat power of a 9th rank fairy. With Jiang Chen's current strength, once he makes a full effort, the power of the 9th rank heavenly immortal will naturally be difficult to pose any threat to him. Seeing the scene in front of him, Yan Li's eyes were dull, and he could hardly believe his own eyes. In any case, he never thought that Jiang Chen's strength would be so powerful. Even when he showed the trump card left to him by his master, he couldn't help Jiang Chen at all. Yan Li, are you leaving the secret realm by yourself, or do you want me to take you away in person? Just when Yan Li was in shock, Jiang Chen's indifferent voice also rang directly in his ear. Yan Li's expression changed, and his eyes stared at Jiang Chen gloomily. Jiang Chen, if you let me be eliminated from the secret world in advance, the third branch will not let you go. Do you want to be my enemy? Can't it? This time, the secret realm space is related to the reshuffling of the 18th branch of the Wumingshan Temple. If he is eliminated early, this will definitely be a huge blow to the third branch. Although the results of the first stage did not mean that the new round of ranking of the 18th hall was a foregone conclusion. But if he wants the third branch to keep the third branch, the difficulty will undoubtedly increase tenfold. Yan Li, don't you want to threaten me with the name of the third branch hall? Since you don't want to leave, then I'll send you out in person. Jiang Chen's indifferent voice fell, and his figure appeared in front of Yan Li in a flash. The sword light on the Tianshuang immortal sword flashed, and a sword stabbed directly towards Yan Li's eyebrows. Looking at the Tianshuang immortal sword that was rapidly expanding in his pupils, Yan Li's expression instantly became terrified. In the process of fighting against Jiang Chen, he was severely injured by Jiang Chen one after another, and finally urged the trump card left by the master, and the power of the gods in his body was consumed by more than half, and now there is no strength to resist Jiang Chen's sword. There are only two choices in front of him at the moment. Either fall under Jiang Chen's sword, or he can only activate the Jade Talisman and leave the secret world. Jiang Chen, wait for me, I will never let you go. Yan Li's eyes changed slightly, and in the end he could only leave a ruthless sentence, and then decisively crushed the Jade Talisman, and his figure disappeared into the secret world out of thin air in a package of fairy lights. Seeing that Yan Li had played all his cards, he was still forced by Jiang Chen to urge the Jade Talisman to escape from the secret world, and the expression of another person from the third branch hall also became terrified. Where did he dare to hesitate at all? He quickly took out the Jade Talisman on his body, quickly crushed it, and the whole person left the secret world in an instant. Brother Jiang Chen's strength is really unparalleled. Even Yan Li in the third branch hall was easily eliminated by you. In the 18th branch hall of Wuming Immortal Hall, I am afraid no one is your opponent. Shu Ji came back to her senses, and she couldn't help but let out a burst of exclamation. With the terrifying strength displayed by Jiang Chen, even Luo Jinglin, one of the top 10 immortals in the northern cold immortal region, is probably not Jiang Chen's opponent. Let's go, it's almost time, it's time to collect some more beads. Jiang Chen just smiled lightly, and immediately took Shu Ji to hunt down the ancient immortals in the secret world and collect the beads. In the nameless fairy city, as the first stage of the immortal society went on longer, the number of disciples from the 18th branch hall who were eliminated from the secret realm became more and more. Almost 1/3 of the disciples who entered the secret world of the 18th branch hall were eliminated in advance. This even includes many famous geniuses in the 18th hall. This time, the first stage of the Wuming Immortal Hall Fairy Association, the probability of early elimination seems to be higher than any previous session. Yes, including Duanmu Gemini in the 9th branch hall, and Wu Yuan, the second-ranked genius in the 4th branch hall, were all eliminated one after another. Just when everyone was talking, a violent spatial fluctuation was once again rippling on the altar in the center of the square. A figure in a state of embarrassment also slowly emerged from the formation on the altar. Everyone looked closely, and when they saw the figure who was eliminated from the secret world, they couldn't help but be surprised. Yan Li of the 3rd branch hall, he was also eliminated in advance. How is this possible? Looking at the scene in front of them, many people in the square couldn't help but burst into an uproar, and some of them couldn't believe their eyes. Yan Li, the peerless genius of the 3rd branch of the Wuming Immortal Hall, whose talent and strength are among the 18th halls, is also one of the best. Except for Luo Jinglin in the 1st branch hall and Yi Chenkin in the 2nd branch hall, almost no one can compare with them. Even Luo Jinglin and Yi Chenkin wanted Yan Li to be eliminated from the game. It was by no means an easy task. But now Yan Li was eliminated in advance. What's going on here? Everyone in the square is very curious, what happened in the secret world, so that the top geniuses in the 18th hall such as Yan Li were eliminated in advance. Chapter 2785, The King Level Elixir came out. Not long after Yan Li appeared on the altar, another genius disciple of the 3rd branch slowly emerged from the altar. Both of them swept down from the altar without saying a word and returned to the area where the 3rd branch hall was located. Immortal Venerable Heiyun looked at the two Yan Li who had been removed from the immortal King ruins in advance, and his expressions became extremely gloomy in an instant. Yan Li, why did you come out earlier? What the censored is going on? It's the boy named Jiang Chen from the 18th branch. Yan Li almost gritted his teeth and told Immortal Venerable Heiyun what happened before. Immortal Heiyun shook his head, then looked at Yan Li and said solemnly, I warned you a long time ago that the talent and strength of that kid are not under yours, but you don't believe it. Are you suffering now? When he was at the gate of Wuming Shancheng, Heiyun Shanzun vaguely felt that Jiang Chen's strength should be higher than Yan Li. Before Yan Li entered the ruins of the immortal king of Taiku, he also warned Yan Li to try his best not to have a head-on conflict with Jiang Chen. But he didn't expect that Yan Li took his advice as a deaf ear, and was finally taken out by Jiang Chen from the ruins of the ancient fairy king in advance. Yan Li's expression was also extremely ugly. I didn't expect that the weakest 18th branch hall would be able to find such a monstrous genius this time. The first among the young disciples in the 3rd branch of the dignified hall, and one of the most outstanding geniuses in the 18th branch of the Wuming Shandian, was eliminated in the first stage of the fairy fair. For Yan Li, this is simply a great shame. Immortal Venerable Heiyun took a deep breath, looked at Yan Li and said, "How many ghost beads have you collected in this period of time?" Yan Li lost to Jiang Chen in the 18th branch hall. Heiyun Shanzun had already expected it, and he was not too surprised by this. What he cares most about now is the affairs of the Fairy Association. Yan Li has now been eliminated in advance. If they fail to collect enough Mingzhu, the ranking of their third branch in the first stage will probably be extremely low. This is a very unfavorable thing for their new round of ranking of the third branch in the 18th hall. Not much, just 100 or so. Yan Li's eyes flashed fiercely, and he vowed to say, "Master, don't worry, even if the first stage fails, I will get it back in the second stage to ensure our position in the third branch hall." Hopefully. Immortal Venerable Heiyun sighed softly. This time, in the Immortal Society of the 18th branch hall of the Wuming Immortal Hall, talented disciples appeared one after another. In addition to Luo Jinglin and Yi Chengken, now there is a powerful dark horse like Jiang Chen in the 18th branch hall. Maybe there is a person like Jiang Chen in other branch halls. Yan Li lost in the first stage, and it is probably not an easy task to keep the current status of the third branch in the second stage. After Jiang Chen defeated Yan Li and forced him out of the ruins of the ancient immortal king, he took Shuji to hunt down the immortal immortals to collect Ming beads. With Jiang Chen's current strength, hunting down immortal level immortals at the immortal level is almost like searching for something. The number of Ming beads on Jiang Chen's body has already exceeded 500. Even Shuji, who was following Jiang Chen, collected no less than 100 Ming beads. Shuji, among the previous immortal associations in the Wuming Immortal Hall, how many ghost beads did you need to collect in the top 3? Jiang Chen killed an immemorial immortal who was in the 7th rank heaven in an understatement with a single sword, took off the bead in his body, and asked Shuji. Shuji pondered slightly. Generally speaking, the number of Ming beads collected in the first 3 will almost exceed 1,000. However, the calculation of the number of Ming beads is not simply counting how many Ming beads you have obtained in total. The calculation of the number of Mingzhu has a certain relationship with the strength of the ancient Mingxian. Generally speaking, if you kill the immortal immortals below the 4th rank, you will get 1 immortal bead. If you kill the immortal immortals from the 4th rank to 6th rank immortals, you will get 2 immortal beads. Mingxian, its Mingzhu count is 3. Jiang Chen now owns 500 Mingzhu, most of which are obtained by killing the ancient Mingxian above the 4th rank Tianxian. According to the counting method of the Shanwei Mingzhu, the number of Jiang Chen's Mingzhu has already exceeded 1,000. As long as there is no accident, Jiang Chen ranked in the top 3 in the first stage of the Fairy Club, there will not be too many problems. Jiang Chen continued to hunt down the immortals of the ancient times, while continuing to explore the ruins of the immortal kings of the ancient times. The ruins of the immortal king of the primordial ancient are a part of the immortal realm in the immemorial period. It has a very long and ancient history, and its resources are rich, and many immortal medicines that are rare in the outside world have been born. Jiang Chen and the others continued to explore the ruins of the immortal king of the immemorial ages, and they also collected the valuable elixir of not killing. Jiang Chen and Shuji were resting on a mountain peak, and there was a strange energy fluctuation in the entire immortal king ruins. An extremely dazzling fairy light also rose from the distant sky. Jiang Chen looked up at the immortal glow that suddenly erupted in the sky, and couldn't help but be surprised. What a terrifying energy fluctuation, what exactly is this? Brother Jiang Chen, an immortal medicine should have been born. Shuji stared at the bright fairy light in the sky, and said excitedly, "If I guess correctly, I am afraid that the elixir that comes out is at least a king-level elixir." King-level elixir. This is an immortal medicine that is more than 10 times more precious than Deluo's immortal medicine, and it is an existence that is enough to make the immortal king realm masters be tempted by it. King-level immortal medicines are extremely rare even in the immortal realm. In the immortal realm, every time a king-level immortal medicine comes out, it will almost cause a great sensation, and even lead to a battle between the immortal kings. Although Shuji has never seen a king-level immortal medicine, or even Da Luo immortal medicine, as a genius disciple of the 8th branch of the Wuming Immortal Hall, he still has a certain understanding of the immortal medicine. As far as he knows, when the Da Luo elixir comes out, it can only hold 1,000,000 miles. The immortal medicine that came out in front of him almost shook the entire ruins of the ancient immortal king. I am afraid that only when the king-level immortal medicine came out, could such a big movement be made. Is it a king-level elixir? Jiang Chen looked up at the fairy light in the sky, and couldn't help but let out a low whisper. The ruins of the immortal king of the ancient times are the immortal realm where one side of the immortal world was exiled to a different dimension in the immemorial period. This king-level elixir came out so suddenly, which is really strange. Since there is a king-level immortal medicine in this ancient immortal king ruins, he has to go and see it. Come on, let's go and see. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate, greeted Shuji directly, and then rushed over in the direction where the fairy light emanated. Chapter 2786, Shanjiao Gathers. The sudden appearance of the king-level elixir made all the young geniuses in the 18th branch hall shake at this moment. The king-level elixir, a peerless elixir that is extremely rare in the fairy world, is also an existence that countless immortals dream of. Once such an elixir appeared in the immortal realm, even the immortal king realm might be tempted by it. Now that such peerless elixir has appeared in the ruins of the ancient immortal king, how could the young geniuses of the 18th hall be indifferent? All the young geniuses in the 18th branch hall who were still in the ruins of the immortal king of the immortal ancient dynasty rushed over to the place where the fairy lights radiated almost at the same time. I didn't expect that there would be a king-level immortal medicine in this secret world. Outside a dark valley, Yi Chengqin, who was using his fingerprints to break the valley formation, couldn't help but suddenly looked up at the fairy light in the sky, and could not help but let out a low murmur. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly abandoned the formation to destroy the valley, and disappeared in place in a flash. In a mountain forest with towering ancient trees, Luo Jinglin, who had just killed a 7th-rank immortal in heaven with one punch, also suddenly raised his head to look at the sky, and his eyes also showed an extremely fiery look. In the fairy world, it is almost a legendary existence, and it is difficult to encounter it once in millions of years. In the entire northern cold immortal territory, the number of times that the king-level elixir appeared is very few, as far as he knows. The last time the king-level immortal medicine came out in the northern cold immortal territory was billions of years ago. Although king-level elixir is extremely rare, everyone who can obtain king-level elixir, even if he cannot enter the realm of the fairy king, can at least become a rare peerless fairy. The king-level elixir, it must be mine. Luo Jinglin's eyes couldn't help but burst into a sharp light. Luo Jinglin's talent is extraordinary. After entering the first branch of the Nameless Immortal Hall, he quickly became the strongest arrogant in the first branch of the Nameless Immortal Hall, and even became the 9th peerless arrogant among the top 10 immortal arrogances in the northern cold immortal region. Luo Jinglin was not satisfied with this. Because the main hall of the Wooming Immortal Hall alone, there are 2 peerless immortals, pressing on his head. If he can get the king-level immortal medicine born in front of him, he may be able to surpass the 2 peerless immortals in the main hall of the Wooming Immortal Hall, and even top the list of immortal arrogances in the northern cold immortal region and become the younger generation of the northern cold immortal region. First person, thinking of this, Luo Jinglin didn't even bother to fetch the 7th-rank heavenly immortal's immortal bead, and his figure rose into the sky in an instant, and flashed in the direction of the immortal light erupting. This is an ancient mountain that towers into the clouds. The rich immortal essence turns into mist, shrouding the entire mountain, making it impossible to see the situation inside the mountain, and it adds a bit of mystery to this kind of mountain. Only in the center of the mountain, a dazzling fairy light pierced into the sky, making almost every corner of the immortal king's ruins clearly visible. Outside the mountain, many young disciples from the 18th hall have gathered. These young disciples were obviously attracted by the sudden burst of light in the mountain. Although they also knew that the dazzling fairy light that suddenly erupted in the mountain peak was most likely born with a king-level elixir, but no one dared to set foot in it easily. Because in the outer area of this mountain, there are a lot of ancient immortals gathered. Among them, there are many powerful beings that are comparable to the 9th-rank angels. Even these young geniuses in the 18th hall did not dare to act rashly. There are also more and more young geniuses gathered outside the mountain. Including He Yu from the 18th branch hall and another young genius, they were also attracted here by the news of the birth of the king-level immortal medicine. Senior brother, the advent of the king-level elixir has nothing to do with us. Let's not join in the fun. Beside He Yu, the young genius in the half-step fairyland couldn't help but whisper. The 18th branch of Wumingxian Temple is not only located in a remote location, but also the resources obtained are relatively scarce compared to other branch halls. Over the years, it has been difficult for the 18th branch to cultivate any world-shattering geniuses. Even an existence like He Yu might be regarded as one of the best geniuses in Kangyan Prefecture, but in the 18th branch of the Wombing Immortal Hall, it is obviously not enough. Now that the king-level elixir has come out, the geniuses of the 18th hall are gathered here. With the strength of their 18th branch hall, it is almost impossible to obtain a king-level elixir. Instead of wasting time here, it would be better to hunt down the ancient immortals to collect immortal beads, so that their 18th branch hall can have a good ranking in the first stage of the immortal society. It doesn't matter, the king-level elixir comes out, and you may not see it once in your life. Let's take a look first. He smiled slightly and said, everyone in the secret world has sensed the movement here, and Jiang Chen will surely come soon. Without Jiang Chen, the strength of their 18th branch hall would undoubtedly be the weakest. But with Jiang Chen joining in, the situation changed. Although He doesn't know Jiang Chen's specific strength, he also knows that his strength is far superior to himself, and may not even be much inferior to Yan Li in the third branch. With Jiang Chen present, their 18th branch hall might not be able to get a share of it. Hey, isn't this He from the 18th branch hall? Why, just relying on your 18th branch hall, don't you want to pay attention to the king-level elixir? Just as the two of He were talking in a low voice, a yin and yang strange voice rang directly in the ears of the two of He raised his head slightly, and saw three figures walking towards them. The cultivation of these three people has reached the realm of the first-grade heavenly immortals. In particular, the fierce-looking leopard-faced youth at the head has reached the pinnacle of the first-rank heavenly immortal, and he is probably only one step away from the second-ranked heavenly immortal. Shu Bao, it's you. He looked at the person who came, and his eyes couldn't help but turn cold. He is no stranger to the three people in front of him, they are young geniuses from the 17th branch hall. The 17th branch hall is located adjacent to the 18th branch hall and is located in a state next to Kengyun Prefecture. No one wants to be the last one in the 18th hall. The relationship between the two branch halls has never been very friendly. When He went out to practice, he had some friction with Shu Bao. Now that Shu Bao suddenly came to the door, it was obvious that the visitor was not good. He long time no see, stay safe. Shu Bao looked at He with a sneer. I've been looking for you for a long time in this secret world. Chapter 2787, you want to deceive me. Shu Bao, don't you want to do it here? He stared gloomily at Shu Bao. The grievances between you and me will have a chance to be settled in the second stage of the immortal society, and I'm afraid it won't do anyone any good to do it now. Ha ha, He stop talking nonsense, if you hadn't attacked me that day, how could you have won me? Today, I will take back 10 times the humiliation of the day from you. When Shu Bao spoke, he stomped on the ground, and a blood-colored long knife with monstrous aura fell into his right palm. The power of the gods in his body was injected into the long knife, and a blood-red knife gang spit out from the blade, and the amazing knife intent broke through the space and slashed at He He's complexion changed, and a jade flute in his hand flashed out of thin air, bursting out with a strong blue light, and the volley was connected. There were bursts of sonic booms in midair, and the substantive sound waves turned into a blue-colored piece of training, which collided with the sword light from Shu Bao. He only heard a loud bang, He groaned, and the whole person stepped back on the ground by a distance of 7 or 8 steps. He suppressed the churning breath in his body and looked up at Shu Bao, who had only taken half a step back to stabilize his body, and his expression instantly became extremely solemn. This Shu Bao is indeed the strongest genius in the 17th branch hall, and his strength is obviously even better than him. He slowly took a deep breath, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Both his and Shu Bao's cultivation bases are in the first-grade Tianxian, but Shu Bao has already reached the peak of the first-grade Tianxian, while he is only a late-stage first-grade Tianxian. In terms of talent background, Shu Bao, who was born in the 17th branch hall, is no worse than him. For now, he can only fight Shu Bao with all his might, or at most leave the secret world early. Anyway, this time, the 18th Division Hall found a peerless genius like Jiang Chen. Even if he was eliminated early, it wouldn't be a big deal. With Jiang Chen here, the 18th branch hall couldn't be ranked last this time. Thinking of this, He didn't hesitate, and the power of the gods in his body burst out in an instant. He only heard a roar, and a violent gale suddenly hung around him. He held the jade flute in both hands and put it to his lips suddenly. Immediately, a sharp flute sound spread out, followed by violent sonic ripples in the air. Wherever the sound wave passed, the air began to twist and shatter. Da Luo Shanshu Chaos Magic Sound. I saw some young geniuses with low cultivation around, as if they were all affected by the sound of the flute, they only felt that their heads were about to explode, and they quickly retreated with a look of horror. In the face of Xu Bao, a powerful opponent, He Yu did not have the slightest reservation, and directly displayed his strongest immortal technique. Wu. The sound of the flute became more and more high-pitched, and the sound waves were highly condensed, forming a huge net that covered the sky and squeezed towards Xu Bao. Good come. Feeling He Yu's powerful blow, Xu Bao was not afraid at all, and his whole body burst out with a shocking fighting intent. He was shocked all over, and a powerful sword intent permeated from his body, with an indomitable momentum, facing He Yu's chaotic magic sound. The terrifying sword intent had a vague tendency to break through He Yu's chaotic demonic sound. He Yu's complexion suddenly changed, and he made a decisive decision, and the flute sound on the jade flute was also strengthened again. The space within a radius of 1,000 meters was suddenly shaken, and the hurricane formed by the sound wave crushed Xu Bao from all directions. I saw that the space where Xu Bao was distorted and collapsed, turning into a natural storm cage, as if to crush him little by little. Xu Bao's complexion remained the same, and his eyes revealed endless sharpness. The temperature in the surrounding air also plummeted at this moment, and the blood-red snowflakes fell from the top of Xu Bao's head ghostly. Deluo Immortal Art, Weeping Blood Immortal Sword. Xu Bao also did not have the slightest reservation, and directly displayed his strongest sword. A knife was slashed out, and a blood-colored sky composed of knife light was opened between the heaven and the earth, as if the whole world had been cut open, and the sonic hurricane had been wiped out everywhere, and the terrifying blood-colored knife gang was pressing towards He Yu, causing the space around He Yu to collapse continuously. Cuckoo. Suddenly, a saber chi burst through the air and hit the jade flute in He Yu's hand. Only a crisp sound was heard, and a crack quickly spread from the jade flute. While He Yu stepped back, he urged the jade flute to resist the blood-colored sword chi. He Yu stepped back a distance of 20 or 30 meters, and finally resisted the blood-colored saber aura. He looked up at Xu Bao, who was facing him, and a pale expression appeared on his face. Almost none of the top geniuses in the 18-point hall of the unknown immortal hall are fuel-efficient lamps. Even Xu Bao of the 17th branch hall is not something he can handle. If there is no Jiang Chen this time, they are probably destined to rank last among the many branches of the Wuming Immortal Hall. He Yu, you secretly attacked me that day and ruined my important affairs. Today, I will send you out of the secret world first. Xu Bao didn't give He Yu a chance to breathe at all. He directly waved the blood-colored long knife in his hand, and slashed towards He Yu again. Looking at Xu Bao's knife, He Yu's pupils shrank suddenly. In his current state, if he took Xu Bao's knife, he would have to peel off his skin even if he didn't die. Even if he takes Xu Bao's knife, Xu Bao will still be relentless. Now his only choice is to urge Yufu to leave the secret world. He Yu took a deep breath, and was about to urge Yufu to leave the secret world when a sudden sword light suddenly burst from the sky in the distance, and it was an understatement to defeat Xu Bao's sword. The sudden scene also made He Yu stunned for a moment. He also thought of something in an instant, and a look of joy appeared in his eyes. Seeing the knife that he cut out, Xu Bao was shocked by this sudden sword energy, and he couldn't help but suddenly raised his head and looked towards the sky, and a cold snort came out of his mouth. At this moment, in the distant sky, two figures slowly stepped out of the sky. Looking at the familiar figure in the air, He Yu cried out in surprise. He obviously did not expect that Jiang Chen came at this critical moment. Xu Bao stared at Jiang Chen with murderous expression. "Boy, are you also from the 18th branch hall?" Jiang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, and looked at Xu Bao calmly. "If you don't want to be eliminated from the secret world now, then get out of the way for me, don't bully me that there is no one in the 18th hall." Chapter 2788. Join hands to enter the mountain. Xu Bao looked at Jiang Chen in front of him, and suddenly thought of something, his expression changed slightly. "Are you Jiang Chen from the 18th branch hall?" Xu Bao is naturally very familiar with the 18th branch of the Wumingxian Temple. The most outstanding genius of the younger generation in the 18th branch hall is undoubtedly He Yu. Recently, a dark horse genius named Jiang Chen suddenly appeared in the 18th branch hall, and Xu Bao naturally heard about it. Now it seems that the black-clothed youth in front of him is probably Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen said expressionlessly. "Go away, don't come to provoke the people in the 18th branch hall, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." "Really?" Then I want to see how you are rude to me. Shu Bao smiled coldly and said, I heard that there was a dark horse genius in the 18th branch hall, and he punched Yan Li from the 3rd branch hall outside Wuming Shancheng, but today I want to learn it. Shu Bao's voice fell, and he directly urged the blood-colored fairy sword in his hand, bringing up 1,000 Jiang blood light, and slashed towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen shook his head, just raised his hand and waved, and the 1,000 Jiang blood-colored sword light instantly collapsed in midair. After the invisible sword chi defeated the blood-colored sword light, it didn't give Shu Bao any chance to react at all, and landed directly on Shu Bao's body. Shu Bao trembled all over, a mouthful of blood could not help spurting out, and the whole person flew out in midair in embarrassment. Wherever he passed, even the void was smashed into a huge space crack. I saw that Shu Bao's body fell to the ground from midair, and the whole person passed out in a coma, with less than half of his life left. Seeing this incredible scene in front of him, the surroundings suddenly fell into a dead silence. All the geniuses in the 18th branch hall had difficulty recovering from their shock for a long time. Hey, is this guy Jiang Chen, the dark horse genius of the 18th branch hall, as expected of the existence of Yan Li who can retreat from the 3rd branch hall with one punch, he really deserves his reputation. Shu Bao, the strongest genius in the 17th branch of the Wumingshan Temple. Although Shu Bao's strength is not outstanding among the 18 branches of the Wuming Immortal Hall, he is also a genius who has reached the peak of the 1st rank Heavenly Immortal. Among the geniuses in the 18th branch of the Wumingshan Temple, there are many people who can defeat Shu Bao, but few people can easily do it to severely injure Shu Bao with a single slap like Jiang Chen. With a slap to destroy Shu Bao, Jiang Chen was too lazy to take a second look, and looked up at the mountain in front of him. I saw the immortal light that shook the entire Immortal King's ruins before, and it was located on the top of the mountain in front of me. This mountain is obviously also an excellent geomantic treasure land, where a large number of ancient immortals gather here. On the periphery of the mountain alone, there are no less than 100 primordial immortals, and even the immemorial immortals with the strength of the 9th rank immortals are no longer rare. Although these immemorial immortals did not pose too much threat to Jiang Chen did not act rashly. Even with his strength, it would take a lot of effort to get rid of these immemorial immortals and enter the interior of the mountain. Now that the geniuses of the 18th hall are gathered here, Jiang Chen doesn't want to let the geniuses of the 18th hall sit in the back and reap the benefits of the fisherman. Under such a weight, more and more geniuses gathered here in the 18th branch hall of the Wuming Immortal Hall. A cyan mysterious light pierced the sky and swept in from the distant horizon, revealing a young man with sword eyebrows and star eyes, wearing a white Taoist robe. The young man in Taoist robe is the peerless genius of the 2nd branch hall, Yi Chenkin. This Yi Chenkin cultivation base has reached the peak of the 3rd rank fairy, and his body exudes a mysterious aura. Jiang Chen just glanced at Yi Chenkin slightly, and knew that this person's strength should be higher than that of Yan Li in the 3rd branch. Not long after Yi Chenkin arrived, there was another loud bang in the void. I saw a domineering golden-robed youth who also stepped out of the empty space and appeared directly in Jiang Chen's line of sight. Looking at this golden-robed youth, Jiang Chen couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Luo Jinglin, from the 1st branch hall, is here. This Luo Jinglin is worthy of being the peerless genius of the 1st branch hall, who can rank among the top 10 heroes of the northern cold immortal region. Luo Jinglin's cultivation base has already reached the 4th rank of heavenly immortal. Compared with Jiang Chen, he is only strong but not weak. Jiang Chen can even vaguely feel an incomparably powerful oppression from him. This guy is definitely the most enchanting young genius Jiang Chen has ever seen since he entered the immortal realm. Jiang Chen even had a feeling that even with his current strength, it would not be easy to defeat Luo Jinglin. Luo Jinglin, you are finally here. In midair, Yi Chenkin looked at Luo Jinglin who came suddenly, and his eyes couldn't help but congeal slightly. Luo Jinglin smiled lightly and said, the advent of the king-level elixir, such a once-in-a-lifetime scene, naturally Luo must come and take a look. But looking at the situation, it seems that it is not easy to see the king-level elixir. The place where the king-level immortal medicine came out must be a rare feng shui treasure in the world. If nothing else, it is not an easy task to deal with the ancient immortals here alone. Yi Chenkin said lightly, in my opinion, our 18th branch hall can join forces to attack the mountain first. Luo Jinglin pondered slightly, nodded and said, yes. There are many immemorial immortals here, and they are so powerful that Luo Jinglin is not sure they can handle it. Even if he could handle it, Luo Jinglin would not do it alone. He still has to retain his strength to compete for the king-level immortal medicine. Naturally, he can't waste too much power on these ancient immortals. It is undoubtedly a good choice for everyone to join forces to deal with these immemorial immortals. As one of the top figures in the unknown immortal palace, since Luo Jinglin and Yi Chengqin have reached an agreement, other people will naturally have no meaning to this. Here, under the leadership of Luo Jinglin and Yi Chengqin, the genius of the 18th branch hall temporarily formed an alliance and killed the mountain ahead after 3 simple appointments. In the 18th hall of the Wooming Immortal Hall, those who can enter the ruins of the immortal king of the ancient times are all young geniuses who are not weak in talent. With Luo Jinglin and Yi Chengqin, 2 peerless arrogances leading, these immemorial immortals did not cause them any trouble. It was almost easy for them to clean up all the ancient immortals at the entrance of the mountain. Luo Jinglin and Yi Chengqin took the lead and swept away towards the mountain peak. Jiang Chen also took He Yu and the others along, followed the large army unhurriedly, and leaned towards the place where the radiance of the celestial radiance emanated. Chapter 2789, King-Level Elixir, Suzaku Fairy Fruit. Entering the interior of the mountain, Jiang Chen and the others still did not go well. There are still many immemorial immortals inside the mountain, and these immemorial immortals are even better in quantity and quality. Although the geniuses of the 18th branch hall temporarily formed an alliance, they each had a ghost in their hearts and had their own wishful thinking. The people from each branch formed their own small groups and fought each other. Along the way, there were many young geniuses with weaker strength who encountered a life and death crisis, and finally had to urge Yufu to leave. The ruins of the ancient immortal king. Especially in one of the waves of the ancient immortals, there is a half-step golden immortal level existence. Even if Luo Jinglin and Yi Chengqin joined forces, it took a lot of effort to get rid of this half-step golden immortal. And the battle between the other geniuses and the Taigu Mingxian was also extremely tragic. In the end, although everyone killed all these immemorial immortals, they paid a huge price in the end. Almost all the young geniuses who entered the mountain peak were eliminated by more than half, leaving only a small number of 20 or 30 people. Almost all of these 20 or 30 people are top geniuses in the 18th hall. After killing this wave of immemorial immortals, Jiang Chen's next trip finally became much smoother. Jiang Chen and the others finally came to the top of this mountain. What appeared in Jiang Chen's line of sight was an extremely huge and mysterious building. The shape of the building was like a phoenix's nest, and the immortal light that shook the ruins of the ancient immortal king seemed to emanate from the phoenix nest. It turned out to be the legendary phoenix nest. It seems that this place used to be the habitat of an immortal phoenix. No wonder the king-level immortal medicine was born. Luo Jinglin stared at the phoenix nest in front of him, and could not help but let out a low whisper. Yi Chengqin's eyes flickered, and he said slowly, "The phoenix nest of the fire attribute fairy phoenix, the phoenix bird that once inhabited this place, is very likely to be the descendant of the vermilion bird. That is to say, the king-level fairy medicine born here, it is very likely that it is the vermilion bird immortal fruit. Suzaku fairy fruit." When everyone heard Yi Chengqin's guess, they couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Since the immortal tribulation of the ancient times, there are not many king-level immortal medicines born in the fairyland, and there are only 20 kinds of them that have been recorded. This Suzaku immortal fruit is one of the recorded king-level immortal medicines. Suzaku fairy fruit, a legendary fairy fruit born in the habitat of the ancient fairy beast Suzaku. Once taken, it can be instantly reborn from the ashes, and gain incredible magical powers. The primordial immortal beast Suzaku is one of the phoenix birds, and it is also a famous peerless immortal beast in the immortal world. It is even rarer and rarer than the phoenix. 1,000 phoenixes may not produce a Suzaku. In the immemorial period, there was a vermilion bird in the immortal realm, whose strength was comparable to that of the immortal emperor. The real Suzaku habitat, the born Suzaku fairy fruit, can even become the legendary emperor-level elixir. The phoenix nest in front of him obviously cannot be the habitat of the ancient immortal beast Suzaku. Most of it is the habitat of the descendants of Suzaku with the blood of the Suzaku. Even a king-level immortal medicine is enough to make countless Daluo immortals and even immortal kings salivate. I didn't expect this to be the legendary phoenix nest, this time it's a post. Many geniuses looked at the situation in front of them, and couldn't help but have a fiery look on their faces. Inside the phoenix nest, all kinds of colors and rays of light are incomparably splendid, all of which are the rays of light from the precious materials of heaven and earth and the rich fragrance. Even if you can't get the Suzaku immortal fruit, and you can get some other elixir, it's a worthwhile trip. Jiang Chen looked up at the phoenix nest in front of him, his brows could not help but wrinkle slightly. The phoenix nest in front of them is the habitat of the descendants of the Suzaku. If the descendants of the Suzaku are still in the phoenix nest, they will enter the phoenix nest as if they were sent to the door to seek death. Even if there are no Suzaku descendants in the phoenix nest, it is not easy for them to enter it. Jiang Chen could vaguely feel that there were many immortals with birds in the phoenix nest, and they were all extremely powerful, and even existed at the level of golden immortals. Even if all the young geniuses on the scene work together, I am afraid it will be difficult to break into the phoenix nest. The young geniuses of the 18th branch hall are all pregnant, and it is probably even more difficult to enter the phoenix nest. Everyone, the legendary phoenix nest is right in front of you. You must have seen it. In this phoenix nest, in addition to the king-level elixir Suzaku Immortal Palace, there are also many rare and top-quality elixir. As long as you can enter the phoenix nest, yes, it is a great opportunity for us. Luo Jinglin obviously sensed the situation in the phoenix nest, and his eyes swept over the many young geniuses. However, there are many powerful immortals in the phoenix nest, if everyone still wants to get the immortals in the phoenix nest. Medicine, it's best not to hold back any longer. Brother Luo, don't worry, I will do my best. Many geniuses responded with a smile. Luo Jinglin looked at everyone's perfunctory appearance, and had to secretly shake his head. Although he is the supreme genius of the first branch hall, he has a strong reputation in the entire Wuming Immortal Hall, but he can't command the geniuses of other branch halls. Luo Jinglin didn't put too much hope on the geniuses of the 18th hall. He led the geniuses of the 18th hall to enter here, and he just wanted to use these guys. If he wants to get the king-level immortal vermilion bird immortal fruit, the key is to rely on himself. Luo Jinglin didn't say much, and directly led the crowd towards the phoenix nest in front of him and slowly leaned forward. In the field of vision, the colorful phoenix nest is getting bigger and bigger. Suddenly, there were bursts of harsh cries from the phoenix nest. A giant bird more than 10 feet long and shaped like a phoenix also flew out of the phoenix nest quickly. Luo Jinglin's pupils shrank slightly, and he couldn't help shouting sharply, "Everyone, be careful, this is a Taiku immortal mutated from a phoenix-tailed bird." Phoenix-tailed finches were originally just ordinary birds, but because they lived in the power of the phoenix all the year round, they gradually acquired the characteristics of a phoenix. Although the phoenix does not have the blood of the phoenix, it is also a very powerful existence. The ancient immortals in this phoenix nest are obviously mutated from phoenix-tailed birds. Luo Jinglin took the lead, and the cultivation of the 4th grade Heavenly Fairyland also burst out with all his strength, killing a phoenix in the 9th grade Heavenly Fairyland. At the same time, all the young geniuses in the 18th hall broke out one after another, fighting against the phoenix finches that flew out of the phoenix nest. Chapter 2790, Enter the Phoenix Nest. 20 or 30 young geniuses from the 18th hall instantly fought with more than a dozen phoenix finches that flew out of the phoenix nest. These phoenixes that have mutated into immortals are very powerful. The weakest among them are not inferior to the 4th rank Heaven Immortal, and even half of them have reached the 7th rank Heaven Immortal or above. Even the phoenix of the 9th rank Heavenly Fairy has a full 3. Even if the young geniuses of the 18th hall have an absolute advantage in number, they are not the opponents of these phoenixes at all. Luo Jinglin has a strong talent and strength, and has the cultivation of a 4th rank Heavenly Fairy. He is still able to deal with a 9th rank Heavenly Fairyland phoenix with ease, almost suppressing this phoenix to death. Yi Chenkin is inferior to Luo Jinglin, but he can also compete with a phoenix in the 9th rank Fairyland. Although the two can deal with the phoenix-tailed sparrow in the 9th rank Heaven Fairyland, it is not an easy task to defeat it in a short period of time. With Luo Jinglin and Yi Chenkin, the two most powerful young geniuses being restrained, the remaining phoenix in the 9th rank Fairyland seemed somewhat invincible. Even if the remaining 3 young geniuses who had reached the 3rd rank Fairyland in the 18th point hall joined forces, they were beaten by the phoenix in the 9th rank Fairyland, and they could only resist desperately. And the remaining young geniuses are not at all the opponents of the dozen or so cockatiels. Many young geniuses suffered heavy losses under the attack of phoenix-tailed sparrows, and could only mobilize the jade talismans on their bodies to leave the ruins of the ancient immortal king. In the entire battlefield, only Jiang Chen and the others were unusually calm. With Jiang Chen's strength, the phoenix under the 9th rank fairy is almost like an ant. Every phoenix that approached Jiang Chen and the others was cut off by Jiang Chen's understated sword. This scene also caught the attention of many young geniuses in the field. After seeing Jiang Chen's powerful strength, they all leaned towards Jiang Chen. "Brother Jiang Chen, please help me." At this moment, the 3 people who were beaten by a 9th rank fairyland phoenix could not help but ask for help to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was expressionless, waving the Tianshuang immortal sword and killed the phoenix. With the addition of Jiang Chen, these 3 young geniuses only felt that the pressure was greatly reduced. Jiang Chen didn't stay behind, and directly used the sword to kill the immortals with all his strength. The 3 swords severely damaged the phoenix bird in the 9th rank fairyland, and the 3 young geniuses killed the phoenix bird. Luo Jinglin also displayed the unique skills of Da Luo, killing the 9th rank fairyland phoenix that he was facing with one move. Yi Chengqin was also not to be outdone, and saw that he quickly formed a series of handprints, arranged a mysterious fairy formation, and trapped the last 9 rank heaven fairyland phoenix in the formation. The crowd swarmed up and killed all the remaining phoenixes. After this fight, there are only a handful of geniuses left in the 18th point hall, and the rest were forced to use the Jade Talisman and leave the immortal king in this battle. Remains. Your Excellency is Jiang Chen, who is famous in the 18th branch of the hall. Seeing him today is indeed a well-deserved reputation. Luo Jinglin stepped forward, clasped his fists at Jiang Chen, and couldn't help but have a surprised look in his eyes. It seems that it was no accident that Jiang Chen knocked Yan Li back from the 3rd branch hall with a punch outside Wuming Shancheng. Just now, Jiang Chen was the first to kill the 9th rank Heavenly Wonderland Phoenix-tailed Sparrow. Although that 9th rank Heavenly Wonderland Phoenix-tailed Sparrow had already consumed a lot of power, being able to kill it in an understatement was already very impressive, amazing. It can be seen that Jiang Chen in the 18th branch hall is at least a genius of this level with him and Yi Chengqin. This time, it seems that he will have another opponent. Jiang Chen smiled lightly. Brother Luo passed the prize. Luo Jinglin also smiled and said, "Brother Jiang Chen, there are still many dangers in this Phoenix nest. We may need to work together to see the legendary Suzaku fairy fruit." Jiang Chen nodded and said, "This is natural. When he came here just now, Jiang Chen vaguely felt that there were still golden immortal phoenixes in the phoenix nest. With his own power, to deal with the golden immortal level phoenix-tailed sparrow, I am afraid that he will have to pay a lot of price. Today, the 18th hall can still exist here, and almost all of the geniuses are among the best in the major halls. Especially Luo Jinglin and Yi Chengqin, I am afraid they are not much inferior to him. With these guys shooting together, he can also save a lot of effort. Let's go, let's enter the phoenix nest." Luo Jinglin didn't say anything more, just waved his hand and led everyone towards the phoenix nest. Entering the phoenix nest, Jiang Chen and the others seemed to have entered another small world. The immortal essence here is extremely rich, and all kinds of immortal medicine and immortal materials are dazzling, almost all over the entire phoenix nest. Water-patterned fairy flower, earth fairy fruit, Taizan Ning Shenji. Some well-informed young geniuses looked at the various elixir in the phoenix nest, and their eyes instantly became hot. The phoenix nest is indeed a rare treasure in the fairyland. The immortal medicine and immortal materials here are the worst ones that have reached the golden immortal level. Deluo Immortal Medicine Phoenix Blood Immortal Ginseng. This Phoenix Blood Immortal Ginseng is mine. At this moment, a second-rank Heavenly Wonderland young genius looked at a plant that exuded a demonic blood-red light, and swept over it. Seeing this, Luo Jinglin's expression changed, and he couldn't help shouting sharply, "Come back to me, don't act rashly." The young genius had already been dazzled by the Phoenix Blood Immortal Ginseng in his mind at this moment, so how could he be stopped by Luo Jinglin's shout? I saw him appear next to the Phoenix Blood Immortal Ginseng in a flash. Just as he was about to collect the Phoenix Blood Immortal Ginseng, a dark flame suddenly cut through the space and shot out towards the young genius. The young genius's complexion changed greatly, the power of the gods in his body erupted with all his strength, and he desperately rushed towards the dark flames. The dark flame was too domineering, and the young genius of the second-rank fairyland was simply unstoppable, and was submerged in the dark flame almost in the blink of an eye. If the Jade Talisman wasn't triggered at a critical time, letting this young genius leave the ruins of the Immortal King, I'm afraid he would have to be burned into nothingness by the dark flames. Hey! What a domineering flame! Looking at the scene in front of them, all the young geniuses, including Jiang Chen, couldn't help but shrink their pupils. This dark flame is very domineering. Even an ordinary 7th rank fairy, it is almost difficult to resist. Among the young geniuses present, there are probably no more than 3 people who can block this dark flame. Chapter 2791, Golden Immortal Cockatiel. Whoever gets your hands on the phoenix nest, die. Just when everyone was shocked by this sudden domineering flame, an icy roar sounded in everyone's ears. A phoenix-tailed sparrow with a full length of 100 feet also appeared directly in the sight of everyone. The whole body of this phoenix was filled with dark flames, and an unusually terrifying coercion emanated from its body in an instant. The rolling breath rolled away, causing the surrounding space to rumble and vibrate. Even Jiang Chen and others seemed to have a feeling of being out of breath when faced with the oppression of the breath emanating from this phoenix. Jiang Chen and the others couldn't help but stare. The phoenix in front of him not only has consciousness, but also has a breath far beyond the heavenly fairyland. It is definitely a phoenix whose strength has reached the golden fairyland. Everyone be careful, this is a golden immortal level phoenix-tailed sparrow, it is extremely difficult to deal with, let's do it together. Luo Jinglin's voice fell, and he was the first to kill the phoenix-tailed sparrow. The phoenix-tailed sparrow's eyes were indifferent, and the icy voice exploded like thunder, and a huge black column of fire erupted from its body, causing its whole body to burn with dark black flames. This flame is extremely terrifying, burning the void, and even the light seems to be burned, causing the surrounding space to fall into a strange darkness. A biting chill stimulated everyone present, causing the faces of most of the young geniuses present to instantly turn pale. The phoenix-tailed bird waved its huge phoenix claws, and with a pitch-black flame all over the sky, it shrouded Luo Jinglin. At that moment, the entire phoenix nest instantly became dim. Luo Jinglin's breath burst out, but he did not show weakness in the face of this golden immortal phoenix. I saw a roar from his throat, and he rolled with the power of the gods, turning into a dozen thunder blades that covered the sky and collided with the black flames that filled the sky. At that moment, the surrounding space began to vibrate violently, countless cracks were born, and a terrifying energy storm shot in all directions. If the phoenix nest was not made of unusual material and was extremely strong, this collision might have destroyed the entire phoenix nest into nothingness. After the lightning blade and the black flame were intertwined for a while, it was finally difficult to resist the terrifying black flame, and it was directly destroyed by the black flame. Luo Jinglin's body trembled, and under the impact of the black flame, the whole person flew out a distance of hundreds of meters with a pale face. Looking at the scene in front of them, the expressions of all the young geniuses became terrified. This golden immortal level phoenix-tailed sparrow is too powerful. Even Luo Jinglin, one of the top 10 immortals in the northern cold immortal region, is not an opponent at all. Everyone, let's do it together quickly. Yi Chenkin's complexion changed, and he couldn't help but hurriedly greeted everyone to attack the phoenix-tailed sparrow. Luo Jinglin's combat power is one of the best among them. If Luo Jinglin was defeated by this golden immortal phoenix first, they would probably not have any chance to deal with this phoenix. More than a dozen young geniuses did not dare to hold any reservations at this moment, and they all sacrificed the Deluo immortal treasures, displayed the Deluo immortals they mastered, and killed the phoenix at the same time. In the face of the joint strike of more than a dozen young geniuses from the nameless immortal hall, there was a look of contempt in this phoenix-tailed bird's eyes. When he opened his mouth, he spit out a black flame. The black flame changed rapidly in midair, and finally turned into a black phoenix phantom and spread its wings. The powerful offensive of more than a dozen young geniuses almost collapsed at a touch, and was completely destroyed by the phoenix phantom in the blink of an eye. The phantom of the phoenix destroyed the offensive of more than 10 young geniuses, and the speed did not decrease at all, and instantly annihilated more than 10 young geniuses. When everything is gone, among the more than 10 young geniuses, only Yi Chenkin was left. Under the blow of the phoenix-tailed bird, except for Yi Chenkin who was embarrassed to resist, the rest of the young people were unable to resist at all. They passively stimulated the jade talisman on their bodies and left the ruins of the ancient immortal king. Jiang Chen, why haven't you shot yet? Yi Chenkin looked at Jiang Chen, who was still standing still and proudly standing aside, and his expression instantly became frightened and angry. This guy was able to easily kill a phoenix in the 9th rank fairyland before, and his strength would never be lower than him. If this guy had shot with them earlier, they might not be so embarrassed. At this time, does this kid still want to wait for them to fight with this golden immortal level cockatiel and lose both, so that they can take advantage of the fisherman? Luo Jinglin also said solemnly, Brother Jiang Chen, a golden immortal phoenix, no one of us will be an opponent in a single fight. Now is not the time to retain our strength. Jiang Chen said lightly, and then looked back at He Yu and the others. I'm afraid I won't have time to take care of you in the next battle. You should leave the phoenix nest first. Of all the young geniuses who entered the phoenix nest, apart from him, Luo Jinglin and Yi Chenkin, there were only He Yu and others who had been following behind him. The next battle was not something He Yu and the others could participate in. If He Yu and the others continue to stay here, Jiang Chen can't guarantee their safety, so he can only let them exit the phoenix nest first. He Yu also knew that if they continued to stay here, they would only become a burden to Jiang Chen, and he was about to leave the phoenix nest. Want to go? Since you're here, then stay with me. Seeing this golden immortal phoenix-tailed sparrow could not help but let out a fierce roar, and the dark flames continued to spread from its body, instantly turning the entire space into a sea of fire. Jiang Chen and the others were instantly immersed in this terrifying flame. He Yu and the others couldn't resist the power of the sea of fire at all, and the jade talisman on his body was passively excited in an instant, leading them to disappear into the ruins of the ancient immortal king. Qingdi's sword, open it to me. Jiang Chen clenched the Tianshuang immortal sword, and the Qing Emperor longevity art was also pushed to the limit, directly attracting Qing Emperor Xu Ying, and a sword split the sea of fire in front of him into two halves. Luo Jinglin and Yi Chenkin also showed their magical powers and displayed the world-shattering Da Luo immortal art. The three are all peerless immortals with shocking combat power, and each of them can exert a powerful strength that is not inferior to that of the 9th rank immortals. Under the combined blow of the three, even the sea of fire condensed by this golden immortal phoenix was shattered by the three of them. I underestimate you three human boys. The cultivation base of the 3rd and 4th rank heavenly immortal realm can actually exert such combat power. But no matter how evil you are not qualified to be wild in front of me. The phoenix-tailed sparrow's voice fell, and a more terrifying aura instantly permeated from its body. Chapter 2792, Supernatural Power, Reborn from Ashes. The phoenix-tailed bird's breath soared again, filling the entire phoenix nest. Jiang Chen and the others only felt that the surrounding scene had changed, as if they were in a world condensed by a sea of bloody fire. The blood-colored sea of fire was extremely terrifying, the blood was extremely coquettish, and the fiery aura covered the sky, as if it wanted to melt Jiang Chen and the others who were in it. Jiang Chen urged the power of the gods in his body, and the seal of the emperor condensed directly in the palm of his hand, and a seal pressed against the sea of fire world. This seal was printed in the sea of fire, splashing fire waves all over the sky, but it failed to shake the world of fire at all. Seeing the scene in front of him, Jiang Chen's eyes instantly became much more solemn. The strength of this golden immortal phoenix-tailed sparrow is indeed very strong. Compared with the golden immortal powerhouse Dan Jian he fought against in Tianyan Immortal City, it is probably even stronger. Today they want to defeat this phoenix, it is by no means an easy task. Just when Jiang Chen was thinking to himself, Luo Jinglin and Yi Chenkin also launched an attack on the surrounding fire world. The powerful offensive of the two people almost met Jiang Chen's eyes. It was like a stone sinking into the sea, and it was difficult for them to pose any threat to the world of fire. You two, it's not the way to go on like this. It seems that we can only take out our cards to break through this world of fire. Luo Jinglin took a deep breath and looked at Jiang Chen and said solemnly. Yi Chenkin nodded and said, I have no opinion, that's fine. This world of fire contains an extremely hot force, and they must always use the power of the gods to condense the body protection barrier to resist the hot power in the world of fire. This sea of fire consumes the power in their bodies all the time. Once the power of the gods in their bodies is consumed too much, I am afraid they can only use the jade talisman to leave the secret world. Now that the king-level elixir is in front of him, Yi Chenkin naturally doesn't want to leave just like that, and intends to show his trump card to make a bet. Looking at the two of them, Jiang Chen couldn't help but spread out his hands and said, I'm not the same as you, and I don't have any cards left by Immortal Deluo. Jiang Chen, it's this time, do you still want to hold back? Yi Chenkin's face sank suddenly, and he snorted coldly, if you still want to wait for us to fight recklessly with Phoenix-tailed Sparrow, and then wait to take advantage of the fisherman, it's a big deal to be eliminated from the secret world together, and no one wants to get the king-level elixir. Suzaku Fairy Fruit. I've made it very clear that I don't have any cards left by Immortal Deluo, believe it or not. Jiang Chen just glanced at Yi Chenkin lightly, and then stopped talking. Yi Chenkin was furious. Jiang Chen, you. Luo Jinglin directly interrupted Yi Chenkin's words, and said lightly, I believe that Jiang Chen brother may really have no cards left by Da Luo Shanzun. Don't waste your time, the longer you delay, the situation will only be unfavorable for us. When Yi Chenkin heard the words, he had to suppress the anger in his heart and looked up at Luo Jinglin. What are your plans? You use your trump card to destroy the world of fire, and I'll use your trump card to give that phoenix a fatal blow. If I fail to kill the phoenix with one blow, brother Jiang Chen will be responsible for making up the knife. Luo Jinglin's eyes flashed brightly, and he said solemnly, remember, we must go all out, we only have one chance. Yi Chenkin didn't say much. With a move of his palm, a palm-sized jade plate emerged directly from the palm of his hand. On the jade plate, there is a mysterious formation rune circulating continuously. Looking at the jade plate in Yi Chenkin's hand, Jiang Chen's pupils couldn't help shrinking suddenly. If he guessed correctly, there should be an extremely powerful formation in this jade plate, and he even vaguely felt an extremely dangerous aura from this jade plate. Shang Sword Formation, get up! Yi Chenkin shouted fiercely, and the power of the gods in his body was also madly injected into the jade plate in the palm of his hand. Shan Shanzun's Galaxy Sword Formation. Seeing this, Luo Jinglin couldn't help but let out a low whisper. Shang Immortal Venerable, the Hall Master of the second branch of the Wuming Immortal Hall, even in the entire Wuming Immortal Hall, he is one of the few powerhouses. Shan Shanzun not only has a profound cultivation base, but also has mysterious and unpredictable methods. The Shang Sword Formation he created has a great reputation even in the entire Northern Cold Immortal Territory. Even the countless Immortal Venerables in the Northern Cold Immortal Territory are terrified of this Galaxy Sword Formation. The jade plate offered by Yi Chenkin is obviously a simplified version of the Galaxy Sword Formation. Under the urging of Yi Chenkin, 9,999 sword lights shot up into the sky at the same time on the jade plate, turning into a dazzling galaxy, spanning the sky. The sky and the earth are eclipsed, the sun and the moon have no light. Thousands of sword lights intertwined and converged, and finally turned into a splendid sword light with a length of 10 meters. The sword glow seemed to be transformed by a galaxy, in which countless stars were dotted, and the silver glow shone like a sword that opened the sky. The originally indestructible world of fire was instantly split in half by this sword. Only a loud bang was heard, and the world of fire was constantly collapsing. And at the moment when the Sea of Fire world collapsed, Luo Jinglin also did not have any hesitation. Under the urging of Luo Jinglin, the Thunder Talisman shot out countless thunder and lightning beams that ripped apart the space. These thunderbolts finally converged into a giant golden thunder palm filled with great Luo Shenwei. The phoenix-tailed sparrow suddenly let out a terrifying cry, and its huge body was shot from the air to the ground by this palm, and a huge pit of hundreds of feet was smashed on the ground. Boom! The entire phoenix nest became shaken at this moment. After a while, everything was calm. I saw that the phoenix-tailed bird, which was suppressed by Luo Jinglin's Thunder Talisman's palm, was also lying in the huge pit, and there was no movement for a long time. Are you dead? Seeing that the phoenix-tailed bird seemed to have no breath, Luo Jinglin finally couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Before Luo Jinglin had time to be happy, a terrifying aura quickly spread through the phoenix nest as if an ancient beast had awakened. This scene suddenly caused Luo Jinglin and the others' expressions to change drastically. Their eyes were all fixed on the phoenix on the ground. I saw that the huge body of the phoenix-tailed sparrow was wrapped in a mysterious flame at this moment. The phoenix-tailed sparrow, which had not moved at all, also faintly emitted a wave of life. Yi Chenkin, who was on the side, thought of something in an instant, and the incredible scream sounded instantly. This is the Phoenix family's supreme supernatural power rebirth from ashes. This phoenix-tailed sparrow is about to be reborn from ashes. Chapter 2793, Unrivaled, Phoenix Nirvana, Reborn from Ashes. Hearing this, Luo Jinglin's expression suddenly changed. The Phoenix family is the top fairy beast in fairy tales. It is said that in the Phoenix family, there is a supernatural power that is reborn from ashes, which can regenerate some phoenixes who are on the verge of dying and gain more powerful power. Generally speaking, This supreme supernatural power can only be mastered by the phoenix with the pure blood of the phoenix family. Luo Jinglin really couldn't understand how this phoenix-tailed bird in front of him could possibly master the supreme supernatural powers of the phoenix family, such as rebirth from ashes. Quick! Let's kill this phoenix together. Luo Jinglin was furious, and the power of the gods in his body instantly turned into a terrifying power of thunder, and blasted towards the phoenix below. Tianshuan killing array. Yi Chengken also formed a seal with his hands, and quickly condensed a killing formation to suppress it from midair. Yin Yin mountain and river collapse. Jiang Chen also displayed the second seal of the Heavenly Emperor seal, with the terrifying power that shattered everything, and slammed into the phoenix on the ground. The powerful offensive of the three, but it was impossible to get the flames around the phoenix-tailed sparrow. Whether it was Luo Jinglin's thunder in the sky, Yi Chengken's Tianshuan killing formation, or Jiang Chen's Heavenly Emperor seal, when they came into contact with the flames around the phoenix-tailed sparrow, they were instantly burnt to nothing. I saw the phoenix, which had been lying on the ground, tremble with its wings, and instantly flew into the air. Its huge eyes stared at Jiang Chen and the three of them coldly, exuding an unusually terrifying aura. Feeling the breath emanating from the phoenix-tailed sparrow, the expressions of Jiang Chen and the three of them instantly became extremely solemn. This phoenix has a strength comparable to that of a golden immortal, and it is even 3 points more powerful than an ordinary first-rank golden immortal. Now the phoenix-tailed sparrow has been reborn with the supreme supernatural power of the phoenix family, and I am afraid that it has reached the realm of the second-rank golden immortal. Before the phoenix-tailed sparrow had not been reborn, Luo Jinglin and Yi Chengken each performed the means of Da Luo Shanzun, and then they severely injured the phoenix-tailed sparrow. Now that Phoenix's strength has soared, it will undoubtedly be more difficult for them to defeat this phoenix again. The hairy boy of the three heavenly fairyland actually forced me to be reborn in nirvana, and you are enough to be proud of yourself. The technique of rebirth from ashes is only one chance in a lifetime. If he reaches the realm of the 9th grade golden immortal and performs the technique of rebirth from ashes, he may be able to break through the realm of Deluo immortal venerable in one fell swoop. Now that he is only a rank 1 Jinxian, he is forced to perform the technique of rebirth from ashes, which makes phoenix-tailed queer's heart undoubtedly very angry. Phoenix-tailed bird stared at Jiang Chen and the three of them, and the terrifying flame storm was also centered on him in an instant, and quickly swept across the air. Where the flame storm passed, the space suddenly turned into chaos. The figures of Jiang Chen and the three were also instantly shrouded in that terrifying flame storm. The pupils of the three of them couldn't help shrinking suddenly, and they burst out the power in their bodies with all their strength, resisting the flame storm that shrouded all around. The power of the flame storm is beyond imagination, and it is enough to easily kill ordinary 9th rank angels. Whether it is the Thunder Dao divine ability cast by Luo Jinglin or the Formation divine ability condensed by Yi Chengken, it is simply difficult to compete with the flame storm. After the two tried their best to fight the flame storm for a while, they finally had to give up their resistance and directly urged the Jade Talisman to disappear in the ruins of the ancient immortal king. The power of destroying immortals, condensate. Seeing that Luo Jinglin and the two left the immortal king ruins, Jiang Chen no longer had any reservations, and directly urged the immortal monument with all his strength, condensing a power of destroying the immortals, and collided with the swept flame storm. A shocking sound of energy surge resounded in midair instantly. Jiang Chen trembled all over, and the whole person stepped back dozens of steps on the ground with a pale face. He strongly suppressed the churning breath in his body, and his expression was extremely solemn. This golden immortal level phoenix-tailed sparrow, after being reborn in nirvana, is really too powerful. Even if he used the immortal tablet to condense the power to destroy immortals, it would be difficult for him to compete with this phoenix. Seeing that Jiang Chen blocked his own flame storm, a surprised look appeared in Phoenix's eyes. It was slightly silent and said, "Boy, you are qualified to get the Suzaku immortal fruit in the phoenix nest." However, the Suzaku immortal fruit in the phoenix nest has not yet become a real king-level elixir. You can come and get the Suzaku immortal fruit in 10 years. Junior understands. This golden immortal level phoenix-tailed sparrow is very powerful, and with his current strength, even at all costs, I am afraid it is difficult to shake it. As long as Phoenix is unwilling to let him get the Suzaku immortal fruit, he will not have any chance. Jiang Chen could also feel that this golden immortal cockatiel didn't lie to him. If the Suzaku immortal fruit has not really become a king-level immortal medicine, it would be a pity to take it now. Anyway, Jiang Chen has the token given to him by the mysterious person from the Heavenly Emperor Palace, and he can return to the ruins of the ancient immortal king at any time. The king-level immortal medicine is enough to make the Deluo immortal venerable in the Wuming immortal hall go crazy. With his current strength, even if he could really get the Suzaku immortal fruit, it would be difficult to protect it. Boy, although the vermilion bird immortal fruit has not yet been picked, you can take 2 of the other immortal medicines in the phoenix nest. Phoenix-tailed sparrow took a deep look at Jiang Chen, and immediately disappeared in front of Jiang Chen out of thin air. After Phoenix-tailed sparrow left, Jiang Chen was naturally not polite. He directly put the phoenix blood immortal ginseng and another Deluo immortal medicine into the bag, and then directly crushed the jade talisman, and the whole person disappeared directly into the ruins of the ancient immortal king. Nameless Fairy City. As more and more young geniuses were eliminated from the secret realm, everyone also knew that the legendary Phoenix Nest appeared in the Secret Realm world, and in the Phoenix Nest, the king-level fairy medicine Suzaku Fairy Fruit was born. The young geniuses of the 18th Hall gathered together and attacked the Phoenix Nest, but the result was heavy losses and more than half of them were quickly eliminated. Just now, even a few young geniuses from the 3rd rank Heavenly Fairyland were eliminated. It is said that the golden immortal phoenix-tailed sparrow appeared in the Phoenix Nest. Do you think anyone in the 18th Hall can get the vermilion bird immortal fruit in the Phoenix Nest? I don't think so. The young talents in the 18th branch hall are almost eliminated now. The golden immortal phoenix-tailed sparrow is too powerful, even Luo Jinglin and others may not be able to deal with it. Looking at the altar in the center of the square, everyone couldn't help but talk about it. And just when everyone was talking about it, 2 violent spatial fluctuations on the altar suddenly rippled. Chapter 2794, End of First Stage. Seeing this, everyone looked at the altar in unison. I saw that on the altar, 2 figures slowly emerged in the sight of everyone. These 2 figures are none other than Luo Jinglin and Yi Chenken, the 2 most powerful geniuses in the 18th branch of the Wuming Immortal Hall. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but tremble slightly. These 2 were eliminated from the secret world. It seems that they failed to defeat the golden immortal phoenix-tailed sparrow in the Phoenix Nest after all, and obtained the king-level immortal medicine Suzaku immortal fruit in the Phoenix Nest. This is also a reasonable thing. Although Luo Jinglin and Yi Chenken were both talented disciples from the unnamed immortal palace, their cultivation was still in the realm of the 3rd and 4th rank heavenly immortals, and the gap between them and the golden immortals was simply too great. Even though the 2 of them are unparalleled in combat power and can fight across several ranks, it is difficult for them to compete with Jinxian at all. Jinglin, why did you come out of the secret world? In the 1st branch hall, a burly, dignified middle-aged Lei Pao looked at Luo Jinglin who was slowly returning to him, and his brows couldn't help but wrinkle slightly. This middle-aged Lei Pao is the hall master of the 1st branch of the Wuming Immortal Hall, Immortal Venerable Thunder Prison. With Luo Jinglin's current strength, at most, he has a combat power comparable to the peak of the 9th rank Heaven Immortal. But Immortal Venerable Lei Prison knew very well that Luo Jinglin had a Thunder Talisman on his body. Once Luo Jinglin activates the Thunder Talisman, even an ordinary golden immortal might be hard to resist. Luo Jinglin and the phoenixes they encountered in the Phoenix Nest were far more powerful than the average golden fairyland powerhouse, didn't they? Luo Jinglin gave a wry smile, did not hide it, and directly told everything that happened in the Phoenix Nest. After hearing Luo Jinglin and the others urging their trump cards to inflict heavy damage on Phoenix-tailed Sparrow was reborn from Nirvana, and its strength improved to a higher level. Immortal Venerable Thunder Prison could only helplessly shake his head. God's will is like this. It seems that Luo Jinglin and the others are really missing the king-level immortal medicine Suzaku Immortal Fruit. Wait, you said just now that the 3 of you joined forces to deal with the golden immortal phoenix-tailed sparrow. Is there one more person? At this moment, the eyes of Mu Zichen, the deputy master of the Wuming Shandian who was in charge of presiding over the fair, flickered, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Following Mu Zichian's words, there was an uproar in the square. Luo Jinglin and Yi Chenken were the 2 most powerful geniuses in the 18th branch of the Wuming Shandian Temple. Even the 2 of them were eliminated, so who else can compete with the golden fairy level cockatiel? It's Jiang Chen from the 18th branch hall. Yi Chenken almost gritted his teeth and said, that kid has been secretly preserving his strength, and he has never used his trump card, so that he can compete with the golden immortal level cockatiel at the last minute. Jiang Chen of the 18th Branch Hall. When everyone heard the name, they couldn't help but take a deep breath. Jiang Chen, a dark horse genius sent by the 18th branch of the Wuxian Temple this time. Before the fairy fair began, Jiang Chen punched Yan Li, the genius of the 3rd Branch Hall, outside Wuxian, and his name moved everywhere. After the fair started, many young geniuses in the 18th Point Hall were eliminated early, and almost all of them had a close relationship with Jiang Chen. Even Yan Li was defeated in the first battle and was sent out of the secret world by Jiang Chen early. Even so, no one could have imagined that Jiang Chen could last longer than both Luo Jinglin and Yi Chenkin in the process of fighting against the golden immortal phoenix-tailed sparrow. Maybe, that kid really has a chance to create a miracle and get the legendary king-level elixir, the vermilion bird fairy fruit. It seems that we still underestimate Jiang Chen. In the 18th Branch Hall, immortal Venerable Yinyu couldn't recover from the shock for a while. Although he also knew that with Jiang Chen's strength, his performance at the fairy fair this time would definitely not be bad, but he didn't expect Jiang Chen's ability to overpower Luo Jinglin and become the most dazzling existence in the fairy. Palace Master, do you think Jiang Chen can get the king-level immortal medicine Suzaku immortal fruit? Lu Wucheng took a deep breath and whispered beside Yinyu immortal venerable. Difficult. That phoenix-tailed sparrow already has the strength of the golden fairyland. After Nirvana's rebirth, I am afraid that it will be at least a second-rank golden immortal. It is almost impossible for Jiang Chen to defeat it with a mere 4th-rank heavenly immortal. However, that kid is too enchanting and mysterious, so he might be able to get the king-level elixir, the vermilion bird fairy fruit. Immortal Venerable Yinyu said with a wry smile. I hope he will never bring out the king-level elixir, the vermilion bird immortal fruit. Hearing this, Lu Wucheng couldn't help but shudder slightly. The king-level fairy medicine Suzaku fairy fruit, even if the king-level powerhouse is strong, it will also covet it. Once Jiang Chen brought out the king-level elixir Suzaku Shangguo, the Deluo immortal venerable of the nameless immortal hall would probably all stare at him. Even immortal venerable Yinyu, I am afraid it is difficult to guarantee Jiang Chen's safety. Just as Yinyu immortal venerable and the two were chatting, a wave of spatial fluctuations rippled on the altar again. I saw Jiang Chen's figure slowly emerging from the formation on the altar. After all, Jiang Chen still failed to defeat the golden immortal phoenix-tailed sparrow, and had to come out of the secret world ahead of time. Yi Chenkin looked up at Jiang Chen, and couldn't help sneering. Jiang Chen, let you do the math, it's not because the phoenix-tailed bird forced him out of the secret world. Jiang Chen glanced at Yi Chenkin a lot more, then turned back to immortal venerable Yinyu and the others. Seeing that Jiang Chen ignored his existence, Yi Chenkin's expression became more and more gloomy. Because of some special reasons, all the young geniuses of the Shanwei will be eliminated from the secret world in advance this time, and the first stage of Shanwan will also end ahead of schedule. Now, all the geniuses in the 18th Branch Hall are invited to hand in the beads collected in the secret world in turn. The disciples of the 1st Branch Hall start turning over the Mingzhu. At this moment, Mu Ziqian's faint voice also rang in the sky above the square. The young geniuses of the 1st Branch Hall, headed by Luo Jinglin, stepped forward and turned in the Mingzhu they obtained. Luo Jinglin, as one of the top 10 immortal arrogances in the northern cold immortal region, is very powerful. After statistics, the number of Mingzhu obtained reached 1,110, ranking first among individuals in terms of time. As for the entire 1st Branch Hall, the total number of Ming beads obtained reached 1,900. This result has been regarded as a very good result in every previous fair. This time, everyone in the Fairy Association was eliminated ahead of schedule, and the time they spent collecting the nether orbs was much shorter than every previous fairy. As long as there is no accident, the 1st Branch Hall is afraid to be able to hold the first position in the first stage. After the statistics of the 1st Branch Hall were completed, Yi Chenkin also brought the young genius of the 2nd Branch Hall and started to count the collected beads. Chapter 2795. Yan Li came on stage and won 7 games in a row. Yi Chenkin collected a total of 1,020 dark beads, and the 2nd Branch Hall collected a total of 1,780 dark beads. The next 3rd branch, in particular, Yan Li, the first genius of the 3rd Branch Hall, was eliminated early, and only obtained more than 100 no-mind beads. The total number of ghost beads obtained by the 3rd Branch Hall was only less than 800, which was not as good as the 1st and 2nd halls, half of. The statistics of the first 17 branch halls were completed, and the 3rd branch hall directly fell out of the top 10. The 9th branch also dropped a lot because of the early exit of the Duanmu brothers, ranking 15th. The 8th branch hall was directly ranked in the top 5 because Shuji got a lot of benefits from following Jiang Chen. Finally, it was the turn of the 18th branch hall to count the beads. Jiang Chen has collected a total of 1,300 dark beads, ranking first among individuals. However, because He Yu and others did not have many Ming beads, the 18th branch hall had only 1,703 Ming beads in total, ranking after the 2nd branch hall. Immortal Venerable Yin Yu is naturally very satisfied with the ranking of the first stage of the Immortal Society. Although this time, the 18th branch hall had a genius like Jiang Chen to help, Yin Yu Shanzun never thought of winning the first place, and being able to rank 3rd in the first stage is already very good. Some are happy and some are worried. Especially the 3rd branch hall and the 9th branch hall, the atmosphere is extremely dignified. In the 3rd branch hall, Immortal Heiyun glanced at Yan Li and said solemnly, "Yan Li, we are about to enter the 2nd stage, don't expect me to be disappointed again." Yan Li took a deep breath and swore to assure, "Master, don't worry, I will definitely make our ranking back to the top 3. Immortal Venerable Heiyun didn't say much. The 2nd stage of the Immortal Society relies on absolute strength. Now their 3rd branch, the strongest of the younger generation, is undoubtedly Yan Li. With Yan Li's strength, whether it is against Luo Jinglin of the 1st branch, Yi Chenkin of the 2nd branch, or Jiang Chen of the 18th kill, there is almost no chance of winning. Immortal Heiyun doesn't have much hope for Yan Li to return to the top 3. To be able to get back to the 4th position is already a very good result for them. After the statistics of Mingzhu, we will enter the 2nd stage of the Immortal Society. At this moment, Mu Zichen also began to introduce the rules of the 2nd stage of the Fairy Association. In the 2nd stage of the Fairy Association, each branch hall can only send one person to participate, and then the challenge competition will be held according to the ranking of the 1st stage. The challenge started from the last branch in the 1st round. Now the last one is the 17th branch, and it was Shu Bao from the 17th branch that they sent for the 2nd round of the challenge. The first thing Shu Bao had to challenge was the 17th ranked branch in the 1st round. Only by defeating the 17th ranked opponent would they be eligible to challenge the 16th ranked opponent. It is also because of the cruel rules of the 2nd round of the challenge. If there is no better ranking in the 1st round, the 1st round of the challenge will become extremely difficult. For example, Yan Li of the 3rd branch hall, if he wants the 3rd branch hall to return to the 3rd position, he must start from the 10th place and challenge the young geniuses of the 8 major branch halls one after another. There are almost no weaklings among the top geniuses of the 18th hall of the nameless Immortal Hall. Even though Yan Li is powerful, it is by no means an easy task to defeat the young geniuses of the 8 divisions in succession. Shu Bao's challenge began, and the opponent he challenged was a young genius from the 16th hall. This young genius has reached the early stage of the 2nd grade Tianxian, which is even higher than Shu Bao, who is at the peak of the 1st grade Tianxian, and his talent background is no worse than Shu Bao. After the two fought about 100 moves, Shu Bao was completely defeated by the young genius. The 18th hall of the unknown Immortal Hall will hold an immortal meeting every once in a while to re-rank the 18th hall. The higher the ranking, the more abundant resources will be allocated. There is almost no moisture in the ranking of the 18th hall of the nameless Immortal Hall. Under normal circumstances, it is not very likely that the lower ranked branch will successfully challenge the previous branch. The next 2 divisional challenges ended in failure. It wasn't until the challenge that ranked 15th in the 1st round that there was finally something to watch. Because the 15th place in the 1st round was the original 9th branch. The Duanmu brothers in the 9th branch hall are extremely powerful in talent. Although their cultivation is only at the peak of the 1st rank Heavenly Immortal, they are even stronger in combat power than many 2nd rank Heavenly Immortal Deluo geniuses in the 18th branch hall. This time, the 9th branch sent Duan Muyang to fight. Duan Muyang won 2 consecutive games with his powerful combat power, and finally lost in the 3rd battle, and finally ranked 12th. Soon it was the turn of the 3rd branch, which ranked 11th in the 1st round, for the challenge. On the 1st day of the 3rd branch hall, Yan Li began to challenge on stage. As the first genius of the 3rd branch hall, Yan Li's cultivation base has reached the peak of the 3rd grade Tianxian, and his talent is also one of the best in the 18th branch hall. Except for Luo Jinglin and Yi Chenkin in the 18th hall, almost no one could suppress him. The third branch was ranked 11th in the first stage, and it was just an accident. Yan Li's challenge will undoubtedly be the most exciting battle of this challenge. Before the challenge began, many people couldn't help but talk about it. You said that Yan Li can win several consecutive victories this time. Can he help the third branch to regain the top 3 positions? Difficult. If he wants to get back to the top 3, he must win 8 consecutive victories. This is something that has never happened at the Fairy Fair of the Nameless Immortal Hall. I think Yan Li is also difficult. The third place in the first stage is the 18th branch. Facing Jiang Chen, a world-shattering dark horse, Yan Li has no chance of winning. Just when everyone was talking about it, Yan Li's challenge began. At this moment, Yan Li finally showed the strength of the genius of the third branch hall. In 3 consecutive challenges, Yan Li almost defeated his opponents with an understatement. Yan Li became more and more brave in battle, and he was like a broken bamboo. In less than a stick of incense, he achieved a terrifying 5-game winning streak. In the 6th challenge match, Yan Li's opponent was Zhang Xingwei from the 8th branch. The 8th branch was able to rank 5th in the first round because Shuji followed Jiang Chen to pick up a lot of dark beads. In terms of strength, Zhang Xingwei was a bit weaker than the 2 opponents that Yan Li had challenged before. Yan Li easily defeated Zhang Xingwei with little effort. In the 4th branch hall, a young genius of the 3rd rank Heavenly Fairyland, after fighting with Yan Li for dozens of tricks, he also lost in the hands of Yan Li. Yan Li defeated 7 young geniuses in the 7 major division halls in a row, and achieved an unprecedented 7-game winning streak. Chapter 2796, Just a Loser. Jiang Chen, it's your turn, don't come up to fight me. After Yan Li won 7 consecutive victories, his stern eyes could not help but look straight at Jiang Chen. When everyone saw this, their spirits couldn't help being shocked. One of these 2 is the top genius of the third branch hall, and the other is the biggest dark horse in this unnamed fairy association. The battle between the 2 will undoubtedly be extremely exciting. Jiang Chen's figure flashed, and he rose directly into the sky, confronting Yan Li in the void in the center of the square. He stood with his hands behind his back, sneered with contempt on his face. Yan Li, you are nothing but my defeated general. I could easily defeat you back then, but now you still won't have any chance. Stop talking nonsense, today I will definitely defeat you and take back the 3rd position. Yan Li shouted angrily, and immediately took out a golden elixir and swallowed it. At the moment when Yan Li swallowed Jindan, the aura on his body also increased at a terrifying speed. The breath on Yan Li's body has already broken through the 4th grade Tianxian, and finally it has soared to the peak of the 4th grade Tianxian, before it gradually stagnated. This is profound gold barrier breaking pill. When some people with extraordinary eyesight and knowledge saw this, they couldn't help exclaiming. They obviously didn't think about it either. As soon as Yan Li made his move, he did not hesitate to swallow the extremely domineering medicinal pills such as the Xuanjin barrier breaking pill. The profound gold barrier breaking pill is an extremely rare and rare golden immortal level medicinal pill. Its effect is to make the person taking it reach the 1st rank in a short period of time, but once the profound gold barrier breaking pill is over, it will make people fall into a period of weakness, and it is difficult to recover within 3 to 5 months. This elixir was obtained by Yan Li by chance. In the ruins of the immortal king of Taiku that day, Yan Li was defeated by Jiang Chen. He is also very clear that with his own strength, it is difficult to compete with Jiang Chen. The reason why Yan Li dared to challenge Jiang Chen, the biggest reliance is this profound gold barrier breaking pill. After swallowing the profound gold barrier breaking pill, Yan Li's cultivation level has directly reached the peak of the 4th rank Heaven Immortal, which is even stronger than Luo Jinglin's. This medicinal pill, Yan Li originally intended to use it against Luo Jinglin or Yi Chenkin. Now, in order to defeat Jiang Chen and take back the 3rd position, Yan Li had to swallow the Xuanjin barrier breaking pill. This kid actually got a profound gold barrier breaking pill. Immortal Venerable Heiyun looked at the situation in front of him, and couldn't help but reveal a sharp gleam in his eyes. Yan Li, who swallowed the profound gold barrier breaking pill, is probably not inferior to Luo Jinglin in strength. Maybe he can really defeat Jiang Chen and keep their 3rd position in the 3rd branch. If Yan Li can quickly defeat Jiang Chen, while the medicinal power of Xuanjin barrier breaking pill is not over, maybe there is still a chance to challenge Yi Chenkin and fight for the 2nd position. Palace Master Mu, Yan Li swallowed the Xuanjin barrier breaking pill. This is clearly cheating. Seeing this, Immortal Venerable Yinyu couldn't help but hurriedly said to Mu Zichen above the void. Before Mu Zichen could speak, Immortal Venerable Heiyun said with a sneer, Yinyu, don't talk nonsense here. It seems that there is no rule that you can't swallow pills in the second round of the challenge, right? Mu Zichen said indifferently. Heiyun is right, the challenge does not stipulate that medicine cannot be used. When Immortal Venerable Yinyu heard the words, his expression became extremely ugly. The top geniuses in the 18-point hall of the Wumingshan Temple are all the proud sons of the sky who have the inheritance of Deluo. This kind of genius, even if the cultivation base is improved by a small realm, the strength is completely incomparable. Now that Yan Li has swallowed the profound gold barrier breaking pill, his cultivation base has been improved by a whole grade, even a lot higher than Luo Jinglin in the early stage of the 4th grade Tianxian. In the face of Yan Li in such a state, it is difficult for Jiang Chen to compete with him in terror. Jiang Chen, I will defeat you today to wash away the humiliation of the day. Yan Lizenren's voice fell, and he quickly formed the seal. He displayed the Deluo immortal technique Thousand Shadows illusory body, and transformed into thousands of human figures. With terrifying power, 4 people from all directions killed Jiang Chen. With Yan Li's current peak cultivation level of a 4th grade celestial being, and once again displaying this Da Luo immortal art, even an ordinary 9th grade celestial being would be difficult to resist easily. Jiang Chen's face was calm, and the Qing Emperor's swordsmanship Waffen's swords were pointed out one after another. One after another, silent sword lights spread out with Jiang Chen as the center in an instant. Wherever the sword light passed, Yan Li's Thousand Shadows phantom body was instantly annihilated into nothingness. Just a snap of your fingers. Yan Li's Deluo immortal technique was completely resolved by Jiang Chen. Yan Li, if you think you can defeat me by swallowing a profound gold barrier breaking pill, it would be too whimsical. Jiang Chen smiled contemptuously, and immediately his hands were quickly sealed. The power of immortal essence all around, gathered towards Jiang Chen in an instant, and finally turned into a dark and deep black handprint. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen directly condensed the seal of the Heavenly Emperor and suppressed Yan Li with a seal. Yan Li's pupils shrank suddenly, and there was a roar in his throat, the power of the gods in his body exploded with all his strength, and a huge black dagger was condensed behind his back. Immortal body law, Xuanian dagger. Yan Li shouted angrily, the black dagger pierced through everything in an instant, and collided with the seal of the Heavenly Emperor suppressed by Jiang Chen. The sky and the earth are eclipsed, the sun and the moon have nothing to do. The sky above the entire nameless immortal city seems to have turned into chaos in an instant. When everything was calm, Jiang Chen was still standing proudly above the void, even the corners of his clothes were intact. On the opposite side of him, Yan Li was covered in blood, in a state of embarrassment, and his breath seemed extremely sluggish. Yan Li. Lost. In the square, everyone looked at the scene in front of them, their eyes were dull, and they almost couldn't believe their eyes. Yan Li, who swallowed the profound gold barrier breaking pill and raised his cultivation to the pinnacle of the 4th grade heaven immortal, was defeated by Jiang Chen's understatement in this way. This guy's strength. So strong. Looking at this battle in the sky, even Luo Jinglin's eyes could not help shrinking suddenly. Yan Li is the peerless genius of the 3rd branch hall. No matter in talent or strength, he is not much inferior to him. Yan Li, who swallowed the profound gold barrier breaking pill, reached the peak of the 4th grade Tianxian directly. In the face of Yan Li in such a state, Luo Jinglin wanted to defeat him, which was by no means an easy task. And this dark horse genius from the 18th branch hall actually suppressed Yan Li with just one handprint. This guy is definitely the biggest opponent he faces in this fair. If they are a little careless, the position of the 1st branch of the Wuming Immortal Hall may change their owners. Chapter 2797. Come on together. This scene in the sky not only shocked the many onlookers in the square, but even the many Deluo immortal venerables in the Wuming Immortal Hall were unable to recover from their shock for a while. With their eyesight, it is not difficult to see that the seal displayed by Jiang Chen before is beyond the scope of Da Luo immortal art. The seal that Jiang Chen used before was probably at least a supreme immortal technique inherited from the immortal king realm. Jiang Chen was condescending, looking down at Yan Li with an indifferent face. Yan Li, are you still fighting? Yan Li's face was pale, and he had no choice but to admit defeat. Only by personally experiencing Jiang Chen's previous seal, will one have to know how powerful Jiang Chen's seal is. Even if he used the profound gold barrier breaking pill to raise his cultivation to the peak of the 4th rank heaven immortal, he was severely injured by a seal, and he was simply unable to continue to compete with Jiang Chen. Continuing to fight Jiang Chen is no different from dying. I didn't expect Yan Li of the 3rd branch hall to be defeated like this. Seeing that Yan Li took the initiative to admit defeat, many in the square couldn't help shaking their heads and smiled bitterly. They originally thought that the battle between Yan Li of the 3rd branch hall and Jiang Chen, the dark horse genius of the 18th branch hall, would be very exciting. But he didn't expect that Yan Li was still hit hard by Jiang Chen's move when he swallowed the Xuanzhen barrier breaking pill. Jiang Chen's strength is probably not inferior to Luo Jinglin, who ranks among the top 10 immortals in the northern cold immortal region. After Yan Li was defeated by Jiang Chen, the challenge came to an end, and he temporarily ranked 4th. The next challenge match is more mediocre than Yan Li's challenge match. The vast majority of those who challenged had difficulty defeating higher-ranked opponents. Except for the young Tianzhao in the 7th branch who defeated his opponent and moved up the ranking of the 7th branch, almost everyone else ended in failure. It was Jiang Chen's turn to take part in the challenge. Because the 18th branch hall achieved 3rd place in the first stage, Jiang Chen's challenge was only 2 people. Yi Chengqin from the 2nd branch hall, and Luo Jinglin from the 1st branch hall. Jiang Chen stepped into the void in the center of the square, stood proudly with his hands behind his back, and quietly watched Yi Chengqin and Luo Jinglin. Seeing this, Yi Chengqin was also unwilling to be outdone, and his figure appeared in front of Jiang Chen like a teleportation. He looked up at Jiang Chen on the opposite side, and his expression was extremely gloomy. Jiang Chen, although your strength is a little surprising, you can't take the 2nd place from me. You are not my opponent. Jiang Chen shook his head and glanced at Yi Chengqin lightly. I'll give you a chance, call Luo Jinglin up, let's go up together. Everyone looked up at Jiang Chen in the air, and there was an incredible horror in their eyes. Yi Chengqin and Luo Jinglin, these are the top geniuses of the Nameless Immortal Palace. In particular, Luo Jinglin was one of the 10 most famous immortals in the northern cold immortal region, and few people could compare with them. Now Jiang Chen actually wants to fight 1 against 2, is this an exaggeration? If Jiang Chen can really defeat Yi Chengqin, Luo Jinglin and Luo Jinglin with 1 enemy and 2, I am afraid that even among the top 10 immortals in the northern cold immortal region, there are probably only a handful of people who can compete with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, don't be mad. To defeat you, I alone are enough. Seeing that Jiang Chen despised himself so much, Yi Chengqin's eyes couldn't help but flash a cold glow of anger into anger. But at this moment, Luo Jinglin's figure rose directly into the air, stepping on the silver thunder and lightning, and appeared directly beside Yi Chengqin. Yi Chengqin's face sank slightly. Luo Jinglin, what do you mean by the battle between me and Jiang Chen at this time? Luo Jinglin smiled lightly and said, since brother Jiang Chen wants to use 1 against 2, and challenge you and me at one time, I don't mind fulfilling him. As one of the top 10 immortals in the northern cold immortal region, Luo Jinglin naturally has his own arrogance. Luo Jinglin also did not plan to join forces with Yi Chengqin to fight Jiang Chen. However, Master Lei Prison Immortal Venerable transmitted his voice to him and asked him to join forces with Yi Chengqin to fight. Luo Jinglin finally agreed. Jiang Chen's strength is unfathomable. If he fights alone, Luo Jinglin actually has no confidence in defeating Jiang Chen. Just in case, joining forces with Yi Chengqin is undoubtedly the best choice. Luo Jinglin, to defeat him, I alone are enough, you don't need to meddle in your business. Yi Chengqin's voice fell, and the power of the gods in his body changed with his handprints, and quickly evolved a great formation of flames, shrouding Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen just flicked his fingers and threw a sword finger, and the flame formation instantly collapsed in midair. Even Yi Chengqin's figure, under the impact of Jiang Chen's finger, slightly retreated a distance of 2 or 3 steps in the void. See, his strength is far stronger than you think. Luo Jinglin glanced at Yi Chengqin lightly. Are you going to fight him alone now? Yi Chengqin said nothing. In this tentative fight with Jiang Chen just now, Yi Chengqin has clearly sensed the gap between himself and Jiang Chen. If he didn't join forces with Luo Jinglin, he probably wouldn't have any chance of winning. Jiang Chen, Luo Jinglin, have seen a lot of geniuses since his debut, but you are the first one who can impress me. Today, I will join forces with Yi Chengqin to fight against you. Luo Jinglin's voice fell, and a golden giant palm wrapped around infinite holy thunder light suddenly condensed out of the void. On the golden giant palm, every pore and pattern will be visible, just like the palm of Thor. The terrifying thunder and lightning ripped apart the space and made a babbling sound in the void. Big Sun Thunder Sound Palm. Luo Jinglin did not hold back in the slightest, and as soon as he made his move, he used the Da Luo Immortal Technique Da Sun Thunder Palm of the first branch hall. Under this palm, the sky collapsed. The sky above the entire nameless immortal city seemed to have been pressed out of thin air by a huge palm print, and countless thunders and lightning flashed around, causing huge holes to appear in the void. The terrifying thunder light fluctuations made the countless onlookers in the square couldn't help but tremble with fear. It is worthy of being one of the top 10 immortals in the northern cold immortal region. It is indeed well deserved, and its strength is too powerful. Seeing Luo Jinglin's shot, Yi Chenkin was not to be outdone. I saw that his hands changed rapidly, and the 5 different seals of gold, wood, water, fire, and soil were linked together, and turned into 5 huge fire wheels, spinning continuously in the void. The second branch hall, Da Luo Immortal Technique, the 5 elements leaving fire immortal formation, was also cast out by Yi Chenkin in an instant. Chapter 2798, Thunder Prison Dragon Sword. Facing the joint strike of Luo Jinglin and Yi Chenkin, Jiang Chen's expression was still unusually calm. His hands were imprinted again, and a domineering handprint containing the supreme power of the heavens condensed out of Jiang Chen's palm again. Jiang Chen flipped his palm, and the second seal of the Heavenly Emperor's seal instantly collided with Luo Jinglin's powerful offensive. A huge mushroom cloud rises into the sky. The void in a radius of hundreds of miles seemed to be unable to withstand the aftermath of the 3-man fight, and it fell apart directly. Luo Jinglin groaned, and the whole person flew upside down hundreds of meters in the air, and his face instantly became extremely pale. On the other side, Yi Chenkin let out a shrill scream. I saw that there was no intact place all over his body. Countless blood surged and turned into a censored man. I don't know how many bones and muscles were broken, and the skin was open and the flesh was split, showing golden blood and bones. Seeing the scene in front of them, the square fell into a dead silence in an instant, and it was difficult for everyone to recover from the shock for a long time. Facing Luo Jinglin and Yi Chenkin, Jiang Chen defeated the two with 1 seal. With such strength, even if one looks at the entire northern cold immortal territory, it is almost unique. How can this kid's strength be so terrifying? Yi Chenkin hurriedly swallowed a healing elixir to recover his injuries, but his expression was terrified. He and Luo Jinglin were both supreme geniuses with unparalleled combat power in the Wuming Immortal Palace. Almost all of them had combat strength comparable to the ordinary rank 9 heavenly immortals. The two joined forces, even enough to compete with the half-step Jinxian. But even so, they were still defeated by Jiang Chen Yian. Luo Jinglin took a deep breath and suppressed the churning aura in his body, his expression also looking extremely solemn. It seems that he still underestimates the one in front of him. Jiang Chen, your strength is indeed beyond imagination. In the entire northern cold immortal region, even among the top 10 immortal prides, there are probably no more than 3 people who can rival you. Luo Jinglin stared at Jiang Chen stubbornly, and said slowly, however. In any case, Luo Mo will definitely defeat you today in order to defend the honor of the first branch of the nameless immortal hall. Luo Jinglin's voice fell, and a whole body of black gold was cast, and a thunder knife that shone with countless thunder lights emerged directly from the palm of his hand. The thunder saber was about 10 feet long, and as soon as it entered Luo Jinglin's hands, Luo Jinglin's aura instantly soared a bit, vaguely. You can see the mysterious lines of thunder surrounding the thunder knife. The lines seem real and illusory, they seem to not exist, but they are visible with your own eyes. This is the Thunder Prison Dragon Saber, one of the 10 great immortal armaments of the northern cold immortal region. When some people with extraordinary eyesight saw the thunder saber in Luo Jinglin's hand, they couldn't help but let out a burst of exclamation. The Thunder Prison Dragon Saber, the treasure of the first branch of the Wuming Immortal Hall, is also the famous 10 immortal soldiers in the northern cold immortal region, and it is an extremely overbearing killer. Although the level of the Thunder Prison Dragon Sword did not reach the level of the Immortal King artifact, it was far more powerful than the ordinary Deluo Immortal artifact. Now that Luo Jinglin sacrificed the Thunder Prison Dragon Sword, Jiang Chen might be in danger. What fairy weapon is this? Jiang Chen looked up at the thunder saber in Luo Jinglin's hand, and his eyes couldn't help but condense slightly. The thunder saber in Luo Jinglin's hand seems to be more powerful than any Deluo immortal artifact he has ever seen, and it even vaguely exceeds the level of the Deluo immortal artifact. Jiang Chen, be careful, this is the Thunder Prison Dragon Saber, one of the top 10 immortal weapons in the Northern Cold Immortal region, and it is the Tai immortal artifact that surpasses the Deluo immortal artifact. At this moment, Immortal Venerable Yinyu's voice transmission suddenly rang in Jiang Chen's mind. Tai immortal artifact, as far as he knows, above Deluo immortal venerable is Immortal King. Shouldn't the immortal artifact above the Deluo immortal artifact be the Immortal King artifact? Why did another Tai immortal artifact suddenly appear? Just when Jiang Chen was extremely amazed, he saw a wave of immortal energy rising from the Thunder Prison Dragon Saber in the sky above the nameless immortal city. It turned into a monstrous coercion and rolled away in all directions, as if to crush the heavens. Thunder Prison Dragon Sword's thunder light skyrocketed, and a terrifying sword light burst out from the sword, and finally turned into a thunder dragon soaring in the void. The entire body of the thunder dragon is cast from golden thunder, with golden dragon eyes glowing with thunder, overlooking the heavens, incomparably indifferent, with an extremely terrifying coercion. Yan, the sound of a dragon's roar resounded through the heavens and the earth in an instant. Luo Jinglin held a knife in his hand, surrounded by lightning, his face was solemn, and his expression was neither happy nor sad. A huge thunder dragon hovered above his head, turning into a 3,000 feet long, pressing across the heavens and the earth. Jiang Chen, once the Thunder Prison Dragon Saber is cut out, life and death are unpredictable. It may be too late for you to admit defeat now. Luo Jinglin spoke lightly. Every word he uttered was accompanied by rolling thunder, shaking the void. Even many people with weaker cultivation in the square were shocked by Luo Jinglin's voice, and their faces were pale. Luo Jinglin, who sacrificed the Thunder Prison Dragon Saber, is really terrifying at this moment. Even an ordinary golden immortal realm powerhouse, I am afraid that he must be afraid of him at this moment. Go ahead, I want to experience the power of your Thunder Prison Dragon Saber. Jiang Chen looked up at Luo Jinglin, his expression seemed indifferent. If that's the case, then I'll fulfill you. Luo Jinglin's eyes turned cold, and a cold, stern drink came out of his mouth. Thunder Prison Dragon Knife, slash. With Luo Jinglin's stern shout, the Thunder Prison Dragon Saber in her hand slashed out. The 3,000 Jiang Thunder Dragon hovering above his head uttered a dragon roar that shook the sky and the earth, shaking the sky for thousands of miles. Heaven and earth collapsed, the void shattered. The nameless immortal city with a clear sky was instantly shrouded in terrifying thunderclouds. The 3,000 Jiang Thunder Dragon directly transformed into a 3,000 Jiang sword light that stretched across the sky. A crack suddenly opened in the void, and the crack was like the eyes of God, extremely deep and pitch black. Connecting with unknown worlds, this knife can be said to be extremely terrifying, unmatched by non-golden immortals. Even an ordinary 9th rank heavenly immortal, once infected with the sword light of the Thunder Prison Dragon Saber, I am afraid that it will be instantly wiped out. The sword light pressed down, and 10,000 roars roared. In the sky above the entire Wuming Shanchang, at this moment, it seems that there is only this sword light that spans 3,000 feet. Before it fell, the terrifying coercion had already locked 1,000 feet around Jiang Chen. Ordinary angels, under the oppression of this sword light, may not be able to move at all. As expected of one of the top 10 immortal soldiers in the northern cold immortal region, it is indeed terrifying. Countless people couldn't help but turn pale with astonishment. Under this knife, even the kings of the younger generation of the northern cold immortal region, I am afraid no one can easily resist. Chapter 2799, A World of Silence. Under the urging of Luo Jinglin, the Thunder Prison Dragon Saber instantly swept the sky above the entire Wuming Shanchang. Luo Jinglin tried his best to mobilize the Thunder Prison Dragon Saber. The power is really terrifying, I don't know if Jiang Chen can resist it. Difficult. This knife that Luo Jinglin cut out, I am afraid that even the Golden Fairyland powerhouse can be killed. Everyone looked up at Jiang Chen in midair, and couldn't help but talk about it. How could Jiang Chen resist such a terrifying knife? Almost no one in the square is optimistic about Jiang Chen. Thunder Prison Dragon Saber. This is one of the 10 most famous immortal soldiers in the northern cold immortal region. Unless Jiang Chen also has an immortal weapon comparable to the Thunder Prison Dragon Saber, I am afraid it will be difficult to compete with Luo Jinglin. Looking at the thunder saber slashing from the sky, Jiang Chen did not dodge or evade, lingering with the power of the gods. He looked up at the sky, and there was no panic on his face. I saw him stretch out his palm calmly, and a mighty palm print quickly condensed in his palm. The universe, the sun, the moon, the stars and the rivers all appear looming in the palm print. A dazzling fairy light shrouded Jiang Chen's body, setting him off like a peerless powerhouse from the ancient times. Heavenly Emperor Seal, a seal of heaven and earth. At this moment, Jiang Chen finally displayed the last seal of the Heavenly Emperor seal. Heaven and earth turned upside down, the sun and the moon collapsed, and the galaxy shattered. In the palm print that covers the sky, it seems that countless stars are falling, countless immortals are crying, and the sun and the moon are dying. The terrifying immortal seal collided with the 3000 Jiang blade of the Thunder Prison Dragon sword. At that moment, the sky above the entire Wuming Shancheng instantly turned into chaos, leaving only the blade glow and the palm print constantly intertwined. The incomparably splendid splendor swept away in all directions. There was even a terrifying ambulite, like a meteor falling, with the power to shatter everything, and landed towards the nameless immortal city below. If this beam of brilliance smashes into the nameless immortal city, I am afraid that the nameless immortal city will be turned into ruins in an instant. Mu Ziqian's complexion changed slightly, and he quickly reached out and grabbed the ambulite in the sky, imprisoning it in the void. I saw his palm gently squeeze, and the radiant brilliance that contained the power of destruction disappeared like this quietly, without causing the slightest fluctuation. The Thunder Prison Dragon saber in Luo Jinglin's hand flew out, and his figure flew upside down in an embarrassed manner, flying hundreds of feet in the air. Wherever he passed, all the surrounding clouds dissipated, and even the space was smashed into a black hole of hundreds of feet. Luo Jinglin stabilized his body, and it was finally difficult to suppress the churning breath in his body, and a mouthful of blood spurted out from his throat. He looked at Jiang Chen with a pale face, and there was an incredible horror in his eyes. Looking at the situation above the void, everyone in the square was stunned, and some couldn't believe their eyes. Luo Jinglin was still defeated by Jiang Chen Yin after he sacrificed the Thunder Prison Dragon saber, one of the top 10 immortal soldiers in the northern cold immortal region. With Luo Jinglin's strength, the power of the Thunder Prison Dragon saber could even be a match for a first-ranked Jinxian. Such a terrifying knife could not even shake Jiang Chen in the slightest. This dark horse genius from the 18th branch hall is really not an ordinary horror. I didn't expect that even the Thunder Prison Dragon saber couldn't deal with that kid. Immortal Venerable Heiyun saw the scene in front of him, and his complexion instantly became extremely ugly. He handed over the Thunder Prison Dragon saber, the treasure of the first branch hall, into Luo Jinglin's hands, in order to secure the position of the first branch hall. But he didn't expect that Luo Jinglin would still be defeated by Jiang Chen after he sacrificed the Thunder Prison Dragon saber. The immortal seal displayed by Jiang Chen just now is definitely at least the supreme immortal technique inherited from the great power of the immortal king realm. Such a person, even if compared to the first genius of the main hall of the Wuming Immortal Hall, who ranks third among the top 10 immortals of the northern cold immortal region, I am afraid there is not the slightest inferiority. It was blocked. Immortal Venerable Yinyu was also unable to recover from the shock for a while. When Jiang Chen participated in the Wuming Shanwei in the 18th branch hall, Yinyu Shanzun was not there because of some things. When he learned that Lu Wucheng had found a peerless genius who could change the status quo of the 18th branch hall, Yinyu Shanzun was not present. Moon Immortal also scoffed at this. The top geniuses of the 18th branch hall of the Wuming Immortal Hall are all extraordinary talents. It is not an easy task to find a young genius who can compete with the genius of the 18th branch of the Wumingxian Temple in Kangyan Prefecture. It was not until that day when he was outside Wuming Shancheng, when he personally saw Jiang Chen force Yan Li back with a punch, did he have to believe that Lu Wucheng had really found a rare young genius. Immortal Venerable Yinyu still did not expect that Jiang Chen could suppress the audience by himself, and directly won the first place for their 18th palace. This is something that Immortal Venerable Yinyu never dared to think about before. I didn't expect that Luo Jinglin, who sacrificed the Thunder Prison Dragon saber, was also defeated. Where did the 18th branch hall find such an enchanting villain? Isn't this too terrifying? This guy, directly making the last branch of the Wuming Immortal Temple become the first branch, it's incredible. Everyone looked amazed. After the establishment of the 18th hall of the Unknown Immortal Hall, although the 18th hall of immortals will be re-ranked at regular intervals, the ranking will not change much each time. Even if there is an occasional change, the change will not be too big, at most 1 or 2 rankings will be changed. In particular, the top 3 branch halls have not undergone any changes for a long time. Because of Jiang Chen's appearance, the 18th branch hall was the first from the bottom, and won the first position in one fell swoop. This kind of situation, even in the history of the nameless immortal hall, is something that has never happened before. Luo Jinglin, do you want to fight again? In the void, Jiang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at Luo Jinglin with an indifferent expression. His expression seemed incomparably indifferent. Your Excellency is unparalleled, I admit defeat. Luo Jinglin gave a wry smile and had no choice but to admit defeat. As one of the top 10 immortals in the northern cold immortal region, Luo Jinglin has always been very conceited about his talent and strength. But he didn't expect that this time, facing Jiang Chen, who was in the same realm as him, he would be defeated so miserably. He even sacrificed the Thunder Prison Dragon Saber, one of the 10 great immortal armaments of the northern cold immortal region, but he still didn't hurt a single hair of Jiang Chen, and was even severely injured by Jiang Chenyan. Don't say that he no longer has the ability to activate the Thunder Prison Dragon Saber. Even if he really activates the Thunder Prison Dragon Saber again, I am afraid that he will not be able to help Jiang Chen at all. Chapter 2800. Unexpected news. Luo Jinglin voluntarily conceded defeat, which also made Mu Zichen, the deputy head of the Wumingshan Temple, not regain his senses for a while. He obviously did not expect that this time the fairy will end up with such a result. The 18th branch hall, which was originally ranked last among the many branch halls of the Wuming Immortal Hall, actually won the first place in one fell swoop. Although it was a bit unbelievable, the rankings of the Wuming Immortal Hall's branch halls have always been ranked based on this. After a moment of astonishment, Mu Zichen also began to announce the results. There is no doubt that the 18th branch hall, with Jiang Chen's invincible performance, has become the number 1 branch hall of the Wuming Immortal Hall. Whether it was Immortal Venerable Yinyu or Lu Wucheng, they were very happy about this. Next, until the next immortal meeting is held, they can always enjoy the treatment of the first branch hall and allocate more resources. Although when it comes to the next immortal meeting, if there is no genius like Jiang Chen to help, it is difficult to guarantee the position of the first branch hall. But as long as enough resources can be allocated for a period of time to completely get rid of the title of the 18th branch hall, it is also an easy task. After the ranking of the 18th hall was announced, Mu Zichen began to distribute rewards. In the first round, those who collect thousands of Mingzhu can get nameless immortal dew. Jiang Chen collected a total of more than 1,300 Mingzhu, ranking first in the individual, and obtained 5 drops of nameless fairy dew. After the fair ended, Jiang Chen and Immortal Venerable Yinyu returned to their residence in the 18th branch hall. Little friend Jiang Chen, thank you very much this time. If you need help in the future, you can come to the unnamed Immortal Palace in Kangyun Prefecture to find me. Immortal Venerable Yinyu said with a smile. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. Senior, you don't have to be polite, there is only one thing to ask for. If Yang's friend ascends to the immortal realm from Kangyun Prefecture, I hope the senior can take care of 1 or 2. The junior is very grateful. Immortal Venerable Yinyu swears and promises. Don't worry, as long as I sit in Kangyun Prefecture for 1 day, your friends will fly from Kangyun Prefecture to the immortal realm, and no one will be able to touch their hair. Jiang Chen nodded, and didn't dwell too much on this issue. He thought of Yinyu Immortal Venerable's previous sound transmission, and asked curiously, Senior, what level of immortal artifact is the Tai Immortal artifact you just mentioned, and how does it compare to the Immortal King artifact? The Tai Immortal artifact is naturally not comparable to the Immortal King artifact, but it is higher than the Deluo Immortal artifact. In Immortal Realm, most people only know that after Jinxian is Deluo Immortal, which is the so-called Immortal Venerable Realm, and after Immortal Venerable Realm is Immortal King Realm. In fact, they don't know that Immortal Venerable Realm is not only Deluo Immortal Realm level. Immortal Venerable Realm is actually divided into 3 levels, Deluo Immortal Venerable, Tai Immortal Venerable, and Hunyuan Immortal Venerable. The Thunder Prison Dragon Saber that Luo Jinglin sacrificed was a Tai Immortal artifact. However, Immortal Venerable Realm, it is very difficult to raise a level. There are many Deluo Immortal Venerables in the northern cold immortal region, but almost no Tai Immortal Venerable exists, and Hunyuan Immortal Venerable has become a legend. Immortal Venerable Yinyu explained slowly. Jiang Chen couldn't help but be surprised when he heard this. He obviously did not expect that above Immortal Venerable Da Luo, Immortal Venerable Tai and Immortal Primordial Hunyuan existed. It seems that even the Deluo Immortal Venerable is still very far away from the immortal king who rules one side of the immortal domain. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, and immediately asked with a puzzled expression, "Senior, the nameless immortal palace in the northern cold immortal territory is known to be as famous as the northern cold immortal palace of the immortal king, and there should be immortal venerable Tai and immortal Hunyuan. Do you exist? The nameless immortal palace can be as famous as the Beihan immortal palace, and there are naturally some exaggerated elements in it. The immortal king is unparalleled in the world, even the Hunyuan immortal venerable can raise his hand to suppress it. How can the nameless immortal palace be compared with the Beihan immortal palace? The founder of Wuming Immortal Hall is indeed a powerful primordial immortal, only one step away from the immortal king. It's just that immortal wuxia has left Beihan immortal in order to seek the opportunity to break through the immortal king realm, domain for many years. There is no immortal Lord Hunyuan in the current Wuming Immortal Hall. Even immortal venerable Tai, I am afraid that only the hall master of the main hall, who has not appeared for a long time, may have reached that level." Immortal venerable Yinyu said quietly. It has been more than 3 million years since immortal venerable Yinyu reached the realm of immortal venerable Deluo. But even 3 million years ago, immortal venerable Yinyu was still a long way from immortal venerable Tai. If he doesn't have some great opportunities, he may not be able to be promoted to immortal venerable Tai even if he is given millions of years or even tens of millions of years by self-cultivation alone. Hearing immortal venerable Yinyu's words, Jiang Chen couldn't help smacking his tongue. Almost all the immortal venerables in the entire northern cold immortal region are at the level of Deluo Immortal Venerable. It seems that after reaching the Deluo Immortal Venerable realm, if you want to improve further, the difficulty level has definitely reached a very terrifying level. He is now only in the 4th grade Heaven Fairyland, and he is still a long way from the Golden Fairyland, not to mention the realm after Deluo. Shanzun, little friend Jiang Chen, I don't know what you plan to do next. Do you really not plan to stay? If you are willing to stay in the Wuming Immortal Hall, in the future, the position of the first branch of the Wuming Immortal Hall will be yours, Genus. At this moment, Immortal Venerable Yinyu suddenly looked at Jiang Chendao. Sorry, I still have some things to do. The northern cold immortal territory is not a place for me to stay for a long time. Jiang Chen shook his head, and then asked, Senior is well informed. Do you know how to leave the northern cold immortal territory and go to the absolute sword immortal territory where the absolute sword immortal palace is located? Immortal Venerable Yinyu was stunned for a moment, but he still replied, Weijian immortal territory is adjacent to Beihan immortal territory, which is located in the south of Beihan immortal territory. However, on the walls between immortal territories, only immortal Venerable Deluo cannot leaping. It is precisely because of this that even an ordinary golden immortal will have a hard time walking out of a fairyland in his entire life. Yang's brows could not help but wrinkle slightly. Deluo Immortal Venerable can only cross the walls of the immortal domain. Could it be that he can only cultivate to the realm of Deluo Immortal Venerable in the northern cold immortal territory? If little friend Jiang Chen really wants to go to Weijian Immortal Realm, there are 2 ways. Immortal Venerable Yinyu pondered for a moment and said, The first method is for me to help you break through the walls of the immortal realm and send you into the immortal realm of Absolute Sword, and the other method is to go to Beihan Immortal Palace. Jiang Chen looked puzzled. Northern Cold Immortal Palace. Immortal Yinyu Shanzun nodded. Beijing Immortal Domain and Weijian Immortal Domain are adjacent to each other, and the Immortal King forces in the 2 immortal domains also communicate with each other. As far as I know, Beihan Immortal Palace should meet soon. Send a team to the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace in the Absolute Sword Immortal Domain. With your talent and strength, it should not be difficult to go to the Beihan Immortal Palace and get a spot. Jiang Chen heard Shanzun Yinyu's words, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. The Beihan Immortal Palace actually sent a team to the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace in the Absolute Sword Immortal Domain. This is surprising news. If he can get a spot, going to the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace will undoubtedly save a lot of trouble. Chapter 2801, Beihan Shandu, Beihan Sendai, Northern Cold Immortal Region, Northern Cold Immortal Capital. This is the location of the Northern Cold Immortal Palace, the only immortal king force in the Northern Cold Immortal Region. Beihan Shandu is located in the most central and prosperous place in Beihan Prefecture. Here, there are thousands of miles of fertile soil, exotic flowers and plants, immortal springs and stones, and immortal veins, like giant dragons, gather from all directions. And Beihan Shandu is in the center of many immortal veins, just like the stars in the moon. After the Wuming Shandian fair ended, Jiang Chen did not stay in Wuming Shanshang for a long time. He directly said goodbye to Yinyu Shanzun and others, and embarked on the journey to Beihan Shandu alone. Beihanzhou has a vast territory. Although Wuming Shanshang and Beihan Xian are both in Beihanzhou, the distance is still very far. Jiang Chen first returned to Ziling Shanshang, went to Ziling Shanfu to meet Chu Lingyun, and then directly arrived at Beihan Shandu through the teleportation array in Ziling Shanshang. The North Cold Immortal Capital, as the only city built by the Northern Cold Immortal Palace, the only immortal king force in the Northern Cold Immortal region, is even more magnificent and prosperous than the nameless immortal city of the nameless Immortal Palace. After coming out of the teleportation array, Jiang Chen found that the flow of people in the North Cold Immortal Capital was extremely high, and the golden fairyland could be seen everywhere, and even occasionally felt the breath of one or two Dalton's Luo immortal venerables. After wandering around for a while in Beihan Shandu, Jiang Chen went straight towards Beihan Xian Palace in the center of Beihan Shandu. Beihan Immortal Palace, the only immortal king force in Beihan Immortal Territory, not only has Beihan Immortal King, a strong immortal king, but also has countless Deluo immortal venerables, who control the entire Beihan Immortal Territory. The Northern Cold Immortal Palace is the sky of the entire Northern Cold Immortal Territory, and no one can shake its supreme status in the Northern Cold Immortal Territory. The closer you get to Beihan Immortal Palace, the more you can feel the surging atmosphere of this immortal king's power. Countless immortal essences that are almost materialized shroud Beihan Immortal Palace. Vaguely, you can see the scene inside Beihan Immortal Palace. There are thousands of auspicious qi, immortal qi is like rain, and the law of immortality shines brightly. That is the law of enlightenment left by the immortal king realm great master of Beihan Immortal Palace. Here is the real fairyland. The visitor will stop. This is the Beihan Immortal Palace, and the idle people are waiting to get close. Standing at the gate of Beihan Immortal Palace, there are two immortal generals in golden armor with a height of 100 feet. Their auras are majestic and majestic, their voices are like a bell, and they are all powerful people who have reached the golden fairyland. The golden immortal realm powerhouse, when he was in Kangyun province, was already considered a powerhouse on one side, but now in Beihan Immortal Palace, he is only guarding the gate. The Northern Cold Immortal Palace is worthy of being the only immortal king force in the Northern Cold Immortal region, and it really lives up to its reputation. Jiang Chen clasped his fists at the two immortal generals and said, "Jiang Chen, I intend to join Beihan Immortal Palace, I don't know how to become a disciple of Beihan Immortal Palace." A golden armored immortal general looked at Jiang Chen lightly. Beijing Immortal Palace, not everyone can join. If you want to become a disciple of Beihan Immortal Palace, come back after Beihan Immortal Palace starts recruiting new members in half a year. The Beihan Immortal Palace sent a team to the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace in the Absolute Sword Immortal domain, and it was impossible to wait until half a year later. If the Beihan Immortal Palace opens the recruiting meeting in half a year, I am afraid that the daylily will be cold. Jiang Chen waved his palm and gave out 1,000 immortal stones to the two gold-armored immortal generals, very politely. "Two seniors, I wonder if there are other ways to join Beihan Immortal Palace besides participating in the recruiting conference." The Beihan Immortal Palace is the power of the Immortal King, and the two golden immortals guarding the Immortal Palace alone are not something he can handle. Only now, Jiang Chen can only find another way. There is a Beihan Shantai in Beihan Shandu, which is a place for young geniuses in Beihan Shandu to learn from each other. If you can win 3 games in a row on Beihan Immortal Terrace, you can attract the attention of Beihan Immortal Palace and have the opportunity to join Beihan Immortal Palace. If you can win 5 games in a row, the top of Beihan Immortal Palace will accept you as a disciple in person. A golden armor immortal general accepted the immortal stone handed over by Jiang Chen, and his tone instantly became much more polite. "Thank you, senior, for your pointer." Hearing the words of immortal general Jin Jia, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a little joy in his heart. Beihan Shandu is the center of the entire Beihan Shanyu. Although there are geniuses here, Jiang Chen still has a certain degree of confidence in his own strength. Even in the face of the characters in the top 10 immortal prides of the Northern Cold Immortal region, winning 3 in a row and 5 in a row is not a big problem. Jiang Chen inquired about the location of Beihan Shantai, and then went straight to Beihan Shantai. Beihan Immortal Terrace, located in the center of Beihan Shandu, is not far from Beihan Immortal Palace. Jiang Chen left Beihan Immortal Palace, and in just a few minutes, he arrived at the place where Beihan Immortal Terrace was. Beihan Immortal Terrace is an arena built by Beihan Immortal Palace for all the young geniuses in Beihan Immortal region. The entire Beihan Immortal Terrace was made of an unknown immortal stone. Since the establishment of Beihan Shandu, Beihan Shantai has existed. Over the years, no matter how the years erode, it has not left many traces on Beihan Shantai. Beihan Sendai is also one of the most watched places in Beihan Shandu, because almost every day many young talents come to Beihan Sendai to compete. Even Beihan Immortal Palace often has young disciples appearing on Beihan Immortal Terrace. Fighting is also one of the ways to quickly increase your strength. In Beihan Shandu, many young geniuses will choose to come to Beihan Shantai to challenge young geniuses from all sides when they encounter a bottleneck, and seek opportunities to break through in the battle. When Jiang Chen came to Beihan Immortal Terrace, there were already dense figures gathered around Beihan Immortal Terrace, and the entire Beihan Immortal Terrace was surrounded by water. On Beihan Sendai, two young geniuses from the first-rank Heaven Wonderland are engaged in a fierce confrontation. A burly young man holding a long-handled fairy axe opened and closed, suppressing another thin young man to death. After the two fought about 30 moves against each other, the thin young man was finally defeated. Wo Qing lost, and it was a pity that he could win 3 consecutive victories on Beihan Immortal Terrace. Seeing that the thin young man was defeated, many onlookers around him couldn't help showing a look of pity. It's not a pity. There are many people who can win 2 games in a row on Beihan Shantai, but it is not an easy thing to win 3 games in a row on this Beihan Shantai. Some people who know Beihan Sendai very well shook their heads and said, on Beihan Immortal Terrace, generally, after a young genius has won 2 consecutive victories, he will inevitably be blocked by the genius disciples of Beihan Immortal Palace. For example, the burly young man was a genuine Beihan Immortal Palace disciple. The genius disciples of Beihan Immortal Palace are few in the same realm in combat power. It is easier said than done if the genius disciples who want to defeat Beihan Immortal Palace have won 3 consecutive victories. Chapter 2802, Staging Challenge. Wo Qing, although your strength is good, if you want to win 3 consecutive victories in Beihan Shantai and get the chance to enter Beihan Immortal Palace, I'm afraid you are still a little short. The burly young man laughed loudly, and then floated down from Beihan Shantai with a giant axe. Wo Qing looked at the back of the burly young man leaving, and his expression was extremely difficult to see. The same as a first-rank Heaven Immortal. Compared with the first-rank Heaven Immortal genius of Beihan Immortal Palace, the gap is really too big. It seems that it is almost impossible for him to win 3 consecutive victories in Beihan Shantai and get the chance to enter Beihan Immortal Palace. Wo Qing took a deep breath and left Beihan Shantai without saying a word. And soon after Wo Qing left, another young talent took the stage to challenge. The cultivation of this young genius has already reached the 2nd-rank Heavenly Wonderland, which is much higher than the previous Wo Qingdu. Although this young genius has reached the 2nd-rank Heavenly Immortal, his battle strength is probably not as good as that of the previous Wo Qing. Jiang Chen's eyes just glanced at him, but he didn't pay attention. Tisk tisk, this guy Jiang Ming is really not ordinary, he has actually climbed the Beihan Shantai again. At this moment, a simple and honest-looking young man beside Jiang Chen couldn't help talking to himself. Jiang Chen looked at the simple and honest young man, and couldn't help but smiled and said, hello, this brother, I don't know the competition in Beihan Shantai, but what are the rules? You want to go to Beihan Shantai? The simple and honest young man was stunned for a moment, and immediately explained it to Jiang Chen very enthusiastically. Beihan Shantai is a competition specially created for young talents, as long as young talents under 5,000 years old can go to Beihan Shantai. The competition rules of Beihan Sendai must be the same realm competition. When a rank -1 Tianxian ascends to Beihan Shantai, his opponent will also be a rank -1 Tianxian. It is precisely because of this competition rule of Beihan Sendai that it becomes more difficult to win 3 consecutive victories on Beihan Sendai. Those who can climb the Beihan Shantai are undoubtedly not the rare geniuses in the Beihan Shanyu. How difficult is it to defeat 3 young geniuses of the same realm in a row? Hearing the competition rules introduced by the simple and honest youth, Jiang Chen's expression did not change. The competition rules of Beihan Sendai are not a bad thing for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was originally worried that if he encountered some geniuses whose cultivation base far surpassed his own, he would not be able to cope with it. If it is limited to the battle between the same realm, it means that he ascends the Beihan Immortal stage, and all the opponents facing him are in the 4th rank Celestial Immortal. 4th rank Heavenly Immortal, even an existence of Luo Jinglan's level, would not pose any threat to him at all. At this moment, the battle on Beihan Immortal Terrace was once again drawing to a close. I saw that the young genius named Zhang Ming was directly swept out of Beihan Shantai by the young man from the second-rank Heavenly Fairyland opposite, after the war ended. Jiang Chen saw that no one continued to take the stage, and he no longer hesitated at the moment, and immediately appeared on the Beihan Shantai in a flash. He stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes looked around, and a faint voice resounded instantly. Under Jiang Chen, the 4th-rank Fairyland Cultivation Base, today is on stage to challenge all the 4th-rank Fairyland young geniuses. Is there anyone willing to come up for a fight? Following Jiang Chen's words, there was an uproar around him. Everyone's eyes almost fell on Jiang Chen at this moment. In Beihan Sendai, only young talents under 5,000 years old can compete on the stage. And young geniuses who can reach the 4th rank of Heavenly Immortal at the age of 5,000 years are rare, even if they look at the entire northern cold immortal region. In Shandu Beihan, almost all of the young geniuses in the 4th rank Fairyland have an illustrious reputation. The unfamiliar black-clothed youth in front of him turned out to be a rank 4 Heavenly Immortal. The battle between the young geniuses of the 4th grade Heavenly Wonderland will undoubtedly be very exciting. Haha, it's kind of interesting. I didn't expect to meet the young geniuses of the 4th rank Fairyland in Beihan Shantai today. I'll play with you. At this moment, there was a burst of hearty laughter from the crowd. A purple-robed youth exuding a domineering aura rose directly into the sky and landed on the Beihan Immortal Terrace with a proud voice resounding throughout the audience. Zizha Zijinglong, the immortal capital of Beihan, is willing to fight against your excellency. Zi Jinglong stared closely at Jiang Chen, and a shocking fighting intent erupted from his entire body. Although there are many geniuses in Beihan Shandu, there are not many young geniuses who have reached the 4th rank Heavenly Fairyland. On the Beihan Shantai, the battle of the 4th rank Fairyland young geniuses is also a rare encounter. During this period of time, Zi Jinglong's cultivation base has also reached a bottleneck state, and he has always wanted to use a battle to seek a breakthrough, but he has never met a suitable opponent. Now on this Beihan Shantai, a 4th rank Fairyland young genius suddenly appeared on the stage to challenge. Zijinglong naturally did not hesitate, and immediately boarded Beihan Shantai. It turned out to be Zi Jinglong from the Zi family of the northern cold immortal capital. I didn't expect this one to take action. I'm afraid there will be a good show to watch. Seeing Zi Jinglong take action, many people couldn't help but let out a burst of exclamation. In addition to the Immortal King level force of Beihan Immortal Palace, there are also many powerful Deluo forces in Shandu of Beihan. For example, the Zi family in Beihan Shandu is one of the top big Luo forces in Beihan Shandu. And Zi Jinglong, the first person in the younger generation of the Zi family, was a genius who had reached the 4th rank of Heavenly Immortal. Although Zijinglong is not one of the top 10 immortals in the northern cold immortal territory, it is probably not much inferior to the top 10 immortal arrogances in the northern cold immortal territory. As expected of the North Cold Immortal capital, it really is Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, geniuses like rain. Jiang Chen's eyes swept across Zi Jinglong's body, and his heart froze slightly. He made a gesture of invitation to Zi Jinglong. Brother Zi, please make a move. Zi Jinglong was not polite either. He saw his fist clench suddenly, a purple fist with an extremely domineering aura, instantly condensed on his fist, and then punched Jiang Chen with a fist. Jiang Chen flicked his fingers, and a sword finger instantly cut through the void, severing Zi Jinglong's fists completely. Zi Jinglong's eyes narrowed slightly, and the fighting intent all over his body exploded again. Although the attack just now was just a tentative attack, Zi Jinglong could also feel Jiang Chen's formidable strength. The 4th rank Heavenly Wonderland young genius in front of him really has the qualifications to fight him. Okay, you really are a good opponent, come again. Zi Jinglong let out a loud laugh, and the breath of a 4th grade Heavenly Immortal burst out with all his strength at this moment. Chapter 2803, Three Swords Defeat. Zi Jinglong burst out with all his breath, and punched Jiang Chen with a punch. With this punch, Xian Yuan rolled, like a roaring perilous beast, slaughtering towards Jiang Chen. With a move of Jiang Chen's palm, the Tianshuang Immortal Sword came out of its sheath, and a radiant golden sword energy instantly collided with Zijinglong's punch. The golden sword chi was invincible, instantly breaking through Zijinglong's fist, and charged towards Zijinglong with an indomitable momentum. Seeing that his punch was defeated by Jiang Chen's understatement with a sword, Zi Jinglong's figure did not retreat but advanced, directly like a meteorite, slammed into Jiang Chen. Zi Jinglong's body blinked so that the oncoming golden sword energy collided together. He suddenly felt numb in his arms, his figure retreated sharply, and the blood in his body was also churning. Zi Jinglong was horrified in his heart. At this moment, Zi Jinglong didn't have any chance to be distracted at all. Jiang Chen stepped out one step, and the sword light with the aura of terrifying slaughter rushed towards Zi Jinglong directly and overwhelmingly. Zi Jinglong roared, his eyes were blood red, and the illuminated fist light instantly turned into a purple dragon shadow, with the sound of dragon roars, slamming against the overwhelming killing sword light. Zi Jinglong had just smashed Jiang Chen's sword, and before he could catch his breath, another more terrifying killing sword shrouded the sky and covered the sun. Deluo Immortal Art, Zilong Killing Fist. Zi Jinglong's pupil shrank, and a low roar suddenly uttered in his throat, urging the Zizhi Deluo Immortal Technique Zilong Killing Fist with all his strength. The fierce and mighty Beizong Zilong fought with Jiang Chen Slaughter Jianmeng. After the two were intertwined in the air for a while, they finally exploded directly on the Beihan Immortal Terrace. Zi Jinglong trembled all over, and the whole person flew out of the distance of 100 meters in embarrassment, and there was a pale look on his face. But at this moment, on the Tianshuang Immortal Sword in Jiang Chen's hand, there was another terrifying slaughtering sword glow, which enveloped the entire Beihan Shantai. Killing Immortal Sword Art, Tu Xian. Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent. He activated the third Epei tactic of killing Immortal Sword, and mercilessly slashed towards Zi Jinglong. Zi Jinglong gritted his teeth, and had to forcefully activate the power of the gods in his body, forcibly cast immortal techniques, and collided with the killing sword light that came straight from him. Above Beihan Immortal Terrace, a loud bang suddenly erupted. I saw that Zi Jinglong's figure was like a kite with a broken string, smashing out of the Beihan Shantai, and a mouthful of blood could not help spurting out. Zi Jinglong fell in an embarrassed manner below Beihan Immortal Terrace. He looked up at Jiang Chen on Beihan Immortal Terrace, and his expression was also horrified. Today, I happened to meet an unfamiliar rank 4 Heavenly Wonderland young genius in this Beihan Shantai. He originally thought that he could find a breakthrough opportunity through a quick battle. Unexpectedly, the opponent defeated him with only 3 swords. This sudden appearance of the rank 4 Heavenly Immortal Realm young genius is more than one step higher than him in all aspects such as talent and background. The scene in front of him also caused a dead silence around Beihan Immortal Terrace. Everyone's eyes were dull, and it was difficult to recover from the shock for a long time. No one could have imagined that Zi Jinglong, the peerless genius of the Zi family in the North Cold Immortal Palace, was defeated by the black-clothed youth on the opposite side. Although Zi Jinglong did not rank among the top 10 immortals in the Northern Cold Immortal region, it was definitely enough to rank in the top 20. With Zi Jinglong's strength, he was actually defeated by the opponent's black-clothed youth, 3 swords that were understated. In the Northern Cold Immortal capital, when did such an unfamiliar enchanting genius appear? I didn't expect that Zi Jinglong would be defeated like this. This son's strength is really not ordinary horror. Even if it is compared to the top 10 immortals of the Northern Cold Immortal region, I am afraid that it will not be inferior at all. Tisk tisk, I'm afraid there's a good show to watch on this Beihan Shantai today. Everyone was talking about it, and when they looked at Jiang Chen, they couldn't help but have a look of amazement. On Beihan Shantai, after Jiang Chen defeated Zi Jinglong, his eyes swept around slightly, and the indifferent voice sounded again, "Who else is willing to come up and fight me?" Just as Jiang Chen's voice fell, a figure flew and landed on Beihan Shantai. The coming person has a sharp eyebrow and sharp eyes, wearing a white cloud-patterned robe, with a silver long sword on his back. Yinyu of Yinjian Shanmen, this guy even shot. When everyone saw the young people on the stage, they couldn't help but let out a burst of exclamation. Yinjian Shanmen, one of the top Deluo Shanmen in Beihan Shanyu, is famous in Beihan Shanyu for its swordsmanship. And Yinyu was a well-known genius in Yinjian Shanmen, and was once a figure on the list of immortals in the Northern Cold Immortal region. Although it failed to rank among the top 10 immortal arrogances, at its peak, it was ranked 15th on the list of immortal arrogances in the Northern Cold Immortal region. Because every young Tianzhao in the Northern Cold Immortal region will only be on the list for 1,000 years, the Northern Cold Immortal region immortal arrogance list just didn't have the name Yinyu. As an immortal who once ranked 15th in the Northern Cold Immortal region, and a sword immortal who is good at attacking, Yinyu's strength is naturally incomparable. When he was listed on the North Cold Immortal Domain Immortal Pride list, Yinyu was no more than a 3rd-rank Heaven Immortal. Now that he has broken through the 4th grade heavenly immortal, Yin Yu's strength is definitely enough to rank among the top 10 immortals in the northern cold immortal region. Your excellency is extraordinary in swordsmanship, Yinjian Shanman Yin Yu, come to fight against your excellency. Yin Yu's faint voice fell, and the silver long sword behind him instantly released a crisp sword chant, and then flew into Yin Yu's palm. Jiang Chen raised his head and glanced at Yin Yu, and made a begging gesture to him, make a move. Yin Yu's face was expressionless, his whole body burst out with breath, and a fierce sword intent rose from his body in an instant, and then turned into a substantial silver giant sword, slashing towards Jiang Chen in the air. Jiang Chen gently waved the Tianshuang immortal sword in his hand, and the Qingdi Jianfa Waffen sword was instantly cut out. A silent sword light fell on the silver giant sword, instantly annihilating the silver giant sword into nothingness. What a profound swordsmanship! Seeing the scene in front of him, Yin Yu's pupils shrank suddenly. As a genius swordsman who is good at kendo, Yin Yu is naturally very sensitive to swordsmanship. The sword that Jiang Chen cut out just now, although it seems incomparably plain, contains an extremely profound power that is hard to fathom. This kind of power is definitely beyond the existence of the Deluo level. I am afraid it is at least the power of the Immortal King level. Chapter 2804. One sword to break it, 2 consecutive victories. Yin Yu's face was solemn, and the power of the gods in his body was also madly rushing towards the silver sword in his hand. Your excellency in kendo is really extraordinary, take me a sword and try it. Yin Yu snorted loudly, and a dazzling silver light suddenly shot out from the silver sword in his hand. At the beginning, the silver light was only 3 feet long, and after the sword was cut out by Yin Yu, it quickly enlarged in midair. The silver light turned into a silver-long rainbow that pierced through the heavens and the earth, dividing the sky above Beihan Immortal Terrace into 2 halves with a sword. The power of this sword is probably not inferior to Luo Jinglin's full-strength shot at the beginning. Facing this mighty sword from Yin Yu, Jiang Chen's expression still did not change in the slightest. In his body, the Qingdi longevity artwork instantly revolved, and the majestic power of the gods surged out of his body, and then turned into a chaotic sword shadow behind him. The silver Chenghong collided with the chaos sword shadow, and a thunderous explosion suddenly erupted. The entire sky above Beihan Shantai was filled with 2 different sword chi, and even the space was cut into countless pieces. Yin Yu stepped on the broken space and stepped back more than 10 steps in a row, and just now he slowly stabilized his figure, and the gaze that looked at Jiang Chen also became more and more solemn. The sword he slashed with all his strength not only failed to obtain the slightest advantage, but was still at an absolute disadvantage. The black-clothed youth in front of him was able to defeat Zijinglong with 3 swords. His fruit power was indeed extraordinary. Da Luo Shanshu, the silver sun shines in the sky. Yin Yu took a deep breath, the power of the gods in his body surged again, and a dazzling silver light burst out from the silver long sword in his hand. The dazzling silver light formed a round of silver sun in front of Yin Yu, and the billowing flames burned, causing the surrounding space to instantly turn into nothingness. Facing the sword of Yin Yu, Jiang Chen's expression did not change at all. The sword light on the Tianshuang immortal sword rose into the sky, a sword broke through the endless space, and a cyan phantom stepped out of the sky, with the power of contemplating the world. Breath, a sword swung towards Yin Yu. This sword is cut out, the sky and the earth are pale, the sun and the moon are dull. The silver sun in the sky, which seemed to be able to burn everything, was cut in half by Jiang Chen's sword. After smashing the silver sun, Zhang Guang didn't give Yin Yu any chance to breathe, and landed directly on Yin Yu's body. Yin Yu's whole body trembled, and the whole person flew upside down several meters away in embarrassment, and a mouthful of blood couldn't help spurting out. He looked up at Jiang Chen with a pale face, and there was an indescribable horror in his eyes. Although he also knew that the black-clothed youth in front of him was very powerful, he did not expect his combat power to be so strong. Even if he tried his best, it would be difficult for him to compete with him. Yin Yu of Yinjian Shanman has also lost. Around Beihan Shantai, countless people looked at the scene in front of them and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Yin Yu, the peerless genius of Yinjian Shanman, could not even take Jiang Chen's 2 swords. This guy who boarded Beihan Shantai is really not an ordinary evildoer. Above Beihan Shantai, Jiang Chen stood proudly in the air and looked at Yin Yu lightly. You are not my opponent, do you want to fight again? The several great immortal arts that Jiang Chen mastered now, whether it was the sword of immortal killing or the Qingdi sword technique, as well as the Heavenly Emperor seal that he mastered not long ago, are all peerless immortal arts that surpass the Deluo immortal technique. Although the genius of Deluo from the northern cold immortal region like Yinyu is already extremely extraordinary, it is almost impossible for him to pose any threat to him in the same realm. Your Excellency is unparalleled, I admit defeat. Yinyu gave a wry smile, and finally chose to admit defeat. Although the sword just now was not Yinyu's strongest sword, on Beihan Immortal Terrace today, he was only trying to learn from Jiang Chen, and he did not plan to fight Jiang Chen to the death or to the death. Through the previous two confrontations, Jiang Chen gave him the feeling that he was completely unfathomable. Even if he displays his trump card at all costs, he may not be able to defeat Jiang Chen. Brother Jiang Chen, the 3-game winning streak of Beihan Shandai is not an easy task. The next thing you have to face is probably the 4th-rank Fairyland genius of Beihan Immortal Palace. You have to be careful. After Yinyu finished speaking, he turned around and floated down from Beihan Shantai. With Yinyu admitting defeat, Jiang Chen also won 2 consecutive victories without a doubt. As long as he wins 1 game, he will be able to win 3 consecutive victories on Beihan Immortal Terrace, attract the attention of Beihan Immortal Palace, and gain the opportunity to join Beihan Immortal Palace. What Jiang Chen didn't know was that it was a very rare thing for a 4th-rank Heavenly Wonderland young genius to appear on Beihanjin. Since the one he climbed to Beihan Immortal Terrace, it has already attracted the attention of Beihan Immortal Palace. Next, who wants to fight me on stage? After Yinyu conceded defeat, Jiang Chen's indifferent voice echoed again. As soon as Jiang Chen's words came out, the surroundings of Beihan Shantai instantly fell into a dead silence, and no one responded for a while. Rank 4 Heavenly Wonderland young geniuses are rare in the northern cold immortal region. Jiang Chen successively defeated Zijinglong and Yinyu, 2 geniuses of the 4th-rank Heavenly Wonderland who were famous in the northern cold immortal territory, showing a strength that was almost invincible in the same realm. In the 4th-grade Heavenly Wonderland, it is difficult for anyone to compete with Jiang Chen. Everyone knows very well that, according to the past practice, the 3rd game will be the talented disciple of Beihan Immortal Palace, but they don't know who will be in Beihan Immortal Palace this time. Under such a weight, more and more people were attracted around Beihan Immortal Terrace. After hearing that someone had defeated Zijinglong and Yinyu, the 2 4th-rank Heavenly Wonderland geniuses in Beihan Shantai, they all rushed over to Beihan Shantai, wanting to see Jiang Chen's peerless style. The wait didn't last long. A young man in a light blue long-distance runner finally slowly stepped into the air from the direction of Beihan Immortal Palace. The young man's face was cold, and his whole body exuded an extremely cold aura. Before anyone arrived, the terrifying chill caused the temperature in the surrounding air to suddenly double. The young man seemed to move slowly, but in the blink of an eye, he appeared in the sky above Beihan Shantai, and stood facing Jiang Chen across the air. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Jiang Chen with indifference. That cold voice, which seemed to contain no emotion, also resounded slowly in the sky above Beihan Shantai in an instant. Lang Xinghui of Beihan Immortal Palace, come to fight. Chapter 2805, the 4th Immortal of the Northern Cold Immortal Region. As Lang Xinghui's icy voice resounded through the heavens and the earth, the countless onlookers around couldn't help but feel an uproar. Lang Xinghui, the top genius of Beihan Immortal Palace, the only immortal king in Beihan Immortal Territory, ranked 4th among the top 10 immortal arrogances in Beihan Immortal Territory. In the 4th grade Heavenly Wonderland, Lang Xinghui's combat power is almost invincible. Now that this one has appeared on Beihan Immortal Terrace, Jiang Chen may be in danger in the future. Jiang Chen looked at Lang Xinghui in front of him, and couldn't help but have a look of surprise in his eyes. Is Your Excellency the 4th on the list of immortal pride in the northern cold immortal region? It's really extraordinary. Although he is also a genius of the 4th rank Heavenly Wonderland, the one in front of him is obviously one level higher than the previous Zijinglong and Yinyu. Stop talking nonsense, let's do it. Lang Xinghui Senen's voice fell, and an extremely cold torrent shot up from him, as if a glacier was opened up between the heaven and the earth. The terrifying cold air filled the air, causing many onlookers to shiver for a while. Boy, today I will let you know what it means to be someone outside of you, and there is a heaven outside the sky. Let's see how I can defeat you with one move. Lang Xinghui's eyes burst out with 2 icy cold lights, and the glaciers behind him reached the sky, and the terrifying chill filled the sky and covered the earth. Lang Xinghui clenched his right fist and slammed it out, and the space suddenly shook, and a long river of ice was split between heaven and earth. Inside, the cold wind was biting, whistling in the sky, and countless ice blades condensed out of thin air and swept toward Jiang Chen. This blow is obviously stronger than the power of the two fourth-rank heavenly immortal realm young geniuses before. Facing Lang Xinghui's powerful offensive, Jiang Chen's expression was extremely calm. When he stretched out his palm, the power of the gods in his body surged wildly, and then a black spot about the size of a soybean condensed in the palm of his hand. Generally, it looks weird. The black dots turned into a palm-sized black square print. Jiang Chen let out a low roar, flipped his palm, and the black square seal flew out of his palm in an instant. The black square seal rapidly enlarged in midair, and a terrifying black halo suddenly spread out from the black square seal. Wherever the black halo is affected, everything of everyone disappears in an instant. That kind of disappearance is the disappearance in the true sense, without any residue. Even the cold punch of Lang Xinghui's mighty elimination was quickly annihilated at a speed visible to the naked eye the moment it touched the black halo. The power of Lang Xinghui's punch disappeared under the black square seal. Seeing the scene in front of him, Lang Xinghui's pupils shrank suddenly, and his body quickly retreated 100 meters away on the Beihan Immortal Terrace. He didn't dare to be slighted in his movements, and swung 3 ice fists in a row, right. The remaining power of the black square seal blasted past. Under Lang Xinghui's 3 consecutive punches, the power of the black square seal was finally completely defeated. Boy, your strength is really surprising. Lang Xinghui stared at Jiang Chen, and his expression instantly became much more solemn. As the 4th-ranked genius among the top 10 immortals of the Northern Cold Immortal Territory, Lang Xinghui's talent is rarely matched by anyone in the world, and it is almost rare to find an opponent in the same realm. The reason why he ranks 3rd among the top 10 immortals of the Northern Cold Immortal region is mainly because the cultivation of the top 3 has surpassed that of the 4th-rank immortals. Among the rank 4 heavenly immortals, Lang Xinghui is definitely the ceiling of combat power. But this kid in front of him can compete with him, which is really incredible. Jiang Chen said lightly, "Your strength is not bad. In the same realm, you are the first opponent that is enough for me to face up to." Lang Xinghui's eyes were indifferent, and suddenly, a biting chill swept away from him, and the surroundings suddenly became white, and endless ice and snow appeared in the void. In an instant, Lang Xinghui seemed to be standing in a world of ice and snow. This ice and snow world covers the entire Beihanxiantai, and it is connected to the sky. The cold wind is howling, the goose feathers are snowing, and every snowflake is the size of a palm, crystal clear, and sharp like a sword, tearing the space apart. A huge crack. These snowflakes quickly converged and turned into a giant snow-white shark, with a destructive cold force, shaking his head and waving his tail towards Jiang Chen. Seeing this, Jiang Chen also did not hesitate at all, and the second seal of the Heavenly Emperor seal was also displayed instantly. The vast power of the gods instantly gathered a mysterious imprint that contained thousands of miles of mountains and rivers in Jiang Chen's palm. With Jiang Chen's palm shot, this mark quickly magnified 10,000 times in midair, like an ancient mountain, colliding with the snow-white giant shark. The two collided in the sky above Beihanxiantai, and suddenly made a whole shocking noise. I saw that the snow-white giant shark burst open directly under the suppression of the great seal of the mountains and rivers. Even the ice and snow world around Lang Xinghui began to vibrate violently, and finally shattered and disappeared. The world of ice and snow was smashed inch by inch, but Lang Xinghui's expression did not change at all. With a volley of his palm, the constantly shattering ice and snow worlds converged towards his palm in an instant, turning into a crystal-clear ice-long knife. Above the ice-long knife, there is an extremely ethereal aura, making the surrounding space become illusory and blurred. Lang Xinghui opened his eyes slightly, and a cold light bloomed in his eyes. Tai Shang Bing Ji slash. The ice-long knife broke open, and Sen Han's knife energy penetrated the world. At that moment, the heaven and the earth seemed to be separated by a knife, and the darkness fell in an instant. The dark knife marks were all over the sky, making the space where Jiang Chen was, instantly turned into a shattered world of chaos. Seeing Lang Xinghui's powerful sword, many young geniuses around him couldn't help but tremble with fear. Extreme Ice Cut. This is one of the top-level Da Luo immortal arts of Beihan Immortal Palace. Using Lang Xinghui's strength to display this move, even an ordinary half-step Jinxian may not be able to easily resist. Lang Xinghui, worthy of being the top genius of Beihan Immortal Palace, ranked 4th among the top 10 immortal arrogances in Beihan Immortal region, this strength is really not ordinary. The cold ice blade energy penetrated the world, instantly shattering the remaining power of Jiang Chen's seal, and then shrouded directly towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's face was expressionless, and his hands quickly formed a third handprint on his chest. The terrifying immortal power also instantly spread over the sky above Beihan Shantai. Chapter 2806. Lang Xinghui loses. Jiang Chen folded his hands together, and a giant seal of chaos that swallowed the sky and the earth instantly condensed out, and then collided with the ice with a terrifying aura that made the world go silent. The terrifying air waves shook all directions, the sky was full of wind and thunder, and the ice was crisscrossing the sky, and the space was constantly collapsing and reorganizing. After this situation continued for a while, Lang Xinghui's ice-cold knife finally shattered completely under Jiang Chen's silence. Lang Xinghui flew out of the Shantai mountain in Beihan in a woeful manner, piercing the void of thousands of feet in a row, and when he opened his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Jiang Chen stood proudly above Beihan Shantai, his long black hair fluttered, and a strong golden radiance bloomed on him, making this world extremely bright, making him look like an invincible, censored, of war. At this moment, the surroundings of Beihan Immortal Terrace fell into a dead silence. Everyone's eyes widened, their eyes were dull, and they almost couldn't believe what they saw. Lang Xinghui, who ranked fourth among the top 10 immortals in the northern cold immortal region, and the nearly invincible existence in the fourth-rank heavenly wonderland, was also defeated by Jiang Chen. This strange young man who suddenly appeared on Beihan Shantai is really not an ordinary evildoer. Lang Xinghui wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Jiang Chen with a pale face, and his expression was also horrified. As a genius disciple of Beihan Immortal Palace, Lang Xinghui has absolute confidence in his talent. In the entire northern cold immortal territory, except for the existence of their northern cold immortal palace who has obtained the inheritance of the immortal king, Lang Xinghui is not afraid of any opponent in the same realm. Lang Xinghui never thought of it anyway. This time in Beihan Shantai, in the face of Jiang Chen, a strange fourth-rank heavenly wonderland young genius, he would be defeated so miserably. If this child is in the same realm as the one from Beihan Immortal Palace, I am afraid that he will not be inferior to that one. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Jiang Chen, an unnamed soldier, came to Beihan Shantai on this trip and intends to join Beihan Immortal Palace. I wonder if I am qualified to join Beihan Immortal Palace now. Join Beihan Immortal Palace. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, everyone present couldn't help but froze for a moment. This guy's talent is unparalleled, and his strength is extraordinary. I am afraid that at least the top Deluo forces must do their best to cultivate them. Why did he suddenly come to join Beihan Immortal Palace? Your Excellency has won 3 consecutive victories in Beihan Shantai, and you will indeed get the opportunity to join Beihan Immortal Palace. Lang Xinghui was also stunned for a moment, then looked up at Jiang Chen and said, "But it is not up to me to decide whether you can join Beihan Immortal Palace. I will inform the elders in the palace." Just as Lang Xinghui's voice fell, a strange spatial fluctuation suddenly rippled between the heavens and the earth, and a breathtaking great Luo Shenwei instantly spread across the heaven and earth. I saw a white-haired old man in a blue robe standing proudly above Beihan Shantai. Elder. Lang Xinghui saw the person coming, and couldn't help but bowed respectfully. As one of the most talented people in Beihan Immortal Palace, Lang Xinghui's status in Beihan Immortal Palace is extremely high, almost no less than some ordinary elders. The one in front of him is Bei Mingquan, one of the 3 top elders of Beihan Immortal Palace. His cultivation base has reached the peak of Da Luo Immortal Venerable. His strength is one of the few in the entire Beihan Immortal region. Even Lang Xinghui, the son of Tianzhao of Beihan Immortal Palace, looked respectful when facing Bei Mingquan. Bei Mingquan nodded slightly, and then his eyes fell on Jiang Chen. "Boy, you have an amazing heritage, and your origin must be extraordinary. Why do you want to join my Beihan Immortal Palace?" Before the battle between Lang Xinghui and Jiang Chen began, Bei Mingquan had already arrived near Beihan Shantai, quietly watching the battle between the two. With Bei Mingquan's eyesight, it is not difficult to see that the power Jiang Chen had previously displayed was beyond the scope of Deluo Immortal technique, and it should be some kind of Immortal King inheritance. And those who can get the inheritance of the Immortal King are by no means ordinary people. Although the Northern Cold Immortal Palace is the ruler of the Northern Cold Immortal Territory, one of the forces of the Immortal King. But for people like Jiang Chen, Beihan Immortal Palace probably doesn't have much attraction to him. I want to go to Weijian Immortal Palace to find an old friend. I heard that Beihan Immortal Palace is about to send a team to Weijian Immortal Palace in Weijian Immortal Domain, so I came to join Beihan Immortal Palace. Jiang Chen didn't hide it, and directly explained his purpose. Bei Mingquan pondered slightly, and then looked up at Jiang Chen and said, "You don't need to join Beihan Immortal Palace, you will be able to take you on your trip to Huihan Sword Palace." Jiang Chen's talent is extraordinary, which is rare in the world. With such a genius joining Beihan Immortal Palace, I am afraid that it will not be long before Beihan Immortal Palace will be able to add another Deluo Immortal Venerable. This son bears the inheritance of the Immortal King. Even if it is not from the Immortal King forces from other immortal realms, there must be a Immortal King realm powerful backer behind him. Although Bei Mingquan couldn't understand why such a character would appear in Beihan Immortal territory, he did not dare to let Jiang Chen easily join Beihan Immortal Palace. It would be troublesome if the Immortal King realm great expert behind him misunderstood and thought that the Beihan Immortal Palace had robbed his disciple. Although Beihan Immortal Palace may not be afraid, but it does not want to easily obtain an Immortal King. Bringing Jiang Chen to Weijian Immortal Palace in Weijian Immortal Domain is just a trivial matter for Beihan Immortal Palace, and Bei Mingquan is just a favor. If you can make good friends with Jiang Chen and the Immortal King realm behind him, it will also be a good thing for Beihan Immortal Palace. Jiang Chen was overjoyed when he heard the words, and hurriedly bowed to Bei Mingquan. He originally thought that the trip to Beihan Immortal Palace might not be too smooth, but he did not expect that the elder of Beihan Immortal Palace in front of him would agree to him so easily. It's just a hands-on effort. Bei Mingquan waved his hand and said, "The team from Beihan Immortal Palace to the Sword Immortal Realm will leave in half a month. After half a month, you can come directly to Beihan Immortal Palace to find me with the token." Bei Mingquan said, and directly threw a token to Jiang Chen, and then disappeared without a trace in an instant. Jiang Chen put away the token, glanced at the direction in which Bei Mingquan disappeared, and then his figure flashed, and he floated down from above Beihan Xiantai. Now that the goal has been achieved, Jiang Chen has no need to continue to challenge in Beihan Sendai. The competition in Beihan Sendai is limited to the same realm. Now, even Lang Xinghui, the fourth arrogant of the northern cold immortal region, has been defeated by Jiang Chen, and who else dares to take the stage to challenge Jiang Chen easily? Chapter 2807, Uninvited Guest. After leaving Beihan Sendai, Jiang Chen found an inn in Beihan Shandu to stay and waited for half a month to go to Weijian Shanyu with the team of Beihan Immortal Palace. During this time, Jiang Chen did not enter the Tower of Time, and swallowed Wunyan Shanlu to practice. Jiang Chen didn't know how much time it would take once he took Wunyan Shanlu to enter the state of epiphany. The last time he took Wunyan Immortal Dew, it took Jiang Chen half a month to wake up from the epiphany state. If he swallowed Wunyan Shanlu and didn't wake up from the epiphany state for a while, he probably wouldn't be able to follow the team of Beihan Immortal Palace to the Absolute Sword Immortal Realm. Under such a weight, several days passed in a flash. Jiang Chen was sitting cross-legged in the room meditating with his eyes closed, and a roar of rage suddenly exploded over the inn where Jiang Chen was. "Jiang Chen, I know you're here, get out of here quickly and die." The sudden roar also instantly alerted many people around the inn, and they couldn't help but look up at the sky. I saw a stern young man dressed in the costume of Beihan Immortal Palace, who did not know when to appear above the inn. "This is xianxia of Beihan Immortal Palace, why did he come here?" Some people who knew the stern youth looked at the scene in front of them, their pupils could not help shrinking slightly. Xianxia, one of the top 10 immortal arrogances in Beihan Immortal territory, although he is no longer on the immortal arrogance list, his cultivation base is Lang Xinghui, who has reached the rank 5 heavenly immortal realm and ranks 4th in strength compared to the top 10 immortal arrogances, even more so. How could this guy come here inexplicably and find trouble with someone named Jiang Chen? I'm afraid you still don't know that Jiang Chen has a great reputation in Beihanjin recently. A few days ago, that guy on the Beihan Immortal stage lost 3 rank 4 Heavenly Wonderland geniuses in a row, and even Lang Xinghui, who was 4th on the Shanjiao ranking, was defeated by him. It is said that after Jiang Chen defeated Lang Xinghui, he asked Bei Mingquan, the elder of Beihan Immortal Palace, for a place to go to the Huihan Sword Palace. If I guess correctly, this place should have belonged to Xianxia, but now Jiang Chen has robbed it. After leaving, he will come to trouble Jiang Chen. A person who knew what happened couldn't help but said slowly. When everyone heard the words, they couldn't help but be shocked. A mysterious genius who defeated Lang Xinghui, a genius who was older than Lang Xinghui in Beihan Immortal Palace, these two collided today, I am afraid there will be a good show to watch. Inside the inn, Jiang Chen heard the voice that suddenly came from midair, and opened his eyes suddenly. I saw his figure flashed, and he appeared above the inn. He looked at Xianxia, who was standing proudly in the air, and his eyes narrowed slightly. I don't know your excellency at all. I don't know what your matter is when you come to me with such a big fanfare. You are Jiang Chen, Xianxia said with a clear gaze. A few days ago, it was you who asked Elder Baiming for a place to go to the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace at Beihan Shantai. I really want to know, what qualifications do you have for me to give you the place? Hearing Xianxia's words, Jiang Chen's pupils shrank suddenly. The number of places for Beihan Immortal Palace to go to Absolute Sword Immortal Palace is obviously limited. Bei Mingquan promised to take him to Weijian Immortal Palace, and there would be one less place in Beihan Immortal Palace. The quota Bei Mingquan gave him should belong to Xianxia before that, so Xianxia came to the door angrily. Take me to Weijian Immortal Palace. You Bei Mingquan, the elder of Baiming Immortal Palace, agreed. Even if you have an opinion, you should go to your elders instead of coming here to find me. Jiang Chen looked at Xianxia lightly, his expression seemed extremely calm. Jiang Chen, don't talk nonsense. My Xianxia's quota is not something that a cat or a dog can take away. If you want to go to the Weijian Immortal Palace, you have to let me see if you have that ability. Xianxia's icy voice fell, and the powerful breath of the 5th-rank fairy was instantly diffused. The trip to the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace is not only an experience for him, but also contains a great opportunity, and he managed to get a place. Now the hard-earned quota has been replaced by Jiang Chen, an outsider. How can Xianxia not be angry? Xianxia let out an angry howl that pierced through the sky, his fists clenched violently, and an endless blood-colored brilliance that exuded a chilly aura flowed from him. I saw that he stepped on the soles of his feet suddenly, with Xianxia as the center. The space with a radius of 100 miles collapsed in an instant. The terrifying power made many onlookers in the vicinity couldn't help but feel frightened for a while. In the face of Beihan Immortal Palace, a young Tianzhao whose cultivation base has reached the 5th grade Heavenly Fairyland, Jiang Chen did not dare to be slighted. With Xianxia beheaded, only a loud bang was heard, and the void in a radius of hundreds of miles exploded and turned into chaos. Jiang Chen flew out of the chaotic space, and stepped back dozens of steps in a row, with a pale expression on his face. As expected of a 5th-rank Fairyland genius of the Immortal King's power, he is really strong. Jiang Chen strongly suppressed the churning breath in his body, and his gaze towards Xianxia also had a dignified look. This guy's talent is not much inferior to Lang Xinghui, and his cultivation has reached the realm of a 5th-grade fairy, which is one rank higher than Lang Xinghui. Even with Jiang Chen's current strength, it is by no means easy to defeat this guy. Xianxia's figure was also instantly smashed into the air, and he stared at Jiang Chen. Boy, you really have some skills, come again. Xianxia said, the power of the god surging wildly. Just when he was about to use his immortal powers to fight Jiang Chen again, a faint cold snort suddenly came from the void. Xianxia, the number of places to go to the Beihan Immortal Palace is determined by the deity. The deity has also told you that he will compensate you. If you have any opinions on this, come to the deity, who asked you to come here. Did you do it with Jiang Chen? As this cold snort fell, I saw Bei Mingquan's figure also emerged out of thin air in front of Xianxia. Xianxia looked at the person who came, and his expression changed slightly. He gritted his teeth and said, Elder, the trip to Weijian Immortal Palace is very important to us in Beihan Immortal Palace. I have no problem if the elder wants me to give him the quota, but at least let me see if he has that. Qualified. Chapter 2808. Go to Absolute Sword Immortal Domain. Bei Mingquan said coldly, it's not your turn to question the deity's decision, so don't retire quickly for me. As one of the top immortals in Beihan Immortal Palace, Bei Mingquan's status in Beihan Immortal Palace can be said to be below one person and above 10,000 people. In the entire Beihan Immortal Palace, almost no one dared to go against his will. Although because of Jiang Chen's appearance, he temporarily let Xianxia give up his quota to go to the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace, which was indeed difficult for Xianxia to accept, but his decision was absolutely unquestionable. Xianxia's expression changed slightly. Although his talent is extraordinary and he has a strong position in Beihan Immortal Palace, he still does not dare to challenge the majesty of Bei Mingquan. In the end, Xianxia had no choice but to look at Jiang Chen angrily. then turned and left with an unwilling face. Jiang Chen, hold your fists very much. Xianxia's matter is that I didn't think about it carefully, which caused you trouble. After Xianxia left, Bei Mingquan said to Jiang Chen. With a smile, Jiang Chen shook his head. It doesn't matter, it's just human nature. If it were him, and the breakthrough that originally belonged to him was taken away, I am afraid there will be inexplicable anger in my heart. Don't worry, no one should bother you anymore. After Bei Mingquan finished speaking, his figure disappeared in front of Jiang Chen out of thin air. Seeing this, Jiang Chen also flashed back to the inn. In the next few days, there were no more accidents. Jiang Chen spent it very peacefully. Half a month has passed. On this day, Jiang Chen came to the gate of Beihan Immortal Palace as scheduled, and saw that Bei Mingquan had already brought 4 young geniuses waiting here. Jiang Chen's eyes swept across the 4 young geniuses from Beihan Immortal Palace, and he couldn't help but be surprised. The strength of each of the 4 geniuses in front of them is only stronger than that of Xianxia, who came to trouble him for a few days. Especially the handsome young man in white clothes like snow, who was the leader of the 4, had a powerful and mysterious aura. Even Jiang Chen felt a dangerous aura from him. It seems that the top geniuses of the Immortal King forces cannot be underestimated. While Jiang Chen looked at the 4 of them, the gazes of the 4 geniuses from Beihan Immortal Palace also fell on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen won 3 consecutive victories on Beihan Shantai half a month ago, and even defeated Leng Xinghui, and the strength and talent he showed were extremely powerful. For such a genius, even the top geniuses of the Northern Cold Immortal Palace, they are very concerned. In particular, one of the young snake-eyed youths with cold eyes flashed an unnoticeable icy gleam in the eyes of Jiang Chen. Although the eyes of this snake-eyed youth were obscure, they did not escape Jiang Chen's keen perception. He was also a little more vigilant about this snake-eyed youth in his heart. This snake-eyed youth clearly has bad intentions towards him. Jiang Chen, you're here. It's getting late, let's set off. Bei Mingquan's voice fell, and immediately a gesture of the palm of his hand, a crane exuding monstrous power, also flew from the Beiming Immortal Palace to the front of Bei Mingquan in an instant. The aura of this crane is extremely powerful, and I am afraid that an ordinary Golden Immortal Realm powerhouse can easily kill them in seconds. Set off. When Bei Mingquan said that, he took Jiang Chen and the 5 to appear on the crane, and then turned into a streamer and swept toward the southern sky. Along the way, Jiang Chen also learned from Bei Mingquan's mouth the purpose of their trip to Weijian Immortal Palace. In the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace in the Absolute Cold Immortal Domain, there is a mysterious immemorial immortal pond. The water of the Taiku Immortal Pond has incredible abilities. Once anyone is baptized by the primordial immortal pond, they will get a huge opportunity and their strength will grow by leaps and bounds. There was once an immortal king force in the immortal realm, trying to encroach on the immemorial immortal pond. As a last resort, Weijian Immortal Palace had to seek assistance from Beihan Immortal Palace in Beihan Immortal Region and another immortal king force in Snow Frost Immortal Region. With the help of the 2 immortal realms, the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace successfully repelled the powerful enemy. Every time the primordial immortal pond is opened, the 2 immortal regions can send some young talents to compete for the place to enter the primordial immortal pond. After Jiang Chen learned all this, he finally understood why Xianxia was full of malice towards him. He replaced Xianxia to go to the Sword Palace, which means that he took away the opportunity of Xianxia to enter the Taiku Immortal Pond. Jiang Chen really didn't understand. Why did Bei Mingquan give him such an opportunity without hesitation? Although Xianxia is not weak in talent and strength, it is almost impossible to compete for the place in the primordial immortal pond, and it doesn't make much sense to go there. Bei Mingquan seemed to have seen through Jiang Chen's thoughts, and couldn't help but smiled lightly. What's more, I have an intuition that bringing you along will bring more benefits to Beihan Immortal Palace. The primordial immortal pond in the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace, since many immortal king forces have paid such attention to it, is naturally extremely extraordinary. Now that he has this opportunity, Jiang Chen has no reason not to go and see it. The northern cold immortal territory is vast. Jiang Chen and the others set out from Beihan Immortal Capital all the way to the south. It took half a year to arrive at the southernmost state in the northern cold immortal territory. This half year, Jiang Chen has also been practicing non-stop. Jiang Chen did not sacrifice the Tower of Time, but used the Tower of Time to speed up his cultivation. Treasures like the Tower of Time, even immortal Venerable Deluo, would probably covet them. If he exposes the Tower of Time, Bei Mingquan may have the idea of killing people and taking treasures. With his current strength, he is still far from being able to compete with Deluo Immortal Venerable. Although he didn't use the Tower of Time, Jiang Chen still swallowed a drop of Wu Nian Shanlu and entered a state of epiphany. This drop of Wu Nian Immortal Dew also successfully made Jiang Chen from the early stage of the 4th grade Tianxian to the middle stage of the 4th grade Tianxian. With the improvement of Jiang Chen's strength, Wu Nian Shanlu's epiphany's improvement to Jiang Chen is not as obvious as the first time. With a drop of Wu Nian Immortal Dew, Jiang Chen went directly from the half-step Heavenly Immortal Realm to the peak of the first-rank Heavenly Immortal Realm in one fell swoop, and his strength increased by an unknown number of times. Now that his cultivation base has reached the 4th rank Heaven Immortal, a drop of Wu Nian Immortal Dew can only make him reach the 4th rank Heaven Immortal middle stage from the early 4th rank Heaven Immortal. If he wants to break through from the middle stage of the 4th grade Tianxian to the late stage of the 4th grade Tianxian, I am afraid that he needs at least 2 drops of Wu Nian Shanlu. In order to reach the peak of the 4th grade Tianxian and even the 5th grade Tianxian, I am afraid that more is needed. After reaching the southernmost state in the northern cold immortal territory, Jiang Chen and the others took a few more days to finally reach the southern end of the northern cold immortal territory. Bei Mingquan directly broke through the domain wall with great magic power, and took Jiang Chen and his party to the south of the Weijian immortal domain. Chapter 2809, Absolute Sword Asgard. Absolute Sword Immortal Palace, the only Immortal King level force in Absolute Sword Immortal Domain. Its status in the Weijian Immortal Territory is even higher than that of Beihan Immortal Palace in Beihan Immortal Territory. The existence of Weijian Immortal Palace is even longer than that of Beihan Immortal Palace in Beihan Immortal Region. Especially the founder of Weijian Immortal King, even in the entire Immortal Realm, he is also a famous Immortal King realm. His swordsmanship has reached an unimaginable level. It is rumored that the Immortal King Weijian once destroyed the power of one Immortal King with one sword, thus shocking the Fairyland. The strength of Weijian Immortal Palace is much stronger than that of Beihan Immortal Palace, and it is one of the most powerful Immortal King forces in several immortal realms nearby. It is said that there is more than one person in the Immortal King realm in the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace. If it wasn't for the Absolute Sword Immortal King no longer in the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace, in the entire immortal world, there were not many people who could dare to attack the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace, and the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace would not have encountered a crisis. Palace for help. After Jiang Chen and the others entered the Absolute Sword Immortal Domain, they walked in the Absolute Sword Immortal Domain for several months, and finally arrived at the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace. As an Immortal King with a longer heritage and stronger power than Beihan Immortal Palace, the scale of Weijian Immortal Palace undoubtedly looks much more imposing than Beihan Immortal Palace. Who trespassed into the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace? At this moment, a cold and stern shout resounded from the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace, and 2 Absolute Sword Immortal Palace disciples who were walking with their swords also appeared directly in front of them. Bei Mingquan clasped his fists and said, "Northern Cold Immortal Palace Bei Mingquan, with the disciples of Beihan Immortal Palace, come to the appointment." "Wait, I'm going to report." After a disciple of Absolute Sword Immortal Palace finished speaking, even Yu Jian returned to Absolute Sword Immortal Palace. A Deluo Immortal Venerable from the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace also quickly stepped out of the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace. "Immortal Juchen, long time no see, stay safe." Bei Mingquan looked at the elegant middle-aged man who appeared in front of him, and couldn't help but smiled and said hello. Immortal Venerable Juchen in front of him is the Immortal Venerable Deluo, one of the best in Weijian Immortal Palace, and his strength is not inferior to him at all. "Brother Beiming is here, please." Immortal Juchen couldn't help but made a gesture of invitation and said with a smile. Under the leadership of Immortal Juchen, Jiang Chen and the others quickly entered Weijian Immortal Palace, and then stayed in the arrangement of Immortal Juchen. "The primordial immortal pond has some time to open, so you can stay here for the time being. I still have things to deal with, so I won't accompany you. If you need anything, you can ask the disciples of the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace to inform me." After settling down Jiang Chen and his party, Immortal Venerable Juchen quickly floated away. "Okay, you all find a room in the courtyard to live in and wait for the opening of the Immortal Ancient Immortal Pond of the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace. If there is nothing special, try not to leave the courtyard. Of course, if you want to see the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace, it is not impossible, but don't conflict with the disciples of the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble." Bei Mingquan explained to Jiang Chen's 5 people, and then he dodged and entered one of the rooms in the courtyard. The 5 Jiang Chen didn't say much, they all chose a room to live in. After Jiang Chen chose the room, he didn't stay in the room for too long, and then he left the courtyard alone, ready to wander around the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace. The main purpose of his trip to Weijian Immortal Palace was not the Taiku Immortal Pond, but to find the close friend of the Immortal King Longevity back then. 9 times out of 10, the best friend of the Immortal King of Longevity was the Immortal King Weijian, the founder of the Weijian Immortal Palace. According to Bei Mingquan's narration, the Immortal King Weijian seems to have left Weijian Immortal Palace for many years, and now he is not in Weijian Immortal Palace at all. He can only try to contact the high-level officials of Weijian Immortal Palace to see if he can get the news of Weijian Immortal King or Immortal King Longevity. That little guy really went out. In the room where Bei Mingquan was, Bei Mingquan, who was meditating with his eyes closed, also sensed Jiang Chen, who was leaving the courtyard for the first time, and he couldn't help but let out a low whisper. From the very beginning, Bei Mingquan knew that Jiang Chen came to Weijian Immortal Palace with his own purpose. Bei Mingquan's eyes flickered slightly. Primordial Immortal Pond was originally a thing of the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace. Now, every time the Primordial Immortal Pond is opened, their Northern Cold Immortal Palace has to share a piece of the pie. The many talented disciples of the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace will naturally not be very friendly towards their outsiders. Although he didn't know what purpose Jiang Chen had, he was the one who brought Jiang Chen into the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace. Thinking of this, Bei Mingquan's figure flashed, and he disappeared into the room in an instant. The Absolute Sword Asgard is huge. After Jiang Chen left the courtyard, he wandered around the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace for a while, but was unable to walk through the entire Absolute Sword Immortal Palace. As Jiang Chen, he couldn't go to many places in the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace, and it was difficult to reach the top of the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace. He wandered around the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace and found nothing at all. It seems that we can only wait for the Primordial Immortal Pond to open. Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a low murmur in his heart. The Primordial Immortal Pond is open, and there should be many strong people in the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace, even including the Immortal King Realm Great Expert in the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace. He can only find a way to inquire about the news at that time. Jiang Chen shook his head. Just as he was about to return to his residence, a sudden scolding sound came from his ear. "You bastard, you can't handle such a trivial matter, it's a waste." Along with this scolding sound, a whip sounded, and at the same time, there was a muffled hum, and that muffled humming sound vaguely made Jiang Chen feel somewhat familiar. Jiang Chen was startled in his heart, and he couldn't help but hurriedly swept away towards the place where the voice came from. There was a scene that made Jiang Chen angry. I saw a man and a woman standing at the top of an open space, both dressed in the costumes of Absolute Sword Immortal Palace disciples, and their faces were arrogant. The man among them was using a piece of software in his hand like a whip to beat a purple-robed youth who was kneeling in front of him. The purple-robed youth was pale, gritted his teeth, and there were several bloodstains on his back, with deep bones. This purple-robed youth is none other than the genius of the Zilin family, Ziyao, whom Jiang Chen had met in the Immortal Palace. Jiang Chen obviously did not expect that this guy would be in the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace. It seems that after Lu Zhaoqing brought the Immortal Palace back to the Immortal Realm, he must have been to the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace. Chapter 2810. Encounter Old Friends. Jiang Chen looked at Ziyao in front of him, and a look of joy appeared in his eyes. Ziyao and the Zilin family all followed Lu Zhaoqing back to the Immortal Realm. Now that Ziyao appeared in Weijian Immortal Palace, Lu Zhaoqing must have done it, and he must know Lu Zhaoqing's whereabouts. Jiang Chen originally thought that Immortal King Weijian, the best friend of Immortal King Longevity, was not in Weijian Immortal Palace. It would be extremely difficult for him to get some news from Weijian Immortal Palace. But he didn't expect that he had just arrived at the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace, and unexpectedly met Ziyao of the Zilin family. It's really hard to find a place to break through the iron shoes, and it takes no effort to get it. Brother Wu, this matter really has nothing to do with me. At this moment, Ziyao, who was kneeling on the ground, trembled, gritted her teeth and answered. How dare you speak hard? Senior Brother Wu snorted coldly, waving the soft sword in his hand to continue to beat Ziyao. Seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a cold anger. The sudden roar also caused all the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace disciples in the field to be stunned for a moment. They couldn't help but look up in the direction of the voice, and saw a young man in black striding forward. The 10,000 years of cold wind in his eyes, like the polar ice field, froze his heart, causing the surrounding temperature to drop by dozens of degrees in an instant. I am Wu Yan, one of the 10 true disciples of the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace. Who are you and how did you enter the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace? Wu Yan looked up at Jiang Chen and looked at him proudly. The disciples of the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace are divided into 3 types: outer sect, inner sect, and true inheritance. Almost all of those who can become true disciples are the rare geniuses of the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace. In the top 10 true legends of the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace are the 10 most outstanding young geniuses of the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace. The Wu Yan in front of him is one of the top 10 true legends of the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace. His cultivation base has already reached the 4th grade Heaven Fairyland, and he is not inferior to Luo Jinglin, the 9th Immortal Arrogant of the Northern Cold Immortal region. Jiang. Young Master Jiang Chen. When Ziyao heard the sound, her whole body trembled involuntarily. She raised her head and looked at Jiang Chen. She was stunned, and she almost couldn't believe what she saw. Jiang Chen actually came to the Immortal Realm, and inexplicably appeared in the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace. Jiang Chen's eyes were indifferent. Every step he took, there was a fierce murderous intent condensing on his body, and finally the real murderous intent was like a mountain. Facing the monstrous killing intent emanating from Jiang Chen, many disciples of the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace couldn't support it at all, and they fell to their knees with a bang. Even Wu Yan seemed to have a feeling of being out of breath. I want to take this person away, do you have any opinion? Jiang Chen looked at Wu Yan condescendingly, pointed at Ziyao, and said lightly. Ziyao is a member of my Absolute Sword Immortal Palace. Now that I have made a mistake, it should be handled by my Absolute Sword Immortal Palace. It is inappropriate for your excellency to take it away, right? Wu Yan's expression changed slightly, and he said calmly. As the true disciple of Ju's Sword Immortal Palace, Wu Yan also vaguely guessed the identity of the person in front of him. Ever since Ju's Sword Immortal Palace encountered a crisis and sought help from the Immortal Kings in the Northern Cold Immortal region and the Snow Frost Immortal region, every time the Primordial Immortal Pond was opened, the Immortal Kings in the 2 immortal regions would send geniuses to compete for entry. The quota of Taiku Immortal Pond. The person in front of him is not a person from the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace, but he can appear in the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace. 9 times out of 10, he is a person from those 2 immortal realms. What Wu Yan couldn't understand was, the people from the 2 immortal realms should not have any intersection with Ziyao. How could they suddenly appear for Ziyao? Ziyao, I must take it away today, no one can stop me, get out. Jiang Chen didn't bother to talk nonsense at all, he directly raised his hand and waved it in the air, and a huge invisible sword energy flew out of thin air. Wu Yan didn't have any resistance at all, and was directly blown away by this sword energy and flew over a distance of hundreds of meters. As one of the top 10 true legends of Weijian Immortal Palace, this Wu Yan is not weak in talent and strength, almost the same as Luo Jinglin, the 9th Immortal Arrogant in the Northern Cold Immortal region. When he was still in the early stage of the 4th rank Celestial Immortal, he could easily suppress Luo Jinglin of the same realm. Now that Jiang Chen's cultivation base has reached the middle stage of the 4th grade Heavenly Immortal, it is not an easy task to crush Wu Yan, who is at the same level as Luo Jinglin. Young Master Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to come to the Immortal Realm, and you came to the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace so quickly. Ziyao looked at Jiang Chen who was walking slowly, and finally couldn't help showing a rare smile on his pale face. Ziyao, I'll take you out of here first. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he was going to take Ziyao away. But at this moment, a dazzling white sword rainbow suddenly descended above the sky, revealing the figure of an old man in white. The old man had a mean face and a chilly voice, who was running wild in my Absolute Sword Immortal Palace. Desperate Elder. Many Absolute Sword Immortal Palace disciples hurriedly saluted respectfully. This is the Elder of the Deluo Immortal Venerable Realm of the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace, and his strength is extremely powerful. With the Elder Destiny, this kid must not be arrogant. Master, that's him. Not only did he openly take action in the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace, but he also wanted to bring the person from my Absolute Sword Immortal Palace. I also asked Master to quickly take him down and maintain the majesty of my Absolute Sword Immortal Palace. Wu Yan shouted. In the fatal field, his eyes swept to Jiang Chen, and he was slightly surprised. Are you from Beihan Immortal Palace? Absolute Sword Immortal Palace. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for outsiders to appear. Now that the primordial immortal pond is about to open, the northern cold immortal region and the snow frost immortal region will send people to compete for the place in the primordial immortal pond. And the snow frost immortal domain has not yet reached the end of the sword immortal palace, and most of the people in front of it should be from Beihan Immortal Palace. Jiang Chen looked at Immortal Venerable Destiny standing proudly in midair, and his brows couldn't help but wrinkle slightly. Young Master Jiang Chen, this is the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace, don't mess around, quickly admit your mistake to Immortal Venerable Absolute Death, then leave here, and leave me alone. Seeing the appearance of Immortal Venerable Destiny, Ziyao couldn't help but said anxiously. Absolute Sword Immortal Palace, even if the Immortal King realm is powerful, it is impossible to forcibly break into it. Since Jiang Chen can come to the Immortal Palace, he must also be a guest of the Immortal Palace. As long as it's not too much, Immortal Venerable Destiny will not care about him. But if Jiang Chen really angered Immortal Venerable Destiny, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although Ziyao also knew that Jiang Chen's talent was unparalleled, even compared to the genius of the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace, he might not be inferior in the slightest. But no matter how monstrous he is, it is absolutely impossible to compete with Deluo Immortal Venerable. It doesn't matter, you can stay at ease and leave it to me to deal with it. Jiang Chen said lightly, and immediately bowed to Immortal Venerable Destiny, and said neither humble nor arrogant, Senior, Ziyao is an old friend of mine. I want to take him away, and I hope that senior will be fulfilled. Chapter 2811, Killing Immortal Sword Art, shocked the audience. When Immortal Venerable Destiny heard Jiang Chen's words, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. For Ziyao, Immortal Venerable Destiny still has a certain impression. About 10 years ago, the descendant of the Immortal King of Longevity suddenly appeared in the Weijian Immortal Palace with the long-lost Longevity Immortal Palace, and left behind Ziyao, a member of the Zilin family. Because the Patriarch Weijian Immortal King and Changsheng Immortal King used to be close friends, Weijian Immortal Palace naturally took in Ziyao. After Ziyao stayed in Weijian Immortal Palace, they didn't pay too much attention. But I didn't expect that this young genius from Beihan Immortal Palace actually came for Ziyao. Does this kid have some kind of close relationship with the Immortal King of Longevity? Boy, what are you? Ziyao is a member of my Absolute Sword Immortal Palace. How could it be that you can take it away if you want? Wu Yan snorted with contempt. With the Master's Destiny Immortal Venerable behind his back, Wu Yan naturally appeared to be full of confidence at this moment. I'm talking to your master, when is it your turn to wipe your mouth? Jiang Chenden's eyes turned cold, Tianshuang Immortal Sword appeared in the palm of his hand, and then he raised his hand and slashed out at Wu Yan. A slaughtering sword light that covered the sky and the sun instantly shrouded Wu Yan. Seeing that Jiang Chen dared to act under Master's eyelids, Wu Yan's expression instantly became furious. At this moment, he didn't have time to think too much, and quickly urged the power of the gods to resist Jiang Chen's sudden sword. Only a loud noise was heard, and Wu Yan's figure flew out again. He staggered and fell on the ground 100 feet away, and the gaze that looked at Jiang Chen also showed an incredible look. Killing Immortal Sword Art. How can you know the killing immortal sword art of my Absolute Sword Immortal Palace? Not only the disciples of the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace around were incredulous, but even the Immortal Venerable Absolute Death in midair took a while to recover from the shock. Killing Immortal Sword Art, one of the top immortal arts of Weijian Immortal Palace, was created by Weijian Immortal King Weijian, the Patriarch of Weijian Immortal Palace. Even in the Weijian Immortal Palace, there are not many disciples who are qualified to learn the art of killing the immortal sword. How could this guy in front of him master their immortal killing sword art of Absolute Sword Immortal Palace? I really didn't expect. This little guy actually mastered the sword art of Absolute Sword Immortal Palace. Seeing the situation in front of him, Bei Mingquan, who had been keeping an eye on the matter in secret, also had an incredible horror in his eyes. Immortal Venerable Destiny stared at Jiang Chen, and an inexplicable look flashed in his eyes. Your Excellency should not be a disciple of Beihan Immortal Palace. Who are you? The black-clothed youth in front of him is definitely not just a disciple of Beihan Immortal Palace. Killing the immortal sword art is one of the top immortal arts of the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace, and it is absolutely impossible to spread it. In addition to their Absolute Sword Immortal Palace, only their ancestor, Absolute Sword Immortal King, who has disappeared for many years, is qualified to spread the slaying sword art. The person in front of him has something to do with their absolute sword immortal palace patriarch Ju's sword immortal king, isn't it? Thinking of this, immortal venerable destiny couldn't help but have a look of excitement in his heart. The ancestor, the immortal king Weijian, and the immortal king longevity are close friends in life and death. Ever since the immortal king xianxia had an accident, the immortal king Weijian has been investigating the matter, and he has rarely returned to the immortal sect of Weijian. For nearly 10 million years, he has even completely disappeared in the immortal realm, and he has been silent. The Weijian immortal palace only encountered a crisis that year, and asked the immortal king forces such as Beihan immortal palace for help. If the little sword-killing technique in front of him was really learned from the immortal king Weijian, it would prove that he probably knew the whereabouts of the immortal king Weijian. This is undoubtedly a big happy event for the absolute sword immortal palace. Who am I? Immortal venerable already guessed it. Jiang Chen said calmly. I want to take Ziyao away. Immortal venerable should have no opinion, right? Immortal venerable destiny took a deep breath and said slowly, Ziyao is not a member of immortal sword immortal palace. It is up to him to decide whether to stay or stay. As long as he is willing, immortal sword immortal palace will naturally have no opinion. Thank you Shanzun. Jiang Chen clasped his fists at immortal venerable destiny, and then turned around with Ziyao directly. Wu Yan looked at the backs of Jiang Chen and the two leaving, and couldn't help but say angrily, Master, this kid is too arrogant, why are you? Immortal venerable destiny waved his hand, directly interrupting Wu Yan's words, and glanced at Wu Yan lightly. Not a disciple of the immortal palace of Weijian, but he has mastered the sword of killing immortals. You should know what this means, right? Wu Yan's expression changed slightly. Killing immortal sword art is the top immortal art of absolute sword immortal palace. Even the disciples of absolute sword immortal palace have to go through numerous tests if they want to acquire immortal killing sword art. The only possibility that this kid can obtain the sword of immortal killing from the outside world is the immortal king Weijian who has disappeared for many years. If this kid is really the descendant of that one, in his position in the absolute sword immortal palace, the Deluo immortal venerable of the absolute sword immortal palace, I am afraid he has to be polite to him. Wu Yan, I warn you, don't provoke him again, or you will be at your own risk. Immortal venerable destiny's voice fell, and he looked up at a place in the void, and his figure disappeared directly in front of Wu Yan. Jiang Chen took Ziyao back to the residence, and first treated Ziyao's injuries before asking what happened. Ziyao, why are you in the absolute sword immortal palace, your young master? Ziyao didn't hide it either, and quickly told what happened. It turned out that after inheriting the inheritance of the immortal king of longevity that day, Lu Zhaoqing brought the immortal palace of immortality back to the immortal world, and immediately came to the immortal sword palace to seek help. The life and death of the immortal king of longevity is due to the death of the immortal king of Weijian, but he is not in the immortal sword of Weijian palace, and the immortal king of Weijian is obviously not involved in the affairs of immortal king of immortal longevity. Seeing this, Lu Zhaoqing did not stay in the absolute sword immortal palace for a long time, but left Ziyao in the absolute sword immortal palace. Because of the cosmos starry sky where God's domain is located, after ascending to immortal realm, it will inevitably appear in a certain immortal domain near Weijian immortal palace. If Jiang Chen ascended to the immortal realm, he would also be near Weijian immortal realm, and he would definitely find Weijian immortal palace at that time, so he left Ziyao in Weijian immortal palace. As an outsider, Ziyao's situation in the absolute sword immortal palace is naturally not very good, and he is often bullied by the disciples of the absolute sword immortal palace. But in order to complete the task explained by Lu Zhaoqing, Ziyao could only swallow her anger. Ziyao originally thought, for Jiang Chen to fly from the lower universe to the immortal world, I am afraid it will take a lot of time. Even if Jiang Chen flew to the immortal world, it would be even more difficult to come to the absolute sword immortal domain and even the absolute sword immortal palace in the vast immortal world. However, he didn't expect that after Lu Zhaoqing left for just over 10 years, Jiang Chen miraculously appeared in Weijian immortal palace. Chapter 2812, Taiku Immortal Pond opens. Jiang Chen's sudden arrival at Ju's sword immortal palace was not the most shocking thing. What shocked Ziyao the most was the terrifying strength that Jiang Chen had shown earlier. Wu Yan, the direct disciple of the top powerhouse of the absolute sword immortal venerable, and one of the 10 most famous true disciples of the absolute sword immortal palace. Wu Yan's cultivation has not only reached the realm of a 4th-rank fairy, but his combat power is even more terrifying, capable of killing ordinary 9th-rank gods. Such a top-level genius from the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace, even Jiang Chen can't resist it. The strength Jiang Chen has now is far above Wu Yan. In just over 10 years, Jiang Chen has not only ascended from the lower realm to the immortal realm, but also possessed a strength that is not inferior to the top 10 true legends of the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace. After the Nether Universe ascends to the immortal realm, it is only in the realm of false and true immortals. From false real immortals to real immortals, and then to heavenly immortals, this is equivalent to crossing 2 great realms. Even many geniuses in the immortal realm, without thousands of years, may not be able to complete such a huge leap. As the bloodline of the Zilin immortal beast, he is considered a rare genius in the Zilin family. He has been cultivating in the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace for more than 10 years, and he has only broken through the real fairyland. On the other hand, Jiang Chen has a strength that is not inferior to that of the top immortal arrogance of the Weijian Immortal Palace. This guy, as expected, is still a monster as always. Just when Ziyao was shocked by Jiang Chen's terrifying growth rate, Jiang Chen's voice rang in his ear. Where did Lu Zhaoqing go after leaving Weijian Immortal Palace? Ziyao slowly took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Young master, she should go to the place where the Immortal Palace used to be, Xian Heaven. Purple Flame Heaven." Hearing this familiar place, Jiang Chen couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. He obviously did not expect that the Immortal Palace would also be in the Xian Heavenly Domain. The Da Luo Power Be an Immortal Palace in Ling Ziyao's mouth seems to exist in the Xian Heavenly Domain. Tianyu is a more powerful place than Shanyu. There are countless immortals in the fairyland, but there are only 5 heavens in total, and they are the 5 major heavens. The 5 heavens are the center of the entire fairyland, and their strength is unfathomable. Each side of the heavens not only has the power of Da Luo, the power of Tai and even the power of Hunyuan, but even the power of the Fairy King. The most important thing is that only the place where the immortal emperor was born can be called Tianyu. At this moment, Ziyao also explained faintly. Jiang Chen heard the words, and his heart froze slightly. Xian Tianyu is almost equivalent to the Divine Realm continent of the Divine Realm universe, and it is the center of the entire immortal realm. And the immortal territory of Extreme Sword and the immortal territory of Beihan are almost equivalent to barren places like the Kandlong territory. With his current strength, even in places like Weiji and Shanyu, it is not easy to walk alone, let alone to go to Xian Tianyu. Young Master Jiang Chen, when the young master left, he left a teleportation talisman, which can be directly teleported to Xian Tianyu. With the movement of Ziyao's palm, a golden talisman exuding mysterious spatial fluctuations and immortal light flowing on it also instantly appeared in his palm. He handed the teleportation talisman to Jiang Chen, and said solemnly, "Young master said, when to use the teleportation talisman, you can decide for yourself. However, if you don't reach the realm of Deluo Immortal Venerable, you'd better not go to her easily." Jiang Chen took the teleportation talisman, and a surprised look appeared in his eyes. It seems that Lu Zhaoqing, who received the inheritance of the immortal king of longevity, is no longer the simple little girl of the year, and he has arranged all this. Now that he has obtained the way to go to the Xian Heavenly Domain, Jiang Chen obviously does not plan to go to the Xian Heavenly Domain after cultivating to the realm of Deluo Immortal Venerable. Today, he is only a 4th grade celestial immortal, and he is still a long way from Da Luo Immortal Venerable. If there is no great opportunity, even if Jiang Chen wants to reach the realm of Deluo Immortal Venerable, I am afraid it will take a long, long time. The Xian Heavenly Domain is one of the 5 heavenly domains in the immortal realm. Although it is much more dangerous than places like the Northern Cold Immortal Domain, it also means that it is easier to obtain great opportunities there. Only by going to the Purple Flame Heaven Domain, can he break through Deluo Immortal Venerable and even higher realm faster. Jiang Chen didn't plan to go to Xian Tianyu now. The Taiku Immortal Pond in Weijian Immortal Palace is also a rare opportunity. Since he's here, he won't miss it easily. After the immemorial pond is over, he will use the teleportation talisman left by Lu Zhaoqing to go directly to the Purple Flame Heaven. For the next few days, Jiang Chen never went out again, and stayed in the room, quietly waiting for the opening of the primordial immortal pond. The Absolute Sword Immortal Palace, which had always been very calm, suddenly felt a strange energy fluctuation that seemed to come from the primordial prehistoric times. Almost everyone in the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace felt it. This breath makes everyone can't help but shake their spirits. Some people who are on the verge of breaking through, under the influence of this energy fluctuation, even the bottleneck has a feeling of loosening. Inside the room, Jiang Chen, who was meditating cross-legged and closed his eyes, also suddenly opened his eyes. His sharp eyes penetrated everything in an instant, and looked in the direction of the energy fluctuations emanating from the depths of the Sword Immortal Palace. Immortal Pond, has it finally opened? Feeling the wave that erupted from the depths of the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a low murmur. Primordial Immortal Pond is an innate spiritual pond that has been bred since ancient times. The pond water in it contains incredible energy, which can wash the immortal body, make people transform, and improve their strength by leaps and bounds. In Weijian Immortal Palace, a talented disciple once entered the Primordial Immortal Pond, and in just a few days, he completed the transformation, breaking through the Golden Immortal from the 6th-rank Heavenly Immortal in one fell swoop, reaching the realm of the 1st-ranking Golden Immortal. Because of this, even the top geniuses of the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace are all salivating at the Primordial Immortal Pond. Absolute Sword Immortal Palace was able to control the Absolute Sword Immortal domain for hundreds of millions of years without falling, and a large part of the reason was because of the existence of the Primordial Immortal Pond. In order to ensure that the Primordial Immortal Pond is not used for transition and thus lose its efficacy, the Ju Sword Immortal Palace also has strict control over the use of the Primordial Immortal Pond. Weijian Immortal King Weijian, the founder of Weijian Immortal Palace, personally set up the Immortal King Barrier in Taiku Immortal Pond. Every 3,000 years, the Immortal King Barrier of the Taiku Immortal Pond will only be opened once. Now, the Taiku Immortal Pond is about to open once every 3,000 years. Jiang Chen, the Primordial Immortal Pond is open, it's time to go to the Primordial Immortal Pond. At this moment, Bei Mingquan's voice also rang directly in Jiang Chen's mind. Jiang Chen no longer hesitated at the moment, and took Ziyao out of the room directly, joined Bei Mingquan and others in the courtyard, and then quickly walked in the direction of the Primordial Immortal Pond. Chapter 2813, 10 Places. The opening of the Primordial Immortal Pond immediately shocked the entire Absolute Sword Immortal Palace. Not only Jiang Chen and the others, but almost all the people from the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace moved towards the Primordial Immortal Pond at that moment. The opening of the Primordial Immortal Pond is a major event that occurs once every 3,000 years in the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace. From the Supreme Sword Immortal Palace to the Elders of the Immortal Venerable, down to the ordinary disciples, they all attach great importance to the opening of the Primordial Immortal Pond. Although the Primordial Immortal Pond is opened every time, the number of places to enter it is very limited, and most people are not qualified to enter the Primordial Immortal Pond. But every time the Primordial Immortal Pond is opened, some energy will overflow from the Primordial Immortal Pond. Even if you spend some time outside the Taiku Immortal Pond, it will be of great benefit. Jiang Chen and the others came to the front of a 10,000 Jiang mountain behind Weijian Immortal Palace. The entire mountain was halfway up the mountain, and was surrounded by thick fog, making it impossible for people to see the situation. And the energy fluctuations that permeated the entire Absolute Sword Immortal Palace radiated from the peak of the mountain. The Taiku Immortal Pond of the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace is located on this mountain peak. Below the mountain peaks, more and more figures have gathered, and most of them are people in Absolute Sword Immortal Palace costumes. In addition to Jiang Chen and the others, there are also a group of people who are particularly conspicuous. Among the group of people, the leader was a beautiful woman in a white palace attire. The aura on her body was mysterious and unfathomable, and she was obviously at least a Deluo Immortal Venerable figure. Behind the beautiful woman in palace dress, there are also 5 young geniuses. Among these 5 people, 3 men and 2 women are all dressed in white, with extraordinary aura, no less than the geniuses of Beihan Immortal Palace. In particular, one of the Iceberg Beauty, who is as cold as ice, is probably slightly better than Bei Minghuan, the first genius of Beihan Immortal Palace and the top of the list of immortal arrogances in Beihan Immortal Realm. Jiang Chen knew it almost without thinking. This group of people should be the people from the Zhuchuang Immortal Palace, the power of the Zhuchuang Immortal Domain Immortal King. Just as Jiang Chen was looking at the group of Zhuchuang Immortal Palace, several bright sword lights in the air also burst towards the Primordial Immortal Pond, showing 3 Absolute Sword Immortal Palace disciples standing on their swords. Each of these Absolute Sword Immortal Palace disciples is stronger than the top 10 true disciple Wu Yan that Jiang Chen has met, and they are obviously the top talents of Absolute Sword Immortal Palace. Young Master Jiang Chen, these three are the most powerful three of the top 10 true inheritances of the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace. All three of them have at least the cultivation of the 6th grade Heavenly Immortal. The first true inheritance, Leng Jianshou, is said to be very likely to break through. A 7th grade Heavenly Immortal. Seeing this, Ziyao couldn't help whispering in Jiang Chen's ear. He has stayed in the Weijian Immortal Palace for more than 10 years, and naturally he has a certain understanding of the genius disciples of Weijian Shanzi. The top genius of the Immortal King Force is really extraordinary. Jiang Chen looked at the top geniuses in front of him, and couldn't help but let out a low murmur in his heart. As time went by, there were more and more people around, and many of them had the aura of many golden immortals and even Deluo golden immortals. An extremely terrifying great Luo Shenwei suddenly spread out in the air. A figure also appeared out of thin air from the empty space, and it was the Juchen Immortal Venerable that Jiang Chen and the others had a relationship with. Juchen Immortal Venerable is the oldest Immortal Venerable in Weijian Immortal Palace. His strength is unfathomable. Immortal Venerable Juchen's arrival also caused the surrounding noise to become quiet in an instant. Everyone, the primordial Immortal Pond, which my Absolute Sword Immortal Palace opens once every 3,000 years, has now been opened. As usual, every time the Taiku Immortal Pond is opened, 10 people can enter the Taiku Immortal Pond and accept the baptism of the Taiku Immortal Pond. What's going on next is the competition for the primordial Immortal Pond place. The majestic voice of Juchen Immortal Venerable also slowly resounded through the audience. There are 10 places to enter the Taiku Immortal Pond. The Northern Cold Immortal Palace and the Snow Frost Immortal Palace can each send 5 geniuses to participate in the competition. As for the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace, as long as they are young geniuses above the 4th rank of Heavenly Wonderland and under the age of 3,000 years, they are eligible to participate. Absolute Sword Immortal Palace is powerful, and there are more than 30 young geniuses who have reached the 4th rank of Heavenly Immortal Realm or above. In addition to the 5 people sent by Beihan Immortal Palace and Zhuchuang Immortal Palace, the number of people who competed for the place in the Primordial Immortal Pond is almost 50. Among these 50 people, the talents of each of them are almost 1 in 10,000. It is definitely not an easy task to compete for a place in the Primordial Immortal Pond among these 50 people. The rules for the Swire Immortal Pond competition are also very simple. From the foot of the mountain in front of you to the Taiku Immortal Pond at the top of the mountain, there are many levels set by the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace. As long as the 10 people who reach the Taiku Immortal Pond at the top of the mountain are the first, they will be able to enter the Taiku Immortal Pond. Everyone, I have already introduced the rules for the competition for the Primordial Immortal Pond. If you have no objection, then let's start. Immortal Venerable Juchen's eyes swept across the many geniuses in the field, and a faint voice resounded throughout the audience. As the voice of Juchen Immortal Venerable fell, the young geniuses with extraordinary aura all rushed towards the entrance of the mountain. Including Bei Minghuan beside Jiang Chen and other 4 geniuses of Beihan Immortal Palace, they all rushed out immediately. In order to seize the opportunity, many young geniuses even did not hesitate to use the great Luo Immortal technique to fight. For a time, all kinds of Da Luo Immortal arts condensed, and a terrible energy storm swept across in an instant. If it hadn't been for Juchen Immortal Venerable, I am afraid that many disciples of Weijian Immortal Palace who were onlookers would instantly turn into nothingness under the impact of these energy storms. A cold and arrogant young man from the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace burst out with aura, and the terrifying sword energy overflowed, instantly shocking the people around him, and then the whole person turned into a sword light and swept into the mountain peak. The aura of a 7th grade immortal. Jiang Chen looked at the disappearing back of the cold and arrogant young man, his eyes couldn't help but condensed slightly. This cold and arrogant young man, in all likelihood, is the No. 1 true inheritance of the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace, Leng Jianshou. As the strongest genius of Weijian Shanggong, this guy's talent background is probably not much inferior to him. If they were in the same realm, Jiang Chen would naturally not have the slightest fear of Leng Jianshou. With his current rank 4 Heavenly Immortal Cultivation base, facing Leng Jianshou of the 7th rank Heaven Immortal, even if he displays all his trump cards, I am afraid there is no chance of winning at all. After Leng Jian's physique disappeared from the inside of the mountain, the remaining young geniuses who had reached the 6th rank Heavenly Fairyland also showed their magical powers and re-entered the mountain at the fastest speed. Chapter 2814, Breakthrough, Space Prison. Jiang Chen looked at the intense scene in front of him, but he didn't rush forward. The level leading to the Taiku Immortal Pond is probably not so easy to overcome. Even if you enter it for a while, it doesn't really mean much. After almost all the young geniuses had entered the mountain, he slowly walked towards the mountain. Passing through the entrance of the mountain, Jiang Chen only felt his body sway, as if passing through the water. A cold feeling hit. Jiang Chen felt that he had come to a staircase leading to the top of the mountain. The entire body of this ladder is pitch black, and I don't know what material it is made of. Each ladder is 100 feet high. Jiang Chen is on the first floor of the ladder at the moment, and there are no other young geniuses around, as if the young geniuses who had entered the mountain before had disappeared for no reason. The stairs leading to the primordial immortal pond are extraordinary. Every young genius who enters here should be in a separate space at this moment. Buzz. Just as Jiang Chen was looking at the mysterious stairs in front of him, a twisted black light descended from the void, instantly surrounding Jiang Chen. The black light became denser and denser one after another, and finally formed a completely airtight space, which locked Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, and he waved the Tianshuang immortal sword and slashed directly on the surrounding black space wall. Only a crisp sound was heard, and the black space wall trembled violently. Jiang Chen was horrified to find that his sword just left a sword mark on the black space wall. What a solid space wall! Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The sword he cut out just now, although he didn't use his full strength, he still displayed at least 7 points of his strength. Such a sword, even an ordinary 7th rank heavenly immortal, may not be able to easily resist it, but when it falls on the space wall, it only leaves a sword mark. Jiang Chen finally understood at this moment. Why did the Weijian Immortal Palace set the threshold of the 4th rank Heaven Immortal for the competition for the Primordial Immortal Pond? I am afraid that the vast majority of young geniuses under the 4th rank of Heavenly Immortals may not even be able to pass the first level. Qingdi Swordsmanship, transforming ordinary swords. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, and then he no longer had any reservations, and directly used the Qingdi sword technique to transform the ordinary sword, and slashed at the surrounding black space wall. The sword fell silently on the surrounding space wall. I saw that the dark and deep space wall quickly faded at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally completely dissipated around Jiang Chen. The space wall dissipated, and the stairs leading to the top of the mountain were once again presented in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't have any hesitation, and quickly stepped onto the second floor. Boo! Ha! Ha! Just as Jiang Chen stepped on the second floor of the stairs, a series of air-breaking voices sounded in the void, and the black arc of light fell like rain, quickly condensing into a black space prison, and besieging Jiang Chen again. The space wall of this black space prison seems to be much thicker than the previous one. Could it be that the stairs leading to the primordial immortal pond have such a space prison on each level? Seeing the situation in front of him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a low murmur. The stairs leading to the primordial immortal pond are probably at least dozens of steps. If the space prison faced by each upper step is stronger than the previous one, it is not easy to reach the primordial immortal pond smoothly. Thing shook his head. Jiang Chen was too lazy to think about it, and directly used the Qingdi sword technique Waffen sword again. The black space prison on the second floor was still unable to resist the power of Jiang Chen Waffen sword, and soon disappeared around Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't waste any time, and flew up the third floor. The space prison on the third floor was also quickly condensed around Jiang Chen, and Jiang Chen swung the Heavenly Frost Immortal Sword and slashed it. Facing these space prisons, Jiang Chen was almost at a loss. Jiang Chen had already climbed the 5 stairs in a row and reached the 6th floor. This time, Jiang Chen tried his best to urge Qingdi's sword to transform the ordinary, but he did not completely destroy the space prison, but made the barriers of the space prison much weaker. Jiang Chen frowned, raised his hand and slashed at the space prison with another sword, finally causing the space prison to be completely shattered. Next, Jiang Chen broke through 3 floors in a row. When he reached the 10th floor, Jiang Chen even used Qingdi's sword twice in a row, just before he defeated the surrounding space prison. After continuous breakthroughs, Jiang Chen also had a certain understanding of the space prison on the stairs. In fact, these space prisons should not be able to trap people. As long as you keep attacking the barriers of the space prison, you can continue to consume the power on it, causing the space prison to disperse. In other words, these space prisons are game-like, with an invisible period of health. Every time it is attacked, some HP will be consumed. Until its HP is exhausted, the space prison will naturally break open. As long as the time is long enough, the space prison will always break open. Once the critical point is reached, even a random blow can shatter the space prison. Of course, the stronger the talent, the faster the space barrier will be broken. For example, Jiang Chen made a full effort to break through the 10th floor space barrier with only 2 swords, and an ordinary 4th rank heavenly fairyland genius. I am afraid that at least 10 or even dozens of moves are needed. If they were geniuses below the 4th rank, I am afraid that it would be difficult for them to break through the 10th floor space barrier within 3 to 5 days. Weijian Immortal Palace set up such a pass. The purpose is obvious, to allow the 10 most talented people to enter the primordial immortal pond first and accept the baptism of the primordial immortal pond. The 10-story stairs, the journey to the primordial immortal pond, is probably less than 1/3. It seems that it will take a lot of time to reach the primordial immortal pond. Jiang Chen looked up at the stairs shrouded in clouds and mist, and the end could not be seen at all, and he couldn't help but let out a low murmur. He shook his head, put aside his thoughts, and without wasting time, swept away directly towards the 11th floor stairs. To Jiang Chen's surprise, there was no new space prison condensed on the 11th floor stairs as Jiang Chen expected. Jiang Chen stood on the 11th floor stairs for a while, but nothing happened. Jiang Chen couldn't help being stunned for a moment, and there was a look of doubt in his eyes. After a while, Jiang Chen saw that there was still no change in the 11th floor stairs, and did not wait any longer. And at the moment Jiang Chen's feet just left the ground, an invisible field instantly enveloped Jiang Chen. Chapter 2815. Gravity Space. The invisible realm was filled with a terrifying gravitational force, as if Taishan was pressing down on the top, pressing towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen seemed to only feel that there was an extra weight on his body. As Jiang Chen's body gradually moved upward, the pressure of gravity became stronger and stronger, acting on Lin Ming's whole body. From the flesh, the internal organs, the meridians, and the dantian, everything is shrouded in this pressure. This kind of pressure makes the heartbeat become heavier, the blood flow seems to be stuck by something, and even the power of the gods in the veins does not operate as smoothly as usual. Even taking a breath takes more force than usual. Starting from the 11th floor, the test they have to endure is no longer a space prison, but this suffocating gravity oppression. Although the gravity oppression of the 11th step is not simple, it is difficult to cause too much hindrance to Jiang Chen. In just a few breaths, Jiang Chen crossed the 100 feet of stairs on the 11th floor and came to the 12th floor. The gravity pressure from the 12th floor to the 13th floor was obviously one level stronger than the direct gravity pressure from the 11th and 12th floors, but it didn't put too much pressure on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was like a walk in a leisurely garden, and walked towards the higher stairs without any hassle. And at the same time as Jiang Chen and the others were going all out. Outside the Wanzhong mountain, many people from the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace are quietly watching the situation in the mountain in front of them. From the outside, they can't see the process of many geniuses breaking through the level. They can only wait until someone successfully enters the Taiku Immortal Pond before they have some reactions. Many Absolute Sword Immortal Sect disciples couldn't help but talk about it. You said who can be the first to enter the Primordial Immortal Pond this time? Why don't you ask? It must be senior brother Leng Zhanshou, the leader of the 10 true inheritances. It is said that he has broken through to the 7th rank Heavenly Immortal not long ago. Can't set a record. If I remember correctly, the fastest person in the history of Absolute Sword Immortal Palace to pass the test and reach the Primordial Immortal Pond should be 3 months. It may not be easy for senior brother Leng to enter the Primordial Immortal Pond in 3 months. Breaking through the barrier and entering the Immortal Pond is a very long process, ranging from a few months to a few years. When the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace was in a downturn, there was a time when the Primordial Immortal Pond was opened. The whole process of breaking through the level lasted for 3 years, and only 10 places were determined. The Absolute Sword Immortal Palace has been passed down for hundreds of millions of years. Even if the Primordial Immortal Pond is opened once every 3,000 years, it has been opened countless times. In these countless openings, the most enchanting genius in the history of the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace also took 3 months to enter the Primordial Immortal Pond. Although Leng Zhanshou's talent and strength are unmatched in today's Absolute Sword Immortal Palace, in the history of Absolute Sword Immortal Palace, he may not be able to rank in the top 3. Okay, the matter of the primordial immortal pond doesn't have much to do with us, but I hope they will be slower to break through. The longer the primordial immortal pond is open, the better it will be for all of us. We should take advantage of the opening of the primordial immortal pond. Take the time to practice. The primordial immortal pond is incomparably miraculous, and once it is opened, even just the energy that spills out can give people a lot of benefits. In particular, the disciples of the heavenly immortal realm and the true immortal realm can even break through 1 or 2 ranks by virtue of these spilled powers. As the voice of a disciple of the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace fell, many people stopped talking nonsense, and began to absorb the energy overflowing from the primordial immortal pond and began to cultivate. In Wanzhong Mountain, many geniuses who have entered the ancient immortal pond are all desperately climbing up the mysterious ladder. On the 20th floor of the stairs, Leng Zhanshuo, the one true inheritance of the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace, stood with his hands behind his back, exuding a sword intent that was soaring to the sky, directly dispelling the invisible gravitational pressure, and then stepped into the 21st floor ladder. The 21st floor, the real battle will start from here. Leng Zhanshuo looked up at the void of the 21st floor stairs, and could not help but let out a low murmur. As a genius disciple of Weijian Immortal Palace, Leng Zhanshuo naturally knew very well the situation of the primordial immortal pond. The stairs leading to the Taiku Immortal Pond have a total of 30 floors. The first 10 floors are space prisons, and the middle 10 floors are oppressed by gravity. These 20 floors can hardly cause any hindrance to him. But from the 21st floor, each floor has a powerful gatekeeper. Since the establishment of the Absolute Sword Immortal Sect, every time the primordial immortal pond, countless geniuses have been stuck in the last 10 steps. The most enchanting genius in the history of Absolute Sword Immortal Sect, it took 3 months to break through the stairs leading to the last 10 floors. Although Leng Zhanshuo is confident, he does not dare to say that he is better than all the geniuses in the history of Absolute Sword Immortal Sect. It is already very good that he can pass the last 10 steps and enter the Taiku Immortal Pond within half a year. Just as Leng Zhanshuo was watching the situation in the void on the 21st floor, there was a violent wave in the void very quickly. A dark shadow with extraordinary breadth also condensed out of the void without warning. Leng Zhanshuo looked at the black shadow, and his eyes couldn't help but squinted slightly. The opponents faced after the 21st floor are the energy bodies that evolved from the geniuses of the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace. Every time you go to the next level, the energy body you are facing will become more and more powerful. For example, the person on the 21st floor was merely the evolution of an ordinary 7th rank Heavenly Wonderland genius in Weijian Immortal Palace. But at the back, Leng Zhanshuo may face the genius of the 7th rank Heavenly Immortal Realm at the level of a true disciple. Especially the opponents facing the last 2 or 3 floors, their talents are among the best even in the billions of years of history of the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace. Even Leng Zhanshuo must be treated with caution. Just as Leng Zhanshuo stared at the shadow in midair, a strange long sword suddenly condensed in the shadow's hand. I saw him swinging his long sword, and a sword energy directly locked Leng Zhanshuo on the stairs, and then pierced the space, like a galaxy hanging upside down, and fell to Leng Zhanshuo. The sword glow in Leng Zhanshuo's eyes skyrocketed, but he didn't have the slightest fear in the face of the sword slashed by the shadow. I saw a golden ancient sword in his hand flashing out of thin air. The whole person is not retreating but advancing, directly merged with the sword, turned into a dazzling sword light soaring into the sky. Leng Zhanshuo's sword not only smashed the black sword light that fell down, but even the black shadow in the air was pierced by him, and finally dissipated out of thin air. Leng Jian's figure flashed, and he landed on the stairs of the 22nd floor. Chapter 2816, Formidable Opponent. As the one true inheritance of Weijian Shanggong in the world, Leng Zhanshuo's talent is naturally very powerful. Although under the same realm, it is not invincible among the geniuses of the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace, but there are few people who can match it. At least the ordinary 7th rank Heavenly Wonderland genius on the 21st floor is far from his opponent. Leng Jian's self-cultivation fell on the 22nd floor. The void on the 22nd floor rippled violently again, and I saw a black shadow with aura reaching the 7th rank Heavenly Wonderland, which also condensed in front of Leng Zhanshuo again. Leng Zhanshuo didn't hesitate this time, he directly attacked and swung his sword towards the shadow to kill. And when Leng Zhanshuo rushed into the 22nd floor stairs, the rest of the geniuses also showed their magical powers on the stairs leading to the primordial immortal pond, trying their best to pass the level. The two true disciples of the 6th rank heavenly immortal realm in Weijian Immortal Palace, Bei Minghuan, the first immortal arrogant in Beihan Immortal Palace, and the iceberg beauty in Zhuchuang Immortal Palace, all quickly passed the first 20 floors of stairs and came to the first place. 21. Jiang Chen is no exception. He didn't spend too much effort, and successfully crossed the first 20 stairs and came to the 21st floor. Jiang Chen stood on the 21st floor stairs, and did not act at will, but looked around vigilantly. Before entering the 11th floor from the 10th floor, the test on the stairs changed from a space prison to gravity oppression. According to this rule, now that he has entered the 21st floor, the test on the ladder should also change. After Jiang Chen waited so quietly, a black shadow soon condensed in midair without warning. The aura emanating from He Ying's body was not inferior to that of Jiang Chen, and it had already reached the late stage of the 4th rank heaven immortal. Looking at the black shadow in the air, Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly narrowed. This black shadow condensed out of thin air should be the test of the 21st floor. At this moment, the shadow moved first. I saw the aura on his body burst out, and then brought up the black sword shadow in the sky, and instantly enveloped the entire 21st floor stairs, overwhelmingly pressing towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's complexion changed slightly, and the sword glow on the Tianshuang immortal sword soared, colliding with the black sword shadow in the sky. With a pair of blows, Jiang Chen's figure didn't move at all, but the black shadow in the air was trembling, and even the figure became a bit illusory. The 4th rank heavenly immortal realm energy body condensed on the 21st floor, although the cultivation base is exactly the same as Jiang Chen, but the combat power is at most similar to that of Luo Jinglin of the nameless immortal palace. When Jiang Chen was in the early stage of the 4th rank heaven immortal, he could easily suppress Luo Jinglin. Now that Jiang Chen's cultivation base has reached the late stage of the 4th grade Tianxian, it is naturally not difficult to deal with this energy body in front of him. After testing the strength of the shadow, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate. He raised his hand and swung out 2 swords, completely annihilating the illusory shadow, and entered the 22nd floor. The black shadow condensed by the 22nd layer of stairs is still in the late stage of the 4th grade Tianxian, but the combat power is much stronger. After Jiang Chen fought with him 10 moves, he defeated the shadow once again. Next, Jiang Chen fought the black shadow condensed on the 23rd floor for 30 times before completely destroying it. On the 24th floor, Jiang Chen burst out with all his strength, and all kinds of top immortal arts were displayed in turn, and it took 100 strokes to win. The dark shadows condensed on this ladder are becoming more and more terrifying. After defeating the black shadow on the 24th floor, a pale expression appeared on Jiang Chen's face. After the 21st floor, every time you go up the stairs, you have to face a formidable opponent. Although the opponent's cultivation base has not changed, and is almost in the same realm as him, the combat power has risen sharply. The opponent on the 21st floor, Jiang Chen could almost easily kill them in seconds. Now that he was on the 24th floor, he had to fight the black shadow with 100 moves, and only then did he achieve a difficult victory. Jiang Chen vaguely felt that the dark shadows condensed on the stairs were modeled after some of the top geniuses of the Absolute Sword Immortal sect. For example, this person on the 24th floor has a very strong talent background, including the Palace Immortality of the Absolute Sword Immortal sect, which can also be used to kill the immortal sword, and its use of the killing immortal sword is more than that of Jiang Chendu. Even more consummate. In the same realm, this black shadow on the 20th floor was definitely the most powerful one Jiang Chen had ever encountered. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and did not rush to enter the 25th floor, but meditated on the 24th floor. The shadow on the 24th floor is already so powerful, and the shadow on the 25th floor will undoubtedly be even more terrifying. In the battle just now, almost 70% of Jiang Chen's power was consumed. Entering the 25th floor in his current state, I am afraid there is no chance of winning at all. Jiang Chen once again returned to his peak state, and then he swept up the 25th stairs. A black shadow quickly condensed on the 25th floor stairs. The figure of this black figure is extremely solid, and even the facial features are clearly visible, with a dark heavy sword on his back, and his whole body exudes an air of contempt for the world. If there is a disciple of Weijian Shanggong here at this moment, it will definitely be shocked. Because this shadow is not someone else, it is the last generation Xian Tianzhao Jian Wufeng, a genius that is not inferior to Lang Zhanshou. Jian Wufeng is not yet long years old, and his cultivation base has already reached the realm of the 9th grade Golden Immortal, which is only one step away from Deluo Immortal Venerable. He is also in the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace, and now the closest existence to the Deluo Immortal Venerable, is the first person under the Deluo Immortal Venerable of the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace. Although Jiang Chen didn't know the identity of the shadow in front of him, he could feel the power of this guy. Without any hesitation at all, he directly preempted the attack, motivated the Heavenly Emperor seal with all his strength, and took a picture of the shadow. The black shadow exploded with sword energy, and pulled out the heavy sword behind him with a backhand. The terrifying sword light pressed down, instantly smashing the void of the 25 stairs together with Jiang Chen's Heavenly Emperor seal into nothingness. Jiang Chen trembled all over, stepping on the ground and stepping back 7 or 8 steps away. He raised his hand and looked at the black shadow in the air, and his expression became more and more solemn. The black shadow condensed from the 25th stairs is indeed a very formidable opponent. Just when Jiang Chen was terrified, the heavy sword danced wildly in the black shadow's hand in midair, opening and closing. Jiang Chen's whole person was instantly shrouded in the chaotic space where the sword energy was raging. Chapter 2817. Tough Pass. Jiang Chen did not hesitate in the slightest, and the second style of the Heavenly Emperor seal was quickly condensed in the palm of his hand. If it weren't for the stairs leading to the primordial immortal pond, each floor was an independent space, and it was extremely sturdy. I'm afraid that this confrontation between the two would instantly turn hundreds of kilometers into ruins. The energy aftermath of the confrontation between the two has not yet dissipated, and the black shadow directly held the sword in both hands, and cut out a sword light that was even more dazzling than the sun, covering the sky and covering Jiang Chen. A world of silence. Jiang Chen didn't care about the churning aura in his body, and quickly mobilized the power of the gods in his body to unleash the third seal of the Heavenly Emperor's seal. This collision was even more violent than the previous one. A terrifying storm of destruction erupted on the 25th stairs. Under the pressure of the destructive storm, Jiang Chen directly fell off the 25th floor and had to retreat to the 24th. Seeing that the shadow on the 25th floor didn't chase down, Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He slowly took a deep breath, and there was a puzzled look in his eyes looking at the 25th stairs. How could the shadow on the 25th floor be so strong? Jiang Chen practiced the Qing Emperor Longevity Art. Although he did not know the grade of the Qing Emperor Longevity Art, it was definitely at least a cultivation method above the Immortal King level. The Heavenly Emperor seal is a peerless immortal technique created by the Immortal Emperor Taiku. In terms of background, he will definitely not be inferior to the top geniuses of Absolute Sword Immortal Palace. Jiang Chen never thought that he would be suppressed by the black shadow on the 25th floor who was in the same realm as him. After meditating for a while on the stairs on the 24th floor, Jiang Chen once again rushed into the black shadow battle on the 25th floor with a complete victory. Jiang Chen quickly discovered it keenly. Just now, he used the Heavenly Emperor seal and the black shadow to fight against each other. Although he was defeated, it was not without any effect. The energy on the shadow is obviously consumed a lot, and the offensive is not as fierce as before. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a little joy in his heart. This black shadow is an energy body condensed by a special power. Although it is powerful, it does not have much recovery ability, and it will be weakened by 1 point of strength. In this way, even if he wasted with this shadow, sooner or later, he would be able to destroy this shadow. Jiang Chen continued to fight against the shadow, and soon it was more than 30 moves. Feeling that the power of the gods in his body has been exhausted, Jiang Chen once again retreated to the 24th floor to recover. After the power of the gods in the body returned to its peak, Jiang Chen returned to the 25th floor. This time, the shadow that had consumed more than half of his strength was finally no longer able to compete with Jiang Chen, who was in a state of complete victory, and finally dissipated completely under Jiang Chen's offensive. The road to the primordial immortal pond is really not that difficult. After defeating the black shadow on the 25th floor, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a wry smile in his heart. The 25th floor is already so difficult, and the black shadow condensed by the 26th floor is probably more powerful than the 25th floor. Even if he used this method to consume Sombra's power, it would be very difficult to succeed without it 10 or 8 times. The test of the primordial immortal pond should not only be aimed at him. The tests faced by other geniuses will inevitably be as difficult as his. Jiang Chen believes that facing such a difficult test, I am afraid that no one will be able to reach the primordial immortal pond in a short period of time. As long as he attacks with all his strength and wins a place in the Taiku Immortal Pond, there is still great hope. After resting for a while on the 25th floor, Jiang Chen finally set foot on the 26th floor. The 26th floor is condensed by a sword immortal in purple, whose strength is a bit stronger than the one on the 25th floor. Jiang Chen directly sacrificed the immortal tablet, and used the power of destroying immortals twice in succession, but he failed to shake the purple-clothed sword immortal. In the end, he could only return to the 25th floor. In order to save time, Jiang Chen directly entered the Tower of Time and accelerated his recovery. Jiang Chen used the 10 times the time flow rate of the Tower of Time to replenish the power consumed, and then continued to kill the 26th floor. After going back and forth like this 6 times, the power of the purple-robed sword immortal on the 26th floor was finally exhausted by Jiang Chen. Next, on the 27th floor, Jiang Chen still did the same. He went up and down between the 27th floor and the 26th floor 15 times before he defeated the opponent on the 27th floor and passed this level with difficulty. Jiang Chen stood on the 27th floor and looked up at the stairs, only to see that there were only 300 Jiang stairs left in front of him. And behind the 300 Jiang stairs, there is a gate of light exuding strange energy fluctuations. Only the last 3 levels left. Jiang Chen looked at the door of light at the end of the stairs, and he couldn't help but let out a low murmur. If he guessed correctly, the gate of light is probably the entrance to the primordial immortal pond. Although the entrance to the Taiku Immortal Pond was right in front of him, Jiang Chen didn't dare to be careless. Because he knew very well that the last 3 stairs were definitely the 3 most difficult ones to cross. No matter how difficult the last 3 steps are, since this step has been reached, how can Jiang Chen shrink back? Jiang Chen believes that he is no worse than the top geniuses of the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace. Since the geniuses of the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace can pass the test and enter the primordial immortal pond for baptism, there is no reason why he cannot do it. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, rose directly into the sky, and slowly landed on the 28th floor stairs. I saw the space on the 28th floor throbbing for a while, and a white man in white clothes fluttering and breathing dust, also condensed in front of Jiang Chen in an instant. The man in white swept his gaze on Jiang Chen, and the somewhat surprised voice also rang out abruptly. "Little guy, you are really surprising, you have reached the last 3 levels so quickly." He obviously did not expect that the man in white on the 28th floor already had his own consciousness. Jiang Chen calmed down, and then asked curiously, "What do you mean by this, senior? Isn't there anyone who has come to this level?" "Yes, you are indeed the first person to come to the last 3 levels, and the first person in the history of Absolute Sword Asgard to come here so quickly." The man in white smiled lightly and said, "Boy, don't say more nonsense. Go ahead, this deity has already suppressed your cultivation to the same realm as you. As long as you can defeat me, you can enter the next level." Chapter 2818, Xianxia, Deity. Jiang Chen couldn't help but suddenly shrank when he heard the man in white self-proclaimed. In the immortal realm, only those whose cultivation base reaches the Deluo Immortal Venerable are qualified to call themselves the deity. The real body of the man in white in front of him is very likely to be a powerhouse above Deluo Immortal Venerable. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, clasped his fists at the man in white and said, "I don't know if the senior is." Jiang Chen finally understood, starting from the 25th floor, why the opponent he encountered was so powerful. Because these opponents maintain the same level of cultivation as him, and are in the late stage of the 4th grade immortals, but they are not the late 4th grade immortals in the true sense. For example, the person in front of him is a strong man above Deluo Immortal Venerable himself, but on the 28th floor, his cultivation base is suppressed in the same realm as him, but he has the fighting consciousness above Deluo Immortal Venerable with experience. Although the opponents on the first few floors should not be as strong as the man in white, their own strength is definitely far beyond that of the 4th rank Heavenly Immortal. I am afraid they should at least have the fighting consciousness and experience of the Golden Fairyland. I am Immortal Venerable Tiank. The man in white smiled slightly and said, "Little guy, let's do it." In the history of Absolute Sword Immortal Palace, the fastest time to pass the customs and enter the primordial immortal pond is 3 months. I'd really like to know if you have a chance to break this record. If there are people from Weijian Immortal Domain here at this moment, they will be shocked when they hear the name Xianxia. Xianxia, a legendary figure of the generation of Weijian Shanggong. His talent is unparalleled. In the era of the absolute sword immortal domain's suppression, he also obtained the inheritance of the immortal king in the ancient ruins. In less than 30,000 years, he became a Deluo immortal venerable. He is also the youngest Deluo in the history of the absolute sword immortal palace. Immortal venerable, very hopeful to break through the existence of immortal king. Immortal venerable Jiang later disappeared in the absolute sword immortal palace for some unknown reason, and has since been silent. If it weren't for this, Ju Sword Immortal Palace would definitely have an extra immortal king realm expert now. Senior, since that's the case, then you'll be offended. Jiang Chen was not polite, and directly used the sword of immortal killing to kill immortal venerable Jiang. In the face of Jiang Chen's offensive, Jiang Shanzun stood motionless and proudly in the air, with no intention of making a move. The slaughtering sword energy that Jiang Chen condensed with the slaughtering sword art, at the moment when it approached the range of Jiang Shanzun's body, it seemed to evaporate out of thin air, inexplicably dissipated into the invisible. The immortal killing sword art of the immortal King Weijian is indeed very impressive, but unfortunately your strength is too weak, and you are far from mastering the essence of the immortal killing sword art. Immortal venerable Jiang smiled and said, "Go all out, don't have the slightest reservation, otherwise I am afraid that you will be very difficult to pass." Jiang Chen didn't speak. The Qing Emperor sword technique, the Chaos sword body, and the Heavenly Emperor's seal were all used in turn, but they couldn't even touch the corner of Jiang Shanzun's clothes, too strong. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly, and he couldn't help but feel powerless in his heart. Although immortal venerable Jiang suppressed the cultivation base to the 4th rank immortal, after all, the existence of immortal venerable Deluo above the level of the use of power reached an unbelievable level. Even if he wants to use the previous method, it is probably not an easy task to exhaust this person's power. Why did the most enchanting genius in the history of Ju Sword Immortal Palace take 3 months to clear the customs and enter the primordial immortal pond? The last 3 hurdles are really difficult. The 28th level ladder alone cannot be cleared in a short period of time. Boy, you are unparalleled in luck, and you have several supreme inheritances on your body, but under the same realm, you may have a hard time passing this level. Go to the 27th floor to practice for a while. At this moment, immortal venerable Jiang's voice also rang directly in Jiang Chen's ear. Hearing Jiang Shanzun's words, Jiang Chen's heart moved, and he couldn't help raising his head and asked, "Senior, if I break through in my cultivation, your cultivation will not change in any way?" Immortal venerable Jiang nodded slightly. "From the moment I appeared, my cultivation will not change, it will only become weaker with consumption. Many passers-by only pass after the breakthrough of cultivation, otherwise they will be evil. It is also difficult for the geniuses to pass the last 3 levels. Thank you, Senior, for reminding me." Jiang Chen thanked him and returned to the 27th floor. This time, Jiang Chen did not intend to use the power of the immortal tablet. The spirit of the immortal monument has repeatedly told him that unless he is forced to do so, he must not cast the immortal monument in front of the powerhouse above Deluo Immortal Venerable, so as not to get into endless trouble. And the immortal venerable Jiang in front of him is conscious. Just in case, Jiang Chen would not easily use the power of the immortal monument. After returning to the 26th and 7th floor stairs, Jiang Chen did not hesitate, and directly entered the Tower of Time to practice. Immortal venerable Jiang on the 28th floor is too difficult to deal with. If they are in the same realm, it is not easy to consume their power little by little. The best way is to cultivate and break through to a higher realm. And he not only has the system, but also has 10 times the flow rate of the Tower of Time. In terms of breakthrough speed, he will definitely not be inferior to anyone else. Jiang Chen spent nearly half a year in the Tower of Time, swallowed 2 drops of Wu Nian Immortal Dew in a row, and realized twice, and his cultivation broke through to the peak of the 4th rank Heaven Immortal. Half a year in the Tower of Time, the outside world is equivalent to nearly 20 days. Jiang Chen walked out of the Tower of Time and stepped directly onto the 28th floor, ready to fight Jiang Shanzun again. Yes, it broke through so quickly. On the 28th floor, immortal venerable Jiang looked at Jiang Chen, who was flying up, and couldn't help but smile and said, "Aren't you going to break through to the 5th rank immortal? After breaking through the 5th rank immortal, you should have a bigger opportunity. Try it. If it really doesn't work, say it again." Jiang Chen's voice fell, and he didn't have any reservations. The triple sword art of killing immortal sword shrouded him towards immortal venerable Jiang at almost the same time. Jiang Chen naturally knew that the stronger he was, the faster he could defeat immortal Venerable Tiank in front of him. But after immortal Venerable Tiank, there are still 2 levels waiting for him. If he breaks through the 5th rank Heaven Immortal and defeats immortal Venerable Tiank, after entering the 29th floor, the opponent that he condenses will probably be the 5th rank Heaven Immortal. If he can pass the 28th level ladder at the peak of the 4th grade Tianxian, his opponent will also be the peak of the 4th grade Tianxian when he reaches the 29th floor. When he breaks through the 5th grade Tianxian, he will also change after passing the 29th layer. Much easier. The 3 swords of killing immortals are connected together, covering the sky and covering the sun towards immortal Venerable Tiank. This time, Jiang Chen's offensive was finally not blocked at 100 feet away from immortal Venerable Tiank. Immortal Venerable Tiank also raised his hand and pointed out 3 sword fingers. Just then he resolved Jiang Chen's offensive. Chapter 2819, The Last Level, Absolute Sword Immortal King. A surprised look appeared in Jiang Chen's eyes. Although Jiang Chen's combat power has improved a lot from the late stage of the 4th grade Tianxian to the peak of the 4th grade Tianxian, he still did not expect that this time he would be able to break through the power of Tiank Shanzun so smoothly this time. Immortal Venerable Tiank seems to form an invisible field in the space of hundreds of feet around him. Previously, when he was in the late stage of the 4th grade Immortal, no matter how he attacked, he was almost completely blocked by that invisible field. Now that the cultivation base has reached the late stage of the 4th grade Tianxian, it is so easy to break through. This is an absolute domain, and you can only be invincible in the same realm. Now that your cultivation base has surpassed the late stage of the 4th grade Immortal, this domain will naturally not cause any hindrance to you. At this moment, immortal Venerable Tiank smiled and solved the doubts in Jiang Chen's heart. Since this is the case, the younger generation will be offended. Jiang Chen said, and once again urged Qingdi swordsmanship to kill Tiank Shanzun. Previously, he was in the same realm as immortal Venerable Tiank, so he couldn't shake the absolute domain around immortal Venerable Tiank, and it was difficult to cause too much consumption to it. Now that he has broken through the peak of the 4th grade Tianxian, he not only has better combat power, but also allows Tiank Shanzun to urge the power to counterattack. In this way, even if he is still not the opponent of immortal Venerable Tiank, he can slowly consume immortal Venerable Tiank's power just like the previous levels. After a war, Jiang Chen returned to the 27th floor again, and after entering the Tower of Time to recover his strength, he continued to return to the 28th floor to fight immortal Venerable Tiank. After such a cycle for about half a day, after Jiang Chen went up and down between the 27th floor and the 28th floor for about 10 times, he finally completely defeated the energy body of Tiank Shanzun. Next, Jiang Chen climbed the 29th floor stairs. The 29th floor was also guarded by an immortal Venerable level powerhouse from the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace, whose cultivation was suppressed at the peak of the 4th grade Heavenly Immortal. After a little test, Jiang Chen returned to the 28th floor and entered the Tower of Time to continue practicing. He will use the last 2 drops of Wunyan Shanlu to realize an epiphany, and improve the cultivation base to a large extent, and then absorb the immortal stone to cultivate in the Tower of Time for 2 months, and finally successfully break through the 5th rank Tianxian. This time, the outside world has also passed nearly a month. After breaking through the 5th rank Heavenly Immortal, facing the gatekeeper of the 4th rank Heavenly Immortal on the 29th floor, Jiang Chen dealt with it even more easily than the 28th rank Tiank Immortal. After ascending the stairs on the 29th floor for the 8th time, Jiang Chen completely defeated the gatekeepers on the 29th floor. Finally only the last level is left. Jiang Chen looked up at the last level of stairs, and couldn't help but let out a low murmur. From the moment he entered here and started to pass the level, Jiang Chen had spent about 2 months in total. Now, as long as you pass the last level, you can reach the Taiku Immortal Pond. If it goes well, he may really have a chance to pass within 3 months and enter the Primordial Immortal Pond. Take a short rest on the 29th floor. Jiang Chen rose up into the sky and stepped onto the last stairs leading to the Taiku Immortal Pond. With the appearance of Jiang Chen, the gatekeepers on the last floor of the Primordial Immortal Pond also condensed out of thin air in front of Jiang Chen. This is a man who looks only in his 20s. He is wearing a black plain skirt, with 2 jade arms exposed, like white suet, and wearing a pair of white cloth shoes on his feet. He looks spotless. The woman has long hair like a waterfall, delicate facial features, and extremely indifferent eyes, and her whole body exudes a powerful aura of contempt, like a queen who is aloof. Jiang Chen looked at the peerless woman in front of him, and couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He obviously did not expect that the gatekeeper of the last step would be a woman. The aura emanating from the woman in the black dress in front of her was much more terrifying than the two immortal venerable figures before her. You are very good. It seems that there is another amazing genius in the world of Ju Sword Immortal Palace. After so many years of establishment, you are the first person who can reach me so quickly. The woman in the black dress looked at Jiang Chen, and the sweet voice rang in Jiang Chen's ears instantly. Jiang Chen shook his head and said, "Senior, I am not from the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace." The woman in the black dress glanced at Jiang Chen in surprise. "You have the aura of this king's slaying sword, how can you not be from the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace? You are the Absolute Sword Immortal King." Following the words of the woman in the black dress, Jiang Chen's figure couldn't help shaking, and an unbelievable look appeared in his eyes. Killing Immortal Sword Art was created by Immortal King Weijian, the founder of Weijian Immortal Palace. The woman in the black dress in front of her not only claimed to be the king, but also said that she created the Sword of Immortal Killing, not the legendary Absolute Sword Immortal King, so who could she be? Jiang Chen didn't expect it anyway. The founder of the dignified Weijian Immortal Palace, Weijian Immortal King, turned out to be a woman. That's right, it's this king. It's a surprise, isn't it? Immortal King Weijian looked at Jiang Chen, and there was a strange look in his beautiful eyes. You seem to be very special, and you seem to have more than one aura that I am familiar with. Senior's eyes are like torches. Jiang Chen hurriedly said. When the boy was in the lower universe, he was fortunate enough to enter the Immortal Palace of Longevity, which was left behind in the universe of the lower universe. Even the senior's sword of killing immortals was obtained from the Immortal King of Longevity. When Immortal King Weijian heard Jiang Chen's voice, he was obviously stunned for a moment, and a slight sigh came out of his mouth. For so many years, this king has been searching for the whereabouts of the Immortal King Longevity, but there has been no news. I didn't expect someone to bring the news to the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace today, but this king's real body is no longer here. Jiang Chen hurriedly asked, I don't know where the senior really is now. The Absolute Sword Immortal King is a famous peerless immortal king in the immortal realm, and his strength is very powerful. Lu Zhao King returning to the immortal realm with the Immortal Palace of Longevity is bound to be extremely dangerous. And Immortal King Weijian and Immortal King Longevity are close friends in life and death. As long as Immortal King Weijian knows the existence of Immortal King Immortal Longevity, he will not sit idly by. With the help of Immortal King Weijian, Lu Zhao King's situation would undoubtedly become much safer. Immortal King Weijian shook his head, then looked at Jiang Chen and said, Boy, let's not talk about other things, you should enter the Primordial Immortal Pond and accept the baptism of the Primordial Immortal Pond. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smiled bitterly. Senior, I don't know how to pass this last level. This person is the founder of Weijian Immortal Palace, an immortal king with unfathomable strength. Even if he suppresses his cultivation in the realm of the 5th rank Heavenly Fairy, he is definitely not something he can handle. If this last level is the same as the previous 2 levels, you need to defeat your opponent to clear the level. Jiang Chen is really not sure. Chapter 2820, Wanju Sword Formation. Don't worry, this level will not let you defeat this king. Immortal King Weijian said lightly. Even if this king suppresses his cultivation to the same realm as you will not have any chance. As a well-known immortal king in the immortal world, how powerful is the Sword Immortal King? Not to mention suppressing the cultivation base to the same realm as Jiang Chen, even if the cultivation base is suppressed to a rank 1 heavenly immortal, she has more than one method to easily kill Jiang Chen. When Immortal King Weijian spoke, he raised his hand and waved in the air. The sword energy visible to the naked eye quickly condensed above Jiang Chen's head, and finally turned into a sword formation full of slaughter, covering the 1,000-foot space above Jiang Chen's head. In the center of the sword formation, there was a small black sword about a meter long suspended there. Have you seen the little black sword in the sword formation? That black little sword is the token leading to the Primordial Immortal Pond. As long as you can get the black little sword from the sword formation, you can enter the Primordial Immortal Pond and accept the Primordial Immortal Pond, baptism. Immortal King Weijian glanced at Jiang Chen and said lightly. Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, as long as he didn't let him fight with the person in front of him. Don't underestimate this king's sword formation. It took 26 days to break open a peerless monster with a natural sword body in the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace. At this moment, the voice of the immortal King Weijian rang again. "Thank you, Senior, for reminding me, I understand." Jiang Chen took a deep breath, and his eyes could not help but fall on the sword formation in midair. In fact, there is no need to remind the immortal King Weijian. Jiang Chen will not underestimate the sword formation in front of him. The immortal King of Weijian, the mighty immortal king in the immortal world, whose accomplishments in kendo can be described as unfathomable. Even if it is a sword formation that is condensed at random, it is by no means so easy to crack. Jiang Chen is not worried. He has a system. As long as he triggers 100 times of comprehension and gives him some time, he will be able to crack the sword array in front of him. The sword formation arranged by immortal King Weijian is indeed very profound. Jiang Chen watched for a while, but couldn't find the slightest flaw in the sword formation. Ding! You comprehend the simplified version of Wanju sword formation, triggering 100-fold comprehension. Ding! You understand 1,000th of the Wanju sword formation. At this moment, the system's prompt sound finally rang in Jiang Chen's ear. This Wanju sword formation of the Absolute Sword Immortal King is just a simplified version of the Wanju Immortal formation, and it is not difficult for Jiang Chen to comprehend it. He should be able to comprehend about 5 1,000ths in an hour, and 60 1,000ths in a day, which is 6%. At the speed just now, it would only take him about half a month to comprehend this simplified version of the Wanju Immortal Array. Jiang Chen didn't waste any time, and directly comprehended the Wanju sword formation in front of him wholeheartedly. This kid. It's kind of interesting. Immortal King Weijian looked at the scene in front of him, and a look of astonishment appeared in his beautiful eyes. Since she set the test at the immortal ancient immortal pond, every time the immortal pond opened, the immortal King of Absolute Sword would face many geniuses from Immortal Sword Immortal Palace. Almost all the young geniuses who came to this last level chose to break through the formation without any accident, directly attacking the sword formation, slowly consuming the strength of the sword formation, and finally defeating it. Including the existence of the natural sword body that year, also relied on its own strength to defeat the sword array. It's just that the natural sword body can keenly sense some of the flaws in the sword formation and attack the weak points of the sword formation, so it is possible to break the sword formation in just over 20 days. But the boy in front of him did not choose to forcefully attack the formation, but was comprehending her Wanju sword formation. Although the Wanju sword formation she arranged as just a simplified version of Wanju sword formation, it is also very profound to the angels, and it is not something that a mere angel can easily comprehend. Jiang Chen naturally didn't know the thoughts of the immortal King Weijian. Jiang Chen was like an old monk entering meditation, fully comprehending the Wanju sword formation in front of him. With Jiang Chen's comprehension, half a month passed in a flash. Jiang Chen's understanding of Wanju sword formation also reached 9/10. After another 2 days, the system's pleasant reminder sound finally sounded in Jiang Chen's mind. Ding! You have successfully comprehended the Wanju sword formation. Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a sharp gleam in his eyes. This Wanju sword formation was finally successfully comprehended by him. After successfully comprehending the Wanju sword formation, Jiang Chen watched the Wanju sword formation in midair again, and already knew the entire Wanju sword formation like the back of the hand. He stood up directly, like a leisurely stroll, and slowly walked towards the Wanju sword formation in midair. Is this kid really comprehending what's wrong? When Immortal King Weijian saw this scene, the surprise in his beautiful eyes became more and more intense. Under the gaze of the Immortal King Weijian, Jiang Chen stepped into the Wanju sword formation alone, and then walked in the formation in a strange arc. Every time he took a step, he landed on the node of the formation without any bias, making it difficult for the sword formation to attack it. Jiang Chen walked to the center of the sword formation effortlessly, and reached out to hold the small black sword in his palm. Seeing this, the Immortal King Weijian directly flicked his fingers, and the Wanju sword formation instantly dissipated into nothingness. Looking at Jiang Chen, she couldn't help but burst into exclamations. It seems that this king underestimates you, but I didn't expect you to actually penetrate this king's Wanju sword formation. It's just a simplified version of Wanju sword formation. If it is the real Wanju sword formation, I may not be able to understand the fur. Jiang Chen said very modestly. Don't be humble, for so many years, you are the first one who can comprehend this king's Wanju sword formation in this last level. Immortal King Weijian shook his head, and then said lightly, congratulations on passing all the tests, go to the primordial immortal pond for baptism. Jiang Chen hesitated slightly, and said, Senior. Immortal King Weijian waved his hand directly and interrupted Jiang Chen's words. I know what you want to say, although I have an independent consciousness, but there is no connection with my real body. You ask me and I don't have any significance. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly, and didn't say anything more at the moment. He directly bowed to the immortal King Weijian, and then swept away towards the entrance of the primordial immortal pond. Chapter 2821. Enter the Taiku Immortal Pond. Absolute Sword Immortal Palace, outside the Taiku Immortal Pond. Thousands of figures gathered here, but the atmosphere in the venue was quiet. 3 months passed in a flash. Except for the few immortal venerable Deluo, almost everyone is greedily absorbing the energy overflowing from the primordial immortal pond. In the past 3 months, there have even been many people who were already on the verge of breaking through their cultivation base and directly broke through the bottleneck. It's almost 3 months, and I don't know when the first person to pass the customs and enter the primordial immortal pond will appear. Immortal Venerable Juchen looked up at the Taiku Immortal Pond and said softly. Beside Juchen Immortal Venerable, a Deluo Immortal Venerable shook his head and said, It shouldn't be so fast, although Lang Jianshu has extraordinary talent, but compared to the most outstanding one in Weijian Immortal Palace's history, I am afraid it's still a little off. They had also experienced the test of the primordial immortal pond when they were young, and they naturally knew how difficult it was to successfully reach the primordial immortal pond. With Lang Jianshu's talent and strength, it is already very good to be able to enter the primordial immortal pond within half a year. Just as the voice of the great Luo Immortal Venerable from Weijian Immortal Palace just fell, a dazzling fairy light burst out from above the immortal mountain in front of him. Immortal Venerable Juchen's pupils shrank suddenly, and he said in horror, This is... Someone entered the primordial immortal pond. The Deluo Immortal Venerable beside him suddenly stared blankly, and he almost couldn't believe his own eyes. He just asserted that Lang Jianshu would still need some time to enter the primordial immortal pond, but he did not expect to be slapped in the face in an instant. Now that the Taiku Immortal Pond is opened, it has not yet been 3 months before the full count is completed. The person who entered the primordial immortal pond now has broken the record of the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace, becoming the fastest person to pass the test and enter the primordial immortal pond. Lang Jianshu can become the first person of the younger generation of the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace, although it is already extremely extraordinary, but if it is placed among the geniuses of the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace, it may not be ranked in the top 5. With the ability of Lang Jianshu, how could it be possible to pass the test in less than 3 months and enter the primordial immortal pond? The huge movement that suddenly came from above Wanzhong Shanshan also instantly caused an uproar in the field. The immemorial immortal pond has changed. This is a sign that someone has entered the immemorial immortal pond. How is this possible? It's only been less than 3 months now. Even senior brother Lang Jianshu, it's impossible to enter the primordial sword pond in such a short period of time, right? Many Absolute Sword Immortal Palace disciples stared blankly at the situation on the immortal mountain, almost like a ghost. It took less than 3 months to enter the primordial immortal pond, which broke the record of the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace. Although Lang Jianshu has extraordinary talent, he is still not a monster enough to surpass the geniuses of the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace, right? Tisk tisk. Entering the primordial immortal pond in less than 3 months is really a monster. Bei Mingquan looked up at the bright fairy lights on the fairy mountain, and couldn't help but exclaimed in his heart. It is not once or twice that Beiming Immortal Palace has come to compete for the place in the primordial immortal pond. So many times, Bei Mingquan has seen the most powerful genius in Weijian Immortal Palace, and it took half a year to enter the primordial immortal pond. The last time the primordial immortal pond was opened, only one of the 5 geniuses of their northern cold immortal palace had spent a year competing for a place in the primordial immortal pond. From this, it can be seen how difficult the test of the Taiku Immortal Pond is. Now that some people have entered the Taiku Immortal Pond in less than 3 months, this is indeed a bit of a monster. In addition to being amazed, Bei Mingquan couldn't help but have a look of doubt on his face. Lang Jianshu, the world's #1 true legend of the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace, had not seen it before. That guy doesn't seem to be much better than the first true biography of Ju Sword Immortal Palace 3,000 years ago. With his ability, it is impossible to enter the primordial immortal pond within 3 months. But apart from Lang Jianshu, no one should be able to pass the test faster than him and enter the primordial immortal pond, right? Wait, could it be that kid Jiang Chen? A flash of light flashed in Bei Mingquan's mind, and suddenly thought of a possibility, and he couldn't help taking a breath. Although he gave Jiang Chen a place to come to the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace and brought him to the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace, he really didn't know much about Jiang Chen. The only time he saw Jiang Chen take action was the battle between Jiang Chen and Lang Xinghui. With his cultivation in the early stage of the 4th grade Tianxian, Jiang Chen easily crushed Lang Xinghui, who was at the peak of the 4th grade Tianxian, showing his unfathomable talent and strength. Although that brat is extraordinary, he may not be able to win against Lang Jianshou from the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace. Just when Bei Mingquan was in shock, an ethereal voice was also slowly uploaded from the ferry. Jiang Chen of Beihan Immortal Palace passed the customs test, which took 2 months and 20 days, and he has entered the Taiku Immortal Pond. The ethereal voice reverberated in the sky above the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace, making everyone suddenly unable to return to their senses for a while. Bei Mingquan smiled bitterly, and couldn't help but let out a low whisper. Hi, the person who entered the Primordial Immortal Pond in this first customs clearance test was not senior brother Lang. The Jiang Chen of Beihan Immortal Palace is too evil. Many Absolute Sword Immortal Palace disciples were shocked. The strength of Beihan Immortal Palace is much weaker than their Absolute Sword Immortal Palace. Over the years, although Beihan Immortal Palace has sent 5 geniuses each time to compete for the place in the Primordial Immortal Pond, their presence is not strong, and at most 1 or 2 people can compete for the quota in the Primordial Immortal Pond every time. But this time, a genius appeared in Beihan Immortal Palace. Not only did he enter the Primordial Immortal Pond for the first time, but he also set a new record. Jiang Chen of Beihan Immortal Palace. Immortal Venerable Juchen's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he couldn't help looking at Immortal Venerable Destiny on the side. Destiny, is it him? Immortal Venerable Destiny nodded and said slowly, yes, it should be him in all likelihood. Immortal Venerable Juchen couldn't help but take a deep breath. Before the opening of the Primordial Immortal Pond, Immortal Venerable Destiny had told him that there was a demon who mastered the sword technique of killing immortals coming to Beihan Immortal Palace this time, and it was very likely that he would inherit it from Immortal King Destiny Sword. Juchen Immortal Venerable originally planned to wait for the end of the Taiku Immortal Pond to find out about the situation. Unexpectedly, this existence related to the Immortal King of Absolute Sword showed incomparably terrifying talent and strength, and directly broke the record in the history of Absolute Sword Immortal Palace, becoming the first person to enter the Primordial Immortal Pond. If Jiang Chen is really the descendant of the Absolute Sword Immortal King, it would be a good thing for them to the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace. Chapter 2822, Immortal Pond Baptism, 9-rank Heavenly Immortal. Jiang Chen stepped into the entrance of Taiku Immortal Pond and appeared directly in a peaceful little world. This is an immortal land with a mild atmosphere. In the center of the immortal land is an immortal pond about 100 feet in size. I saw the water in the fairy pond, as if it were like an endless starry sky. Every drop of water shone with a star-like glow, as if it contained all things in the world. A dragon with colorful rays of light soars freely above the fairy pond. This colorful dragon seems to have evolved from the mysterious energy in the fairy pond. It is clothed in rays of light, shrouded in chaotic clouds, exuding a mysterious aura. The immortal pond in front of him should be the so-called Taiku Immortal Pond. The Primordial Immortal Pond was conceived innately, and even the founder of the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace, the Absolute Sword Immortal King, did not know the true origin of the Primordial Immortal Pond. The magic of the Taiku Immortal Pond is beyond doubt. Once you get the baptism of the Taiku Immortal Pond, you will be sublimated and transformed. Not only the talent potential will be improved, but even the cultivation base will be improved by leaps and bounds. After Jiang Chen looked at the Taiku Immortal Pond, he didn't waste any time, and walked directly towards the Taiku Immortal Pond. Because he has just received a piece of information, everyone who enters the Primordial Immortal Pond can only stay in the Primordial Immortal Pond for 3 days. Entering the Primordial Immortal Pond, Jiang Chen only felt that his whole body was enveloped by an inexplicable force. Every inch of his flesh and blood, every inch of bone, and even his soul, seemed to have been sublimated endlessly under the nourishment of the Primordial Immortal Pond. And his cultivation level has also increased at a terrifying speed. This speed of improvement is the most terrifying time for Jiang Chen to improve after stepping into the real fairyland. In just 2 hours, Jiang Chen's cultivation level has gone from a 5th grade fairy to a 6th grade fairy. Under such a terrifying improvement, 3 days passed in a flash. Under the constant baptism of the Taiku Immortal Pond, in just 3 days, Jiang Chen has crossed 4 ranks from the previous 5-rank Heaven Immortal, reaching the level of a 9th-rank Heaven Immortal. What a terrible Taiku Immortal Pond! Although he already knew the part of the Immortal Sword Immortal Palace's Taiku Immortal Pond, Jiang Chen was still shocked by the power of the Primordial Immortal Pond. If he were given another 3 days, I am afraid that he would be able to break through the Golden Wonderland with the help of the Immortal Ancient Pond. This is obviously not possible. As soon as the 3 days came, Jiang Chen felt an invisible will lock him, as if to exclude him from this small world. Although there are some regrets that he can't break through the Golden Fairyland, Jiang Chen is also very content with being able to reach the 9th-rank Heavenly Immortal. Jiang Chen could clearly feel that after he stayed in the Primordial Immortal Pond for 3 days, the power of the Primordial Immortal Pond was obviously weakened by 1 point. Even if they continue to accept the baptism of the Taiku Immortal Pond, the effect will probably be weaker. The power of the Primordial Immortal Pond is not endless. The first person to enter the Taiku Immortal Pond for baptism should get the most benefits. With the weakening of the Primordial Immortal Pond's power, the further back you enter the Primordial Immortal Pond, the effect will become weaker and weaker. The Absolute Sword Immortal Palace will only choose to open it once every 3,000 years, and it will limit the number of people who enter the Primordial Immortal Pond to 10 people each time. I'm afraid there is some kind of big secret in this ancient Immortal Pond. Jiang Chen looked at the immemorial Immortal Pond below, and he also had some guesses in his heart. The power of the Primordial Immortal Pond is extraordinary. Compared with the immortal essence of the immortal world, this kind of immortal essence is more than 1 level higher, and it can be quickly absorbed by people, thus completing the transformation and improving its strength by leaps and bounds. And the immemorial Immortal Pond in front of him is able to continuously produce this kind of power, which is absolutely extraordinary. No matter what secrets the immemorial Immortal Pond has, it is not something he can explore now. At this moment, the rejection of the will of heaven and earth in the void also became more and more powerful, and finally locked Jiang Chen directly and expelled him from this small world. Jiang Chen's figure had already appeared in the air outside Wanjiangxian Mountain. At that moment, everyone's eyes almost fell on Jiang Chen. Is this guy Jiang Chen from Beihan Immortal Palace? It should be. The aura on his body is now much stronger than senior brother Lang. It seems that he has really accepted the baptism of the Primordial Immortal Pond. When everyone looked at Jiang Chen in midair, they couldn't help showing a complicated look. Jiang Chen ignored everyone's eyes, and directly flashed and landed beside Bei Mingquan and Zi Yao. Now that the matter of the immemorial Immortal Pond is over, and the Immortal King Weijian is not in Weijian Immortal Palace, the current Weijian Immortal Palace seems to be unwilling to interfere with the affairs of Immortal King Longevity, and Jiang Chen does not plan to stay in Weijian Immortal Palace for a long time. He was going to bid farewell to Bai Mingquan, and then took Xiao directly to Xian Tianyu. Little friend Jiang Chen, congratulations on you being the first to pass the test and accept the baptism of the Primordial Immortal Pond. At this moment, Immortal Venerable Juchen looked at Jiang Chen, and said with a smile, I heard that your little friend is not a disciple of Beihan Immortal Palace. I wonder if you would like to join my Weijian Immortal Palace. Seeing this, Bei Mingquan didn't say much. Jiang Chen is indeed not a disciple of Beihan Immortal Palace, and he has no right to influence Jiang Chen's decision. Jiang Chen's talent is unparalleled and enchanting. He carries the inheritance of the Immortal King. His origin is extremely mysterious, and he has mastered the top-level immortal technique of killing the immortal sword of the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace. Senior is kind, and the younger one accepts it. Jiang Chen shook his head and said, it's just that this junior has something important to do, so it's inconvenient to stay in the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace for a long time. In the entire Absolute Sword Immortal Palace, the only one who can be inextricably linked with Jiang Chen is the Absolute Sword Immortal King. If the Absolute Sword Immortal King invited him to join the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace, he might still think about it. Now that the Absolute Sword Immortal King is not in the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace, Jiang Chen has no idea about joining the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace. He has a long history with the Immortal King of Longevity, and the current descendant of the Immortal King of Longevity, Lu Zhao King, is like his relatives. Today's Absolute Sword Immortal Palace is unwilling to participate in the affairs of the Immortal King of Longevity. What's the point of him joining Absolute Sword Immortal Palace? Jiang Chen, killing immortal sword art is not the core true inheritance of Weijian Immortal Palace. Since you have mastered killing immortal sword art, you will definitely be my Absolute Sword Immortal Palace disciple. Immortal Venerable Destiny on the side said indifferently. You only have two choices today, either join the Immortal Sword Immortal Palace, or tell the origin of the sword art of killing immortals. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said with a sneer, "Haha, such a absolute sword Immortal Palace, it is really majestic, what if I say no? If that's the case, don't blame me for being rude to you." Immortal Venerable Destiny snorted coldly, and the power of Immortal Venerable Deluo was also pressing directly towards Jiang Chen. Chapter 2823, Xian Tianyu. Seeing this, Bei Mingquan couldn't help but frown slightly. Although Jiang Chen was the one who brought Absolute Sword Immortal Palace, he had nothing to do with Beihan Immortal Palace after all. Jiang Chen indeed mastered the top-level immortal technique of the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace, and he was inextricably linked with the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace, and he was really not good at intervening. And here is the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace, even if he is Deluo Immortal Venerable, he can't change the decision of the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace at all. Great Luo Tianwei. Jiang Chen's face was expressionless, and he directly condensed the supernatural power of Deluo Tianwei that he had comprehended by swallowing the Deluo Immortal Pill. How is it possible for the power of Da Luo Shanzun? Feeling the sudden momentum on Jiang Chen's body, Immortal Venerable Destiny's pupils shrank suddenly. He obviously didn't expect that Jiang Chen would have the power of Deluo Immortal Venerable, and he would resist the oppression of his momentum. And when Immortal Venerable Destiny was terrified, Jiang Chen didn't have any hesitation, only saw his palm move, directly and decisively urged the teleportation charm left by Lu Zhaoqing, and then grabbed Ziyao in front of him. The teleportation talisman burst out with a vast power of space, wrapped Jiang Chen and the two of them, and then slammed into the endless void. This is the Heavenly Domain Teleportation Talisman. Seeing the scene in front of him, Immortal Venerable Juchen also revealed a terrifying horror that could not be concealed in his eyes. The Tianyu Teleportation Talisman is a kind of teleportation charm made by the Heavenly Domain Immortal King Realm. This kind of teleportation talisman, once activated by Tianyu, can be directly transmitted to Tianyu. No matter where it is in the fairyland, only the top geniuses of the Immortal King forces in the 5 heavenly domains of the Immortal Realm can possess such things as the Heavenly Domain Teleportation Talisman. He obviously did not expect that Jiang Chen actually had the Heavenly Domain Teleportation Talisman on his body. Damn, you just went too far. Immortal Venerable Ju Chen glanced at Immortal Venerable Ju Chen and couldn't help shaking his head secretly. Jiang Chen was able to learn the Sword of Immortal Killing Art without going through the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace, and 9 times out of 10, he had something to do with the Immortal King Absolute Sword. Now I have taken out the Tianyu Teleportation Talisman, and it is even very likely that it comes from an immortal king in the 5 major heavens. Such characters, even if they don't join the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace, they cannot be evil with them. Immortal Venerable Ultimate Fate snorted coldly. What about the power of immortal kings in heaven? I might not be afraid of them in Immortal Sword Immortal Palace. When Immortal Juchen heard the words, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. At that time, the immortal king of Weijian was one person and one sword, and it shook the immortal world. Even the immortal king realm of Immortal Realm, few people can compete with him. At that time, the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace really made the countless immortal king forces in the heavenly realm have to be afraid of 3 points. The illustrious name of the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace is supported by the Absolute Sword Immortal King alone. With the disappearance of the Absolute Sword Immortal King, the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace is no different from the ordinary Immortal King forces. Immortal King Weijian and Immortal King Longevity are life and death friends. More than 10 years ago, the descendant of Immortal King Longevity came to Weijian Immortal Palace, and the one from Weijian Immortal Palace actually wanted to stay out of the matter and was unwilling to interfere in the affairs of Immortal King Longevity. Although Juchen Immortal Venerable disagreed, he couldn't do anything about it. In the face of Jiang Chen, who is suspected to be the descendant of the Immortal King Weijian today, Weijian Immortal Palace also took a tough attitude, forcing Jiang Chen to urge the Tianyu Teleportation Talisman to leave Weijian Immortal Palace. Immortal Venerable Juchen has no doubt that if Immortal King Weijian really returns, he will definitely be furious. The Xian Heavenly Domain, located in the center of the entire Immortal Realm, is one of the 5 famous heavenly domains in the Immortal Realm. Immortal Tao is prosperous here, not only have many immortal kings peerless powers, but also have supreme immortal emperors in the ancient times. Although there is no immortal emperor in today's Xian Heavenly Domain, there is an emperor sect inherited from the immortal emperor, whose strength is far stronger than that of the immortal emperor, which can be described as unfathomable. The Xianxia is vast, and there are many immortal realms in it. For example, the immortal realm of longevity established by the immortal king of longevity is located in the Xian heavenly domain. After Jiang Chen urged the Tianyu teleportation talisman, he and Ziyao were directly wrapped by the power on the Tianyu teleportation talisman, and then took them into the endless void. Jiang Chen only felt that they had been traveling in the endless void for a long time, and it seemed that it had only been a while. The power of the Tianyu teleportation talisman finally took them through the endless void and appeared in a whole new world. Jiang Chen had just stabilized his figure in the air, and before he had time to look at the situation around him, he sensed countless gazes all looking towards him. Jiang Chen was startled, and couldn't help but look down. I saw that on the plain below, there were two sides facing each other. One of them is more than a dozen people in gray clothes wearing uniform clothes. The cultivation base of these more than 10 people has reached the 7th rank or higher, especially the first middle-aged gray robe, who exudes a powerful gold fairy breath. The dozen or so men in gray are trapping the two men on the other side firmly in the center. These two are one old and one young. The old man's breath is not weak, he has already reached the half-step golden fairyland, and the other young man is a young genius of the first-rank heavenly realm. The two were surrounded and killed by more than a dozen men in gray, and the situation was already very bad. Everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Chen and the two, and they were obviously shocked by the sudden appearance of Jiang Chen and the two. Seeing the situation below, Jiang Chen was a little bit dumbfounded. He obviously did not expect that the place where Tianyu teleportation sent them to Xian Tianyu would be so special. I'm just passing by, you continue. Jiang Chen just said something lightly, and then he was about to leave with Ziyao. When he first arrived, Jiang Chen didn't know anything about the situation here, and naturally he didn't want to meddle in his own business, so as to get into unnecessary trouble. This little friend, enlinged of the heaven-breaking immortal sect, also hopes that the little friend can help, and the heaven-breaking immortal sect must be greatly grateful. At this moment, the old man who was half a step into the golden fairyland hurriedly called out to Jiang Chen. Now that they are besieged here, they are almost dead, and this mysterious young man who suddenly appeared in front of them may be their only chance. Broken Heaven Immortal Sect, wouldn't it be so coincidental? Hearing this familiar name, Jiang Chen couldn't help but pause slightly, and a strange look flashed across his eyes. This Shattering Heaven Immortal Sect, shouldn't it have something to do with the Heaven-Shattering Immortal Sect in Shattering Immortal Universe? According to Ling Ziyao's narration, the Heaven-Shattering Immortal Sect should have been destroyed by the Being Immortal Palace. How could it still exist in this world? Jiang Chen thought for a moment, and finally turned to look at the old man below, and asked curiously, do you come from a lower universe called the Poxian Universe? Chapter 2824, Kill Jinxian with one finger. The old man who claimed to be Ling De looked up at Jiang Chen, and there was an incredible shock in his eyes. After the heaven-breaking immortal sect was established in the immortal realm, it was destroyed once by the Being Immortal Palace. Today's heaven-shattering immortal sect was re-established in a place far away from Being Immortal Palace after some core disciples escaped. Except for some high-level leaders of the heaven-breaking immortal sect, even many disciples of the heaven-breaking immortal sect did not know that the heaven-breaking immortal sect came from the lower realm of the heaven-breaking immortal sect. How could this mysterious young man in front of him know the origin of the heaven-shattering immortal sect? It's really the heaven-breaking immortal sect established by Ling Podian. Jiang Chen was also full of emotion in his heart. He also had some connections with the heaven-breaking immortal sect, and even promised Ling Ziyao to help him deal with Being Immortal Palace. Since he met someone from the heaven-shattering immortal sect, Jiang Chen naturally couldn't just sit back and ignore it. He glanced at the dozen or so men in gray, and said indifferently, everyone, I'll protect these two, I wonder if you can give me this face. Following Jiang Chen's remarks, the gazes of these gray-clothed men looking at Jiang Chen also turned cold in an instant. In particular, the middle-aged gray-robed middle-aged rank 1 golden fairyland leader, filled with a murderous intent, boy, I advise you, it's best not to mind your own business. Jiang Chen calmly glanced at the middle-aged gray robe, and said lightly, it seems that you don't plan to give me this face. Boy, you are courting death. The middle-aged gray robe's eyes turned cold. Go ahead, kill this kid for me first. Following the gray-robed middle-aged man's order, two men in gray-clothed rank 7 heavenly fairyland charged towards Jiang Chen aggressively. Jiang Chen flicked his fingers, and two silent sword fingers cut through the space. The two 7th-grade heavenly immortals had no time to react, and they had already disappeared under Jiang Chen's sword fingers. The gray-robed middle-aged man's expression changed, his eyes fixed on Jiang Chen, his expression seemed to be terrified and angry. Kill 2 7th-rank heavenly immortals in one move. He obviously did not expect that the mysterious young man who suddenly appeared in his eyes had such strength. Such young geniuses are generally only possessed by the Deluo faction. Could it be that the mysterious young man in front of him came from a certain Deluo force? Jiang Chen said lightly, "You don't need to know who I am, you just need to know, I will protect the two of them today." The gray-robed middle-aged man's eyes froze, and he stepped out directly. The breath of a rank 1 Jinxian was also overwhelmingly rushing towards Jiang Chen. This child can kill 2 7th-rank heavenly immortals in seconds, and I am afraid that they have at least the combat power of 8th-rank heavenly immortals and even 9th-ranking heavenly immortals. It is difficult for ordinary people to easily get him. The middle-aged gray robe obviously didn't want to waste time, and planned to do it himself. Jiang Chen's expression was calm, not because of the gray robe's middle-aged breath. After the baptism of the Immortal Sword Immortal Sect's Taiku Immortal Pond, Jiang Chen's current cultivation base has reached the 9th-rank heavenly immortal, and he is not far from the Golden Fairyland. When he was still a rank 4 heavenly immortal, he was able to suppress a half-step Jin immortal and forcibly shake a rank 1 golden immortal. Now that the cultivation base has reached the 9th rank of heavenly immortal, why would he put the mere first rank of golden immortal in his eyes? Seeing that the oppression of his own momentum had no effect on Jiang Chen in the slightest, a look of astonishment flashed across the gray-robed middle-aged eyes. He no longer hesitated now. The majestic golden immortal power surged in the palm of his hand, and then turned into a black giant python and roared towards Jiang Chen with its teeth and claws. Jiang Chen raised his hand and waved, and a sword chi burst out of the air, directly facing the roaring black giant python, like cutting tofu, instantly splitting the black giant python into 2 halves with one sword. Seeing this in the middle-aged gray robe, his expression became more and more solemn. Although he didn't use all his strength in the blow just now, it was still the power of a first-rank Jinxian, and even a half-step Jinxian might not be able to easily resist it. But this kid in front of him can easily defeat him. This also means that this kid probably has the combat power comparable to Jinxian. Boy, you have some strength, no wonder you dare to be arrogant in front of me. The gray-robed middle-aged stared closely at Jiang Chen. The golden immortal power in his body erupted with all his strength, and an ancient pine-patterned sword appeared out of thin air in the palm of his hand. As soon as the ancient pine-patterned sword came out, pieces of sword light flashed across the sky for hundreds of miles. One after another, the yellow sword beams gathered in the air like a mountain of sword energy, and finally evolved into 1,000 Jiang Mountain, with the power to crush the void, and smashed down towards Jiang Chen angrily. "Be careful, little friend, this is the great Luo immortal art Xianxia sword art." Seeing this, the ancestor named Lingda from the heaven-breaking immortal sect suddenly changed his face, and quickly reminded Jiang Chen. Xianxia sword art is the immortal art of Xianxia Shanman. With the strength of his half-step Jinxian, facing the Xianxia sword art that this guy uses with all his strength, I am afraid that he will be seriously injured even if he does not die. Jiang Chen shook his head, and once again used his sword to point to the middle-aged man in gray robe. I saw that the middle-aged gray-robed mountain peak that evolved with sword glow, in front of Jiang Chen's sword finger, actually exploded like a bubble, turning into sword energy and breaking it. It was difficult to resist. Jiang Chen's finger was like a broken bamboo. After breaking the Chenjiang mountain peak, under the horrified eyes of the middle-aged gray robe, he placed it lightly on the ancient pine-patterned sword in the hands of the middle-aged gray robe. Only a crisp sound was heard, and the ancient pine-patterned sword burst inch by inch, to the end. The strength of Jiang Chen's fingers landed directly on the chest of the gray-robed middle-aged man. Next second, the gray-robed middle-aged man trembled all over, and immediately exploded into the sky, turning into a mist of blood and falling down. With Jiang Chen's current level of cultivation as a rank 9 heavenly immortal, although he doesn't know what level of combat power he can achieve with his full strength, killing an ordinary rank 1 golden immortal is no different from slaughtering a chicken and a dog. At this moment, the whole place was dead silent. Whether it was the remaining 10 or so gray-robed people, or the 2 Lingda from the heaven-shattering immortal sect, their eyes were sluggish, and it was difficult for them to recover from the shock for a long time. One finger smashes Deluo swordsmanship, breaks the sword of immortals, and kills a rank 1 Jinxian. They never thought that the mysterious black-clothed youth in front of them was actually so powerful that it was so terrifying. Good. So strong. Ling De came back to his senses, and a look of ecstasy appeared on the old face. He asked Jiang Chen for help just now, but he felt that Jiang Chen was extremely extraordinary, and it was very likely that he was a genius from Deluo's forces, who might be able to help them resolve the crisis. Ling De never thought of it. However, Jiang Chen killed a first-rank golden immortal in an understatement with his own strength. The level of this son's evildoer, I am afraid that it is comparable to the supreme genius of Deluo's power, and it is no less than that. Chapter 2825, Fairy or Scramble. You, who are you? Don't you want to be my enemy in Kangshan Shanmen? Seeing that the middle-aged gray robe was killed by Jiang Chen with one finger, the remaining 10 people from Kangshan Shanmen looked terrified. Even the first-ranked Jinxian couldn't stop the finger of the black-clothed youth in front of him, and these immortals probably wouldn't have any resistance. Kangshan Shanmen is a famous Shanmen within a radius of 100,000 miles. Although Kangshan Immortal Sect is not a Deluo force, and there is no Deluo Immortal Venerable, it has a long history of inheritance. It has once born a strong person at the level of Deluo Immortal Venerable, and has the heritage of Deluo Immortal Venerable. Kangshan Immortal Sect is almost the top golden immortal force, and under Deluo Immortal Venerable, few people dared to provoke it easily. These Kangshan Shanmen people obviously want to use the name of Kangshan Shanmen to make Jiang Chen throw the rat. Kangshan Shanmen, never heard of it. Jiang Chen's indifferent voice fell, and when he turned his hand, a handprint condensed out, suppressing the dozen or so people from Kangshan Shanmen. No matter who these guys are in front of him, since he has decided to take care of this matter, he will kill them without hesitation. This seal directly imprisoned a dozen people from Kangshan Shanmen in the surrounding space. No matter how hard they struggled, it was difficult for them to move at all, and they could only watch Jiang Chen's handprint rolling down, cutting them all into nothingness. Thank you, little friend, for helping me. Seeing this, Ling De couldn't help but quickly brought the young man beside him to thank Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded and said directly, "Let's go, leave here first and then talk about it." "Okay, little friend, please come with me." Ling De naturally knew that this place was not a place to stay for a long time, and quickly disappeared in this plane with Jiang Chen and the two. Through Ling De's introduction, Jiang Chen also knew that their current location was a chaotic area located in the northwest area of Xiantianyu. Although there are no Immortal King forces here, there are quite a lot of Deluo forces, and there are even Tai forces under the seat of Tai Immortal Venerable. Ling De and their heaven-shattering immortal sect were not originally in this chaotic area. It was just that the heaven-breaking immortal sect offended the Da Luo faction, the Bian Immortal Palace, and was defeated by the Bian Immortal Palace. Some disciples fled into this chaotic area and re-established the heaven-breaking immortal sect. Today's heaven-shattering immortal sect is only a small golden immortal sect. In this chaotic area, it is not even a second-rate force, and it can only barely survive in this chaotic area. Ling De went out to protect the young genius of the heaven-shattering immortal sect by his side, and accidentally obtained a Da Luo immortal technique, but was targeted by the people of Kangshan Immortal Sect, so he was chased by Kangshan Immortal Sect. If it hadn't happened to meet Jiang Chen today, I'm afraid Ling De and the two would have fallen into the hands of Kangshan Shanmen. Little friend Jiang Chen, Broken Heaven Immortal Sect is from the lower world Broken Immortal Universe. There should be few people in Immortal World now. How did you know? Ling De looked at Jiang Chen and asked curiously. Jiang Chen said indifferently, "When I was in the lower universe, I had been to the Poxian universe, and I was quite familiar with the Podian Immortal Sect." When Ling De heard Jiang Chen's words, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. He originally thought that the person in front of him should be a top genius from the Deluo faction and even the Tai faction. But he didn't expect Jiang Chen to come from the lower universe. With the age of this person, who has ascended from the lower realm universe, he can have the strength to easily suppress the first-ranked Jinxian, which is really a bit terrifying. Jiang Chen asked some questions, and found that Ling De didn't seem to know Ling Ziyao's existence. After the heaven-shattering immortal sect was defeated by the Bian Immortal Palace, it was directly torn apart, and the disciples fled. It was only a group of people who came to the chaotic region to establish the heaven-shattering immortal sect. And Ling Ziyao should be another group of surviving people from the heaven-shattering immortal sect. They never left, and even let Ling Ziyao infiltrate the Bian Immortal Palace to wait for an opportunity, looking for an opportunity to deal with the Bian Immortal Palace. Although the heaven-shattering immortal sect in the chaotic area has no direct relationship with Ling Ziyao, Jiang Chen really went to the heaven-shattering immortal sect with Ling Da's invitation. He just came to Xian Tianyu, he is not familiar with life, and there is no better place to go. The heaven-shattering immortal sect in the chaotic area is also a branch of the heaven-shattering immortal sect. Since he had promised Ling Ziyao to help her deal with Bian Immortal Palace, he naturally wouldn't go back on his word. But it is by no means an easy task to deal with a Deluo force. Now that he has met people from the heaven-shattering immortal sect here, he might as well help the heaven-shattering immortal sect to help them develop in the chaotic area. At that time, he may also be able to play a certain role in dealing with the Bian Immortal Palace. Under the leadership of Ling Da, Jiang Chen and the others came to the heaven-pottering immortal sect, and they were crowned as guests by Ling Da and lived in the heaven-pottering immortal sect. After arranging for Jiang Chen and the others, Ling Da and the others seemed to have something urgent to deal with, so they hurriedly bid farewell to Jiang Chen and left. The next few days, Ling Da never came to find Jiang Chen again. It seems that no one in the entire heaven-shattering immortal sect paid attention to Jiang Chen and the two. It seemed that after Ling Da brought Jiang Chen back to the heaven-shattering immortal sect, they completely forgot about Jiang Chen. With his keen perception, Jiang Chen could vaguely feel that the atmosphere of the heaven-shattering immortal sect became more and more tense in the past few days, as if something major had happened. Ling Da, who disappeared for several days, finally dragged his tired body and came to Jiang Chen. He looked at Jiang Chen apologetically and said, "Little friend Jiang Chen, this old man has been unable to get out of his body for the past few days. Please forgive me for the neglect." Jiang Chen waved his hand, looked at Ling Da indifferently and said, "You came today, presumably you didn't make a special trip to apologize to me, right?" It seems that little friend Jiang Chen has already guessed that the heaven-breaking immortal sect has indeed encountered some troubles recently. Ling Da smiled bitterly and said, "To be honest, I came to find little friend Jiang Chen this time, because I came to ask you for help." Jiang Chen nodded and said directly, "Tell me, what happened to the heaven-breaking immortal sect?" Ling Da took a deep breath, and immediately began to introduce the incident to Jiang Chen. The heaven-pottering immortal sect was lucky enough to discover an immortal mine that had not been mined. If this ore could be mined, it would definitely greatly increase the strength of the heaven-pottering immortal sect. After the heaven-shattering immortal sect discovered the immortal mine, although it was already extremely secretive, it was still noticed by a nearby Jingxian force. Recently, the heaven-breaking immortal sect suffered a big loss in the battle with that golden immortal force, and even more than one golden immortal has fallen. Now it can be said that the situation is in crisis. That's why Ling Da had to come to Jiang Chen for help. Chapter 2826, Shanman Gambling Battle. Jiang Chen pondered slightly, "How is the opponent's strength?" Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't seem to refuse, Ling Da hurriedly said, "Slightly stronger than Podian Immortal Sect, but also limited. The competitor of the heaven-breaking immortal sect this time is a force called Fengele Immortal Sect. The strength of Fengele Immortal Sect is the same as that of the heaven-shattering immortal sect, both of which are Jingxian-level forces. There are a dozen or so golden immortals in Fengele Immortal Sect, and the most powerful golden immortal has reached the 6th rank of golden immortals. Although the heaven-breaking immortal sect is slightly inferior, it is not far behind." A fierce battle broke out between the two sides in order to compete for the fairy ore. The heaven-breaking immortal sect lost 2 golden immortals in the war, but Fengele Immortal Sect also paid a lot for it. Once the war continues, the only result is to lose both. This is what neither side wants to see. The two sides reached an agreement that none of the golden immortals from the two sects would take action. The two sides each sent 5 people under the golden immortals to fight one-on-one, and divided the mining rights of the immortal ore into 5 equally. For each win, 1/5 of the mining rights are awarded. Golden Fairyland doesn't make a move, that is to say, the candidates for this gamble, the highest cultivation base is at most half a step Jingxian, right? Hearing Ling Da's narration, Jiang Chen also instantly understood. When Jiang Chen was a rank 9 true immortal, he didn't have much pressure in the face of ordinary rank 5 gods. Now Jiang Chensho has reached the 9th rank of heavenly immortal, but the difference between Jingxian and heavenly immortal is even more terrifying than the real fairyland and the heavenly fairyland. Even with his background, I am afraid it is difficult to compete with the 5th grade Jingxian. Jiang Chen believed that with his current strength, there should be no major problems in dealing with ordinary 2nd grade golden immortals or even 3rd rank golden immortals. As for the half-step Jinxian, unless he encounters a genius of the same level as him, it is difficult for him to pose any threat to him. And the Wind and Thunder Immortal Gate is only a mere Jinxian force, how can it have such a genius? Yes, this gambling fight is indeed a war between half-step Jinxian. Ling De said with a wry smile. Although the number of Jinxian strongmen is almost the same as that of Fengele Shanmen, the power under Jinxian is much weaker than Fengele Shanmen. In the heyday of the heaven-breaking immortal sect, it was only half a step away from the Deluo forces. But after all, Bian Immortal Palace did not give heaven-breaking immortal sect a chance to advance to the power of Deluo. Today's Breaking Heaven Immortal Sect is only a part of the disciples who escaped from Breaking Heaven Immortal Sect, and the re-establishment is ultimately insufficient. In 5 gambling battles, they were lucky enough to win the last one. Ling De will come to Jiang Chen for help. Although he didn't know Jiang Chen's specific strength, he also knew that Jiang Chen did not break through the Golden Fairyland, but he had the ability to kill a rank 1 Golden Immortal in seconds. With Jiang Chen's help, they will definitely win one of the 5 gambling battles. Jiang Chen nodded. I understand, when will the gambling fight start? When he came to the Heaven Pottering Immortal Sect this time, he originally intended to help the development of the Heaven Pottering Immortal Sect and to make some preparations for dealing with the Bian Immortal Palace in the future. An immortal mind can indeed play a great role in the development of the Heaven Shattering Immortal Sect. The gambling fight will be held in 3 days. Seeing Jiang Chen's willingness to help, Ling De was also overjoyed. I also asked my little friend to come with me to see the sect master and determine the number of places to bet. Jiang Chen didn't talk nonsense either, nodded and agreed. Ling De hesitated for a moment and said, Little friend Jiang Chen, I'm afraid it will take some time before I leave the heaven-shattering immortal sect this time. Do you need to inform your companion? Jiang Chen waved his hand and said, No need, he is in a critical period of retreat and cultivation, you don't want to let the people of the heaven-shattering immortal sect disturb him. Since he came to the heaven-breaking immortal sect, Jiang Chen has taken Ziyao into the Tower of Time, and gave him tens of thousands of immortal stones, so that he can concentrate on cultivation in the Tower of Time. Ziyao's ancestor, the Zilin Immortal Beast, is a powerful immortal beast with the power of an immortal king. Ziyao has the blood of Zilin, and his natural blood is not weak. The Zilin family is loyal to the immortal king of longevity, and Jiang Chen also wants to cultivate Ziyao. With Ziyao's talent, as long as he has enough resources, the growth rate of the Tower of Time should be terrifying at 10 times the time flow rate. Even if he cannot become an immortal king, there is no problem in reaching immortal venerable realm. Don't worry, little friend Jiang Chen, I will prohibit the disciples of the heaven-breaking immortal sect from approaching this courtyard. After Ling De finished speaking, he immediately took Jiang Chen towards the Podian Immortal Sect Master Hall. Inside the main hall, with Ling Yangcheng, the digital golden immortal of the sect master of the heaven-shattering immortal sect, he is currently negotiating the 5 places to bet against Fengele Immortal Sect. Elders, the 5 gambling battles with Fengele Immortal Sect are of great importance, and it is related to the future development of my heaven-shattering immortal sect. It must be treated with caution. Can you tell me which 5 people will be sent to fight? Ling Yangcheng's majestic gaze swept across the hall slightly, and his loud voice resounded through the audience instantly. Is this still worth considering? The strong players in the Golden Fairy realm can't participate in this gambling battle. Our heaven-breaking immortal sect has only 5 half-step golden immortals in total. Naturally, we will send 5 half-step golden immortals to fight. An old man from a first-grade gold fairyland spoke up. No, high realm does not mean strong combat power. I think Ling Xing can be given a place. Although he only has the strength of a 9th rank heavenly immortal, his combat power is not inferior to that of a half-step Jinxian. Another white-haired old man in the 3rd grade gold fairyland shook his head and said, I also agree to let Ling Xing play. The other elders of the heaven-shattering immortal sect all agreed. A 9th rank fairyland genius whose combat power is not inferior to the half-step Jinxian is undoubtedly more suitable for battle than the half-step Jinxian. Ling Yangcheng naturally had no objection to this. He said directly, in this case, Ling Xing is one of the candidates for this gamble. Let's discuss the remaining 4 candidates. The 3rd rank golden fairyland white-haired old man pondered slightly. It's a big deal, I think it's better to hold a competition. Whether it's a heavenly fairy or a half-step golden fairy, the 4 most powerful people are the candidates for this gamble. But just as the white-haired old man's voice fell, a voice came from the door of the main hall. Elders, Ling De has a suitable candidate to participate in the gambling fight. Following Ling De's remarks, everyone in the hall looked at the door of the main hall in unison, and saw that Ling De brought a strange black-clothed young man slowly into the hall. Ling De, this little brother is. Ling Yangcheng looked at the black-clothed youth brought in by Ling De, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Sect Master, this is little friend Jiang Chen. It was with his help that Ling De was able to safely return to the heaven-shattering immortal sect. Ling De bowed to Ling Yangcheng and said, although Jiang Chen's cultivation base is in the fairyland, he has a combat power that is not inferior to that of a first-ranked Jinxian. He is definitely an excellent candidate to gamble with Fengele Shanman. Chapter 2827. Exploring the heaven-shattering immortal sect. Following Ling De's words, Ling Yangcheng and the others were surprised when they looked at Jiang Chen. Heavenly Immortal Realm has a strength that is not inferior to that of a first-ranked Jinxian. Generally, only the geniuses of Deluo's forces can have such combat power. Could it be that the black-clothed youth in front of him is a genius from Deluo's forces? The geniuses of Deluo's forces have always been very arrogant, and they don't even care about such Jinxian forces. If this black-clothed youth is really a genius of Deluo's forces, how could he help them to break the heavenly sect? Ling De, the gambling fight with Fengele Shanman is very important. Since you said that this little friend has the strength not inferior to the first-ranked Jinxian, then you have to let us see it. The third-rank Golden Fairyland white-haired old man swept his eyes slightly on Jiang Chen, and said solemnly. In the 5 gambling battles with Fengele Immortal Sect, each victory is very important to the heaven-shattering Immortal Sect. If the black-clothed youth in front of him really has the strength that is not inferior to that of a first-ranked Jinxian, he would not mind letting the black-clothed youth participate in this gambling battle for them. A young genius whose combat power is not inferior to that of the first-ranked Golden Fairyland will surely be able to win the next match for the heaven-shattering Immortal Sect. Ling De looked anxious, and hurriedly said, is this the first elder who can't trust me? Jiang Chen's strength he has seen with his own eyes, there is no doubt about it. If Jiang Chen was unwilling to help because of the elders' doubts, it would definitely be a huge loss to their heaven-breaking Immortal Sect. It's not that I can't trust you. It's just that this matter is related to the future of the heaven-shattering Immortal Sect, and there is no room for sloppiness. The third-ranked Golden Fairyland old man said, and couldn't help looking at Jiang Chen, little friend, please forgive me for the offense. Jiang Chen didn't seem to care at all, and said indifferently, how do you want to see my strength? I'll meet you. As long as you can fight against me in 10 moves without defeat, it's enough to prove that you have a strength that is not inferior to that of a first-ranked Jinxian. At this moment, a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows from a first-grade Gold Fairyland stood up. The rest of the heaven-shattering Immortal Sect Jinxian, including Ling Yangcheng, didn't say much when they saw this, apparently tacitly acquiescing in the meaning of being middle-aged with thick eyebrows. This middle-aged man with thick eyebrows is the head of the Law Enforcement Hall of the Heaven-Breaking Immortal Sect and a newly promoted Jinxian of the Heaven-Breaking Immortal Sect not long ago. Although the middle-aged Nongmei was promoted to Jinxian not long ago, the combat power is extremely not weak, and the strength is not inferior to many old-fashioned first-ranked Jinxian. If this young man in black can block the 10 strokes of the middle-aged with thick eyebrows, it is enough to prove that he has the strength not inferior to the first-rank fairy. Jiang Chen put his hands behind his back, and looked at the middle-aged man with thick eyebrows lightly. Make a move, if you can force me to take a step back within 10 moves, even if I lose. As soon as these words came out, the hall instantly fell into a dead silence. If he wants to not take a step back under the offensive of the first-grade Jinxian, even if this kid has the combat power of the first-grade Jinxian, it is impossible to do so. This guy has the strength beyond the first-grade Jinxian. Even a 9th-rank Heavenly Immortal can be considered a rare genius with a strength comparable to that of a first-rank Gold Fairyland. It would be too terrifying if this kid in Heavenly Immortal Realm had a strength that surpassed that of a rank 1 Jinxian. Haha, it seems that your excellency is very confident in your own strength. After being stunned for a moment, the middle-aged man with thick eyebrows couldn't help but glance at Jiang Chen with a smile, and was not at all angry because of Jiang Chen's arrogant words. Those who can stand in front of them and talk like this, either have a problem with their brains, or have absolute confidence in their own strength. In the eyes of the middle-aged Nongmei, the boy in front of him is probably the latter. Jiang Chen didn't talk nonsense, and made a gesture of invitation directly to the middle-aged man with thick eyebrows. Let's make a move. The middle-aged man with thick eyebrows laughed, and immediately took a step towards Jiang Chen. The power of the golden immortal in his body surged out like a tide, and finally converged into a 3-foot fist on his fist, facing Jiang Chen. Punch out. Golden Fairyland Powerhouse. Once the full force erupts, even in the fairyland where the space is extremely stable, it can easily shatter thousands of miles. Now that he is discussing with Jiang Chen, the middle-aged man with thick eyebrows obviously doesn't want to make a big noise, so he directly condensed a 3-foot fist and slammed it towards Jiang Chen. Although this punch seems to be inconspicuous, it was condensed by the middle-aged man with thick eyebrows with the power of Jinxian. Soon a shocking scene happened. I saw this 3-foot fist shot by the middle-aged thick eyebrows. When it approached the 3-foot range of Jiang Chen's body, it seemed to be blocked by an invisible obstacle, and it was directly frozen in midair. The 3-foot fist light was cut apart by the invisible sword energy, and finally dissipated into the invisible. This child. It's really not easy. Seeing this scene in front of him, Ling Yangcheng and other Jinxian experts from the heaven-shattering immortal sect couldn't help but stare slightly. Your Excellency is indeed unparalleled, lend me another trick to try. The middle-aged man with thick eyebrows had a solemn expression, and he no longer had any reservations. He threw 2 fists in succession and hit Jiang Chen. Facing the attack of the middle-aged man with thick eyebrows, Jiang Chen still stood still with his hands behind his back. I saw that the 2 fists shot by the middle-aged thick eyebrows in succession still failed to enter the range of Jiang Chen's body 3 feet, that is, they were completely wiped out by the invisible sword energy in the end. Do you want to fight again? Jiang Chen glanced at the middle-aged man with thick eyebrows, shook his head and said, with this level of attack, it still can't shake me. Don't fight, I admit defeat. The middle-aged man with thick eyebrows gave a wry smile, obviously no longer intending to continue shooting. He attacked 3 times in a row, but it was difficult to even touch the corner of the opponent's shirt. Although the black-clothed youth in front of him is still in the fairyland, his strength is unbelievably powerful. The middle-aged man with thick eyebrows even had a feeling that even if he tried his best to fight Jiang Chen, he might not be able to make this guy take a half step back. This time, he just wanted to see if Jiang Chen's strength was as Lingda said. Through these 3 fights, Jiang Chen's strength has already exceeded their expectations, and there is absolutely no need to test it. When Ling Yangcheng saw this, he also directly said, "Everyone, now I have decided to let this little friend Jiang Chen play in the bed with Fengele Shanmen, do you have any opinions?" After seeing Jiang Chen's terrifying strength, these elders of the heaven-shattering immortal sect naturally had no objections. The bed between their heaven-shattering immortal sect and Fengele immortal sect won't take any advantage. Now that there is a genius like Jiang Chen to help, it is simply something they can't ask for. Chapter 2828, First Game, Defeat. After confirming Jiang Chen as the second candidate to participate in the gambling battle, Ling Yangcheng and others continued to select the remaining 3 candidates. They called in the 5 half-step Jinxian from the heaven-shattering immortal sect and 3 talented young geniuses in the heavenly wonderland. After a lot of battles, it was finally determined that the remaining 3 spots were still the 3 half-step Jinxian headed by Lingda. After confirming the 5 places, Ling Yangcheng personally went to the appointment with the 2 Jinxianjing elders and brought the 5 Jiang Chen. The gambling battle between the heaven-shattering immortal sect and the wind and thunder immortal sect is located outside the mine where the 2 golden immortal forces compete. Jiang Chen and the others arrived at the station established by the heaven-breaking immortal sect outside the mine. Since the immortal mine was discovered here, both the heaven-breaking immortal sect and Fengele immortal sect have established stations outside the mine. After the 2 sides reached an agreement, they also left the strongmen to guard the station to prevent the other party from entering the mine. Jiang Chen and the others also waited quietly in the station for 2 days. In the early morning of the 3rd day, the 2 golden immortal forces came to the entrance of the mine with a tacit understanding, and stood facing each other across the sky. There are about 10 people on the side of Fengele Shanmen. The first person was a mighty middle-aged Lipao. This person is Lei Tianchen, the sect master of Fengele Shanmen, whose cultivation base is comparable to Ling Yangcheng. Behind Lei Tianchen, there were 3 Jinxians from Fengele immortal sect and 5 men wearing silver thunder robes. The 5 men were not very old, 2 were half-step golden immortals and 3 were 9th rank heavenly immortals. Especially the 3 9th rank heavenly immortals, any of them, compared to Ling Xing of the heaven-shattering immortal sect, I am afraid they are better than others. The other 2 half-step golden immortals have also reached the peak of the half-step golden fairyland, and they are not far from the first-rank golden immortals. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen couldn't help shaking his head secretly. Compared with Fengdelei Immortal Sect, Heaven-breaking Immortal Sect is indeed more than one step worse. If it weren't for him, the Heaven-shattering Immortal Sect would be a little less fortunate today, and it would be very difficult to win one of the 5 battles. Lei Tianchen, it seems that just because of this gambling, you Fengdelei Shanman really paid for it. Ling Yangcheng looked at the lineup sent by Fengdelei Shanman, and his eyes sank slightly. With his eyesight, it is naturally not difficult to sense the strength of the people from Fengdelei Immortal Sect. Compared with the people sent by the Heaven-shattering Immortal Sect, their strength is indeed higher. Fortunately, they had a demon genius like Jiang Chen to help them. Today's gambling and fighting the Heavenly Immortal Sect is doomed to fail miserably. Ling Yangcheng, don't talk nonsense. According to the agreement, the winner of 5 gambling battles will get 1/5 of the mining rights of the mine. Let's start. Lei Tianchen's voice fell, and he nodded directly to a young man in the 9-rank Heaven Wonderland behind him. The young man understood, and stepped out directly. His eyes with faint flashes of lightning looked towards the side of the Heaven-shattering Immortal Sect, and the faint voice also slowly resounded through the heavens and the earth. Feng Lei Shanman Leiki, who among you is willing to come out and fight me? Hearing Lei Qi's call for battle, Ling Yangcheng and the others couldn't help but change their expression slightly. Fengdelei Immortal Sect Lei Qi was once a famous genius in Fengdelei Immortal Sect. He had cultivated for 9th rank Heaven Immortal in less than 10,000 years of cultivation. 300 years ago, when Lei Qi first entered the 9th rank Tianxian, he had the terrifying combat power to defeat the half-stepped Jingxian with 3 moves. Now that 300 years have passed, Lei Qi's strength is bound to be even more terrifying. Even if it can't be compared with Jin Xian, I'm afraid it's not far behind. Ling Yangcheng's eyes flickered slightly. This Lei Qi is powerful, and among the 5 people in the Heaven-shattering Immortal Sect, I am afraid that only Jiang Chen can suppress him. If Jiang Chen can solve the troublesome guy Lei Qi, the next 4 battles will be relatively beneficial to the Heaven-shattering Immortal Sect. Just when Ling Yangcheng was about to send Jiang Chen to fight, Ling Xing burst out from behind him. Lei Qi, I, Ling Xing, come to fight you. When Ling Yang saw this, his complexion suddenly became unpleasant. Although Ling Xing's talent is not weak, he doesn't have much chance of winning in the face of Lei Qi of Fengdelei Shanman. Looking at Ling Xing who burst out, Lei Qi suddenly sneered contemptuously, Ling Xing, it turns out that you are the defeated general. Ling Xing's eyes froze. Lei Qi, I will defeat you today and take back 10 times the humiliation from you. When Ling Xing went out to practice, he had some friction with Lei Qi, and finally lost in Lei Qi's hands and was humiliated by Lei Qi. As the so-called enemies meet, they are particularly jealous. Ling Xing couldn't wait to rush out, wanting to take back the humiliation of the year from Lei Qi. Really, it's a pity you won't have that chance. Lei Qi smiled coldly, and a silver fairy sword with lightning flashes appeared out of thin air in the palm of his hand. He held the silver fairy sword in his hand, surrounded by thunder and lightning, and opened and closed directly, like a thunderbolt, and slashed towards Ling Xing. Ling Xing's long sword was vertical and horizontal, the sword chi was like rain, and he also instantly urged the sword technique, and collided with Lei Qi head-on without dodging. Both of them displayed all kinds of magical powers, constantly banging against each other, and the destructive ripples mixed with the sword light and sword energy continued to spread from the void. Ling Yangcheng and Lei Tianchen both condensed an enchantment by themselves, isolating the destructive ripples that swept the void. The two fought no less than 30 moves in the void. Lei Qi became more and more brave in battle, and his body was terrifying. However, Ling Xing was a little overwhelmed by Lei Qi's offensive. After some tricks, Ling Xing was caught off guard, and was directly hit by Lei Qi's thunder knife, and the whole person flew out of the void in a state of embarrassment. Sure enough, I still lost. The expressions of Ling Yangcheng and others also became more and more ugly. Although the result has been expected, the defeat in this game means that they have lost 1/5 of the fairy ore. Ling Yangcheng, you lost the heaven-breaking immortal sect this time. Lei Tianchen looked at Ling Yangcheng with a smile. For the sake of fairness, it's up to you to send someone out for the second game. Ling Yangcheng took a deep breath, and his eyes swept across Jiang Chen's body one by one. They have already lost a game. If they lose this game again, their morale will inevitably plummet, and the situation will become more and more unfavorable for them. This one has to be won no matter what. And this time, the heaven-shattering immortal sect had to send people to appear first. Except for Jiang Chen to appear, the other three would probably not have any chance of winning. Ling Yangcheng no longer hesitated at the moment, and said to Jiang Chen with a solemn face, "Little friend Jiang Chen, this game is left to you." Jiang Chen nodded, and immediately the corner of his mouth raised a slight arc. Sect Master Ling, in fact, even if I win this game, most of the immortal minds probably belong to Fengele Immortal Sect. I wonder if you have the guts to play a big game. Chapter 2829, Play a big game. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Ling Yangcheng was obviously stunned for a moment. He looked at Jiang Chen with a puzzled face. "Little friend Jiang Chen, what do you mean by that?" Jiang Chen said lightly, "If Sect Master Ling can trust me, then leave the next matter to me to handle. If you can't trust me, then follow the steps and I will win this game for you." "Okay, I believe you." Ling Yangcheng was obviously also a very courageous person, and made a decision directly and decisively. In today's gambling fight, if Jiang Chen didn't appear, the heaven-breaking immortal sect would probably lose all 5 games, completely missing the immortal mine. And Jiang Chen is their only chance for the heaven-breaking immortal sect. Ling Yangcheng had already learned from Ling Da that Jiang Chen had to know the origin of the heaven-breaking immortal sect, and he should have a certain relationship with the heaven-breaking immortal sect. Ling Yangchengkai chose to trust Jiang Chen without hesitation. "Don't worry, you won't regret your decision today." Jiang Chen smiled lightly and walked out slowly. On the side of Fengele Shanmen, Lei Tianshan's eyes swept slightly on Jiang Chen, and he said solemnly, "This son should also be a genius of the 9th rank fairyland, and his strength should not be weak. Who are you?" A young man with a star-shaped thunder mark between his eyebrows said. Lei Tianshan pondered slightly, then nodded and said, "Okay, Liao, this battle is up to you." On the side of the heaven-shattering immortal sect, except for the black-clothed youth who made him a little incomprehensible, the other 3 half-step immortals were nothing to worry about. Although Liao only had the cultivation base of the 9th-ranked Xianxia early stage, he had obtained a great opportunity outside, and his combat power was even higher than that of Lei Qidu. Using Liao to deal with this young man in black is undoubtedly the safest. As long as this battle is won, Fengele Immortal Sect will most likely win all 5 battles, and all the immortal minds here will belong to Fengele Immortal Sect. Liao didn't talk nonsense, he appeared in front of Jiang Chen in a flash. Jiang Chen glanced at Liao in front of him, shook his head and said, "Your strength is not bad, you should be stronger than the previous Lei Qi, but unfortunately it is not enough in front of me." Liao's eyes froze, and his aura burst out. "Boy, don't be mad, let's see Zhenjiang under your hands." Jiang Chen directly ignored Liao's burst of momentum, and looked directly at Lei Tianshan, the sect master of Fengele Shanmen, and a faint voice resounded in the air instantly. "Lyman Master, such a game of gambling is really boring, why don't we come to the casino, let the 5 of you Fengele Shanmen join together. If you win, the fairy mine will return to Fengele Shanmen. If you lose, immortal mines belong to the heaven-shattering immortal sect, how?" As soon as Jiang Chen's words came out, there was an uproar in the field. Even Ling Yangcheng, who was already mentally prepared, couldn't help but take a deep breath at this moment. The so-called big game in Jiang Chen's mouth turned out to be the 5 people who wanted to challenge Fengele Shanmen with their own strength. Of the 5 people sent by Fengele Shanmen this time, 2 of them are strong half-step Jinxian, and the remaining 3 are geniuses of the 9-rank Heaven Fairyland whose combat power is not inferior to that of the half-step Jinxian. If 5 people join forces, even a rank 1 Jinxian might not be able to bear it. Even though Jiang Chen's combat power is extraordinary, it is probably not an easy task to fight against 5 with 1. "Boy, how dare you underestimate me?" Seeing Jiang Chen despising him so much, Liao was extremely ashamed and annoyed, and the gaze that looked at Jiang Chen became more and more cold. Jiang Chen didn't even look at Liao, he looked at Lei Tianshan with a smile. "Lyman Master, do you have the courage to bet on a game?" Lei Tianshan did not answer Jiang Chen, but looked at Ling Yangcheng, and said lightly, "Ling Yangcheng, is this what you mean too?" "Sect Master, you can't." Beside Ling Yangcheng, the 2 golden immortals of the heaven-shattering immortal sect quickly persuaded them. Although Jiang Chen has extraordinary talent, he doesn't have much chance of winning if he wants to fight against 5. Once Ling Yangcheng agrees to this gambling, the immortal mine here will probably be completely missed from the heaven-shattering immortal sect. Needless to say, I have made up my mind. Ling Yangcheng waved his hand, interrupted the 2 of them, then looked up at Lei Tianshan and said, Lei Tianchen, as long as you dare to accept it, I will dare to bet you on this. Okay, since you guys want to play, I'll accompany you. Lei Tianchen's eyes flashed brightly, and he said indifferently, go, let's go and play with that kid across from you. Although he did not know why the heaven-shattering immortal sect suddenly changed his mind and proposed such a bet, Lei Tianchen still had absolute confidence in this battle. Among the five, Liao already had the strength to compete with the first-ranked Jingxian. If they were to join forces with the other four, it would even be enough to fight against the ordinary second-ranked Jingxian. This mysterious young man sent by the heaven-breaking immortal sect, even if his talent is extraordinary, it is absolutely impossible to fight against 5 with 1. Hearing Lei Tianchen's order, the four Lei Qi did not hesitate, and immediately entered the arena. Each of the 5 people occupies one side, like a semicircular arc formation, surrounding Jiang Chen in the center. Seeing this, Liao couldn't help but snorted coldly, to deal with this person, I alone are enough, you don't need to intervene. Don't be careless, Leech said lightly, you should know what the consequences will be if you lose this battle. Okay, don't fight, even if the 5 of you go together, you will definitely lose today. Let's do it, don't waste your time. Jiang Chen carried his hands on his back and looked leisurely, as if he didn't care about the 5 people around him at all. Kid Hugh is going to be arrogant, I, Liao, want to see, what ability do you have to be arrogant in front of me? Liao roared angrily, and a golden sword radiantly pierced through the sky in an instant, like a peerless sword in the world. I saw Liao raised his hand and pointed to the void, and shouted softly, Golden Thunder Profound Saber, get up. The golden thunder rolled in the void, instantly turning into 99 knives surrounded by golden thunder, straddling the sky like a horse. Each golden thunder sword is only about a foot long, but it is golden and shining, and it contains a terrifying sword energy. As long as an ordinary fairy looks at it, there is a feeling that the soul of the fairy will be smashed by the sword energy. 99 golden thunder sword lights, like the Tianhe hanging upside down, poured down towards Jiang Chen, and each one was enough to kill an ordinary 9th rank angel. This seemingly terrifying sword light just approached the range of Jiang Chen's body 3 feet, as if it hit an invisible wall out of thin air, and was suddenly thrown away. There were 99 golden thunder swords in a row, but they didn't even touch the corner of Jiang Chen's clothes. Seeing that the 99 golden thunder sword lights were easily resolved by Jiang Chen, Liao did not have a trace of discouragement on his face. Golden Thunder Profound Saber, join. Chapter 2830, 1 against 5, crushing. With Liao's icy drink, he fell. I saw that the 99 golden thunder sword lights that had been bombarded all the time were instantly pinched out with Liao's tactic, and all of them merged into one. A golden knife wheel that was even more dazzling than the sun appeared out of thin air. This golden knife wheel rolled down across the sky, causing the void above Jiang Chen's head to constantly shatter. Jiang Chen just raised his hand and slashed out. The blade wheel that rolled down across the sky seemed to be unable to withstand the power of Jiang Chen's sword at all, and was directly split into 2 halves by a single sword, and finally fell apart. Come. Liao's body trembled, and if he was hit hard, he instantly retreated 300 feet. Jiang Chen repulsed Liao with a sword, and gave him a light look, I can't bear a single blow, you should go together. Seeing this scene in front of them, the expressions of Lei Qi and others couldn't help but change suddenly. Even Lei Tianchen's eyes suddenly turned gloomy. Liao's combat power was the most powerful among the 5 of them. Even Liao couldn't compete with him head-on. If he were to fight alone, I'm afraid none of them would really be his opponent. This sun is very strong, don't hesitate, let's shoot together. Reich took a slow, deep breath. Jiang Chen's strength has completely exceeded their expectations. If they don't shoot together, I'm afraid they will really be defeated by Jiang Chen one by one. At this moment, including Liao, who was repelled by Jiang Chen's sword, also lost his previous arrogance, joined forces with the 4 of Lei Qi, and killed Jiang Chen at the same time. Any one of the 5 people has at least half-stepped Jingxian's combat power. When they join hands to launch a strike together, the formidable power is naturally terrifying. Even if there are many first-ranked Jingxian, I am afraid they have to avoid the edge for a while. I saw in the void, the blade wheel was in the sky, the sword light was shining, the sun and the moon were in the sky, and the wind and thunder destroyed the world. One after another powerful immortal arts emerged out of thin air. In the void, various immortal arts turned into a boiling ocean, causing the world to shake, and countless violent forces rushed towards Jiang Chen frantically. This earth-shattering scene made all the golden immortals, except Ling Yangcheng and Lei Tianchen, show a dignified look. Facing such an earth-shattering attack, Jiang Chen laughed instead of being shocked. "Ha. Good time." After finishing speaking, Jiang Chen's whole person turned into a sword rainbow and rose into the sky, penetrating into the surging energy ocean. How strong Jiang Chen's combat power is now, even Jiang Chen himself does not know. When he was still in the 4th rank Heaven Immortal, he could suppress the existence of the half-step Golden Immortal level with all his strength. Now that the cultivation base has reached the 9th rank Heaven Immortal, the strength is not known how many times stronger than before. Although the gap between Jingxian and Tianxian is huge, even Jiang Chen can't cross 5 or 6 realms as before, but it is still an easy thing to suppress the 1st grade Jingxian and the 2nd grade Jingxian. Although Lei Ao and the 5 teamed up for a powerful strike, they were not necessarily as good as the 2nd ranked Jingxian, in that boiling ocean of energy. Jiang Chen's sword was united, and it turned into a world-shattering sword light and smashed through the void. Countless sword light and sword energy, the power of sun, moon, wind and thunder, all exploded in the eyes of everyone in horror. The void exploded, instantly turning into chaos. I saw the figures of the 5 Lei Ao people, all of them flying out of the chaotic space in embarrassment. They were all pale, looking at Jiang Chen with horror, their eyes were full of disbelief. The strength of this guy in front of him is really terrifying. The 5 of them joined forces, and they couldn't even block the opponent's blow. Damn, fooled. Lei Tianchen's expression was extremely difficult to see. At this moment, Lei Tianchen finally understood that why Ling Yang would dare to propose such a bet to him, so he had found such a monstrous genius. The cultivation base of the 9th rank Heaven Immortal is even more powerful than that of the 2nd rank Golden Immortal. Such geniuses are extremely rare even among the Deluo forces, and only the more powerful Tai forces can be cultivated. And the heaven-breaking immortal sect is only a mere Jingxian force, and it is impossible to have a relationship with the peerless genius of this kind of force. Lei Tianchen really couldn't understand, where did the heaven-breaking immortal sect find such an evildoer? Compared with the wind-thunder immortal sect, Ling Yangcheng and the others from the heaven-shattering immortal sect showed a look of ecstasy on their faces. Although they had tested Jiang Chen's strength before, and knew that Jiang Chen's combat power was extraordinary, they did not expect Jiang Chen to be so powerful. With 1 enemy and 5, they can easily crush the 5 people from Fengalei Shanmen. According to the previous agreement, if Jiang Chen wins this battle, all the immortal minds here will belong to their heaven-shattering immortal sect. Let's set up the formation, don't shoot alone. A half-stepped Jingxian took a deep breath, and the power in his body surged again. Lei Ao and the others also started one after another. The 5 of them used the power of the 5 elements, each based on one side, and the breaths on their bodies were connected, as if they were integrated into one, and the monstrous power swept the world and slammed into Jiang Chen. Just based on this, if you want to compete with me, it is not enough. Jiang Chen shook his head, the Tianshuang immortal sword in his hand, just swept out with a simple sword. This sword was flat and silent, but it carried a mysterious power, which instantly caused the terrifying power that came from the bombing to quickly dissipate into nothingness. Even the monstrous aura condensed by the 5 people in the formation collapsed suddenly. Lei Ao's 5 people's faces were pale in an instant, and their bodies instantly flew hundreds of feet into the air, and blood couldn't help spurting out of their mouths. They looked up at the figure standing proudly opposite, and they couldn't stop the shocking waves. The strength of the black-clothed youth in front of him is simply unfathomable. Even if the 5 of them joined forces, they were all overwhelmed by the other party's understatement. Jiang Chen looked down at Lei Ao and the other 5 condescendingly, and a faint voice resounded in the air. Are you going to fight again? The 5 looked at each other in dismay, and they all laughed bitterly in their hearts. Even if the 5 of them joined forces, it is difficult to shake the other party in the slightest. Is it necessary to continue fighting? You're a good Ling Yangcheng, but I underestimate you. I didn't expect you to find such a genius to help me. In this game, Fengalei Immortal Sect lost. At this moment, Lei Tianchen's somewhat gloomy voice also rang instantly. This gamble, he was careless for a while. Ling Yangcheng smiled lightly and said, Lei Tianchen, if you are willing to admit defeat, you can leave with the people from Fengalei Shanmen. Lei Tianchen glanced at Ling Yangcheng coldly, and immediately took the people from Fengalei Shanmen, quickly turned around and disappeared into the sky. Chapter 2831, The the conspiracy of Fengalei Shanmen. Little friend Jiang Chen, Ling's generation of the heaven-shattering immortal sect, thank you for your help. After the people from Fengalei Shanmen left, Ling Yangcheng couldn't help taking a deep breath, and said to Jiang Chen with a grateful expression. Since the heaven-shattering immortal sect and Fengalei immortal sect competed for the immortal mine here, both sides have suffered considerable losses. In order not to lose both sides because of the fight for the fairy ore, the two sides only set 5 gambling games to decide the ownership of the fairy ore. The heaven-shattering immortal sect has insufficient background, and Ling Yangcheng actually has no confidence in the 5 games. In his original plan, if the heaven-shattering immortal sect could win 1 or 2 games, it was already a very good result. But he didn't expect Jiang Chen to temporarily change the gambling game and directly win the ownership of the fairy mine for the heaven-breaking immortal sect. This is something Ling Yangcheng never dared to think about before. The immortal ore found here has a lot of storage, at least millions of immortal stones can be mined. This is undoubtedly like a duck to water for the development of a Jinxian force. Jiang Chen said lightly, "You're welcome, I have some connections with your heaven-shattering immortal sect. I hope you can develop well." When Ling Yangcheng heard the words, a strange look flashed across his eyes. He really wanted to know what kind of relationship this monstrous guy in front of him had with the heaven-shattering immortal sect. Since Jiang Chen didn't want to explain, Ling Yangcheng didn't ask much. No matter what, the heaven-shattering immortal sect was able to have a relationship with such an enchanting genius. Sect Master, although Fengalei immortal sect has receded today, I have a hunch that Lei Tianchen will definitely not give up on this, we have to guard against it. At this moment, the first elder suddenly whispered beside Ling Yangcheng. Let people pay close attention to the movement of Fengalei Shanmen. Once there is any change in Fengalei Shanmen, be sure to report it as soon as possible. Ling Yangcheng nodded and said solemnly, in addition, immediately send someone to mine the immortal stone mine overnight. Immortal stone ore veins have a very fatal temptation for any faction. If today's gambling battle breaks the heaven immortal sect and loses, he may not be willing to give up the immortal mine to Fengalei immortal sect. Wind and Thunder immortal gate will definitely make a comeback. No matter what, since they now occupy the immortal stone ore vein, they must race against time and try to mine more immortal stone ore veins before Fengalei Shanmen makes a comeback. And when the heaven-shattering immortal sect was excited because of the immortal ore, Lei Tianchen took everyone back to Fengalei Shanmen with a gloomy face. After he returned to Fengalei Shanmen, he immediately gathered many elders together. As the head of a dignified sect, since Lei Tianchen had agreed to bet, it was natural that he would not regret it on the spot. This does not mean that Lei Tianchen will just forget about it. This is an immortal stone vein, and it can mine millions of immortal stones. Even the power of Deluo will probably be extremely jealous. In the immortal realm, the value of a Deluo immortal artifact is only about 100,000 immortal stones. This immortal mine can almost resist dozens of Deluo immortal artifacts, and it is definitely a huge fortune for these golden immortal forces. If Fengalei Shanmen can obtain this immortal mine, the strength will definitely be able to rise to a higher level. He can even rely on this fairy mine to obtain enough resources to attack the realm of Deluo Immortal Venerable, and make Fengalei Shanmen become a Deluo force in one fell swoop. Even in this chaotic area, Fengalei Immortal Gate can be regarded as having a real place. Elders, there are some accidents in this matter in the gambling game of the heaven-shattering immortal sect, but that immortal mine, Fengalei Immortal Gate, is bound to be won. I gathered everyone today to see how to get the immortal mine back. Lei Tianchen's eyes swept over the people one by one, straight to the point. In my opinion, directly destroying the heaven-breaking immortal sect is that, with the strength of my Fengalei immortal sect, I am not afraid of their heaven-breaking immortal sect. A burly man with a ferocious appearance and a cultivation base that has reached the third-ranked Jinxian said in a stern voice. From the very beginning, he advocated directly following the heaven-breaking immortal sect. As long as the heaven-breaking immortal sect was destroyed, their Fengalei immortal sect would not only be able to obtain the immortal ore, but also annex the resources held by the heaven-breaking immortal sect, which would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Another older white-haired old man hurriedly said, the strength of the heaven-breaking immortal sect is not much inferior to that of Fengalei immortal sect, and its sect master Ling Yangcheng is also a ranked 6 gold immortal. If Shanmen can win, it will inevitably pay a heavy price. In a chaotic territory, the competition is fierce and brutal. Around Fengalei immortal sect, there are also many Jinxian forces that are similar to Fengalei immortal sect. Once Fengele Immortal Sect suffered heavy losses in the battle against heaven-shattering Immortal Sect, it would only give other forces a chance to reap the benefits of fishermen. The burly man snorted coldly. This is not possible, that is not possible. Do I have to hand over that immortal mine to the heaven-breaking Immortal Sect? The Immortal Mine is naturally a fight, but even if you want to take action against the heaven-shattering Immortal Sect, you have to be fully prepared. The white-haired old man's eyes flickered slightly, then he clasped his fists at Jiang Chen and said, Sect Master, if we really want to fight against the heaven-shattering Immortal Sect, we might be able to borrow some people from Kangshan Immortal Sect. Kangshan Shanman is a top-level golden immortal force within a radius of 100,000 miles. If you can borrow 1 or 2 strong men from Kangshan Shanman, it will be much easier to deal with the heaven-shattering Shanzong. Borrow someone from Kangshan Shanman. When Jiang Chen heard the proposal of the white-haired old man, he could not help but frown slightly. He has a good relationship with a 6th-grade Golden Fairyland elder from Kangshan Shanman. As long as he pays some price, there is no big problem in borrowing people from Kangshan Shanman. He was a little worried that once the matter of the Immortal Mine was known by Kangshan Shanman might not have the intention to take the Immortal Mine as its own. Once Kangshan Shanman joins in, I am afraid that Xian Mine will have nothing to do with Fengele Shanman. The sect master doesn't need to worry, we just need to pay some price to borrow a 4th-grade gold immortal from Kangshan Shanman and directly attack the heaven-shattering Immortal Sect. We don't need to let the people of Kangshan Shanman know about the existence of the fairy ore. Seeming to see through Jiang Chen's worries, the white-haired old man said slowly. The number and strength of the golden immortals of the heaven-shattering Immortal Sect was not much different from that of Fengele Immortal Sect. They all had a 6th-rank golden immortal in charge, and the rest of the golden immortals were below the 4th rank. They only need to borrow a 4th-grade Jinxian from Kangshan Shanman, and they can destroy the situation and destroy the heavenly Immortal Sect. Okay, I'll go to Kangshan Immortal Sect in person and borrow someone from Kangshan Immortal Sect. You should pay close attention to the situation of Shattering Heaven Immortal Sect and be ready to attack and break Heavenly Immortal Sect at any time. Jiang Chen was not someone who was indecisive. He immediately made up his mind and disappeared in a flash. Chapter 2832, Comeback. After the gamble with Fengele Shanman is over, Ling Yangcheng and the others did not return to the heaven-shattering Immortal Sect, but stayed in the mine to guard themselves to prevent accidents. Jiang Chen also stayed in the mine. In order to express his gratitude to Jiang Chen, Ling Yangcheng asked Jiang Chen to mine and use the Immortal Stone in the Immortal Stone vein at will, and Jiang Chen would naturally not be polite. Jiang Chen went directly into the depths of the Immortal Stone mineral vein, and simply arranged a defensive restriction, and then chopped out a few immortal stones weighing 100 kilograms, and took the immortal stones into the Tower of Time to practice. The immortal Tao of Xian Tianyu is prosperous, even if this is not the chaotic area in the center of Xian Tianyu. Jinxian can be seen everywhere, even Da Luo Immortal Venerable. Although Jiang Chen's cultivation has skyrocketed after being baptized by the primordial immortal pond in Weijian Immortal Palace, he has reached the pinnacle of 9th rank Heavenly Immortal. But in places such as Xian Tianyu, it is still not enough to see. Jiang Chen plans to retreat and practice here for a period of time, striving to break through the Golden Fairyland as soon as possible. Ziyao is still absorbing the power of the Immortal Stone and practicing. Although Jiang Chen sent Ziyao into the Tower of Time, only a few days had passed in the outside world, but 2 months had passed in the Tower of Time. Ziyao's cultivation level has been upgraded from a 1st-grade True Immortal to a 3rd-grade True Immortal, breaking through 2 ranks one after another. If you continue to practice at this speed, it won't take long for Ziyao to break through the 9th rank of True Immortals and step into the realm of Immortals. His eyes only swept over Ziyao. Jiang Chen stopped paying attention, and directly absorbed the power of the Immortal Stone and began to cultivate. With Jiang Chen's current 9th rank Heavenly Immortals cultivation, the speed of absorbing Immortal Stones is naturally much slower than when he was in the real Fairyland, but the speed of absorbing Immortal Stones is much faster. Jiang Chen absorbed most of the few hundred caddies of Immortal Stones that he brought into the Tower of Time. And Jiang Chen's cultivation has finally reached the limit of a 9th rank Immortal. Jiang Chen's body soon condensed a trace of the power of a Golden Immortal, and successfully stepped into the realm of a half-step Golden Immortal. After breaking through the half-step Jinxian, Jiang Chen practiced in the Tower of Time for about half a month, but he sensed that the defensive restrictions he had placed outside had been touched. Jiang Chen immediately ended his practice and left the Tower of Time. After exiting the Tower of Time, Jiang Chen sensed Lingde, who was anxiously wandering outside the defensive restrictions. Jiang Chen lifted the ban, and appeared in front of Lingde in a flash. "Little friend Jiang Chen, you finally came out." Lingde looked at Jiang Chen, who appeared in front of him, and a look of ecstasy appeared on the old face. He has been here for a long time. Although it is not difficult to break the defense ban arranged by Jiang Chen, Lingde is worried that it will affect Jiang Chen's cultivation. Wandering outside the ban, Jiang Chen asked curiously, "What happened?" "The people of Fengele Shanmen have made a comeback," Lingde said solemnly. "Now Fengele Immortal Sect is attacking the heaven-breaking Immortal Sect on a large scale, and the sect master has already brought people back to the heaven-breaking Immortal Sect. He asked me to come and inform you." So fast. Although they had already guessed that Fengele Immortal Sect would not give up easily, they did not expect Fengele Immortal Sect to move so quickly. Now it has only been more than 10 days since the last gambling fight. The strength of Fengele Immortal Sect and Broken Heaven Immortal Sect is not much different. Even if Fengele Immortal Sect can defeat Heavenly Broken Immortal Sect, it will definitely be a tragic victory. At the beginning, Fengele Immortal Sect just didn't want to lose both sides in the fight against Heaven-breaking Immortal Sect, so they would wage a gambling battle with Heaven-breaking Immortal Sect. Now Fengele Immortal Sect is making a comeback, and it is still aggressively attacking the Heaven-shattering Immortal Sect, which is really abnormal. Since Fengele Immortal Sect dares to attack the Heaven-shattering Immortal Sect on a large scale, it must have a certain degree of certainty. It seems that in just over 10 days, Fengele Shanmen has found a strong helper in all likelihood. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly, and then he looked up at Lingde and said, Let's go back to Podian Immortal Sect to see." Lingde hesitated for a moment and said, "Little friend Jiang Chen, the sect master wants you to guard the fairy mine for him to prevent the sound of wind and thunder from the fairy door from the east to the west." Jiang Chen said indifferently, "Don't worry, Fengele Shanmen will not do this, no one will be guarded here for the time being. The immortal stone ore vein is of great importance, and Fengele Immortal Gate will not be easily exposed." This time, Fengele Shanmen aggressively attacked the heaven-shattering Immortal Sect, and there must be strong people from other forces to help. Fengele Shanmen will naturally not foolishly bring it to the place where the Xianxia ore vein is located. As long as the heaven-shattering Immortal Sect is destroyed, the Xianxia ore vein will naturally fall into the hands of Fengele Shanmen. Come on, don't waste your time. If he goes to the heaven-breaking Immortal Sect, the heaven-breaking Immortal Sect may still have a chance, otherwise, the heaven-breaking Immortal Sect will probably be destroyed in the hands of Fengele Immortal Sect. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he immediately flashed out of the Xianxia ore vein. Breaking Heaven Immortal Sect, outside the mountain gate. Fengele Immortal Sect Master Lei Tianchen took hundreds of Fengele Immortal Sect elites and stood proudly in a void, so that this world was filled with an air of slaughter and solemnity. Beside Lei Tianchen, a man in plain clothes with a deep breath stood side by side with him. The man in plain clothes, it was Lei Tianchen who paid a huge price to invite Kang Shi, a helper from Kangshan Immortal Gate, a strong man whose cultivation base reached the peak of the 4th-ranked Golden Immortal. After Lei Tianchen invited Kang Shi, he did not hesitate at all, and directly took 90% of the power of Fengele Immortal Sect and killed him towards the heaven-shattering Immortal Sect. Above the heaven-shattering Immortal Sect, the layers of formation restrictions have been fully opened. In addition to the prohibition of the formation, there are also hundreds of figures standing in the air. The leader was Ling Yangcheng, who came back from the mine. Lei Tianchen, you Fengele Immortal Sect attacked my heaven-breaking Immortal Sect with such a big fanfare. Do you really think that my heaven-breaking Immortal Sect can be bullied? Ling Yangcheng raised his head and looked at Lei Tianchen opposite him, his expression extremely gloomy. Lei Tianchen said indifferently, Ling Yangcheng, don't talk nonsense. If you lead the heaven-shattering Immortal Sect to surrender to me now, it may be too late. Otherwise, I will pacify your heaven-shattering Immortal Sect today. Ling Yangcheng's eyes froze, and the powerful breath of the 6th-grade Jinxian also filled the void in an instant. If you want to pacify my heaven-shattering Immortal Sect, you have to see if you have that ability. Lei Tianchen snorted coldly, and then said politely to the plain-clothed man beside him, Brother Kangxi, I will hold Ling Yangcheng in check, and the task of leading Fengele Shanmen into the heaven-shattering Immortal Sect will be handed over to you, already. The plain-clothed man said with a blank expression, Lyman Master, don't worry, I use people's money to save people's disasters. Kangxi, are not someone who doesn't believe in my words. Lei Tianchen's voice fell, and the breath of the 6th-ranked Jingxian also burst out, and then it cut through the void like a thunder, and rushed towards Ling Yangcheng. Chapter 2833, The Crisis of the Heaven-Shattering Immortal Sect. When Ling Yang saw this, he was also unwilling to be outdone, and directly turned into a sky-shattering golden light, colliding with Lei Tianchen. The moment the two collided, the void was constantly collapsing and reorganizing. But neither Ling Yangcheng nor Lei Tianchen had the slightest scruples about it. The two had already hit the sky above the sky, and the terrifying immortal essence collided, causing the sky to turn into chaos in an instant. And at the same time that Ling Yangcheng and Lei Tianchen were fighting, Kangxi also stepped on the void and slowly walked towards the heaven-shattering immortal sect. Every time he took a step, the breath on his body became stronger by 1 point, causing the complexions of countless people from the heaven-shattering immortal sect to suddenly become extremely pale. Even the many golden immortals of the heaven-shattering immortal sect seemed to be oppressed by the breath on their body, so that they felt like they were about to breathe out. The aura of Ling Zhang, the 3rd-ranked Jingxian of the heaven-shattering immortal sect, burst out with all his strength, resisting the oppression of this terrible aura, and staring at Kangxi. "You are not from Fengalei Shanmen, who are you?" Kangxi said lightly, "Kangshan Shanmen, Kangxi." It turned out to be a person from Kangshan Shanmen. When Ling Zhang heard the words, his expression suddenly changed. He finally understood why Fengalei Shanmen had the confidence to come to attack and break the Tianxian sect. It turned out that there was a strong man from Kangshan Shanmen to help. The strength of the Fengalei immortal sect was originally slightly stronger than that of the heaven-shattering immortal sect. Now that there are experts from Kangshan immortal sect to help, their heaven-breaking immortal sect might be really dangerous today. Ling Zhang took a deep breath, clasped his fists at Kangxi and said, "Fellow Taoist Kangxi, I have nothing to do with Kangshan immortal sect, and I also ask fellow Taoists not to interfere in the relationship between my heaven-breaking immortal sect and Fengalei immortal sect matter. I have no interest in interfering in the affairs between you." Kangxi shook his head and said, "However, Lei Tianchen gave me a price that I couldn't refuse. I came here today just to take people's money and save them from disasters." Old Ling Zong's eyes flickered, and he said coldly, "Friend Taoist means that you are determined to intervene in today's affairs. Stop talking about these useless nonsense." Kangxi was too lazy to talk nonsense, and looked at Ling Zhang with an indifferent expression. "If you don't want to die, you might be able to capture it now, maybe it's too late. Since the establishment of my heaven-breaking immortal sect, I have never been greedy for life and fear of death." Ling Zong's voice fell, and the slightly hunched body instantly became a little higher, and the cultivation of the 3rd-ranked Jingxian also burst out with all his strength. A huge golden palm the size of 1,000 feet fell from the sky like a meteorite, pressing directly on Kangxi. Before the golden palm arrived, the overwhelming might had already crushed the void on top of the gray stone by 100 zhong. The pale yellow fairy light on Kangxi's body skyrocketed, and he rushed forward with a punch, like a majestic mountain smashing towards the golden giant palm. A fist and a palm collided in an instant. Suddenly, a series of explosions came from the void, and countless energy ripped apart the space and swept away in all directions. Ling Zhang trembled all over, only to feel a sweetness in his throat. A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and the whole person flew out of the void in a state of embarrassment. Big Elder, a 2nd-ranked Jingxian from the heaven-shattering immortal sect, hurried forward and took away some of his strength for Ling Zhang. Only then did Ling Zhang slowly stabilize his body. Ling Zhang raised his head and looked at Kangxi opposite. His complexion also became extremely pale. The pinnacle of the 4th-grade golden immortal. In his eyes, this guy from Kangshan Shanmen is an existence whose cultivation base has reached the pinnacle of the 4th-ranked golden immortal. In their heaven-shattering immortal sect, apart from the sect master Ling Yangcheng, no one would be their opponent at all. Now that Ling Yangcheng was completely restrained by Lei Tianchen again, what did they use to resist this guy in front of them? "Elder, this guy is too strong, I will help you." The 2nd-ranked Golden Fairyland Elder stared at the opposite Kangxi with a dignified expression. "It's useless." Ling Zhang shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I am afraid that the heaven-breaking immortal sect will not be able to escape today. Let the disciples of the heaven-breaking immortal sect escape immediately." "How much can escape? This 4th-grade Jingxian of Kangshan Shanmen is too powerful. Together, the several golden immortals of their heaven-breaking immortal sect may not be their opponents." Behind Kangxi, There is also Jin Xian of Fengalei Shanmen who is eyeing tigers. This battle. There is absolutely no hope for the heaven-shattering immortal sect. Don't make useless struggles, you won't have any chance, just grab it without your hands. At this moment, Kang Shi's indifferent voice came over again. Follow my orders quickly. Ling Zhang shouted at the second-ranked Jingxian next to him, and immediately activated the power of Jingxian in his body again to kill Kang Shi. Kang Shi's face turned cold, and an épée made of black iron appeared in his hand in an instant. Holding a heavy sword in his hand, he slashed out with a sword, and the pale yellow sword glow rose against the storm, turning into an immortal mountain standing between heaven and earth, moving towards Kang Shi to suppress it. The thousand zhang space shrouded by the immortal mountain seems to be completely solidified under the suppression of the immortal mountain. Even Ling Zhang's figure seemed to be fixed in the void, and it was difficult to move at all, so he could only watch the immortal mountain come to suppress him. Big Elder. Many people from the heaven-shattering immortal sect saw this scene, and their faces were pale, like a mourning concubine. Not an opponent at all. At this moment, Ling Zhang smiled bitterly in his heart, and he could only close his eyes in despair. Just when Ling Zhang thought that he would definitely die, the immortal mountain that came to suppress him did not fall on him as expected. Ling Zhang finally couldn't help opening his eyes, looked up into the air, and saw a scene that shocked him. I saw a figure of a young man in black appeared above his head. The young man in black stood proudly with his hands behind his back, and behind him was a huge chaotic sword shadow, like a pillar of optimism, supporting the immortal mountain that had been suppressed. Looking at this familiar black figure, Ling Zhang's eyes were dull, and he could hardly believe his own eyes. Kang Shi of the Immortal Gate of Kangshan, this is a strong man whose cultivation base has reached the peak of the 4th grade Golden Immortal. Even with his 3rd rank Jingxian cultivation, he would not have any resistance at all in the opponent's hands, but Jiang Chen, with his celestial immortal cultivation, blocked Kang Shi's blow. Although he had seen Jiang Chen's terrifying strength more than once, he still did not expect that Jiang Chen's combat strength could be so terrifying. Heavenly Immortal Realm can compete with the 4th grade Golden Immortal. Chapter 2834, Battle of the 4th grade Golden Immortal. How could it be him? The people who participated in the gambling battle in Fengalei Shanmen looked at Jiang Chen who suddenly appeared, and there was a touch of unbelievable horror on their faces. That day, in the gambling battle with the heaven-shattering immortal sect, this guy had 1 against 5, which was surprising enough. Now it has blocked Kang Shi's attack. You must know that Kang Shi came from the Kangshan Shanmen, a top-level Golden Immortal force, and his cultivation base reached the peak of the 4th grade Golden Immortal. Even the 3rd grade Jingxian Ling Zhang had no resistance at all in front of him. And this kid's cultivation base has not broken through the Golden Fairyland at all. How could he have such terrifying strength? Half-step Jingxian. Kang Shi looked at the young man in black who blocked his blow, and his pupil shrank suddenly. Who is your excellency? Half-step Jingxian has the strength to compete with 4th-ranked Jingxian. Not to mention the Jingxian forces like the heaven-breaking immortal sect. Even if there are many Da Luo forces in the chaotic area, it is almost difficult for such geniuses to be born. This kid in front of him is definitely not a person from the heaven-shattering immortal sect. It seems that this time, the heaven-shattering immortal sect has also found a great helper. Little friend Jiang Chen, be careful, this person comes from Kangshan Shanmen, and his cultivation base has reached the peak of the 4th grade Jingxian. Ling Zhang came back to his senses, and quickly reminded Jiang Chen loudly. Jiang Chen didn't speak, only to see the chaotic sword shadow behind him radiate brightly, and the invincible sword energy rose against the sky, penetrating through the immortal mountain. Huge cracks spread out from the fairy mountain like a spider web. The cracks are all over the entire immortal mountain, causing the immortal mountain to explode directly in the void. The immortal mountain exploded. Kang Shi stepped back 3 steps slightly, and the gaze that looked at Jiang Chen also became more and more dignified. He stared at Jiang Chen stubbornly. As your excellency, there shouldn't be anything in the heaven-shattering immortal sect that attracts you, right? Please don't interfere in this matter today. Kangshan immortal sect must be very grateful. With this talent, it must have come from a certain top power in the chaotic region. Kang Shi was still very apprehensive about such characters. He didn't want to offend him easily unless he was forced to. Otherwise, a little carelessness may bring disaster to Kangshan Shanmen. Jiang Chen glanced at Kang Shi with a blank expression. The matter of the heaven-breaking immortal sect, I have taken care of it, get out of my face immediately. Don't be too arrogant, Your Excellency. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't put himself in his eyes so much, Kang Shi's eyes couldn't help but flash an angry look. He is a dignified 4th-rank golden immortal, but now he is so disregarded by a half-step golden immortal, how can he not be angry? Although the black-clothed young man in front of him is extremely talented and has astonishing combat power, he is only half-step Jinxian in the end, so how can Kang Shi have the slightest fear? What he really feared was the power behind Jiang Chen. Such great power geniuses go out to experience, generally as long as they don't hurt their lives, the forces behind them will not easily interfere. He only needs to subdue this guy without harming his life, and the forces behind him may not do anything to him. Kang Shi's sword holding palm tightened slightly, and the pitch-black heavy sword in his palm let out a heavy sword cry, as if an ancient beast had awakened. An extremely terrifying oppression rose from the ape in an instant. At that moment, the mighty sword energy as thick as a mountain enveloped thousands of miles in an instant, and the space collapsed wherever it passed. Kang Shi stared at Jiang Chen coldly. If Your Excellency is willing to leave here, Kang cannot care about you, otherwise you will blame me for being rude. Jiang Chen raised his head to look at Kang Shi, and his whole body burst out with a terrifying fighting intent. Stop talking nonsense, let's do it. Today, I want to try. Can I kill a 4th-rank golden immortal with the cultivation of a half-step golden immortal? Kang Shi's face turned cold, and he didn't say anything more. The black iron heavy sword slashed fiercely. The sky and the earth collapse, the sun and the moon rise and fall. The pitch-black sword glow like the Tianhe waterfall ripped apart the void, stirred the chaos, and even the thunder tribulations that filled the sky were triggered, turning into thunder mountains of hundreds of feet, like meteorites falling, smashing towards Jiang Chen. Even all the golden immortals present could not help but turn pale when they saw this blow. The sword that Kang Shi urged was too terrifying. Even any thunder mountain that falls down is enough to easily kill a rank 1 Jinxian. Facing Kang Shi's blow that shook the sun and the moon, Jiang Chen raised his sword and raised his eyebrows. Jiang Chen slashed out with one sword, and half of the sky seemed to be instantly transformed into a Shira area, and the endless killing sword energy seemed to be enough to devour everything in the world. The slaughtering sword chi collided with the countless thunder mountains that fell, and there was a continuous explosion in the air. The terrifying energy swept through all directions, causing the layers of restrictions above the heaven-shattering immortal sect to burst open. If it weren't for these prohibitions and guardians that Ling Yangcheng personally laid down, I am afraid that the entire heaven-shattering immortal sect would be turned into ruins in an instant. The few Jinxian of Fengele immortal sect were also forced by the terrifying energy, and the people who were protecting Fengele immortal sect retreated thousands of feet away. Haha, 4th-rank golden immortal, that's all, come again. Jiang Chen laughed arrogantly, the slaughtering sword light on the Tianshuang immortal sword again, and another sword was swiped at Kang Shi. Kang Shi's complexion changed, and he quickly raised his sword to greet him. Both of them performed world-shattering immortal arts by themselves, constantly banging against each other. In the void, the vast energy fluctuations continued to burst violently. One after another sword light, tearing the chaos and cutting the void, looks extremely terrifying. 2 world-shattering sword lights collided again, and the 2 figures flew out of the chaotic space overflowing with sword energy at almost the same time. Fortunately, I have broken through the half-step Jinxian, otherwise it would not be easy to deal with the 4th-grade Jinxian in front of me. Jiang Chen slowly stabilized his body and suppressed the churning breath in his body. Golden Fairyland, if you want to leapfrog battle, it is indeed much more difficult than Heavenly Fairyland. When he was a half-step fairy, facing the ordinary 6th-grade Heavenly Fairy, there was almost no pressure. Now that the cultivation base has reached the half-step Golden Immortal, it is still not an easy task to defeat the 4th-rank Golden Immortal in front of him. Kang Shi became more and more shocked. With his peak 4th-grade Golden Immortal cultivation base, facing this half-step Golden Fairyland young man in black, he couldn't get the slightest advantage at all. It was the first time in his life that Kang Shi had met such an amazing and peerless genius. He really couldn't understand. The heaven-shattering immortal sect was only a mere second-rate golden immortal force, so where did he find such a monster? Chapter 2835, Grade 4 Golden Immortal, Meteorite. You quickly take the people from Fengele immortal sect and break into heaven-shattering immortal sect. Kang Shi took a deep breath and turned his head to shout to the Jin Xian from the Wind and Thunder immortal sect behind him. Although the black-clothed young man in front of him only had a half-step Jinxian's cultivation, his combat power would not be inferior to that of the 4th-rank Golden Immortal Peak. It is not an easy task for him to solve the black-clothed youth in front of him. The 3rd-ranked Xianxia of the heaven-shattering immortal sect had been severely injured by him before. On the other hand, Fangele Shanman has 2 3rd-rank Golden Immortals. He only needs to stop this kid, and Fangele Immortal Sect wants to defeat Broken Heaven Immortal Sect, which is also an easy task. The 3rd-ranked Jinxian headed by Fangele Immortal Sect clearly understood Kang Shi's meaning, and took the lead, leading the people from Fangele Immortal Sect to kill the heaven-breaking Immortal Sect. Ling Zong's complexion changed, and he quickly commanded the people of the heaven-breaking Immortal Sect to form a formation to resist. The heaven-breaking Immortal Sect was slightly weaker than the Fangele Immortal Sect. Now that Ling Zong has suffered heavy losses, how can he resist the attack of the Fangele Immortal Sect? Under the offensive of Fangele Immortal Sect, they retreated steadily and suffered heavy losses. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Just when he was about to help, Kang Shi shouted loudly, the pale yellow fairy light on his body flickered, and the power of the vast heaven poured into the black iron épée like a gust of wind and rain. On the dark side of the black iron épée, a sword light that crushed the void directly separated the heaven and the earth, and fell towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold, and the sword light on the Tianshuang immortal sword shot up into the sky, causing the sword immortal in Xing Yi to come out of the sky, and a sword was swung out into the air. The 2 terrifying sword lights collided again. The space with a radius of several thousand meters shattered directly like a mirror, turning into a huge black hole, and countless space storms surged in the black hole. Numerous sword chi storms were centered on the 2 of them and swept in all directions. Kang Shi's body trembled, and he took 100 steps back in the air, and a pale expression appeared on his face. He suppressed the churning aura in his body, and slowly raised his head to look at Jiang Chen. Boy, although I have to admit that your talent is a bit terrifying. But I'm afraid it won't be that easy to defeat me. The power of the boy in front of him was indeed beyond Kang Shi's imagination. Even with his peak 4th-grade Jinxian cultivation, he was actually suppressed by this kid. After all, Kang Shi has the cultivation base of the pinnacle of the 4th-grade Golden Immortal, and the power of the Golden Immortal in his body is strong. Even though Jiang Chen's strength is strong, he has the confidence to hold Jiang Chen down and create a chance for Fangele Immortal Sect to destroy the heaven-shattering Immortal Sect. The killing intent in Jiang Chen's eyes exploded. Kang Shi, do you really think I can't kill you? As this icy voice fell, Jiang Chen's whole body changed in vain, and a terrifying immortal might that made one's heart palpitate also instantly permeated Jiang Chen's body. The terrifying immortal power that suddenly pervaded, made Ling Yangcheng and Lei Tianchen, who were fighting in the depths of the void, terrified. Da Luo Shenwei, how is it possible? Both of them had a tacit understanding and retreated for 100 miles, and then looked towards the direction where the breath emanated from below. When they saw that this great Luo Shenwei actually emanated from Jiang Chen, an unbelievable look appeared in their eyes. Lei Tianchen, it seems that you really paid for it this time. You went to Kangshan Shanman to invite a 4th-rank Golden Immortal to help you. Ling Yangcheng glanced at Lei Tianchen and said with a sneer, but, even so, today, you may not be able to defeat my heaven-breaking immortal sect today. Although Ling Yangcheng seemed very relaxed on the surface, he couldn't help but feel fortunate in his heart. A 4th-rank Golden Immortal Peak, the entire heaven-shattering immortal sect, no one can resist him except him. Fortunately, God treated them well, and let Jiang Chen, the heaven-defying evildoer, come to the heaven-breaking immortal sect at a critical moment, and he blocked Kangshan Shanman, a 4th-grade Golden Immortal. Today, the heaven-shattering immortal sect is probably going to repeat the mistakes of the past. Hearing Ling Yangcheng's words, Lei Tianchen's complexion became extremely gloomy. This time, he paid a huge price to invite Kang Shi, who was at the pinnacle of the 4th-rank Golden Immortal, from Kangshan Shanman. As long as he held Ling Yangcheng by himself, it was almost an easy task for Kang Shi to lead Fangele Immortal Sect to defeat the Broken Heaven Immortal Sect. In any case, he never thought that the black-clothed youth who appeared in the heaven-shattering immortal sect not long ago would be so evil that he blocked Kang Shi, who was at the peak of the 4th-rank Golden Immortal. Now, on that guy's body, the heart-pounding Deluo Shenwei has erupted, and he is afraid that he has the trump card of Deluo Shanzun. Even the Kang Shi of the 4th-rank Golden Immortal might be in danger. The breath of immortal Da Luo, how is this possible? Feeling the great Luo Shenwei erupting from Jiang Chen's body, Kang Shi's expression instantly became terrified. As a person who faced Jiang Chen's great Luo Shenwei, Kang Shi could clearly sense that this was not the trump card left by Deluo Shanzun, but the great Luo Shenwei that really radiated from Jiang Chen. This guy is a half-step golden immortal, how could he have the great Luo Shenwei on his body? Is this a Deluo immortal venerable disguised as a half-step Jinxian? Kang Shi was terrified in his heart, as if he was almost out of breath under the pressure of the terrifying Da Luo Shenwei, and even his body seemed to be unable to move. In Jiang Chen's hand, the Tianshuang immortal sword light shot into the sky, and once again displayed the Qingyi sword, attracting the Qingyi sword immortal, and slashed it against Kang Shi from the air. This sword instantly crossed space and time and landed on Kang Shi's body, causing Kang Shi and the surrounding space to instantly turn into nothingness. Grade 4 Golden Immortal Kang Shi, Meteor. Everyone stared blankly at the scene in front of them, as if seeing a ghost. It was difficult for them to recover from the shock for a long time. The dignified Kang Shi, the pinnacle of the 4th-ranked Golden Immortal in the Immortal Gate of Kangshan, fell into the hands of a half-step Golden Immortal. It seems that with my current strength, killing the 4th-ranked Jinxian is probably the limit. Jiang Chen killed Kang Shi with one sword, and he couldn't help shaking his head secretly. He first used Daowotian might to deter Kang Shi just now, and then he killed Kang Shi by surprise with a sword. If he wants to kill Kang Shi, I am afraid he can only use the power of the Immortal Tablet. Through this battle, Jiang Chen had a general understanding of his current combat power. With his current strength, there is absolutely no pressure to deal with the 4th-grade Jinxian. But if you encounter a 5th-grade Gold Immortal, even if you use all the means, I am afraid that you can only barely protect yourself. Chapter 2836, Kangshan Fairy Gate. Little friend Jiang Chen has won, and the heaven-breaking immortal sect is saved. Ling, Zhang and other people from the heaven-shattering immortal sect came back to their senses, almost all of them swept away the previous haze, and their expressions were all excited. Ling Zhang and the others, who were already on the verge of being under the attack of Fengalei Shanmen, instantly rose in momentum, as if they had been beaten by chicken blood, and launched a counterattack against the people of Fengalei Shanmen. Although Fengalei Immortal Sect is stronger than Heaven-Shattering Immortal Sect, but at this moment, they are already trembling with fear and have no fighting spirit, and there is no need to continue fighting. I saw the several golden immortals of the Wind and Thunder Immortal Sect, all like frightened birds, leading everyone to retreat in a panic. Even Kang Shi's existence at the pinnacle of 4th-ranked golden immortals was killed by Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen wanted to deal with them, it would be no different from slaughtering chickens and dogs. Damn. In the void, Lei Tianchen looked at Jiang Chen below, his eyes were about to burst into flames. This time, at a huge cost, he invited Kang Shi from Kangshan Shanmen to come to help, but he did not expect that not only did he fail to destroy the heaven-shattering immortal sect, but Kang Shi fell here. However, Lei Tianchen was not carried away by the anger. After Kang Shi fell, Lei Tianchen naturally knew that today's situation was over. If he continued to stay here, Fengalei Shanmen would suffer heavy losses. With an order, he swept down directly from the void, and the people with Fengalei Shanmen quickly retreated, leaving only a cold voice echoing in the air. Ling Yangcheng, today I, Lei Tianchen, admitted that I have fallen, but you wait for me, I will not finish this matter with you. Ling Yangcheng looked at the people of Fengalei Immortal Sect who were leaving, but he didn't try to stop them. He was similar in strength to Lei Tianchen. If Lei Tianchen really wanted to leave, he might not be able to stop him easily. Although this time because of Jiang Chen's existence, they blocked Fengalei Shanmen's large-scale attack, but they also killed Kangshan Shanmen's 4th-ranked Golden Immortal Kangxi, which involved Kangshan Shanmen. Once Kangshan Shanmen knew about this, it would definitely not let it go. Kangshan Shanmen is the most top-notch Golden Immortal force, and its strength is extremely powerful. They broke the Heavenly Immortal Sect and must be prepared to bear the anger of the Kangshan Immortal Sect. After Lei Tianchen retreated with Fengalei Immortal Gate, Ling Yangcheng summoned the elders of the Heaven-Shattering Immortal Sect to discuss it, and then decided to personally go to Xingyan Immortal Pavilion for help. The competition in the fairyland is fierce, the weak eat the strong, and the strong are respected. Some weak forces generally can only survive by relying on some powerful forces. And Nebula Immortal Pavilion is a Deluo faction in the chaotic region. After the heaven-breaking Immortal Sect came to the chaotic area, he had a relationship with an elder of the Nebula Immortal Pavilion, and every once in a while, he would send some benefits to the elder of the Nebula Immortal Pavilion. This time, the conflict with Kangshan Shanmen was inevitable, and Ling Yangcheng had to go to Xingyanshanj to ask the elder of Xingyanshanj for help. And at the same time Ling Yangcheng went to Xingyan Immortal Pavilion. After Lei Tianchen retired from the heaven-shattering immortal sect, he also came to a vast immortal mountain 100,000 miles away from the heaven-shattering immortal sect. This immortal mountain is naturally where the immortal gate of Kangshan is located. The attack on the heaven-breaking immortal sect failed, and Lei Tianchen knew very well that only relying on the power of Fengalei immortal sect could not help the heaven-breaking immortal sect. And there is no room for maneuver between Fengalei immortal sect and shattering heaven immortal sect. He had to do everything possible to destroy the broken heaven immortal sect. Once the heaven-shattering immortal sect obtains the immortal stone or vein, its strength will inevitably increase greatly, leaving Fengalei immortal sect far behind. I am afraid it will be even more difficult for Fengalei immortal sect to compete with shattering heaven immortal sect. To destroy the heaven-shattering immortal sect, relying solely on the power of Fengalei immortal sect is far from enough. The only way is to continue to use the power of Kangshan Shanman. This time Kang Shi fell to the heaven-shattering immortal sect, and if he believed in the Kangshan immortal sect, he would definitely not stop there. Who is good at Kangshan Shanman? At the moment when Lei Tianchen appeared outside Kangshan Shanman, a voice like a hong bell also rolled from Kangshan Shanman in an instant. Lei Tianchen hurriedly clasped his fists and said, Lei Tianchen, the immortal sect of Fengalei, came to visit the elder Kang Yuan of your sect. The resounding voice sounded again, and I saw that the formation above Kangshan Shanman also had a gap of about 3 feet or so. Lei Tianchen thanked him and swept into the Kangshan Immortal Gate. Then, led by a Kangshan Immortal Sect disciple, he came to a great hall deep within the Kangshan Immortal Gate. In the center of the hall, an old man in yellow with white hair and beard sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. The old man in yellow is one of the 5 golden immortals of Kangshan Shanman, and his cultivation base has reached the peak of the 6th grade golden immortal Kang Yuan. With the arrival of Lei Tianchen, Kang Yuan couldn't help but open his eyes and frown slightly. Lei Tianchen, didn't I ask Kang Shi to help you? Why did you come to Kangshan Shanman again? Lei Tianchen smiled bitterly and said, Elder Kang Yuan, Lei came here today for this matter. Fellow Taoist Kang Shi. He fell into the heaven-shattering immortal sect. A look of disbelief appeared in Kang Yuan's eyes, and he stared at Lei Tianchen with an ashen face. What the censored is going on? How did Kang Shi fall into the heaven-shattering immortal sect? The heaven-breaking immortal sect only has Ling Yangcheng, who is a 6th-rank golden immortal, and the rest are some below 4th-rank golden immortals. As long as Lei Tianchen restrained Ling Yangcheng, with Kang Shi's 4th-grade golden immortal peak, he was almost invincible in the heaven-shattering immortal sect. How could he fall into the heaven-shattering immortal sect? The heaven-shattering immortal sect found a monstrous genius who had just broken through the half-step golden immortal, but he had a terrifying strength that was not inferior to that of a 4th-rank golden immortal, and Kang Shi fell into his hands. Lei Tianchen slowly took a deep breath. Hearing Lei Tianchen's words, Kang Yuan's pupils could not help shrinking. A half-step Jinxian has the strength to kill a 4th-grade Jinxian. Such enchanting geniuses, even ordinary Deluo forces, cannot be cultivated at all, and it is very likely that they come from more terrifying forces than Deluo forces. How could the second-rate Jinxian force, the heaven-shattering immortal sect, have anything to do with such a genius? Kang Yuan's eyes flickered slightly, then he looked up at Lei Tianchen and said, I already know about this, you go back first. The monstrous genius of the heaven-shattering immortal sect has a very extraordinary origin. Without knowing the details of how to deal with it, Kang Yuan obviously did not intend to take action lightly. Seeing that Kang Yuan seemed to have retreated, Lei Tianchen felt anxious. Lei Tianchen couldn't care less, he just gritted his teeth and threw a heavy bomb on Kang Yuan. Elder Kang Yuan, the heaven-shattering immortal sect has discovered a vein of immortal stone, at least enough to mine millions of immortal stones. Chapter 2837, The Second Floor of the Tower of Time. Is what you said true? Hearing Lei Tianchen's words, Kang Yuan couldn't help raising his head suddenly, and a sharp light flashed in the cloudy old eyes. Resource is a very important existence for any force in the fairy world, and it is also an important factor restricting the development of a force. In the chaotic area, most of the resources are in the hands of Deluo and above. Kangshan Shanman has been unable to promote the power of Deluo, mainly due to the limitation of resources. Immortal stone veins that can mine millions of immortal stones, even for Kangshan immortal sect, it is a huge wealth. Their Kangshan Immortal Gate now has less than 1 million immortal stones in storage. If you can obtain the immortal stone ore vein discovered by the heaven-shattering immortal sect, Kangshan Immortal Sect may really have the capital to advance to the power of Deluo. Exactly. Lei Tianchen smiled bitterly and said, if the heaven-breaking immortal sect discovered the immortal stone ore vein, I would not have come to borrow someone from you to attack the heaven-breaking immortal sect. Lei Tianchen wanted to use the power of Kangshan Immortal Sect to destroy the heaven-shattering immortal sect and put the immortal ore into the Fengele Immortal Sect, but he did not expect that he would eventually fail. The current situation is very bad for Fengele Shanman. The heaven-shattering immortal sect has the help of the mysterious genius, which has already made Fengele Immortal Sect somewhat overwhelmed. Once the heaven-shattering immortal sect obtains the immortal mine, its strength will inevitably rise to a higher level. At that time, I am afraid that their Fengele Immortal Sect was destroyed by the heaven-shattering Immortal Sect. He must use the power of Kangshan Immortal Sect to strike first and destroy the heaven-shattering Immortal Sect. In order to let Kangshan Shanman take action against the heaven-shattering Immortal Sect, he had to expose the matter of Xian Mine. I'll go to the Sect Master to discuss this matter. You are here waiting for my news. An immortal stone vein containing millions of immortal stones, Kangshan Immortal Gate is definitely inevitable. The mysterious genius of the heaven-shattering immortal sect has to be treated with caution, and this matter needs to be considered in the long run. After speaking, Kang Yuan flashed and disappeared in front of Lei Tianchen out of thin air. Wenling Yangcheng and Lei Tianchen acted separately. Inside the heaven-breaking immortal sect, Jiang Chen returned to his room, preparing to enter the Tower of Time to continue his retreat. This time, when he entered the Tower of Time, Jiang Chen keenly felt that the space in the Tower of Time seemed to have undergone some changes. In particular, the stairs leading from the first floor of the Tower of Time to the second floor are obviously much clearer than before. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen couldn't help but light up slightly. Could it be that because he broke through the half-step Jinxian, he could open the second floor of the Tower of Time? The Tower of Time has a total of 7 floors, and on each floor, the flow of time is more terrifying than the next floor. If he can enter the second floor of the Tower of Time, it will undoubtedly make Jiang Chen's cultivation speed go to a new level. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and walked directly towards the entrance of the second floor of the Tower of Time. Between the first and second floors of the Tower of Time, there is an extremely mysterious time force. Before that, Jiang Chen had also tried to enter the second floor of the Tower of Time, but he failed without a doubt. This seems to be an entrance with only a few steps, but it seems to have no end at all. Jiang Chen once walked up the stairs for a full half a day, but failed to reach the second floor of the Tower of Time, so he could only retreat helplessly. Jiang Chen, who had reached the half-step golden immortal level, was no longer hindered by the mysterious power of time, and almost easily crossed the stairs and entered the second floor of the Tower of Time. 100 times the flow rate of time is actually 10 times faster than the first floor. Feeling the situation on the second floor of the Tower of Time, Jiang Chen couldn't help showing a look of joy on his face. One day of cultivation on the second floor of the Tower of Time is equivalent to 100 days in the outside world. Even without any external force, the second floor of the Tower of Time is equipped with the system's hundredfold experience blessing, and it would be easy for him to break through to the first-ranked Jinxian. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate anymore. He sat cross-legged on the second floor of the Tower of Time, took out a pile of immortal stones, and quickly entered the state of cultivation. Cultivation has no time. With Jiang Chen's cultivation, more than a year passed quickly on the second floor of the Tower of Time. For more than a year, Jiang Chen continued to condense the power of Jinxian in his body, and finally made the power of Jinxian complete, and successfully stepped from the half-step Jinxian to the realm of the first-grade Jinxian. In the outside world, it was only the past 5 days. This Tower of Time, I don't know who created it, it's too heaven-defying. Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a burst of exclamation in his heart. This Tower of Time has a total of 7 floors. The second floor is already 100 times the speed of time, and the third floor will inevitably be even more against the sky. Especially on the 7th floor at the end, Jiang Chen could no longer imagine how terrifying it was. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen was too lazy to think. In any case, now that the second floor of the Tower of Time has been opened, it will undoubtedly greatly lock the time for him to cultivate to Deluo Immortal Venerable. After breaking through the first-ranked Golden Immortal, Jiang Chen practiced on the second floor of the Tower of Time for several months, and the ban he placed in the outside world was triggered again. After leaving the Tower of Time, Jiang Chen found Ling De outside the room, and could not help but said lightly, "Come in." Ling De walked into the room and felt the aura on Jiang Chen's body. He couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and then quickly said, "Congratulations to Jiang Chen's breaking through the Golden Fairyland." When he was talking, he had to sigh at Jiang Chen's evil spirit. When this one first came to the heaven-shattering immortal sect, he was still in the heavenly immortal realm. Not long ago, he practiced in the mine for more than 10 days, and he successfully broke through the half-step xianxia. Now that he has only been in retreat for a few days, he has broken through from a half-step golden immortal to a first-rank golden immortal. After he broke through the half-step golden immortal from the 9th-rank heavenly immortal, he has stayed in the half-step golden immortal for thousands of years, but he has not been able to break through the first-rank golden immortal. And the guy in front of him actually only spent a few days. This person is more than a person, and it is really maddening. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, "Old Ling, you can go to the Three Treasures Hall for everything." "Come on, did something happen again?" Hearing Jiang Chen asking about the business, Ling De's expression instantly became solemn. "According to the news we just got, Kangshan Shanman has made a big move recently, and I am afraid that it will soon start against the heaven-breaking immortal sect. Now the sect master has not returned from the Xingyan Immortal Pavilion, and the group of dragons in the heaven-breaking immortal sect has no leader, so many elders called me before. Come and invite you out of the customs and sit in the heaven-shattering immortal sect. Don't worry, Kangshan Shanman should not directly attack the heaven-breaking Shanzong." Jiang Chen said indifferently, "If I guess correctly, the target of Kangshan Shanman should probably be the xianxia vein. Let's go directly to the mine." Chapter 2838, Sengoku Kakimo. Go to the mine. Ling De was slightly taken aback. "Fengele Shanman, shouldn't you tell Kangshan Shanman about the mine? The immortal stone mineral vein, whether it is their heaven-shattering immortal sect or Fengele immortal sect, all want to keep it for themselves. Whether it is the heaven-shattering immortal sect or the wind and thunder immortal sect, they have never publicized the matter of the immortal stone ore veins. Once Kangshan Shanman knows about this, the xianxia ore veins will probably have nothing to do with Fengele Shanman. How can Fengele Shanman be willing?" Jiang Chen smiled confidently. "Maybe not before, but now Fengele Shanman will definitely." In the past, Fengele Immortal Sect was slightly stronger than Heaven-Shattering Immortal Sect, and Fengele Immortal Sect had great confidence in competing for immortal stone ore veins. After the battle not long ago, Fengele Immortal Sect was no longer able to compete for mines with Shattering Heaven Immortal Sect. Fengele Shanman also had to worry that the strength of the heaven-shattering Shanzong would soar after obtaining the xianxia ore, so they went to find their troubles. Now for Fengele Immortal Sect, the best way is to strike first and be strong, and use the power of Kangshan Immortal Sect to solve the heaven-shattering Immortal Sect. The people of Kangshan Shanman are not fools either. After they learned that the heaven-shattering Immortal Sect had such a genius as him, they would definitely be afraid of his identity, and if they didn't know his origin, they shouldn't take it lightly. Fengele Shanman wants Kangshan Shanman to take action. I am afraid it only has to expose xianxia ore veins. For Kangshan Immortal Sect, they would not care about the grudges between Shattering Heaven Immortal Sect and Fengele Immortal Sect. Obtaining the immortal stone vein is undoubtedly the most important. If Kangshan Shanman learns about the xianxia ore vein, it will definitely get it at all costs. Even if we go, I'm afraid we won't be able to stop it at all. Ling De's expression also became more and more solemn. Didn't your suzerain go to the Deluo forces for help? We just need to delay Kangshan Shanman for a while. Seeing this, Ling De gritted his teeth and quickly followed. Scimitar veins. After the continuous mining of the heaven-breaking immortal sect, the entire xianxia ore vein was also mined by nearly half of the heaven-breaking immortal sect. After Jiang Chen came to the mine, he once again entered the depths of the xianxia vein to practice. Less than half a day after he entered the depths of the xianxia ore vein, Ling De came to the door again. "Little friend Jiang Chen, there is a shocking discovery in the xianxia ore vein, go and have a look." When Ling De saw Jiang Chen, he said excitedly. There was a curious look in Jiang Chen's eyes, and he obviously wanted to know what the people of the heaven-shattering immortal sect found in the xianxia vein. Under the leadership of Ling De, Jiang Chen came to the mining site of the xianxia ore vein. I saw that many high-level officials of the heaven-shattering immortal sect and the disciples who were responsible for mining the immortal stone veins were all focused on the immortal stone veins that were not mined not far away. Jiang Chen followed the eyes of everyone, and immediately found a shocking scene. In the immortal stone vein, there was a mysterious figure sealed by the immortal stone vein. I don't know how many years this mysterious figure has been sealed in this immortal stone vein, but his body is still intact. His eyes were closed, and he looked as if he was asleep. On the right hand of the mysterious figure, there is still a half-simple broken sword. Jiang Chen tried his best to mobilize his immortal consciousness, penetrated the immortal stone ore vein, and wanted to check the situation of the mysterious figure. But at this moment, a terrifying sword intent that pierced into the heart suddenly erupted. Jiang Chen's heart was suddenly shocked, as if there was a sword rainbow that slashed the heavens and the earth in his mind, cutting the mountains, rivers, and stars in the surrounding world into two pieces. What a terrible broken sword! Jiang Chen's body shook violently, he stepped back several steps, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. A broken sword, I don't know how many years it has been sealed in this immortal stone vein, and it still possesses such terrifying power. His immortal sense only came into contact with broken sword, and he was almost hit hard by broken sword. Such an immortal sword is definitely far superior to the Deluo immortal artifact. The origin of this mysterious figure is extremely extraordinary. How could he be sealed in this immortal stone vein? A strange look appeared in Jiang Chen's eyes. His eyes moved, and he soon landed on the other hand of the mysterious figure. I saw his palm spread out flat, tightly connected with the surrounding immortal stone ore veins, and vaguely emitting a crystal-like holy brilliance. Jiang Chen looked at it carefully for a while, and finally found it in horror. The fairy stone mine touched by the mysterious figure's palm seems to be different from the surrounding fairy stone mine. The mysterious figure is holding a unique immortal stone, and the shape is more like a newborn baby. Jiang Chen could feel that this immortal stone contained an extremely vast energy, and the energy was purer than any immortal stone Jiang Chen had ever seen. The birth of the immortal stone vein here is probably closely related to the immortal stone in the hand of the mysterious figure. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, then looked up at Ling Zhang who was beside him and said, "Elder Ling Zhang, do you know how the immortal stone veins are generally formed? The conditions for the natural formation of immortal stone veins are extremely harsh. The environment here is logically impossible to form immortal stone veins. In fact, we have always been very puzzled." Ling Zhang's tone paused, his eyes fixed on the mysterious figure in the immortal stone ore vein, and he said slowly, "It seems that the immortal stone ore vein here is indeed not formed naturally." Jiang Chen's eyes flickered. "Is it something in the palm of that mysterious figure? Do you know its origin?" Ling nodded and said solemnly, "It's the legendary fairy stone ore mother, and only that thing can give birth to fairy stone veins here. Immortal stone ore mother, generally only the immortal stone ore veins that have existed for a long time can be born. The value of a piece of immortal stone ore mother is simply inestimable. No matter where the fairy stone ore mother is placed, it has the terrifying ability to change the world and give birth to a fairy stone vein. Immortal stone ore mothers are extremely rare. Legend has it that only some immortal king forces possessing immortal stone ore veins with immortal stone ore mothers will have inexhaustible immortal stones." Ling Zhang and the others obviously did not expect that there is an immortal stone ore mother here. If this matter spreads out, I am afraid that countless top forces in the entire chaotic region will be crazy about it. Continue to mine immortal stones, and strive to get immortal stone ore mother as soon as possible. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with brilliance, and his face was really authentic. Compared with the xianxia ore mother, the value of this xianxia vein in front of him is almost negligible. If the immortal stone ore mother can be obtained, even if the immortal stone ore vein here is seized by Kangshan Shanman, it will not matter at all. Chapter 2839, Playing Kang Yuan. Do you really want to continue mining fairy ore? Ling Zhang hesitated for a moment and said, "I don't know if the one inside is alive or dead. If he is still alive, once he wakes up, the consequences will be unimaginable." The mysterious figure inside has existed in the xianxia ore vein for an unknown number of years, but his body has not changed, as if he had fallen asleep. He has never let the people of the heaven-shattering immortal sect do it, just worried that the one inside is still alive. He should have fallen. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly and said, "Go ahead, you can't get tiger children without entering the tiger's den. You should know what it means to the heaven-shattering immortal sect if you get a piece of immortal stone ore mother." "Okay." Ling Zhang took a deep breath, and immediately let the disciples of the heaven-breaking immortal sect continue to mine the immortal stones. Jiang Chen didn't leave either, but stared closely at the mysterious figure in the xianxia vein. Over time, they are also getting closer and closer to the figure in the xianxia vein. At this moment, Jiang Chen, who had been paying attention to the mysterious figure in the xianxia vein, suddenly felt something, and couldn't help but suddenly raised his head and looked out of the xianxia vein. "What's up?" Ling Zhang also felt Jiang Chen's strangeness at this moment. Jiang Chen said slowly, "There is a strong man approaching the mine, and it must be someone from Kangshan Shanmen. The people from Kangshan Shanmen are really not very fast. You continue to mine immortal stones, and I will block the people from Kangshan Shanmen." Jiang Chen's voice fell, and his figure appeared in the sky above the xianxia mineral vein in a flash. "I saw in the distant sky, several silhouettes with extraordinary breadth, are quickly stepping in the direction of the fairy mine. These figures, the first old man in yellow, is Kang Yuan, the 6th-ranked Golden Fairyland Elder of Kangshan Shanmen. Next to Kang Yuan, was the head of Fengdelei Immortal Sect, Lei Tianchen. The several figures behind the two have also reached the Golden Fairyland." Lei Tianchen looked at Jiang Chen, who was standing proudly in the air, and couldn't help but say solemnly, "Elder Kang Yuan, this son is the young genius brought by the heaven-shattering Immortal Sect. Tier 1 Golden Immortal." Kang Yuan's gaze fell on Jiang Chen's body, and his eyes couldn't help but squinted slightly. "Didn't you say that this kid only has half-step Jinxian cultivation?" Lei Tianchen was shocked. He didn't pay attention to Jiang Chen's aura just now, but now he heard Kang Yuan's words, and just now, he was horrified to discover that Jiang Chen had really broken through the Golden Fairyland. Elder Kang Yuan, when he fought Kang Shi a few days ago, he really only had half-step Jinxian's cultivation. Lei Tianchen suppressed the horror in his heart. He clearly remembered that when Jiang Chen first appeared in the gambling battle, he was only a 9th-rank heavenly immortal. More than 10 days after the gambling war ended, when he went to Kangshan Shanmen to find Kang Shi to attack the heaven-shattering immortal sect, Jiang Chen's cultivation level had reached half-step Jinxian. Lei Tianchen thought that Jiang Chen had already reached the edge of breaking through the half-step Jinxian, so he didn't care too much about it. Just a few days now, Jiang Chen actually broke through again, breaking through the first-grade Jinxian from the half-step Jinxian. Hearing Lei Tianchen's words, Kang Yuan's gaze towards Jiang Chen became more and more solemn. In just a few days, he has broken through from a half-step Golden Immortal to a first-ranked Celestial Immortal. Even with Kang Yuan's experience, that is something he has never seen or heard of. Kang Yuan took a deep breath, clasped his fists at Jiang Chen and said, "Old Master Kangshan Shanmen Kang Yuan, I don't know who your excellency is." Jiang Chen said lightly, "It's just a nameless soldier, not worth mentioning at all." Kang Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. The talent and strength of this young man in black, even if he looks at the entire chaotic area, few people can compare with him. Kang Yuan couldn't believe that such a character would be a nobody without any background. Although they were apprehensive about the background of this black-clothed youth, the immortal stone mines in this place, their Kangshan immortal sect, was inevitable. Kang Yuan took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Do you have to help the heaven-breaking immortal sect? I don't know what benefits the heaven-breaking immortal sect has given you. My Kangshan immortal sect is willing to pay double the price, and please don't interfere. This matter." The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth raised slightly. "What if I said no?" Kang Yuan's expression sank slightly. "If that's the case, don't blame me Kangshan Shanmen for being rude. The xianxia vein here, Kangshan Shanmen must get it." No matter what the origin of the black-clothed youth in front of him was, he would never stop Kangshan Shanmen. Jiang Chen pretended to think for a moment, then looked up at Kang Yuan and said, "It's okay if I don't interfere in this matter, but I want half of the immortal stones mined from the immortal stone veins." Kang Yuan was overjoyed. Listening to Jiang Chen's words, it should be a play. Kang Yuan did not agree, but shook his head and said, "Your appetite is too big, at most 1/5. According to Lei Tianchen, the reserves of immortal stone veins here reached millions. Even if it was 1/5, it would be an extremely terrifying wealth." Jiang Chen shook his head and sneered, "Tisk tisk. Didn't you just say that Kangshan Shanmen is willing to pay double the price? It seems that you are even more stingy than heaven-shattering Shanzong." Kang Yuan frowned slightly. "A quarter, what do you think?" Jiang Chen smiled without saying a word, and did not speak. "Okay, I, Kangshan Shanmen, promise you that half of the immortal stones mined will belong to you." Seeing that Jiang Chen did not intend to give in at all, Kang Yuan also did not want to continue entanglement with Jiang Chen. In order to avoid too many nights and dreams, Kang Yuan decided to agree to Jiang Chen's conditions first, and then take the immortal stone or vein in front of him into the hands of Kangshan Shanman. Jiang Chen glanced at Kang Yuan calmly, and said, indifferently, I'm sorry, but my condition was half immortal stone just now, but unfortunately you are not the same. Now my condition is more than half immortal stone. Your Excellency, are you trying to make fun of me? Kang Yuan's complexion sank, and there was a cold gleam in the eyes that looked at Jiang Chen. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth suddenly raised a slight arc. Congratulations, you got it right. I'm just playing tricks on you, what can you do? Kang Yuan laughed angrily, and the breath of the 6th-ranked Jingxian burst out with all his strength, and the icy voice resounded through the heavens and the earth in an instant. Boy, don't think that I give you some face, and you really think that I Kangshan Shanman will be afraid of you. Since you insist on getting along with me Kangshan Shanman, don't blame me for being rude. Kang Yuan's voice fell, and the vast land of golden immortals condensed in his palm. I saw him turn his hand and palm, and the vast power of Jingxian instantly condensed into a huge mountain in midair, suppressing it from the top of Jiang Chen's head. I saw that the 100 miles of void above Jiang Chen's head collapsed and collapsed, instantly turning into chaos. 6th-ranked Jingxian strikes with all his strength, and the power can be described as earth-shattering. Chapter 2840, Battle 6th Grade Golden Immortal. Heavenly Emperor Seal, 1 seal immortal soul annihilates. Jiang Chen's face was expressionless, his hands were imprinted, and a deep dark palm imprint condensed from between his palms. The black palm print, with an aura that was enough to devour all things in the world, collided with the huge mountain that was suppressed. The two terrifying and equally terrifying forces are constantly intertwined, and the huge roar is constantly resounding, and the world in a radius of hundreds of miles seems to be trembling constantly. The two of them were in a terrifying energy storm, and their bodies took a few steps back. A rank 1 Jingxian, you can block my blow. Your talent is indeed rare in ancient and modern times. But now you are not qualified to be wild in front of me. When the sound fell, Kang Yuan's figure moved again. I saw a golden light suddenly passing by under his feet, and the whole person disappeared in front of Jiang Chen out of thin air. Kang Yuan had already appeared on top of Jiang Chen's head, and a terrifying palm print on his palm that was enough to shake the sun and the moon could be considered to be condensed quickly. The Kunlun Heavenly Punisher. At this moment, Kang Yuan did not hold back in the slightest, and directly used this great Luo immortal technique. The seal of the Heavenly Emperor, the mountains and rivers collapse in one seal. The power of Jingxian surged between Jiang Chen's palms, and in the blink of an eye, it condensed into a palm print that contained thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. It seems that thousands of miles of mountains and rivers are constantly shattering and collapsing. The palm prints of the two collided again. The 100 miles of void where the two clashed instantly turned into a huge black hole. The two figures flew out of the black hole space almost at the same time. Kang Yuan stepped back 100 meters in succession before slowly stabilizing his body. He raised his head and looked at Jiang Chen, who had also only retreated 100 meters, and his expression was horrified. Kang Yuan never imagined that, with his peak 6th grade golden immortal cultivation, it would be difficult for him to gain too much of the upper hand in the face of the black-clothed youth in front of him. The talent in front of this 1st grade golden fairyland genius is truly terrifying. 6th rank heavenly immortal, it's still a bit reluctant to deal with. Jiang Chen suppressed the churning aura in his body, and couldn't help but let out a low murmur in his heart. When he was half-step Jingxian, his combat power was comparable to that of Kangshi's peak 4th grade Jingxian. Now that he has broken through the 1st rank golden immortal, his combat power has increased a lot again, and there is not much pressure to deal with the 5th rank golden immortal. However, it is still a little reluctant to face the existence of the peak of the 6th rank golden immortal like Kang Yuan. This kid, he's so evil. Looking at the battle between Jiang Chen and Jiang Chen, Lei Tianchen couldn't help but take a deep breath. Kang Yuan, who was at the pinnacle of the 6th rank golden immortal, was even stronger than him. But even with Kang Yuan's strength, he made 2 shots with all his strength, but Jiang Chen resisted them. It seems that I really underestimate you, but I want to see how many times you can block my attacks. Kang Yuan stared at Jiang Chen coldly. The vast power of the golden immortal, like a stormy sea, came out of his body once again, and then turned into a vast mountain, and slammed down towards Jiang Chen. Although this kid in front of him has a peerless talent, after all, he only has the cultivation base of a rank 1 Jingxian. With his powerful heritage and world-shattering immortal technique, although he can exert the power to compete with the 6th-ranked Jingxian, each blow consumes a huge amount of it, and obviously it can't last for too long. Jiang Chen's face was expressionless, the handprint between his palms suddenly changed, and a palm print that seemed illusory slowly condensed. As soon as this palm print appeared, a terrifying aura that made the world die, also instantly filled the void. Heavenly Emperor Seal, a seal of heaven and earth. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen slammed into Kang Yuan again with Yiyan. The void burst, and chaos flew. Jiang Chen's body trembled, and his body also stepped back dozens of steps in the void, and a pale expression appeared on his face. The Heavenly Emperor Seal is an emperor-level immortal technique created by the Taiku Heavenly Emperor. With Jiang Chen's first-grade Jingxian cultivation, every time it is used, it consumes a huge amount of money for him. Now facing Kang Yuan, a rank 6 golden immortal, Jiang Chen had to exert all his strength to use the 3 seals, and obviously he couldn't bear it. Finally can't stand it anymore. I gave you a chance, but you insist on being obsessed with it. If that's the case, then let me be obedient and capture it. Kang Yuan's expression was indifferent. He reached out and grabbed Jiang Chen in the air, directly bringing a force of imprisoned space and grabbing towards Jiang Chen. Just when he was about to sacrifice the immortal tablet to fight against Kang Yuan, a fist that shattered the void shot out directly from the void space and slammed into Kang Yuan's claws that imprisoned the void. Under this broken fist, the power of Kang Yuan's claw also exploded in an instant. At the same time, in the void space, there was also a sneering sneer. Kang Yuan, your dignified Kangshan immortal sect elder and 6th-ranked Jingxian's pinnacle existence, you are embarrassed to take action against the 1st-ranked Jingxian's juniors. I think you have lived on a dog all these years. The cold sneering sound slowly fell, and there was a violent spatial fluctuation in the void, and 2 figures also emerged out of thin air. One of them was Ling Yangcheng, the sect master of the heaven-breaking immortal sect. Beside Ling Yangcheng, there was a mysterious man surrounded by faint stars. This mysterious man is dressed in a nebula robe, and his aura is even stronger than that of Ling Yangcheng and others. I am afraid that he is at least a 7th-rank golden immortal. This mysterious man should be the powerhouse that Ling Yangcheng invited from Deluo's Nebula Immortal Pavilion. The sudden change also caused Kang Yuan's complexion to change slightly. His eyes swept away slightly, and it fell on the mysterious man beside Ling Yangcheng. When he saw the clothes on this mysterious man's body, his complexion finally changed abruptly. The people of Xingyan Immortal Pavilion. He obviously did not expect that the heaven-shattering immortal sect actually invited the people from the Deluo Force Xingyan Immortal Pavilion. This Xingyan Immortal Pavilion's aura is still higher than his, and I am afraid that it is at least in existence with a cultivation base that has reached the 7th rank of Golden Immortal. The Deluo faction Nebula Immortal Pavilion was also involved, so things might be troublesome next time. Kang Yuan, take your people from Kangshan Shanmen, and immediately disappear from me, otherwise you will blame me for being rude. At this moment, Ling Yangcheng's icy, stern shout resounded through the world again. Kang Yuan's expression was extremely difficult to see. A Jiang Chen is already difficult to deal with, and now Ling Yangcheng has come with the strong men of Xingyan Immortal Pavilion, which is simply not something they can handle. For now, he can only retreat first, and he will make plans when the sect master and the others arrive. Kang Yuan took a deep breath. Just as he was about to evacuate, there was an unusually terrifying fluctuation in the distant sky, and a black crowd was also overwhelming. Chapter 2841, Dharma Body. The sect master and the army of Kangshan Shanmen have arrived. Kang Yuan felt a little joy in his heart. The immortal stone ore vein, the immortal gate of Kangshan is bound to be won, this time almost all out. He is just the vanguard who came to explore the way. Now the army of Kangshan Shanmen has really arrived. The crowd of black people, like a huge black cloud, covered the sky and covered the sun, and soon appeared in a void thousands of meters away from Jiang Chen and the others. The first person was a middle-aged man in golden robe standing with his hands behind his back. The golden-robed middle-aged looked dignified, and there was a great sense of oppression between his gestures and gestures. Facing the middle-aged breath of Jinpao, even many Jingxians felt that there was a 10,000 Jiang mountain in their hearts, as if they were about to breathe out of breath. This golden-robed middle-aged man is the sect master of Kangshan Shanmen, the 9th-ranked golden immortal Kanghan Mountain. With the arrival of Kanghan Mountain and others, Kang Yuan and others also quickly merged with the army of Kangshan Shanmen. Kang Yuan, What's going on? Looking at the situation in front of him, Kang Hanshan couldn't help but frown slightly. With Kang Yuan's strength and Lei Tianchen from Fengalei Immortal Sect, it is not difficult to seize the mine from the heaven-shattering Immortal Sect. He only needs to bring the army to take over the mine and mine the immortal stone veins. But they didn't expect Kang Yuan and the others to be blocked by the heaven-shattering Immortal Sect. Kang Yuan smiled bitterly. Sect Master, the situation is a little troublesome, and the people from Xingyan Immortal Pavilion also participated. Hearing Kang Yuan's words, Kang Hanshan's expression suddenly changed. He raised his head slightly, and his eyes fell on the mysterious man beside Ling Yangcheng. This fellow Taoist of Xingyan Immortal Pavilion, I wonder if you can give Kang some face and don't meddle in the affairs of my Kangshan Immortal Sect. Kang Hanshan clasped his fists at the mysterious man, very polite. This mysterious man's cultivation base is not high, he is only a 7th-ranked golden immortal, and Kanghan Mountain is naturally not afraid, but behind it is the Deluo Power Xingyan Immortal Pavilion, so Kanghan Mountain can't take it seriously. The mysterious man smiled lightly and said, the Kanjman Master's face doesn't seem to be that great. I will take care of this matter from Xingyan Immortal Pavilion. When Kang Hanshan heard the words, his expression instantly became extremely ugly. The heaven-shattering Immortal Sect was able to invite the powerhouses of the Xingyan Immortal Pavilion, and it must have disclosed the news of the xianxia ore veins to the Xingyan Immortal Pavilion. With such an immortal stone vein, even the Xingyan Immortal Pavilion, which is a Deluo faction, would be very envious. Although their Kangshan Immortal Sect is a top-level Jinxian force and has the background of the Deluo force, it cannot be compared with the current Deluo force. Are they going to hand over this immortal stone ore vein to Nebula Immortal Pavilion? No, this immortal stone ore vein is the capital of Kangshan Shanman's attack on Deluo's forces. No matter what, it must be obtained. A decisive look flashed across Kang Hanshan's eyes. Xingyan Immortal Pavilion was too conceited, thinking that his Kangshan Immortal Sect did not dare to offend the majesty of Deluo's forces, so he only sent a 7th-ranked Golden Immortal, which invisibly gave him the opportunity to seize the immortal stone ore vein. No matter what, Kanghan Mountain decided to win the immortal stone mine first. As long as he gets the immortal stone mineral vein, he will have enough wealth to exchange for a Deluo Immortal Pill to break through the Deluo Immortal Venerable. Although Nebula Immortal Pavilion is powerful, it also has very powerful opponents in this chaotic area. At that time, as long as the operation is doubled, Xingyan Immortal Pavilion will not have the opportunity to deal with Kangshan Immortal Sect in a short time. Once he breaks through Deluo Immortal Venerable, even if Xingyan Immortal Pavilion wants to deal with them, it has to be measured. Since Your Excellency insists on meddling with other things, then don't blame Kang for being impolite. The monstrous aura of Kanghan Mountain swept away, and the whole person seemed to be an immortal mountain of ancient times. Is this the strength of the 9th-ranked Jinxian, really strong? Feeling the power that erupted from Kanghan Mountain, Jiang Chen couldn't help but shudder. With his current strength, even if he tried his best, he might not be able to resist a move of the rank 9 Jinxian. In front of Kanghan Mountain, which erupted with all his strength, the man from the Nebula Immortal Pavilion had an unusually calm expression. He shook his head and looked at Kanghan Mountain lightly. Master Kangshan, it may be too late for you to retreat with Kangshan Shanman now, don't bring Kangshan Shanman to a dead end. Really, if I don't retreat, what can you do? Kang Hanshan smiled coldly, stomping the soles of his feet in the void. A terrifying space ripple, like the light of destruction, shattered everything around him, and quickly shrouded the 7th-grade Golden Immortal in the Xingyan Immortal Pavilion. Why do you have to find your own way? The 7th-grade Jinxian of Xingyan Immortal Pavilion sighed, and a dazzling star burst into the sky from his body in an instant. Everyone only felt that the world seemed to have suddenly stopped. Centered on the 7th-grade Jinxian of Xingyan Immortal Pavilion, everything within 1,000 miles has stopped running, as if time has frozen at this moment. Even all the Golden Immortals present were unable to move at all at this moment. The dazzling stars continued to gather in the void, and finally turned into a phantom shadow, standing between heaven and earth. This 10,000 Jiang phantom stood there simply, without using a single bit of mana, but it made people feel like they wanted to worship. This is Da Luo Dharma body. Ling Yangcheng looked at the illusory shadow standing between the heavens and the earth, and suddenly couldn't help taking a breath. Deluo Dharma body, this is really a magical power that only Deluo Immortal Venerable can condense. He obviously did not expect that the person he invited from Xingyan Immortal Pavilion actually had the Deluo Dharma body left by Deluo Immortal Venerable. Is this the power of Da Luo Shanzun? Jiang Chen's eyes were fixed on the 10,000-foot Dharma body in the void, and there was a sharp gleam in his eyes. During this period of time, although Jiang Chen has seen a lot of immortal Deluo, he has also seen immortal Deluo take action, and now he has finally seen the horror of immortal Deluo. Deluo Immortal Venerable is completely different from Jin Immortal. It is said that Da Luo Shanzun has been able to initially understand the immortal way and master the ability of immortal power to control the heavens and the earth. Even if it's just a big Luo Dharma body, the ordinary 9th grade Jinxian has almost no resistance in front of it. When this Da Luo condensed just now, it was obvious that he used the ability of immortal power to control the heavens and the earth, so that everything in a radius of thousands of miles stopped working at this moment. Kang Hanshan looked at the Deluo Dharma body standing between the heavens and the earth, and his expression instantly became terrified. He hurriedly mobilized the power of the Golden Immortal in his body, and even did not hesitate to use a secret technique to forcibly struggle out of this space that had stopped functioning, and then, like a bird frightened, he fled to the sky in a panic. Chapter 2842, Star Pool Invitation. The Majesty of Deluo Immortal Venerable, how can you blaspheme? Looking at Kanghan Mountain, who fled in panic, the great Luo Dharma body in the sky suddenly made a rolling sound, and then pointed out lightly. This finger, like the moon falling from the sky, with an evil aura, instantly enveloped 1,000 miles of void. Kang Hanshan's rushing figure instantly changed from extremely fast to stillness. Kang Hanshan looked desperate and frightened, his mouth kept roaring, and he hurriedly struggled with all his strength. Deluo Immortal Venerable controls the heaven and earth with immortal power. Even a 9th grade Golden Immortal like Kanghan Mountain is no different from an ant in front of Deluo Immortal Venerable. The power of the moonlight that descended annihilated Kang Hanshan's body, causing Kang Hanshan's entire body to evaporate out of thin air and disappear completely. Seeing that the 9th-ranked Golden Immortals as strong as Kanghan Mountain were all killed with one finger, Jiang Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath. At this moment, Jiang Chen also had a clear understanding of the strength of Deluo Immortal Venerable. Just the Deluo Dharma body condensed by Deluo Immortal Venerable can easily suppress the 9th-ranked Jinxian. If Deluo Immortal Venerable really makes a move, how earth-shattering the power will be. Deluo Shanzun and Jin Xian are a watershed, and there is an insurmountable gap. There are quite a few geniuses in the immortal realm who can use the heavenly immortal realm to fight against the Jinxian, but the geniuses who want to use the Jinxian to defeat the Deluo Immortal are very rare. Ling Yangcheng said with a sigh. There are countless golden immortals in the immortal realm, but the ones who can achieve Deluo Immortal Venerable are less than 1 in 10,000. Not a big Luo, they are all ants. The door owner has fallen. Seeing Kanghan Mountain being slaughtered by Deluo's Dharma body like this, Kang Yuan and many other senior people from Kangshan's immortal sect were all pale, as if they were mourning their concubine. The heaven-breaking immortal sect not only invited people from the Deluo power Xingyan Shanj to come to help, but also brought a Deluo Dharma body on his body, which easily killed Kanghan Mountain. Withdraw. Quickly withdraw. At this moment, Kang Yuan and the others still had the intention to compete for the immortal stone mine, and they hurriedly evacuated with the Kangshan immortal sect army. Da Luo Dharma body is simply not something they can resist. If they don't flee as soon as possible, their Kangshan immortal sect will probably be wiped out today. Da Luo Fashion glanced at the evacuated Kangshan Shanman people, and did not continue to shoot. He was dignified. Immortal Venerable Deluo naturally disdained to take action on these ants, and saw him directly transformed into a strange moonlight, instantly submerged in the body of the 7th-ranked Golden Immortal from Xingyan Immortal Pavilion. Seeing this, Ling Yang couldn't help but hurriedly stepped forward and thanked him. Brother Xingqi, thank you very much. You're welcome. Sect Master Ling only needs to send 3 million immortal stones to Xingyan Immortal Pavilion as soon as possible as agreed. The 7th-grade Jinxian called Xingqi said indifferently. Ling Yangcheng took a deep breath and said, don't worry, within a month, Ling will definitely deliver 3 million immortal stones to Xingyan Immortal Pavilion. This time he went to ask Xingyan Immortal Pavilion to take action, and the price he paid was 3 million immortal stones. In the immortal stone vein in front of me, the total amount of immortal stones that can be mined is only about 5 million. They broke the heavenly immortal sect and needed to send most of the immortal stones mined in the immortal stone veins to the hands of Xingyan Immortal Pavilion. Facing the menacing Kangshan Immortal Gate, Ling Yang was forced to ask Xingyan Immortal Pavilion to help and pay such a huge price. Xingqi nodded and said nothing. Xingyan Immortal Pavilion is a dignified Deluo force, while the heaven-breaking immortal sect is only a second-rate Jingxian force. He is not worried at all that the heaven-breaking immortal sect dares to play tricks in front of Xingyan Immortal Pavilion. When he turned his eyes, those eyes with a strange light fell directly on Jiang Chen. Your Excellency is very talented, would you like to join the Xingyan Immortal Pavilion? Following Xingqi's words, Ling Yangcheng's gaze also turned towards Jiang Chen. The Nebula Immortal Pavilion is a Deluo force, and it has a strong reputation in this chaotic area. With Jiang Chen's talent, even if he joins the Nebula Immortal Pavilion, he will probably have a very high status. At that time, their heaven-shattering immortal sect will also be able to rely on Jiang Chen and gain a firm foothold in the chaotic area. Hold your fists, I have no plans to join Xingyan Immortal Pavilion. Jiang Chen shook his head and refused directly. He even rejected the Immortal King forces such as Beihan Immortal Palace and Weijian Immortal Palace, so how could he take the big Luo forces like Xingyan Immortal Pavilion in his heart? Seeing Jiang Chen's refusal, Xingqi did not continue to entangle too much on this issue. He smiled and said, "Since your excellency doesn't mean this, Xingqi doesn't force it. Not long ago, I discovered a treasure, and I was looking for a genius to go with me to explore. I wonder if you are interested." Jiang Chen's eyes flickered, and he said indifferently, "As a Deluo faction, Xingyan Immortal Pavilion should have many geniuses, why did your excellency find me? Xingyan Immortal Pavilion, but there is no genius who can compete with a 6th-rank Golden Immortal with a 1st-rank Golden Immortal." Xingqi shook his head, then looked at Jiang Chen and said, "This treasure is related to a power called the Heavenly Emperor's Palace in the ancient times. If you can explore it, you will definitely get unexpected benefits." Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but move slightly in his heart. If the treasure land in the mouth of Xingqi is really related to the Tiandi Palace, it is necessary for him to see it. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly, then he looked up at Xingqi and said, "When will it be triggered? If I want to go to that place, I still need to prepare for it. After 3 months, I will come to the heaven-breaking immortal sect to find you." Seeing Jiang Chen agree, a look of joy flashed across Xingqi's face. Jiang Chen immediately agreed. With his current strength, facing the star pool of the 7th-ranked Jingxian, I am afraid that he will not have much resistance. If he and Xingqi go to that treasure place now, Jiang Chen may have to think about it. If you leave after 3 months, it will be different. Now he has opened the 2nd floor of the Tower of Time, with 100 times the flow of time. 3 months outside is equivalent to 300 months on the 2nd floor of the Tower of Time, or 20 or 30 years. Even if it is more than 10 times more difficult to cultivate in the Golden Immortal Realm than in the Heavenly Immortal Realm, with Jiang Chen's cultivation speed, there is absolutely no problem in raising a level 2 cultivation base. At that time, even if Xingqi really has some conspiracy, he will not have much problem in protecting himself. If that's the case, then we'll see you in 3 months. Xingqi smiled and said something to Jiang Chen, then turned into a star that rose into the sky and quickly disappeared into the distant sky. Ling Yangcheng looked at the direction where Xingqi disappeared, and couldn't help but say solemnly, "Little friend Jiang Chen, this Xingqi is very difficult. You must be very careful when dealing with him." Chapter 2843, Mysterious Broken Sword. Jiang Chen moved in his heart, looked up at Ling Yangcheng, and asked, "How much does Sect Master Ling know about this person?" "I don't know much about Xingyan Immortal Pavilion. This is the first time I have dealt with Xingqi when I went to Xingyan Immortal Pavilion." Ling Yangcheng shook his head and said slowly, "But I have a feeling that this person should have a big secret." Jiang Chen was shocked. What does Sect Master Ling mean by this? Deluo Dharma body was condensed by Immortal Deluo at some cost. Once Deluo Dharma body is injured, the body will also be damaged. Generally speaking, Deluo Immortal Venerable will not easily hand over the Deluo Dharma body to others. Only the direct disciples or blood relatives of Deluo Immortal Venerable can obtain the protection of Deluo Dharma body. As far as I know, Xingqi is just an ordinary elder of Xingyan Immortal Pavilion, and it is impossible to get the Deluo Dharma body of Xingyan Immortal Pavilion. Ling Yangcheng didn't hide it, and told all his guesses. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered. Sect Master Ling's meaning, in addition to the Xingyan Immortal Pavilion, there is a Deluo Immortal Venerable behind the Xingqi. Deluo Dharma body, only the living Deluo Immortal Venerable can condense. There may be a living Deluo Immortal Venerable hidden behind the Xingqi. Ling Yangcheng nodded slowly and said, "I have seen the Deluo Immortal Venerable in Xingyan Immortal Pavilion. That Deluo Dharma body just now has a completely different aura from that Deluo Immortal Venerable in Xingyan Immortal Pavilion. Jiang Chen's heart froze slightly, and he was even more vigilant about Xianxia. Although he vaguely felt that Xianxia had bad intentions, Jiang Chen still planned to take a look at the place Xianxia said. Just as Jiang Chen and the two were talking, a terrifying sword intent suddenly rose into the sky in the immortal stone ore vein below. Even Jiang Chen and the two felt a palpitating aura from the sword intent. Ling Yangcheng was suddenly shocked. What's going on? How can there be such a terrifying sword intent in the xianxia ore vein? Let's go, there are indeed some accidents in the xianxia ore vein, you will know it soon. Jiang Chen's voice fell, and in a flash, he swept into the immortal stone vein below. The two of them quickly went to the depths of the xianxia ore vein. When Ling Yangcheng looked at the situation in front of him, he was so shocked that he couldn't come back to his senses for a while. He didn't think of it anyway. In this immortal stone ore vein, a mysterious powerhouse is sealed, and in his hand there is the existence of immortal stone ore mother. Even the immortal stone ore vein in front of him was born because of the immortal stone ore mother in the hands of the mysterious powerhouse. Ling Yangcheng was instantly excited, and even the depressed mood of being robbed of 3 million immortal stones by the lion of Xingyan Immortal Pavilion was instantly swept away. With this immortal stone ore mother, the heaven-breaking immortal sect can have inexhaustible immortal stones. Even if all the immortal stones were taken by Xingyan Immortal Pavilion, their heaven-shattering immortal sect would have made a lot of money. While Ling Yangcheng was excited, he was also a little fortunate. Fortunately, Xianxia did not enter the xianxia ore vein to find out, otherwise, this xianxia ore mother would probably fall into the hands of Xingyan Immortal Pavilion. Sect Master, little friend Jiang Chen, the broken sword in the hands of this mysterious powerhouse is too domineering. Two disciples of the heaven-shattering immortal sect just dug it out of the immortal stone vein, but they were killed by the sword intent on broken sword. Ling Zhang looked at the mysterious powerhouse in the xianxia ore vein and said with a solemn expression. As Ling Yangcheng said, he slowly leaned towards the mysterious powerhouse. Just when Ling Yangcheng just appeared beside the mysterious powerhouse, the broken sword in his hand trembled slightly. I saw Ling Yangcheng's whole body felt as if he had been hit hard. His whole body trembled violently, his face was pale and he stepped back on the ground for more than 10 steps, and he couldn't help spurting a mouthful of blood. What a terrible broken sword, this broken sword used to be at least an immortal king weapon. Ling Yangcheng strongly suppressed the churning breath in his body and said with lingering fears. Ling Zhang smiled bitterly. Then what should we do now? Even the 6th-ranked Jingxian's Lingyang Chengdu can't get close, how can they take the fairy stone ore mother? Although the immortal stone ore mother is also constantly producing immortal stones in this place, but this place has been known by more than one force. Once there is an inexhaustible immortal stone, it will inevitably cause suspicion, and the immortal stone ore mother will be exposed at that time. Risk. Boy, if you activate the Qing Emperor Longevity Art, you will be able to subdue this broken sword, it will not hurt you. At this moment, the voice of the immortal tablet suddenly rang in Jiang Chen's mind. Senior know the origin of this mysterious man. Jiang Chen's heart moved. Could it be that this mysterious man in front of him has some kind of relationship with the peerless existence who passed on his Qing Emperor Longevity Art? I don't know, the immortal tablet said quietly. But the broken sword in this guy's hand is indeed related to the one who passed on your Qing Emperor's Longevity Art. You should put it away first, this pair of swords will be used in the future. When Jiang Chen heard the words, he didn't continue to ask any more questions. He directly urged the Qing Emperor's longevity formula and strode towards the mysterious man. Jiang Chen came to the place where the mysterious man was several meters away. This mysterious man was completely intact. Jiang Chen couldn't find the slightest scar on his body at all, even the fairy crystal inside his body was intact, and the whole person really looked like he was asleep. This one? Isn't he really still alive? Jiang Chen carefully looked at the mysterious man, and a strange look flashed across his eyes. In the immortal realm, even an immortal whose cultivation base is only in the true immortal realm can live forever as long as the immortal crystal in the body is not destroyed. The mysterious man in front of him doesn't know how many years he has existed in the immortal stone vein, and the immortal crystal in his body is still intact. Is he really alive? Don't worry, he's too dead to die. If the immortal fairy crystal is immortal, it can live forever, mainly because the immortal soul of the immortal and the immortal crystal are integrated into one, and it is the second life of the immortal. The reason why this guy looks like he is asleep and hasn't been hurt in the slightest is because the immortal soul in his immortal crystal has been wiped out. Tisk tisk. Such an understatement to obliterate the immortal soul of an immortal king. It is not easy for the person who shot it. The voice of the immortal tablet resounded in Jiang Chen's mind again. Jiang Chen couldn't help taking a deep breath in his heart. Although he had already guessed that the mysterious man in front of him was extremely powerful during his lifetime, he did not expect that he would be a peerless power in the immortal king realm. What shocked Jiang Chen even more was that an immortal king realm expert has been lightly obliterated by the immortal soul. Jiang Chen can't imagine at this moment what kind of terrifying existence this opponent was facing. Chapter 2844, Kang Minghe. Jiang Chen put aside his thoughts, then took a deep breath, and continued to walk towards the mysterious man. Seeing that Jiang Chen had entered and walked to the side of the mysterious man, Ling Yangcheng and the others' eyes were locked tightly on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was not attacked by the broken sword as they expected, but he held the broken sword in his hands lightly. Ling Yangcheng and the others were stunned for a moment, and they almost couldn't believe their eyes. Just how terrifying the power contained in the broken sword was, Ling Yangcheng had a deep understanding just now. Even a mortal Deluo might not be able to easily resist the power of broken sword. However, Jiang Chen took the broken sword into his own hands effortlessly. Ling Yangcheng came back to his senses and couldn't help but give Jiang Chen a deep look. The origin of this person is probably more complicated than he imagined. Jiang Chen held the mysterious broken sword in his hand, and could almost clearly sense that there was an indescribable connection between this mysterious broken sword and the Qing Emperor longevity technique he practiced. He even has a feeling that if he urges this sword to use the Qingdi swordsmanship, it will definitely increase the power of the Qingdi swordsmanship to a higher level. Jiang Chen was immediately curious. What is the relationship between this mysterious broken sword and the one who passed on his Qing Emperor longevity art? Just when he was about to ask, the voice of the immortal tablet was the first to remember. Don't ask too much, you should improve your strength now. You will naturally know when it is time for you to know. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes, and immediately took the fairy stone or mother, and put away the mysterious broken sword in the mysterious man's body. The body of an immortal king might be useful in the future. After accepting the immortal body of the immortal king realm, Jiang Chen turned around and walked in front of Ling Yangcheng, and threw the immortal stone mine mother to Ling Yangcheng. Little friend Jiang Chen, your kindness to the heaven-breaking immortal sect is unforgettable. Ling Yangcheng took the fairy stone or mother, and his eyes were full of excitement. With this immortal stone or mother, the heaven-breaking immortal sect can create an immortal stone or vein that is exclusive to the heaven-breaking immortal sect, and has a steady stream of immortal stones. As such, the heaven-shattering immortal sect will inevitably enter a period of rapid development. Even if it surpasses the peak and is promoted to the power of Da Luo, it is not impossible. Jiang Chen said lightly, "You're welcome. I also hope that the heaven-breaking immortal sect can become a Deluo faction as soon as possible. If the heaven-shattering immortal sect became a Deluo force, it would undoubtedly become much easier for him to reach a deal with Ling Ziyao." After solving the matter of the xianxia or vein, Jiang Chen did not waste time, and went straight to retreat and practice again. After 3 months, Xingqi will come to him to explore a treasure land related to the Taiku Tiandi Palace. That Xingqi is extremely mysterious, and inviting oneself to explore the treasure land may not have any good intentions. He must improve his strength as much as possible in these 3 months, and only then will he have the ability to protect himself against the star pool of the 7th rank Jinxian. Just 3 months. For ordinary Jinxian, it is almost impossible to improve if there is no great opportunity. But Jiang Chen has the Tower of Time, and now he has opened the 2nd floor of the Tower of Time, with 100 times the flow of time. In 3 months outside, he was able to practice in the Tower of Time for more than 20 years. Coupled with the system's 100-fold experience blessing, it is possible to improve the cultivation of 2 or 3 grades. As long as he can break through to the 3rd rank Jinxian, as long as Xingqi does not use the Deluo Dharma body, it is basically difficult to cause the slightest threat to him. Xiantianyu, the extreme north of the chaotic region. This is a vast and boundless ice field, and the temperature is extremely low, which is below -40 degrees all year round. Somewhere in the center of the ice sheet, on a huge iceberg, there was an old man sitting there. The old man was full of white hair, but he looked extremely young, with no wrinkles on his face. He was dressed in white, and his body was covered in frost. He sat there motionless, as if it were an ice sculpture standing on an iceberg from ancient times. In front of the old man, the thick ice principle is to cut a thumb-sized ice hole, and he is fishing against this small hole. But the old man's fishing looks very strange. He had no pole or rope in his hand, just raised a palm, and a white silk thread spread out from his hand, extending towards the bottomless ice cave. The tightly closed eyes of the white-clothed old man suddenly opened, and shot out a fierce ray of light that pierced the heavens and the earth. The ice fields with a radius of thousands of miles melted in an instant and turned into a vast ocean. But in the next second, the vast ocean condensed again, and once again turned into a 1,000-mile glacier. Ha ha, Shanli controls the world. I have been comprehending the Kangminghe ice field for 9,000 years, and now I have finally taken this step and become the Deluo Immortal Venerable. The old man in white stood with his hands behind his back, and his proud laughter also slowly rippled over the ice field. If Ling Yangcheng and the others heard what the old man in white said, they would definitely be shocked. Because this white-clothed old man is none other than the previous sect master of Kangshan Shanmen, Kang Minghe. Just when Kang Minghe was extremely proud, he suddenly sensed something, and the smile on his face stopped abruptly. When he moved his palm, a jade talisman appeared in his palm. When he saw the cracks on the jade talisman, the whole person instantly became murderous. Who killed my son Kang Hanshan? An icy roar came out of Kang Minghe's mouth. 9,000 years ago, Kang Minghe's cultivation base had been trapped in the peak of the 9th rank Heaven Immortal, so he passed the position of the sect master to Kanghan Mountain, and left Kangshan Immortal sect to seek the opportunity to break through Deluo Immortal Venerable. After a tour, Kang Minghe came to this ice field. After getting a chance, he finally realized the power of Deluo and reached the realm of half-step Deluo. He worked hard in this ice field, and finally, 3,000 years ago, he cultivated the power of Deluo in his body to perfection, reaching the peak of the half-step Deluo realm, but he has never been able to achieve the real Deluo Immortal Venerable. Because the real Deluo Immortal Venerable not only needs the power of Deluo to be perfect, but also needs to comprehend the immortal way and reach the realm of immortal power controlling the heavens and the earth. For 3,000 years, Kang Minghe finally realized the immortal power to control the world, and took this last step to become the real Deluo Immortal Venerable. But he didn't expect that he had just broken through the Deluo Immortal Venerable, and he learned the news of the fall of his own son Kang Hanshan. How could Kang Minghe not be angry in his heart? Whoever dares to kill my son Kang Hanshan, I, Kang Minghe, will definitely make him pay a heavy price for this. Kang Minghe's icy voice fell, and his figure disappeared without a trace. Chapter 2845, One-Shot Kill. After Jiang Chen dealt with the Xianxia or vein, he returned to the heaven-shattering Shanzong to retreat and practice. In the past 3 months, Jiang Chen has been practicing on the 2nd floor of the Tower of Time, and has never stopped for a moment. Although the outside world has only been 3 months, Jiang Chen has been practicing for 25 years in the 2nd floor of the Tower of Time. 25 years. Jiang Chen has consumed countless cultivation resources, and his cultivation base has also successfully broken through 2 ranks one after another. Cultivation in the Golden Immortal Realm is indeed more than 10 times more difficult than in the Heavenly Immortal Realm, but this time the cultivation can reach the peak of the 3rd rank Golden Immortal, which is not bad. Jiang Chen opened his eyes and couldn't help muttering to himself. Although this training, the cultivation base has improved a little less than he expected, but it has also reached the peak of the 3rd rank Golden Immortal. With his current strength, there is absolutely no problem with dealing with ordinary 7th grade Jinxian. It's time to go out, that Xingqi must be coming to me soon. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen quickly flashed out of the Tower of Time. After leaving the Tower of Time, Jiang Chen clearly felt that the entire heaven-shattering immortal sect had undergone a lot of changes in the past 3 months. The main reason why Jinxian forces such as the heaven-breaking immortal sect are difficult to develop is the lack of resources. The acquisition of the immortal stone veins this time has greatly increased the wealth of the heaven-breaking immortal sect, and the cultivation resources obtained by the disciples of the heaven-breaking immortal sect have more than doubled. Many disciples of the heaven-shattering immortal sect whose cultivation base is at a bottleneck have made breakthroughs one after another. Even Ling Yangcheng's cultivation has improved to the next level, reaching the pinnacle of the 6th rank Golden Immortal, which is only 1 step away from the 7th rank Golden Immortal. Brother Jiang Chen, I want to attack Fengele Shanmen, what do you think? After Jiang Chen left the customs, Ling Yangcheng was also the first to find Jiang Chen to discuss the matter of attacking Fengalei Shanmen. Attack Fengalei Shanmen. Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile and said, "Of course." It seems that after obtaining the xianxia ore vein, Ling Yangcheng's ambition has also increased a lot, and he is ready to take the initiative to attack Fengalei Shanmen. This is a good thing for the development of the heaven-shattering immortal sect. Fengalei Immortal Sect has a good background, and if it can annex Fengalei Immortal Sect, it will definitely bring the strength of Shattering Heaven Immortal Sect to a higher level. With his current strength, under the 7th rank Jinxian, few people can compete with him. The mere Wind and Thunder Immortal Sect was no longer a threat to him. Seeing Jiang Chen's agreement, Ling Yangcheng did not hesitate at all, and quickly assembled a group of men and killed them towards Fengalei Shanmen. Jiang Chen and the others came directly to the vast void outside Fengalei Shanmen. In the sky above Fengalei Shanmen, Lei Tianchen looked at the heaven-shattering Shanzong who had suddenly killed him, and his expression was also full of anger. "Ling Yangcheng, don't deceive people too much." "Lei Tianchen, it's you Fengalei Shanmen who is deceiving too much. At the beginning, you and I agreed to decide the ownership of the immortal stone or vein by a gambling battle. You Fengalei Immortal Sect lost in the gambling battle, but you secretly joined forces with Kangshan Immortal Sect to attack and break the Tianxian Sect." Ling Yangcheng smiled coldly. "What? You are only allowed to attack and break the Heavenly Immortal Sect, but I cannot attack the Fengalei Immortal Sect." Lei Tianchen said grimly. "Ling Yangcheng, my Fengalei Immortal Sect is not a soft persimmon for you to knead. If you insist on attacking Fengalei Immortal Sect, I guarantee that your heaven-breaking Immortal Sect will also pay a heavy price for this." "Sect Master Ling, what nonsense are you talking to him? Don't waste your time, solve it as soon as possible." Jiang Chen said, and then even took a step forward, looking down at Lei Tianchen with indifference. "Give you 10 breaths to consider, either surrender or die." Lei Tianchen sneered with disdain on his face. "Boy, although you are a genius and unparalleled in combat power, you are still a little short of trying to kill me." He also witnessed the battle between this kid and Kang Yuan that day. This kid only has the ability to compete with the 6th rank Golden Immortal. It is almost impossible to kill a 6th rank Golden Immortal. If it were 3 months ago, it would be difficult for me to kill you. Jiang Chen looked at Lei Tianchen indifferently, and said proudly, "The current me, killing you is like killing a chicken." Lei Tianchen snorted coldly. "Really? Then I want to see how you kill me today like killing a chicken. I gave you a chance to live, but you didn't cherish it yourself." Jiang Chen shook his head, and a terrifying palm print that made people tremble was also condensed in Jiang Chen's palm in an instant. Looking at Jiang Chen's condensed palm print, Lei Tianchen's expression suddenly changed. On that day, this son was Kang Yuan, who used this supreme immortal seal to sway the pinnacle of the 6th grade Golden Immortal. Now that it is displayed again, the power is even more terrifying than the last time. Even Lei Tianchen instinctively felt an extremely dangerous aura from this palm print at this moment. Where did Lei Tianchen dare to hesitate at all, only to hear a roar from his throat? The power of the 6th rank Jinxian burst out with all his strength, and then quickly condensed a pair of huge wings intertwined with wind and thunder behind him. Lei Tianchen spread his wings, his figure disappeared instantly, and a long rainbow of thunder and lightning was pulled out in the air and shot towards Jiang Chen. The wings behind it shone with thunder, like 2 terrifying thunder knives, pulling out 2,000 Jiang space cracks in midair. Lei Tianchen's blow was almost reaching its limit. In the face of Jiang Chen's terrifying blow, Lei Tianchen obviously planned to strike first and not give Jiang Chen a chance to display this seal. Although his speed is fast, Jiang Chen's movements are not slow. At the moment when Lei Tianchen ripped apart the void, Jiang Chen also raised his palm and printed it with a fluttering seal. Lei Tianchen tried his best to strike, but in front of Jiang Chen Tiandi's seal, he was completely vulnerable. I saw Lei Tianchen's figure froze, as if he was hit by a sledgehammer. The 2 huge wind and thunder wings behind him were broken in the air, and there was a series of crackling sounds of bones breaking. The blood of the golden fairy is like raindrops, scattered in the void. Lei Tianchen spurted out a mouthful of blood, and the whole person flew out like a broken kite, smashing the void into a huge black hole. I saw that his face was pale, his breath was sluggish, his internal organs were cracked, his body was covered in blood, and even his immortal soul was severely injured. Under the seal of Jiang Chen, Lei Tianchen was already seriously injured, and he almost had half his life left. He looked up at the proudly standing figure on the opposite side, and an incredible panic finally appeared in his eyes. 3 months ago, this guy was only barely able to compete with the 6th grade Jinxian. In just 3 months, this guy was able to easily kill him with one move. Chapter 2846, Underwater Palace. At this moment, Lei Tianchen's dead souls are all risking, and there is only one thought in his heart, that is to escape. Today, I am afraid he will really fall here. But just as he turned around and fled less than 100 feet away, Jiang Chen's figure slowly emerged in front of him, and the indifferent voice also resounded. Seeing this, Lei Tianchen's eyes instantly turned red, and a crazy look appeared on his face. Little bastard, if you want to kill me, I will make you pay a heavy price for it. Lei Tianchen's sensible voice fell, and he charged directly at Jiang Chen. I saw Lei Tianchen's body quickly inflated, like a balloon about to explode. Blow yourself up, unfortunately it's useless in front of me. Jiang Chen's thoughts moved, and the mysterious broken sword appeared out of thin air from the palm of his hand, and the sword of Qingdi Jianfa Waffen suddenly slashed out. This light and fluttering sword penetrated everything silently and fell on Lei Tianchen without warning. I saw that Lei Tianchen's body had soared to the limit, but it collapsed like a river bursting its banks. Now that Jiang Chen has broken through to the 3rd rank Golden Immortal, he has obtained this mysterious broken sword again, and once again uses the Qingdi swordsmanship to transform the ordinary sword. Feeling that his power was dissipating at a terrifying speed, Lei Tianchen was instantly terrified. In just 3 months, Jiang Chen's strength has reached such a terrifying level that he was able to cut off all his cultivation with a single sword. In front of Jiang Chen, he didn't even have the qualifications to self-destruct. I surrender. I am willing to surrender to you, and serve you as master for the rest of my life. At this moment, Lei Tianchen really panicked, and quickly begged Jiang Chen for mercy with a terrified expression on his face. Shouwei was slashed by Jiang Chen with a sword. He wanted to live at the moment, and the only chance was to beg Jiang Chen for mercy. I gave you a chance just now, but you didn't cherish it yourself. Now that you have become a waste, what do I need you for? Jiang Chen was expressionless, stretched out his hand and shook Lei Tianchen in the air, which directly caused the space where Lei Tianchen was located to collapse. Space was strangled into nothingness. Fengalei Shanmen sect master Lei Tianchen, fall. Looking at the scene in front of them, countless people from Fengalei Shanmen were pale and desperate. The dignified Fengalei immortal sect master and the 6th ranked Jinxian Lei Tianchen were all killed by the black-clothed youth on the opposite side. Their Fengalei immortal sect is completely over today. With the fall of Lei Tianchen, Fengalei immortal sect also completely lost its ability to resist. Many elders and disciples under the sect died, fled, and surrendered. Just less than half a day, the heaven-breaking immortal sect completely captured Fengalei immortal sect. In the main hall of Fengalei Shanmen, Ling Yangchang was also full of emotion after handling all the matters concerning the annexation of Fengalei Shanmen. It was something Ling Yangchang never dared to imagine before that the heaven-shattering immortal sect was able to reach this stage. Before Jiang Chen arrived, the strength of shattering heavenly sect was even inferior to that of Fengalei immortal sect. In the confrontation with Fengalei immortal sect, it had always been at a disadvantage, and even an immortal stone vein that was finally discovered was almost taken away by Fengalei immortal sect. All this changed completely with Jiang Chen's arrival. Jiang Chen not only helped them keep the xianxia ore veins and resisted the attack of Fengalei Shanmen, but now he has killed Lei Tianchen, allowing Tiantian Shanzong to easily invade Fengalei Shanmen and annex Fengalei Shanmen. Now that the heaven-breaking immortal sect has enough immortal stones, it has annexed the Fengalei immortal sect. As long as he is given some time, he has the confidence to develop Fengalei immortal sect into a top-level golden immortal force that is not inferior to Kangshan immortal sect. It is not impossible for him to even promote the heaven-shattering immortal sect to the Deluo force. On the 2nd day after the destruction of Fengalei Immortal Gate, the Xing Pond of Xingyan Immortal Pavilion also arrived as promised. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen left the heaven-shattering immortal sect directly with Xingqi, and went to explore the treasure land related to the Heavenly Emperor Palace at the mouth of Xingqi. After leaving the heaven-breaking immortal sect, Xingqi took Jiang Chen all the way north. Jiang Chen and the two came to a sea area in the north of the chaotic area. Entering the sea, the two flew over the sea for a few days, and Xingqi finally took Jiang Chen to stop somewhere. It's here. Xingqi glanced at the sea below, and then he looked up at Jiang Chen and said, "Hundreds of years ago, I went out to practice, was hunted down here, and finally fell to the bottom of the sea. I was lucky to find an underwater palace. If that's the case, then let's go down. Jiang Chen heard the words and didn't say much. The Taiku Heavenly Emperor Palace has a total of 36 halls, all over the immortal world. Now everything about the Taiku Tiandi Palace has disappeared from the fairyland, and it is not impossible that one of the temples is buried in this seabed. Be careful, there are many powerful creatures in this sea area. As Xianxia said that, he swooped down into the deep sea. Seeing this, Jiang Chen followed directly. Both of them have reached the golden immortal cultivation base, and the pressure of the sea water is not a concern for them at all. In a short time, the two of them had gone hundreds of meters deep into the seabed. Suddenly, more than 10 black strange fish appeared not far away, and suddenly appeared in Jiang Chen's line of sight. Each of these black monsters is 100 meters long, with horns on their heads and teeth like blades. They are extremely fast in the water, like black lightning, attacking Jiang Chen and the two. Each of these strange fish is afraid that it has the strength not inferior to the first-grade Jinxian, and it has an advantage in the deep sea and is stronger. Don't worry about them, killing here, the censored atmosphere will cause more trouble, and even attract thousands of sea creatures living in groups, and it will be difficult for us to escape by then. Just when Jiang Chen was about to make his move, Xianxia suddenly said. When he spoke, he directly accelerated towards the seabed and blasted away. With a wave of Jiang Chen's palm, the power of Jinxian surged, instantly condensing a barrier, blocking the colliding strange fish, and then continued to go to the bottom of the sea. The two of them dived for a distance of several thousand meters and finally reached the bottom of the sea. I saw a huge palace that had been embedded in the bottom of the sea, and only a small part of the building was exposed. It also slowly emerged in Jiang Chen's line of sight. The palace in front of you should be the underwater palace in the mouth of Xianxia. The entire palace seems to have fallen from the sky and smashed into this deep sea. This underwater palace is somewhat similar to the ancient palace where the great Luo immortal general, one of the 36 halls of the Tiandi Palace, was in the Tianshuan Hall. The palace in front of you may really be related to the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Chapter 2847, Conspiracy Calculation. Jiang Chen looked at the situation in front of him, and a look of disappointment appeared in his eyes. The place related to the Tiandi Palace in the mouth of Xianxia should be one of the 36 halls of the Tiandi Palace, just like the ancient immortal king ruins. Now it seems that even if this underwater palace is related to the Tiandi Palace, it should be just a palace that was accidentally left here, but I don't know who the owner of this palace will be. Because he has been here once, Xianxia is naturally very familiar with the giant hall in front of him. He found an entrance at the top of the giant hall and took Jiang Chen into the palace. Enter the palace. A piece of crystal clear white moonlight, accompanied by a strong immortal energy, came directly to the nose, giving people a feeling of refreshment. Jiang Chen looked up, and a bunch of mysterious stones emitting a faint moonlight appeared directly in his sight. What kind of stone is this? These stones look a little different from the immortal stones, but the energy contained in them is even more than that of the immortal stones. Obviously, they are not ordinary. Jiang Chen looked at these mysterious stones, and his heart froze slightly. This palace, Xianxia has been here once. Logically speaking, when he saw these mysterious stones, it should be impossible for him to remain indifferent and not take these mysterious stones into his pocket. After Jiang Chen entered the palace, he did not feel the slightest threat from the palace. Xianxia invited him here, apparently with some ulterior motive. This is the Moon Spirit Stone, a strange stone unique to the Moon Spirit Hall, one of the 36 halls of the Taiku Heavenly Emperor Palace. Its value is far above the immortal stone. At this moment, Xianxia's voice also rang in Jiang Chen's ear. Jiang Chen kept a distance from Xianxia without a trace, his eyes fixed on Xianxia. Since this Moon Spirit Stone is so precious, Your Excellency has already been here once, why didn't you put it in your bag, but put it in your pocket? I led here, you are vigilant, did you find out so quickly? Xianxia was stunned for a moment, and then a playful look appeared on his face. This is the site of the deity, and the Moon Spirit Stone is also a thing of the deity. Why should the deity put it in the bag? The deity put them here, just to attract the attention of you outsiders. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's pupil shrank suddenly. Aren't you the Xianxia of Xingyan Immortal Pavilion? This guy claims to be the deity, and is obviously a strong man above Deluo Immortal Venerable. Now he also calls this place his territory, and he is obviously the master of this hall. If he guessed correctly, the Xianxia of Xingyan Immortal Pavilion should have really come to this place. After Xianxia came here, he met the owner of this palace, and was taken away by the owner of this palace. Jiang Chen finally understood why there was a Deluo Dharma body on Xianxia. It seems that the Deluo Dharma body that appeared on Xianxia was the one in front of him. Xianxia sneered and said, "This deity is naturally not that kid. That kid is the first person to break into this place in countless years. The deity just borrowed that kid's body. Since you have already taken Xianxia, why did you bring me here?" There was also a curious look in Jiang Chen's eyes. Xianxia smiled grimly and said, "Naturally, it's for cultivation. What this deity needs most is an immortal soul like you, a monstrous genius. If you know a little bit, just hand over your immortal soul obediently." He was a Deluo immortal venerable in Yueling Hall, one of the 36 halls of Tiandi Palace in ancient times, named Yaoyu. In a battle, immortal venerable Yaoyu was killed with one move, leaving only a broken fairyland with a trace of fairy soul, and his palace was knocked down to the bottom of the sea. For so many years, immortal venerable Yaoyu has been shrinking here, recovering his strength little by little. Until hundreds of years ago, Xianxia suddenly broke into the palace. Yaoyu Shanzun decisively seized Xianxia and occupied Xianxia's body. Although the Yaoyu immortal venerable succeeded in winning the house, the immortal soul is incomplete. If you want to return to the peak, you must first repair your immortal soul. In order to repair the immortal soul as soon as possible, immortal venerable Yaoyu practiced an ancient immortal technique. Although this ancient immortal art can quickly repair the immortal soul, the key is to devour the immortal soul of the evil genius. Over the past few hundred years, immortal venerable Yaoyu has brought some geniuses here more than once to devour the other party's immortal soul to repair his own immortal soul. The geniuses that Yaoyu immortal venerable attracted to this place were at most just some ordinary Deluo geniuses, and their effect on repairing his immortal soul was really limited. And this guy named Jiang Chen in front of him is a peerless evildoer who can match a 6th-rank golden immortal with a 1st-rank golden immortal. Even in the Heavenly Emperor Palace in the ancient times, there were only a handful of such geniuses. For the past 3 months, immortal venerable Yaoyu has been preparing for devouring Jiang Chen's soul. If he can get Jiang Chen's immortal soul, it will undoubtedly play a huge role in the restoration of his immortal soul. So that's your purpose. Jiang Chen looked at Shanzun Yaoyu lightly. If you want to devour my fairy soul, you have to see if you have that ability. Jiang Chen, no matter how evil you are, since you are here today, you have to hand over your fairy soul obediently. Immortal venerable Yaoyu's sensible voice fell, and the breath of the 7th grade Jinxian also burst out. Although Yaoyu immortal venerable used to be an immortal venerable at the peak of Deluo, he used a trace of incomplete immortal soul to seize the star pond. Even if the strength of this body has been improved a lot, it has only reached rank 7 golden immortal. That's it. In the eyes of Yaoyu Shanzun, it is more than enough to deal with this guy in front of him. 3 months ago, Jiang Chen barely possessed the strength to compete with the 6th-rank Jinxian. Yaoyu Shanzun didn't have time to cool down either, but when he stretched out his palm, the vast power of Jinxian instantly grabbed Jiang Chen with a force of imprisoning space. Looking at Yaoyu Shanzun's blow, Jiang Chen's expression was unusually calm. He flipped the palm of his hand, and the power of Jinxian continued to surge, instantly turning into a breathtaking black square seal in the palm of his hand, and a faint voice resounded in the giant hall in an instant. "Shanzun Yaoyu, since you are a member of the Heavenly Emperor Palace in the primordial era, can you deny this seal of mine?" When Jiang Chen was talking, he saw his palm flipped over, and the black square seal in the palm also rapidly enlarged in midair, smashing towards Yaoyu Shanzun with a bang. This seal was like a broken bamboo, and instantly annihilated the power that Yaoyu Immortal Venerable had imprisoned, and then shrouded it towards Yaoyu Immortal Venerable. Chapter 2848, Yukai Sensen. Immortal Venerable Yaoyu was caught off guard, and was directly hit by Jiang Chen's palm. The whole person flew out in a panic, and smashed heavily on the wall of the giant hall. If it weren't for the extraordinary material of the giant hall, enough to withstand the power of Deluo Immortal Venerable, I'm afraid the whole thing would have turned into nothingness at this moment. Immortal Venerable Yaoyu fell back to the ground in embarrassment. He looked up at Jiang Chen, and finally there was an unprecedented panic in his eyes. Heavenly Emperor's Seal, how could you possibly master the Heavenly Emperor's Seal? God's Seal. This is the supreme immortal technique created by the founder of their Heavenly Emperor Palace, the peerless immortal emperor who once suppressed an era. Although Yaoyu Immortal Venerable is not high in the Heavenly Emperor Palace, after all, he is also a top Deluo Immortal Venerable, and he has naturally experienced the supreme immortal art of Heavenly Emperor Seal. Yaoyu Shanzun never thought of it anyway. The one in front of him was able to display the Heavenly Emperor Seal. Even in the Heavenly Emperor Palace back then, there were only a handful of people who were qualified to practice the Heavenly Emperor Seal. Jiang Chen stared at Shanzun Yaoyu indifferently. Shanzun Yaoyu, as a person from the Heavenly Emperor Palace, you dare to take action against me, do you know the guilt? Immortal Venerable Yaoyu's expression was extremely gloomy. Those who can cultivate the Heavenly Emperor Seal, even in the Heavenly Emperor Palace in the ancient times, have a very high status. Even if they are the masters of the Moon Spirit Palace, I am afraid they have to be polite to them. He is a mere Deluo Immortal Venerable, and in front of such people, he is almost no different from an ant. The Taiku Heavenly Emperor's Palace has long since disappeared in the dust of history, and few of the big figures of the year will be able to survive. The boy in front of him must have been lucky enough to get the inheritance of a certain one. He is a dignified Deluo Immortal Venerable. Naturally, it is impossible for this boy to surrender to him because he has mastered the seal of heaven and earth. In order to devour Jiang Chen's immortal soul, he is fully prepared, and it is very likely that he will completely repair the immortal soul in one fell swoop, and then let his cultivation level quickly return to the realm of Deluo Immortal Venerable. Once he devoured Jiang Chen's immortal soul, he would still be able to obtain Jiang Chen's memory, obtain Jiang Chen's inheritance, and master the supreme immortal arts such as the Heavenly Emperor Seal. Jiang Chen, you really surprised me. You actually got the inheritance of a big man in the Taiku Heavenly Emperor Palace. If that's the case, then hand over your fairy soul together with these inheritances. Immortal Venerable Yaoyu suddenly flashed an icy cold light in his eyes, and a burst of light that was even dazzling than the sun, moon and stars erupted from his body, and with terrifying power, he killed Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. It seemed that it was impossible to use the Heavenly Emperor Seal to deter the Yaoyu Immortal Venerable in front of him. Facing the Yaoyu Immortal Venerable who came to kill again, Jiang Chen was not afraid at all. Jiang Chen, whose cultivation base has reached the pinnacle of the 3rd-ranked Golden Immortal, has no pressure to beat the 7th-ranked Golden Immortal. Even though Yaoyu Immortal Venerable was once a Deluo Immortal Venerable, and his combat power was even better than that of ordinary 7th-ranked Xianxia, he was still at a disadvantage in the confrontation with Jiang Chen, and was beaten by Jiang Chen's offensive. Falling back, another violent confrontation, Immortal Venerable Yaoyu burst back to the corner of the giant hall in embarrassment, and a mouthful of blood could not help spurting out. Damn, the 3rd-ranked Xianxian peak, how can this kid's strength improve so quickly? Immortal Venerable Yaoyu was shocked and angry. He never imagined that in just 3 months, Jiang Chen's cultivation had broken through from the 1st-ranked Golden Immortal to the 3rd-ranked Golden Immortal peak. With his current ranked 7 Xianxian cultivation, plus some Daluo methods, he is not a match for this guy at all. Jiang Chen, no matter how enchanting you are, don't even think about setting off any waves in front of me today. Immortal Venerable Yaoyu's icy voice fell, and a dazzling light filled with immortal power suddenly burst out from Immortal Venerable Yaoyu's body. In the face of Jiang Chen, whose strength has skyrocketed, Immortal Venerable Yaoyu had to condense his Dharma body once again. After he seized the Xingqi, although he only cultivated to the 7th-ranked Golden Immortal, he was still the immortal soul of Deluo Immortal Venerable, Boundary. Although with his 7th-grade Xianxian cultivation, even the Deluo Dharma body condensed by Shanli Yutiandi is not comparable to the real Deluo Dharma body, but it can still exert half-step Deluo's strength and can easily suppress ordinary 9-gold fairy. Daluo fashion. Jiang Chen looked at the breath that pervaded Yaoyu Shanzun's body, and there was a dignified expression on his face. On that day, Immortal Venerable Yaoyu used Deluo Dharma body to suppress Kanghan Mountain, which was a 9th-ranked Xianxian, and Jiang Chen was vividly remembered. Even if his cultivation base has now reached the peak of the 3rd-ranked Golden Immortal, he still has no confidence that he can handle this Daluo Dharma body of Yaoyu Immortal Venerable. The radiance of Daluo Shenwei instantly turned into a phantom shrouded in moonlight in the void. Although this phantom is not as high as the Deluo Dharma body that was condensed last time, the breath on his body is not inferior. Jiang Chen, die for this deity. Immortal Venerable Yaoyu let out a cold drink, stretched out his hand and pressed down on Jiang Chen with a palm, an invisible palm strength, but with a force that was enough to crush the void. It came to suppress Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's complexion changed. Qingdi's longevity tactic was urged with all his strength. The chaotic sword shadow appeared behind him, the mysterious broken sword was swung in his hand, and the triple sword tactic of killing the immortal sword was displayed one after another. The invisible palm that came slammed over. These are all in vain. Jiang Chen's various immortal magical powers were annihilated into nothingness almost instantly when they came into contact with the invisible palm force that came from the suppression. Jiang Chen had to urge the immortal monument to condense the immortal annihilating power of the immortal monument, and just then resisted the palm of Yaoyu immortal venerable Deluo's body. I didn't expect you to have such an immortal treasure on your body. It seems that you really got the shocking inheritance of a certain ancient power. Yaoyu Shanzun looked at the immortal monument that Jiang Chen sacrificed, and his eyes became hot. Jiang Chen didn't speak, but quickly swallowed an elixir to regain the strength he had consumed earlier. Facing Yaoyu Shanzun's Dharma body today, he probably has to work hard. Do you still have to do unnecessary struggles? With your current strength, you are not qualified to compete with the Daluo Dharma body of this deity. Immortal Venerable Yaoyu smiled coldly, and once again stretched out his palm and pressed it against Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's pupils shrank suddenly, and when he was about to urge the immortal monument to exert the power of destroying immortals again, the voice of the immortal monument suddenly rang in Jiang Chen's mind. Boy, you can't fight against Daluo Dharma body like this. Quickly use the mysterious broken sword to use the sword of Qingdi. Chapter 2849, Qingdi reappears. Jiang Chen has always trusted the immortal monument's spirit. He heard the words of the immortal monument, and without any hesitation, he directly stimulated the Qingdi longevity art, poured all the strength in his body into the mysterious broken sword, and displayed the Qingdi sword technique Qingdi sword. This sword seemed to split the endless void. I saw a peerless sword immortal in azure clothing who looked down on the world, also came across the endless space. As soon as sword immortal Xing Yi appeared, his eyes fell on Da Luofa of immortal venerable Yaoyu. He raised his hand and pointed out that the invisible palm force that was pressing towards Jiang Chen was instantly dissipated out of thin air. A look of ecstasy appeared in Jiang Chen's eyes. Since the battle in the Nether Universe that year, Jiang Chen used the Qing Emperor sword technique Qing Emperor sword, and he could no longer summon this conscious Xing Yi sword immortal. Unexpectedly, this time, with the mysterious broken sword, he used the sword of Emperor Qing to attract this peerless character again. It seems that mysterious broken sword really has a close relationship with this one. Seeing that the blow of his Dharma body was actually resolved by the sword immortal in Xing Yi who came across the sky, Yaoyu Shanzun's pupils couldn't help but shrink suddenly. Although the Daluo Dharma body condensed in his current state is slightly inferior to the Daluo Dharma body condensed by the real Daluo Immortal Venerable, it has at least half the power of Daluo. This Xing Yi phantom that came across the sky can resolve his offensive with one finger, and I am afraid it definitely has the power not inferior to Daluo Immortal Venerable. Sword Immortal Xing Yi glanced lightly at Immortal Venerable Yaoyu, just a mere surviving Immortal Daluo who survived by chance, even dared to do something to this emperor's people. This emperor, hearing Sword Immortal Xing Yi's self-proclaimed, Immortal Venerable Yaoyu's expression instantly became stunned, and he couldn't help shouting in horror, Are you an immortal emperor from the ancient times? Yaoyu Immortal Venerable has been born for hundreds of years, and naturally knows that there is no immortal emperor in today's immortal world. In any case, he never thought that the sword fairy in Xing Yi attracted by Jiang Chen's sword turned out to be an immortal emperor from the ancient times. Immortal Venerable Yaoyu was terrified in her heart, she turned around and wanted to flee in panic. Immortal Emperor, each of them is a peerless figure standing at the peak of the immortal world in the ancient times. Even if the power of the phantom that this immemorial immortal emperor came from across the sky was less than 1/10,000th of the deity, it was not something he could resist at all. The emperor didn't let you go, can you go? When Sword Immortal Xing Yi spoke, he just flicked his fingers, and a sword chi slashed Yaoyu Immortal Venerable's Daluo body in half without warning. Yaoyu Immortal Venerable seized the body of Xianxia, together with the remaining immortal soul, without any resistance, and disappeared completely under the finger of Xing Yi Jianjin. Looking at the scene in front of him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath. Just a phantom coming from across the sky can be an understatement of the Daluo Dharma body that killed the Yaoyu Immortal Venerable. This one is really not an ordinary horror. Little guy, you and this emperor really have a good relationship. I didn't expect this sword to fall into your hands. Killing the Yaoyu Immortal Venerable lightly, Sword Immortal Xing Yi looked at the broken sword in Jiang Chen's hand, and there was a complicated look in his eyes. Jiang Chen asked curiously, as this broken sword belonged to Senior. Sword Immortal Xing Yi nodded slightly. It is indeed closely related to this emperor. If you have a chance, find another part of the sword body for this emperor. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and said, Junior, do your best. The immortal world is boundless, and he was very lucky to get this truncated sword. It is probably not easy to find the remaining part of the sword. This emperor just mentioned it casually, and you don't need to have too much pressure. Qingdi Jianjun looked at Jiang Chen and said, Boy, this time this emperor sensed the breath of your hand breaking the sword, and I just showed up to see it. Next, this emperor should not show up easily. If this emperor interferes too much, he will put you in greater danger. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and said, Junior understands. There is no immortal emperor in the immortal world today. Even if this sword immortal in Xing Yi still exists in the world, he must have his own difficulties. If this person can be summoned every time he uses the sword of Qingdi, wouldn't he be almost invincible in the immortal world without training? With your current strength, it is indeed not easy to walk in the fairyland. Anyway, I will help you in the end. Xing Yi Jianjun seemed to mutter to himself, and then waved his palm. The mysterious corpse that Jiang Chen put away together with broken sword actually appeared in front of Jiang Chen out of thin air. Xing Yi Jianju pinched out the magic formula with both hands, condensing a mysterious and obscure star-shaped imprint, and then said lightly to Jiang Chen, Boy, put a drop of your blood into it. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate, and quickly forced out a drop of blood essence into the star-shaped mark. The sword immortal in Xing Yi activated the star-shaped imprint and penetrated into the body of this corpse. The moment the star-shaped imprint penetrated into the corpse, Jiang Chen instantly felt that he had established an inexplicable connection with the corpse, as if he could control it. Little guy, this emperor uses special means to help you control the body of this fairy king. With your current strength, it is enough to exert a power comparable to Deluo Immortal Venerable. As your strength increases, its combat power can also become stronger. This emperor has gone, and I hope that on the day we meet again, you will reach the top of the fairyland. Xing Yi Jianjun said. His figure turned into a little green light and disappeared in front of Jiang Chen out of thin air. Jiang Chen respectfully bowed to the place where the sword fairy in Xing Yi dissipated, and then looked at the body of the immortal king who could be manipulated in front of him, and a look of joy appeared in his eyes. This time, being calculated by immortal venerable Yaoyu, it was a blessing in disguise that Xing Yi's sword immortal reappeared at a critical moment. Jiang Chen obviously didn't expect that sword immortal Xing Yi had refined the body of this immortal king so that it could be used by him. With this body of an immortal king, he can be considered to have the capital to compete with Deluo Immortal Venerable. Jiang Chen carefully looked at the hall in front of him. The owner of this hall is, after all, a Deluo Immortal Venerable of the Heavenly Emperor Palace in the ancient times. Now that he is here, Jiang Chen naturally wants to explore to see if there are any other treasures. After searching through it, Jiang Chen found a few broken Deluo Immortal treasures, and only the pile of moon spirit stones in the entire hall could gain his discernment. Jiang Chen took the pile of moon spirit stones into his pocket, and then turned around and left the hall. Chapter 2850, Sanskrit Treasure Pavilion. After coming out of the underwater palace, Jiang Chen was not in a hurry to return to the Heavenly Immortal Sect, but planned to travel in the chaotic area while improving his strength. He spent tens of thousands of immortal stones to buy a carriage in a nearby city. The carriage was dark and clumsy in appearance and looked unpretentious. The one pulling the cart is a first-grade gold fairyland. The black flame unicorn was burning with black flames all over its body, stepping on the black clouds, and pulling Jiang Chen in the carriage to shuttle across the sky. Jiang Chen passed through the ancient cities, and across the vast and boundless wasteland. While cultivating and improving his strength, he realized the world. Today's Jiang Chen is no longer the hairy boy who first entered the fairy world. He is already very familiar with the realm of the immortals in the immortal world. Under Jinxian, it is relatively easy to cultivate. Even immortals, with poor talent and aptitude can gradually improve their strength, but they need relatively more time and resources. And above Jinxian, it is much more difficult to cultivate. If Golden Wonderland wants to break through Deluo Immortal Venerable, it is not only a breakthrough in cultivation, but also needs to comprehend a little law of immortality, and use immortal power to control the world. Breaking through the Deluo Immortal Venerable in the Golden Wonderland is not something that can be achieved by just one person's hard work. In the immortal realm, there are also many talented people who have easily cultivated to the level of 9th rank Golden Immortals, and even condensed the power of Deluo, reaching the realm of half-step Deluo. But in the end, it was difficult for him to comprehend the laws of immortality, to reach the realm of immortal power controlling the heaven and earth, and to become the real Deluo Immortal Venerable. After the vast majority of immortals in the immortal world broke through the Golden Immortal, the process of immortal cultivation has already begun to understand the laws of immortality. There are even some peerless geniuses, who have not yet reached the realm of half-step Deluo, and have been able to control the world with immortal power. Such a peerless genius, once the power of Deluo is condensed in his body, he can achieve immortal venerable Deluo without any hindrance. Jiang Chen has 100 times the experience of the system, coupled with the 100 times the flow rate of the Tower of Time. It is not too difficult for him to improve his cultivation to the 9th rank Jingxian or even the half-step Deluo. Jiang Chen will travel and practice at the same time, trying to understand whether he can comprehend a trace of the laws of immortality and master the ability of immortal power to control the world. It is really difficult to understand the laws of immortality. No wonder there are golden immortals everywhere in the immortal world, but the ones who can really break through Deluo Immortal Venerable are not as good as 1 in 10,000. Inside the carriage, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a low murmur. During this period of time, he tried to comprehend the laws of immortality, but he had no clue, and he did not know how to master the ability of immortal power to control the world. It seems that it is still necessary to join forces with Deluo Immortal Venerable and above. Shanli Yudiandi, it is not easy to master it out of thin air. And the Deluo forces that have Deluo Immortal Venerable in the town must have some experience in understanding the immortal power to control the heavens and the earth. If he can get some insights, he can use the system to trigger 100 times of comprehension. It is much easier to understand the immortal power to control the world, thought here. Jiang Chen drove the carriage directly and came to a place called Shuanglong Shancheng in the chaotic area. This immortal city is one of the most prosperous immortal cities in the chaotic region. The reason why it was named Shuanglong Immortal City is because this immortal city has 2 famous Deluo forces in the chaotic area. Jiang Chen wanted to see if he could find some insights into the immortal power Yudiandi here. Entering Shuanglong Shancheng, Jiang Chen came to a place called Fanyan Treasure Pavilion in Shuanglong Shancheng after learning about the situation of Shuanglong Shancheng. The Sanskrit Treasure Pavilion belongs to the top force in the chaotic region, the Sanskrit Immortal Pavilion. In the well-known immortal city in the chaotic area, almost all the Sanskrit treasure pavilions built by the Sanskrit Immortal Pavilion exist. In the Sanskrit Treasure Pavilion, there are various treasures for sale, many of which are Deluo Immortal Treasures and Deluo Immortal Medicine. As long as you have enough wealth, you can almost buy what you want in the Sanskrit Treasure Pavilion. Jiang Chen also wanted to see if there were any treasures in this Sanskrit Treasure Pavilion that could help him realize the power of immortal power to control the heavens and the earth. The outside of the Fanyan Treasure Pavilion looks very ordinary, just a small building about a few feet high. But once you get inside, you will find that there is something special inside. The area of the entire Sanskrit Treasure Pavilion is extremely vast, with a radius of several miles. And there are more than 10 layers, layered on top of each other, and each floor is very different. Obviously, some kind of space supernatural power is used to isolate each floor. What does this gentleman need to buy? Jiang Chen walked into the Fanyan Treasure Pavilion, and a waiter from the Fanyan Treasure Pavilion greeted him. Jiang Chen said lightly, "I need to buy a Deluo-level treasure." Hearing the words, the waiter directly guided Jiang Chen to the 4th floor of the Sanskrit Treasure Pavilion. The Sanskrit Treasure Pavilion has distinct layers. The items sold in the hall on the 1st floor are all true immortal-level items, the 2nd floor sells celestial-level treasures, the 3rd floor sells golden immortal-level treasures, and the Deluo immortal treasures are located on the 4th floor. Jiang Chen came to the 4th floor of the Fanyan Treasure Pavilion and found that the 4th floor was much more refined than the 1st floor. There are many guests on the 4th floor, and they are all very extraordinary. Those who walk around are almost the existence of Jingxian or above, and there are even some golden fairyland geniuses who carry many slaves. They appear rich and arrogant. Jiang Chen ignored the people around him, and just wandered around on the 4th floor just to himself. The space on the 4th floor is also extremely huge, and it is not inferior to the 1st floor. In order to make it easier for guests to quickly find what they want to buy, the Fanyan Treasure Pavilion also classifies the treasures on the 4th floor. Deluo Immortal Treasure, Deluo Immortal Medicine, Deluo Gong Technique, and Deluo Immortal Technique are all stored in one area. Jiang Chen swept across the area of Deluo Immortal Treasure and Deluo Immortal Medicine directly, and investigated in the area of Deluo Gongfa and Deluo Immortal Technique. There are a lot of Deluo Gongfa and Deluo Immortal techniques in the Fanyan Pavilion, but there is no such thing as comprehension of the immortal power to control the heavens and the earth. It seems that there are many forces above Da Luo in the fairy world, and it seems that they will not easily spread the cultivation methods in this area. Jiang Chen can understand. Comprehension of immortal power to control heaven and earth is the key to promotion of Deluo Immortal Venerable. Who is willing to easily teach others to understand the place of immortal power to control heaven and earth? Shaking his head, when Jiang Chen was about to leave, he found that in addition to the 4 major areas, there seemed to be a more cluttered area on the 4th floor. Where is that place? Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask the waiter beside him with a curious expression on his face. The waiter replied respectfully, "There is the junk area, all of which are some inferior Deluo items, or some things that are not known for their purpose but are firmly identified as Deluo's treasures by the Fanyan Treasure Pavilion." Chapter 2851, Taishuan Shanzun Manuscript. Hearing the waiter's words, Jiang Chen also showed a look of interest in his eyes, and strode directly towards the sundries area. Ever since he got the system, Jiang Chen was most interested in searching for treasures among these incomplete treasures. Back in the Nether universe, Jiang Chen had escaped many incomplete kung fu techniques and skills, and then, with a hundredfold understanding of the system, completed these incomplete kung fu techniques and martial arts. And the incomplete treasures that can be placed on the 4th floor of the Sanskrit Treasure Pavilion must have been extremely extraordinary, and it is even very likely that there are treasures above Deluo. Maybe he can find any treasures in this junk area. When he came to the sundries area, Jiang Chen observed it carefully. This time, Jiang Chen didn't seem to be very lucky. He wandered around the junk area for a while, but didn't find anything worth taking. Just as he was about to leave, his eyes inadvertently landed on a broken booklet in the corner. Taishuan Shanzun's handwriting. After carefully looking at it for a while, Jiang Chen still recognized the dilapidated handwriting on the booklet. Jiang Chen's eyes sank slightly, and he pointed to the booklet and said to the waiter beside him, "How do you sell this thing?" Taishuan Immortal Venerable is a famous Tai Immortal Venerable realm once in the chaotic region. This is a handbook left by him, which records some of this Taishuan Immortal Venerable's cultivation experience, but it is already incomplete. After the waiter explained a sentence, he smiled and said, "This manuscript is priced at 100,000 immortal stones." A handwritten note left by Immortal Venerable Tai, who is still above Immortal Venerable Deluo, might have some experience of comprehending immortal power to control heaven and earth. 100,000 immortal stones, the price of an ordinary Deluo immortal treasure, is not too expensive. For Jiang Chen, 100,000 immortal stones are nothing at all, but you can buy this handbook and take a look. I bought this manuscript. Jiang Chen didn't talk nonsense, he directly took out 100,000 immortal stones and handed them over to the waiter beside him. The waiter looked at the 100,000 immortal stones that Jiang Chen took out, and was obviously stunned for a moment. This manuscript, although it is the manuscript left by Immortal Taishuan, has some cultivation experience left by Immortal Taishuan, but it is already incomplete. Since this handbook was placed here, many guests have paid attention to it. However, when they learned that the codex was incomplete, they basically chose to give up. No one knows how useful a broken manuscript is, but the price is not low, 100,000 immortal stones. Even for many golden immortals, 100,000 immortal stones is a huge sum. Who would want to spend 100,000 immortal stones to buy a broken manuscript that is not sure how useful it is? Not only was the waiter stunned, even many guests on the 4th floor couldn't help but focus their attention on Jiang Chen. Immortal Venerable Taishuan is a well-known figure in the chaotic region. Naturally, many people paid attention to his manuscript, but no one dared to buy it easily. But the young man in black in front of him bought this handbook without hesitation. Many people looked at Jiang Chen with a strange look. Although they were reluctant to spend 100,000 immortal stones to buy this manuscript, it did not mean that they did not have the slightest interest in Taishuan Shanzun's manuscript. "Sir, please wait a moment." After being stunned for a moment, the waiter couldn't help but respectfully said something to Jiang Chen, and immediately took out a token to break the restriction on the counter, took out the handwritten note and handed it to Jiang Chen. Although the treasures of the Fanyan Treasure Pavilion are randomly placed in the hall for visitors to visit, it is not without the slightest fortification. These counters for storing treasures are all restricted by the Sanskrit Treasure Pavilion, and it is difficult for non-Deluo Immortal Venerable to break. After purchasing the manuscript, Jiang Chen found that there was nothing worth paying attention to on the counter, and then turned to leave the Sanskrit Treasure Pavilion. After leaving the Fanyan Treasure Pavilion, Jiang Chen did not plan to stay in Shuanglong Shancheng for a long time. He planned to continue his travels while watching the Shanzun handbook that he had just bought for 100,000 immortal stones. Jiang Chen suddenly sensed something, and his footsteps stopped suddenly. I saw the sudden change in the environment around him, which instantly turned into a vast expanse of red, and the streets that were still noisy just a moment ago had disappeared completely, as if they had entered another world in an instant. Space array. Jiang Chen's eyes couldn't help but squinted slightly. Someone arranged a space formation, dragged him into the formation, and isolated him from reality. Jiang Chen was not shocked at all because of this sudden change. He looked at the space in front of him and said lightly, since he's here, why hide in the dark? Get out of here for me." When Jiang Chen's voice fell, a burly young man slowly walked out of the empty space. The burly young man is talented, but he is a genius who has reached the first rank of Golden Immortal. Behind the burly young man, there were several Jinxian guards closely following him. These four are all existences whose cultivation base has reached the 4th grade Jinxian or above. The most powerful one has reached the peak of the 6th grade Jinxian. Compared with Lingyang Chengdu of the heaven-shattering immortal sect, there will be no difference, inferior. "What do you want to do?" Jiang Chen remained silent. Jiang Chen is actually not unfamiliar with the group of burly young people. When he was on the 4th floor of the Fanyan Treasure Pavilion just now, he had seen these guys. Jiang Chen obviously did not expect that the burly young man chased after him and chose to attack him directly. Naturally, it's for Taishuan Shanzun's manuscript. The burly young man grinned and said, "If you are willing to hand it over obediently, I may also consider letting you live." The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth rose slightly. "Your abacus is good, what if I don't hand it over today? Then the young master can only kill you first, and then take the Taishuan Shanzun hand letter." The burly young man's face turned cold, and the several golden immortals behind him all locked their eyes tightly on Jiang Chen's body, instantly becoming murderous. Jiang Chen shook his head, and suddenly sighed. "Just because you are a bunch of crooked melons and jujubes, you dare to run up to me to kill people and grab treasures. I really don't know where you have the courage." Jiang Chen's voice fell, and he stepped out directly. The burly young man's complexion changed suddenly. His heart was not good, but it was too late. The entire time of the evolution of the space formation was a bang. A vast and majestic great Luo immortal might surged out from Jiang Chen's body, filling the void in an instant. He seemed to be awakened by an immemorial immortal venerable, and the infinite terrifying coercion was condensed around him. Almost instantly, the burly young man and the few golden immortals behind him couldn't bear the terrifying pressure at all, and were directly oppressed to the point of kneeling on the ground, trembling all over his body. Chapter 2852, One Punch. In the eyes of the burly young man and the others who looked at Jiang Chen, there was an incredible panic. Great Luo Shenwei, no matter what, they never imagined that the ordinary-looking black-clothed youth in front of them would actually be a Deluo immortal venerable. Xian. Shanzun spared his life, and the next is Jiyu Kui, the Jiyu family in Shuanglong Shancheng. The teacher is the ancestor of the Jiyu family's Deluo. Please also ask Shanzun to look at the face of the Jiyu family and spare my life." The burly young man hurriedly begged Jiang Chen for mercy. The Jiyu family is the Deluo immortal venerable family in Shuanglong Shancheng. Even the Deluo immortal venerable has to give the Jiyu family some face. At this point, the burly young man had to carry the Jiyu family out. "What about the Jiyu family? Since you dare to call my attention, you must be prepared to pay the price." Jiang Chen's indifferent voice fell, and when he waved his hand, a sword light shrouded the burly young people. In a light-hearted way, he dealt with the burly young people. Jiang Chen stretched out his hands and punched the surrounding space. The space formation was shattered, and an old man in Taoist robes suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Chen's eyes. The old man was sitting cross-legged, and his hands formed a seal to control the formation. When he saw Jiang Chen, his face was full of astonishment. Before he could speak, Jiang Chen printed it out without hesitation. As soon as he shot it out, the dazzling golden light suddenly condensed and turned into a palm print about the size of a zhong, like a gold cast, and shot it with a terrifying power that made the world go silent. This robed old man was good at formations, but his cultivation was only at the 6th grade Golden Immortal. Under the seal of the Heavenly Emperor urged by Jiang Chen with all his strength, he was made into a meat pie on the spot, and even the soul of the immortal turned into powder. With Jiang Chen's current strength, with all his strength, killing a 6th-rank Jinxian is like slaughtering a chicken and a dog. After dealing with the old man in the Taoist robe, Jiang Chen ignored the horrified gazes from the surrounding streets, and his figure rose directly into the air, swept away from the Shuanglong immortal city. Shuanglong Shancheng Jiyu family, after all, is one of the 2 great Luo forces in this Shuanglong Shancheng. Although Jiang Chen now has the corpse of the immortal king refined for him by the Sword Emperor in Xingyi, he is not afraid of immortal venerable Deluo, but he does not want to cause unnecessary trouble. Just when Jiang Chen was about to leave Shuanglong Shancheng, a terrifying wave suddenly swayed over the entire Shuanglong Shancheng. A Da Luo Shenwei that made countless people tremble, also spread out over the Shuanglong Shancheng in an instant. I saw a phantom shadow that suddenly condensed in the sky above Shuanglong Shancheng. And at the moment when the phantom appeared, everything in the whole world of Shuanglong Shancheng seemed to have stopped suddenly, and everyone's figure was suddenly frozen in the air, as if time had frozen, only a thunderous roar of anger rippling over the sky of Shuanglong Shancheng. The kid is so daring. He killed the disciple of the deity in Shuanglong Shancheng, but he still wanted to leave. Is it true that the deity does not exist? At this moment, in the entire Shuanglong immortal city, almost everyone looked horrified. The Deluo Dharma body of Gu's Dara Patriarch. That kid is really daring. He actually dared to kill his disciple under the eyes of the Jiyu family's ancestor. Now that the ancestor of the Jiyu family, Da Luo, has arrived, that kid is probably dead. In the Shuanglong Shancheng, countless people couldn't help but show a look of pity in the eyes of Jiang Chen. The coercion of Deluo immortal venerable cannot be desecrated, unless there is immortal venerable. Deluo coming behind that kid, I am afraid no one can save him today. Deluo immortal venerable is really extraordinary, this guy is really not ordinary fast. Jiang Chen looked up at the great Luo Dharma body in the sky, and his brows couldn't help but wrinkle slightly. There was no panic on Jiang Chen's face, he just looked at the Dharma body of the ancestor of the Jiyu family calmly, and the faint voice resounded in the sky above Shuanglong Shancheng in an instant. Old guy, you can't do anything to me with your Dharma body. If you want to keep me, let your deity come in person. Jiang Chen's words immediately caused countless inhalation sounds in Shuanglong Shancheng. No one could have imagined that the unrecognized young man in black in front of him had never even paid attention to the Dharma body of the ancestor of the Jiyu family. What a frenzy this is! Even the geniuses of the top forces in the chaotic region might not dare to be so arrogant in front of a great Luo immortal venerable. HMPH, you dare to speak up when you are about to die. The ancestor of the Jiyu family smiled coldly. No matter how monstrous you are, just with your mere 3rd-ranked Jinxian cultivation, you are not qualified to act wild in front of this deity. When the ancestor of the Jiyu family was talking, the huge palm of 100 feet filled the world instantly, and grabbed it towards Jiang Chen. The endless pressure was pressing towards Jiang Chen from all directions, making it difficult for Jiang Chen to breathe. The Deluo Dharma body of the ancestor of the Jiyu family is the real Deluo Dharma body, which is obviously even better than that of Yaoyu Shanzun's half-hearted Dharma body. With Jiang Chen's current strength, even Yaoyu Shanzun's half-hearted Dharma body can't resist. How can he compete with the real Deluo Dharma body of the ancestor of the Jiyu family? Jiang Chen didn't have any hesitation, and with a direct thought, the immortal king's corpse appeared out of thin air in front of him. With the appearance of the corpse of the immortal king, Jiang Chen instantly felt that the pressure around him was instantly weakened a bit. He took a deep breath, controlled the corpse of the immortal king to head up into the air, punched out, and slammed into the giant palm oppressed by the old man of the Jiyu family. There was a sudden explosion in the void. I saw that the huge palm of the Jiyu family's ancestor Da Luo fashion was smashed to pieces by the punch of the immortal king corpse. This. What kind of puppet is this? The ancestor of the Jiyu family was immediately shocked and angry. He obviously did not expect that the puppet that the black-clothed young man suddenly sacrificed had a group of terrifying powers that injured his Dharma body. But just when the ancestor of the Jiyu family was terrified, Jiang Chen was not prepared to give him a chance to breathe at all. He directly controlled the corpse of the immortal king, and once again punched the great Luo Dharma body. The void burst, and the world changed color. The sun, moon and sky seemed to be blown away by this punch. I saw the great Luo Dharma body of the ancestor of the Jiyu family trembled violently, and cracks visible to the naked eye spread like cobwebs, quickly covering the entire Deluo Dharma body. The Jiyu family's ancestors' 10,000 Zhong Luo Dharma body finally couldn't bear it, and it collapsed directly in the air, turning into a little starlight, and quickly dissipating in the void. In the entire Shuanglong Immortal City, there was a dead silence in the sky and the ground. Everyone looked at this scene in the void, and it was like seeing a ghost, and it was difficult for them to recover from the horror for a long time. Chapter 2853, Advanced Kangshan Fairy Gate. The Deluo Dharma body of the ancestor of the Jiyu family was blown up by one punch. Countless people are staring blankly at the scene in front of them, and some can't believe their eyes. To blow up the Deluo Dharma body with one punch, I am afraid that only the real Deluo Immortal Venerable can do it. The mysterious man who suddenly appeared beside the black-clothed youth was really a Deluo Immortal Venerable. As expected of the Immortal King's mighty body, he is indeed powerful. Seeing that the Jiyu family's ancestors' Da Luo Fa body was blown up by one punch, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a tisk-tisk exclamation in his heart. With this Immortal King corpse, he is equivalent to having the most loyal Deluo Immortal Venerable bodyguard. Jiang Chen manipulated the corpse of the Immortal King to return to his side. His eyes looked into the depths of Shuanglong Immortal City, and the faint voice rippled between heaven and earth in an instant. Ancestor Jiyu, I've said it long ago, you can't deal with me with your Dharma body, let your deity come. At this moment, the huge Shuanglong Shancheng fell into a dead silence. No one dared to laugh at Jiang Chen's overreaching. This guy has the real capital to compete with Da Luo Immortal Venerable. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but look in the direction of Gu's family. They all wanted to know what kind of choice the Jiyu family's ancestor, Da Luo, had to make in the face of such a situation. They waited for a while, but found that there was still no movement in the Jiyu family, and the Jiyu family's grandfather Luo didn't even dare to make a sound. The ancestor of the Jiyu family, Da Luo, was also shocked by the scene just now, and he didn't dare to show his face easily. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth suddenly raised slightly. Patriarch Jiyu, aren't you ready to take action? Shuanglong Shancheng is still silent, and there is no sound to answer. Jiang Chen smiled lightly. It seems that the ancestor of the Jiyu family is also a person who is afraid of death. The corpse of the Immortal King had previously smashed his Dharma body with a punch, which had already frightened him. Jiang Chen didn't stay for a long time, and directly under countless shocking eyes, he left Shuanglong Shancheng with the corpse of the Immortal King. Shuanglong Shancheng, the ancestral land of the Jiyu family. An old man in black robe with a pale complexion sat cross-legged, his eyes penetrated the void, looking at Jiang Chen who was walking away slowly. His expression was extremely gloomy. His dignified ancestor of the Jiyu family and a strong man at the level of Deluo Shanzun was actually at the door of his own house, and was punched out of the body by someone. For him, this is simply a great shame. The ancestor of the Jiyu family did not dare to act rashly at this moment, and could only watch the boy leave Shuanglong Shancheng. The puppet next to the kid can knock out his Deluo Dharma body with one punch, and it definitely has a terrifying strength that is not inferior to Deluo Immortal Venerable. Even if his deity shot, I'm afraid he might not be able to get it. Even if it can be solved, I am afraid it will pay a very heavy price. And this Shuanglong Shancheng is not only a Deluo faction of the Jiyu family. If he uses too much power to deal with this puppet of the Deluo Immortal Venerable level, I am afraid that the entire Jiyu family will be in trouble because of this. The ancestor of the Jiyu family stood up, and his figure disappeared directly into place out of thin air, leaving only a cold voice echoing in the ancestral land of the Jiyu family. Boy, wait for the deity. No matter who you are, the deity will make you pay 10 times the price for today's humiliation. After leaving Shuanglong Shancheng, Jiang Chen summoned a carriage to travel, and he was reading the Taishuan Shanzun handbook he had just obtained on the carriage. This Taishuan Shanzun handbook records many deeds in the life of Taishuan Shanzun. Immortal Venerable Taishuan is a legendary figure in the chaotic region. His talent is mediocre, and his cultivation for tens of thousands of years is only in the heavenly immortal realm, and even the golden immortal is difficult to break through. Immortal Taishuan disappeared for a period of time inexplicably, and when he appeared in front of everyone again, he not only broke through Jinxian in one fell swoop, but even comprehended the heaven and earth of immortal power, becoming a genius who rarely comprehends the power of immortality in the chaotic region in the Golden Fairyland. Immortal Taishuan started his legendary life. Not only did he rise rapidly to become Immortal Deluo, but he also broke through Deluo and became a rare peerless powerhouse in the chaotic area. Jiang Chen sorted out the intermittent information on Taishuan Shanzun's handbook. Although Taishuan Shanzun's handbook did not have the experience of comprehending the heaven and earth with immortal power, it was not for nothing. The reason why immortal Taishuan was able to comprehend the power of immortal power to control the heavens and the earth and quickly break through immortal venerable Deluo must be closely related to the period of time when he disappeared. Although there are not many records about the time when immortal venerable Taishuan disappeared in this handbook. Through just a few words, Jiang Chen was also able to determine that the place where immortal venerable Taishuan went was a place called Ziri Mountain Range. You can take a look at this Sun Jiming mountain range, and maybe there will be some unexpected gains. Jiang Chen didn't come to Xiantianyu for a long time. He didn't know anything about the Ziri Mountains recorded by immortal Taishuan. He planned to find a place to learn about the Ziri Mountains before making plans. This place is not far from Xingyan Immortal City where Xingyan Immortal Pavilion is located. Maybe you can go to Xingyan Immortal Pavilion to inquire about some situation. Jiang Chen also quickly made a decision in his heart, and directly drove the carriage in the direction of Xingyan Shanchang. Jiang Chen came to the outside of Xingyan Shanchang and found that the defense of Xingyan Shanchang was extremely strict. Everyone who entered and exited Xingyan Shanchang had to go through strict inspections. The entire Xingyan Shanchang was enveloped by a dreadful and solemn aura. What happened in Nebula Immortal City? This Nebula Immortal City has a large Luo force, Nebula Immortal Pavilion, and it is considered a small prestige in a chaotic area, and generally no one will easily offend. Now this Nebula Immortal City is like a great enemy, and it seems that something big has happened. What happened in Xingyan Shanchang? The last time I came to Xingyan Shanchang, I was fine. Why is martial law suddenly imposed this time? Many people looked at the situation of Nebula Immortal City, and couldn't help but look puzzled. I'm afraid you still don't know. Xingyan Immortal Pavilion seems to have killed Kangshan Shanman sect master some time ago. But I didn't expect that the previous sect master of Kangshan Shanman broke through Deluo Immortal Venerable and returned, making Kangshan Shanman advance to Deluo power. Not long ago, the Deluo Immortal Venerable from Kangshan Immortal sect came to fight with the Deluo Immortal Venerable from Xingyan Immortal Pavilion. It is said that Deluo Immortal Venerable from Xingyan Immortal Pavilion was injured because of this, so he had to martial law. Nebula Immortal City. Some people who knew what happened couldn't help but explain. When everyone heard this, their hearts could not help but tremble slightly. The confrontation between the Deluo forces, the chaotic area has not appeared for many years, and I am afraid that there is a good show to watch. Chapter 2854. Kangshan Shanman strikes. The chatter from all around also made Jiang Chen's heart suddenly startled. During the period of time that he left the heaven-shattering immortal sect, such a shocking accident happened at the Kangshan Immortal Sect. The previous sect master of Kangshan Immortal Sect actually returned to Kangshan Immortal Sect, and has already broken through Deluo Immortal Venerable, making Kangshan Immortal Sect promoted to Deluo Force. Even the Deluo Immortal Venerable from Xingyan Immortal Pavilion seems to have suffered a loss in the hands of the Kangshan Immortal Sect. Kangshan Immortal Sect even dared to take action against such big Luo forces as Xingyan Immortal Pavilion, and would certainly not easily let the heaven-breaking Immortal Sect go. With the strength of the heaven-shattering Immortal Sect, how can it compete with Kangshan Immortal Sect with Deluo Immortal Venerable? Shattering Heaven Immortal Sect, I am afraid it is in danger. Jiang Chen didn't have any hesitation, he swept to the sky in a flash, and rushed back towards the heaven-shattering Immortal Sect. Breaking Heaven Immortal Sect, the Sect Discussion Hall. Ling Yangcheng and many high-level officials of the heaven-shattering Immortal Sect gathered here, and the atmosphere in the hall was solemn. The news just came that in the early stage of Kangminghe, Nebula Immortal City challenged Immortal Deluo of Nebula Immortal Pavilion. Although Kangminghe was forced to retreat, Immortal Deluo of Nebula Immortal Pavilion was also injured because of this. Now that Immortal Nebula City is under martial law, I am afraid it has already. I don't have the mind to care about the things of the heaven-shattering Immortal Sect. I don't know how long it took. Ling Yangcheng finally broke the silence in the hall. As Ling Yangcheng said these words, many high-level faces of the heaven-shattering Immortal Sect couldn't help but suddenly change. If even Xingyan Immortal Pavilion can't stop Kangshan Immortal Sect, then their heaven-shattering Immortal Sect would be really dangerous this time. Sect Master, Kangshan Immortal Sect is not something I can contend against, and it is not too late to break it down to zero, and let the disciples evacuate. An elder said quickly. Many high-level officials of the heaven-shattering immortal sect heard the words, and they all agreed. Today's Kangshan Immortal Gate has the existence of Deluo Immortal Venerable. If the heaven-shattering immortal sect collided with it, it would be tantamount to hitting a stone with an egg. Hearing everyone express their opinions, Ling Yangcheng couldn't help but show a look of unwillingness on his face. Back then, the heaven-breaking immortal sect was destroyed by the Bian Immortal Palace. They fled to the chaotic area and went through hardships to establish the current heaven-breaking immortal sect. Especially after Jiang Chen appeared, he not only helped them to get the immortal stone or vein, but also annexed the Fengele immortal sect. Now is the time when the heaven-shattering immortal sect is developing rapidly. As long as he is given some time, Ling Yangchunggong has the confidence to lead the heaven-shattering immortal sect back to the peak, and even promote to the great power of Deluo. All of this was completely disrupted by the return of Kang Minghe, the previous sect master of Kangshan Shanmen. The only way for them now is to abandon the heaven-shattering immortal sect and evacuate from the chaotic area. If it were to confront Kangshan immortal sect head-on, the heaven-shattering immortal sect would probably repeat the mistakes of the past. At this moment, Great Elder Ling Zhang hesitated for a moment and said, "Sect Master, I think you can try to contact Jiang Chen. It is not easy for the heaven-shattering immortal sect to have today's situation in the chaotic area." Ling Zhang obviously didn't want to give up the great situation of the heaven-shattering immortal sect until he was forced to. "It's useless, prepare to withdraw." Ling Yangcheng shook his head, then closed his eyes directly. Ling Yangcheng didn't even know where Jiang Chen and the others went. Even if he could contact Jiang Chen, he might not have time. Although Jiang Chen is unparalleled, his cultivation base is only at the third-ranked Jingxian, and it is impossible for him to have the strength to compete with Da Luo Immortal Venerable. During this time, Jiang Chen had already helped enough of the heaven-shattering immortal sect, and Ling Yangcheng didn't want to hurt Jiang Chen. Just when Ling Yangcheng and the others were talking, there was a sudden loud bang outside the heaven-breaking immortal sect. An icy drink resounded in the sky above the heaven-shattering immortal sect. "Ling Yangcheng, don't get out quickly and die." The sudden cold shout also caused Ling Yangcheng and others to change their expression suddenly. The people from Kangshan Shanmen are really not very fast. Ling Yangcheng took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Ling Zhang, I will meet the people from Kangshan Shanmen, you immediately organize everyone to evacuate." After Ling Yangcheng finished speaking, he appeared in the sky above the heaven-shattering immortal sect in a flash. Outside the heaven-shattering immortal sect, a group of murderous figures stood above the void. The leader was Kang Yuan, one of the 5 elders of Kangshan Shanmen. Seeing that Kang Minghe, the great Luo Immortal Venerable of Kangshan Shanmen, did not show up, Ling Yangcheng could not help but sigh in relief. Fortunately, Kang Minghe didn't come in person, otherwise, they probably wouldn't even have the chance to evacuate. "Ling Yangcheng, I'll give you a chance to immediately lead the heaven-breaking immortal sect to surrender to my Kangshan Immortal Sect, otherwise my Kangshan Immortal Sect will pacify the heaven-breaking immortal sect today." Kang Yuan raised his head to look at Ling Yangcheng, and the faint voice instantly resounded through the world. Ling Yangcheng said with a genuine expression, "Kang Yuan, don't talk nonsense, if you want to fight, you will fight. I will never surrender to Kangshan Shanmen. Ling Yangcheng, since you have to lead the heaven-shattering immortal sect to seek death, then I will fulfill you." Kang Yuan's voice fell, and he immediately activated the power of the golden immortal in his body, pouring it into the immortal sword in his hand. A sword chi that seemed to come from Juyu, with the great Luo Shenwei like a mountain, slashed directly towards Ling Yangcheng with a sword. He and Ling Yangchengdu are both ranked 6 golden immortals. If they rely on their own strength to fight against Ling Yangcheng, it will not be easy to defeat Ling Yangcheng. Kang Yuan obviously didn't want to waste time, and as soon as he shot, he stimulated the sword energy that Kang Minghe had hidden in his weapon. As the power of Da Luo Shanzun. Looking at the sword inspired by Kang Yuan, Ling Yangcheng's pupils could not help shrinking suddenly, he only felt that his whole body was instantly shrouded in a shadow of death. He is almost the same as Kang Yuan in strength. Now Kang Yuan stimulates the power of Deluo Immortal Venerable, which is definitely not something he can resist. Ling Yangcheng took a deep breath. Just as he was about to do his best to resist Kang Yuan's sword, a dazzling golden sword light pierced through the void and hit Kang Yuan's sword without bias. Sen Han's sword chi went up. This golden sword light only blocked Sen Han's sword energy for a moment, and then it shattered. After defeating the golden sword light, Sen Han's sword chi almost undiminished in speed, and once again slashed towards Ling Yangcheng. A ghostly figure appeared directly in front of Ling Yangcheng out of thin air, and the three killing sword lights also carried the aura of slaughtering immortals and killing gods, and slashed at the Senin sword energy again. Three thunderous noises erupted one after another in the void. I saw that after the Senin sword chi defeated the three killing sword lights one after another, the power on it was finally left, and it directly turned into a little cold light, which quickly dissipated in the void. Chapter 2855, Deluo Immortal Venerable Puppet. Jiang. Little friend Jiang Chen, why are you back? Ling Yangcheng looked at Jiang Chen, who suddenly appeared, and couldn't help but be slightly taken aback, and then a worried look appeared on his face. The previous sect master of Kangshan Shanmen achieved the return of Da Luo Shanzun, and the heaven-breaking Shanzong was simply unable to contend. Ling Yangcheng is also very clear that even if Jiang Chen is unparalleled in talent, it is impossible for him to have the strength to compete with Da Luo Shanzun. Ling Yangcheng has not contacted Jiang Chen until now, and did not want to involve Jiang Chen, but he did not expect Jiang Chen to return to the heaven-shattering immortal sect at this time. Jiang Chen smiled lightly and said, I heard that the heaven-breaking immortal sect encountered some trouble, so I came back to have a look. Little friend Jiang Chen, Kangshan Shanmen gave birth to a Deluo Shanzun, and even Xingyan Shanj is afraid of it. Now the heaven-breaking Shanzong is powerless to contend. I have ordered to evacuate, you should leave quickly. Ling Yangcheng hurriedly said to Jiang Chen, I just came back from Nebula Immortal City, so I already knew about it. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, Don't worry, since I'm back, the heaven-shattering immortal sect doesn't need to evacuate. Leave it to me to deal with it. Seeing Jiang Chen, who suddenly appeared, Kang Yuan's pupils couldn't help shrinking suddenly. A few months ago, Kangshan Shanmen attacked and broke the Tianxian sect. With the cultivation of a first-rank Jinxian, this guy fought against him 3 times in a row and was not defeated. Although Jiang Chen was powerful at that time, Kang Yuan still had the confidence to suppress him. Now this kid actually blocked even a wisp of Da Luo sword chi that he inspired with ease. Although this wisp of sword energy is not strong, it can easily kill a 7th grade Jinxian. Even the 8th rank golden immortal may not be able to resist easily. I didn't expect that Jiang Chen's strength had reached such a terrifying level in just a few months. It seems that the ancestors of Minghe did not come in person today, and it is probably difficult for them to win the heaven-breaking immortal sect. Boy, there is a way to heaven and you don't go, but there is no way to hell, but you break in. I was about to settle the account with you, but I didn't expect you to take the initiative to send it to the door. Kang Yuan smiled coldly, then quickly took out a jade talisman and smashed it into pieces. The jade talisman shattered, causing a violent spatial fluctuation in Kang Yuan's lifetime in the void, and finally turned into a space gate that was more than 3 feet high. A wave of great Luo Shenwei of air pressure suddenly rushed out from the gate of space, and I saw a white-robed old man with white hair also slowly stepping out from the gate of space. Meet the ancestor Minghe. The Kangshan immortal sect disciples headed by Kang Yuan all knelt down at this moment and respectfully kowtowed to the old man in white. The white-robed old man is none other than Kang Minghe, the former sect master of Kangshan Shanmen who has broken through the realm of Deluo Immortal Venerable. Immortal Venerable Deluo comprehends the laws of immortality, masters the use of immortal power to control the heavens and the earth, and can arrange space teleportation arrays in the immortal world. Deluo Immortal Venerable also only needs to sense the coordinates of one item, and he can cross the world, reach the target location in an instant. At this moment, Kang Minghe locked the coordinates with the jade talisman handed to Kang Yuan in advance, and arrived at the heaven-shattering immortal sect directly from Kangshan Immortal Gate. It's over. Seeing the arrival of Kang Minghe, Ling Yangcheng's complexion instantly became extremely pale. Immortal Venerable Deluo came in person, and their heaven-shattering immortal sect might not even have the chance to evacuate today. Kang Yuan, what's going on? I haven't given you a sword energy, why do you want the deity to come? Kang Minghe stood proudly in the void, looked at Kang Yuan lightly, and a look of displeasure flashed across his eyes. He went to Xingyan Immortal Pavilion and fought against Xingyan Immortal Pavilion Deluo Immortal Venerable. In fact, he did not get any advantage, and he was also seriously injured. Now that he is in retreat to heal his wounds, he has already told Kang Yuan not to disturb him lightly. Unexpectedly, when Kang Yuan dealt with a small heaven-shattering immortal sect, he actually urged the jade talisman that he handed over to him. Kang Yuan hurriedly said with a respectful face, "Qi, Patriarch, the sword you gave me was blocked by the black-clothed youth opposite." Kang Minghei's eyes fell on Jiang Chen, and there was a strange look in his eyes. The sword that he gave Kang Yuan, although the power is not strong, but killing ordinary 7th-ranked Jingxian with one sword, there is no problem. This black-clothed youth is only the 3rd-ranked Jingxian's cultivation base, so he can actually block his sword. Kang Minghei stared closely at Jiang Chen. "Boy, who are you?" The one who could block the sword he bestowed on Kang Yuan with the cultivation of a 3rd-ranked Jingxian was definitely a rare peerless genius in the world. "It's just a nobody, let alone mention it." Jiang Chen smiled lightly and said, "Your Excellency is now leaving with the people from Kangshan Shanmen, and the heaven-breaking Shanzong will not break the water from the well. How about it? Although your talent is extraordinary, you are not qualified to say this in front of this deity." Kang Minghei's old eyes narrowed slightly. "What if I don't agree?" Jiang Chen said calmly, "If that's the case, then I don't mind getting rid of you, and then let Kangshan Shanmen completely disappear from the fairyland." "Ha ha, is it just based on the strength of your 3rd-grade Jingxian?" Kang Minghei suddenly laughed wildly with disdain on his face. "If you were given some time, your achievements might be far higher than the deity, but at least now, you are far from being qualified to act wild in front of the deity." Kang Minghei's voice fell, and he reached out and grabbed Jiang Chen in the air, and an invisible palm force that imprisoned the world was grabbed towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen knew that he was not Kang Minghei's opponent at all, and with a direct thought, the immortal king's corpse was instantly summoned by him, and then directly rose into the sky, hitting the invisible palm force oppressed by Kang Minghei like a meteorite. Only a loud bang was heard, and the invisible palm force that imprisoned the world instantly exploded under the collision of the immortal king's corpse. "Huh, a puppet at the Deluo immortal venerable level." Looking at this figure who broke the palm of his own immortal power in a brutal way, Kang Minghei's old eyes also showed a touch of horror that could not be concealed. With his eyesight, it is naturally not difficult to see that this figure has no consciousness of its own, and it should be a serialized puppet with the body of a strong man. A puppet whose combat power is comparable to Deluo immortal venerable, not to mention Deluo forces, even Tai forces and even Hunyuan forces may not be able to easily get them out. What is this son's identity? And he actually has a puppet bodyguard at the level of Deluo immortal venerable. I didn't expect that little friend Jiang Chen still has the trump card against Luo Shanzun. Seeing the scene in front of him, it took Ling Yangcheng a while to regain his senses, and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Jiang Chen can really turn the tide today and once again save their heaven-shattering immortal sect from crisis. Chapter 2856, Defeat Kangshan Immortal Gate again. Just when everyone was shocked by the scene in front of them, Jiang Chen didn't intend to give Kang Minghei a chance to breathe at all. He manipulated the corpse of the immortal king to bring a force of shattering void, and punched it towards Kang Minghei. Kang Minghei's complexion changed, and a pitch-black Deluo immortal sword instantly turned into a 10,000 Jiang heavenly sword that divided the world, splitting the entire void in half in an instant. The yin and yang are divided, and the sun and the moon are divided. In the entire sky, there is only this sword light that is filled with great Luo Shenwei. When the fist of the immortal king corpse slammed on the heavenly sword without any fancy. Originally invincible and shattering the heaven and earth, the 10,000 Zongtian sword smashed into the fist of the corpse of the immortal king, but the skin of the corpse of the immortal king did not break, and there was not even a trace of scars. What a powerful force! Kang Minghei's pupils shrank suddenly. With his bare hands, he slammed the sword he cut with the Deluo immortal sword. The puppet in front of him probably had at least the strength of Deluo before his death. Just when Kang Minghei was terrified, the puppet in front of him punched again, directly shattering the heavenly sword, and his terrifying body crushed the heavens, seemingly possessing an infinite weight, and rammed towards Kang Minghei. Dang dang dang. Kang Minghei waved the Deluo immortal sword in his hand, constantly colliding with the puppet in front of him, and suddenly made the sound of metal symphony. Under the seemingly endless offensive of the puppets, Kang Minghei, which had not yet recovered to its peak state, was almost completely suppressed, and could only be passively defended. There was simply too much defensive power. It can't go on like this. While Kang Minghei resisted the puppet's attack, a look of fear flashed across his eyes. The puppet in front of him is simply a fighting machine that doesn't know how to get tired. If he continues to consume like this, he will probably be consumed to death by this puppet sooner or later. Just when Kang Minghei wanted to retreat, the puppet's whole body shone with golden light, illuminating the sky, and it was absolutely 9 days in the sky, and the netherworld below. The punch that shattered the world with his fleshly body blasted him again. Kangshan Ice Soul Sword. Kang Minghe fully mobilized the power of Deluo, the power of Yutiandi, and turned it into a shocking sword. This sword is exactly the strongest strike that Kang Minghe evolved from Kangshan Shanman Deluo Immortal Technique Kangshan Sword Art. The endless Deluo sword chi is mighty, with Kang Minghe as the center, extending in all directions, hundreds of thousands of Deluo sword chi, so that thousands of miles of void are instantly fragmented. Clack clack. Heaven and earth shattered, space collapsed. At this moment, Kang Minghe used all the power of Deluo to display the strongest immortal technique. The terrifying power made everyone tremble with fear. The sword that Kang Minghe slashed with all his might, instantly collided with the puppet that came with a punch, and a sound like Hong Zhang Da Lu suddenly erupted. The void with a radius of thousands of miles, like a mirror that was hit hard, shattered in an instant, revealing a huge black hole, and countless space storms surged in the black hole, like the end of the day. Is this the confrontation between Deluo Immortal Venerable? It's too terrifying. Countless people were pale, and even Ling Yangcheng, a Jingxian-level powerhouse, looked horrified. In front of such a power that destroys the sky and destroys the earth, Jingxian is like a mustard. Kang Minghe retreated thousands of feet in the air, and the whole person looked embarrassed, with a faint trace of blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. He looked up at the unharmed puppet on the opposite side, and a look of fear appeared in his eyes, which turned into an afterimage and fled thousands of miles away in an instant. This puppet not only has the strength not inferior to Da Luo Jingxian, but also has the extreme defense pervert, and he can injure the puppet at all. Now his body consumes a lot of power, and he was injured by this puppet, which made the injury that had not recovered even worse. If this continues, there is a real risk of him falling here today. Seeing Kang Minghe fleeing, Jiang Chen did not control the immortal king corpse to pursue him. Although the corpse of the immortal king is powerful, it can rival Da Luo Immortal Venerable, but it must be controlled by Jiang Chen. With Jiang Chen's speed, how can he catch up with Da Luo Immortal Venerable? A great Luo Immortal Venerable is by no means so easy to kill. If he really pushed Kang Minghe into a hurry, that guy would spare no expense at all costs. Although he couldn't help the corpse of the immortal king, he might not be able to threaten him. How? How could this be? Seeing the scene in front of them, Kang Yuan and the others were also pale, like a concubine in mourning. They never thought that Kang Minghe, whose cultivation base reached Immortal Venerable Deluo, was beaten and fled by a puppet sacrificed by Jiang Chen. Kang Yuan regained his senses first, and then led everyone to retreat with a look of horror. Even Kang Minghe, the ancestor of their Deluo Immortal Venerable, has already fled, and they continue to stay here. They are simply seeking their own death. Seeing the menacing Kangshan Shanman, Jiang Chen was so easily defeated, Ling Yangcheng couldn't recover from the shock for a while. Since he got Kang Minghe and returned to Kangshan Immortal Sect, and has broken through Deluo Immortal Venerable, Ling Yangcheng knew that something was wrong with the heaven-shattering Immortal Sect. Ling Yangchengdu had planned to evacuate with the heaven-shattering Immortal Sect, but before it could be implemented, the people from Kangshan Immortal Sect came to kill. Ling Yang had always thought that the heaven-shattering Immortal Sect was over today. But he didn't expect that at the critical moment, Jiang Chen actually came back. Not only did he block the great Luo sword chi that Kang Yuan urged, but he also summoned a powerful puppet. Kang Minghe, who had beaten him down in person, fled in embarrassment. Young Master Jiang Chen, thank you very much. Looking at Jiang Chen slowly drifting down from the void, Ling Yangcheng couldn't help expressing gratitude from the bottom of his heart. Today, Jiang Chen once again saved their heaven-breaking immortal sect from the fire and water. You're welcome. I promised one person to help you destroy the heaven-shattering immortal sect and destroy the Being Immortal Palace. Let's develop the heaven-shattering immortal sect well. When the time is right, I will take you to the Being Immortal Palace. Jiang Chen glanced at Ling Yangcheng and said lightly. He is not someone who does not believe in his words. Since he has promised Ling Ziyao to help him deal with Being Immortal Palace, he will not lose his words. Now that he has the corpse of the Immortal King, Jiang Chen also has some capital to compete with Being Immortal Palace. Jiang Chen has already decided that after he goes to Ziri Mountain Range to explore, he will lead the heaven-shattering immortal sect to deal with the affairs of the Being Immortal Palace. Ling Yangcheng was suddenly shocked. At this moment, he finally understood why Jiang Chen would spare no effort to help the heaven-breaking immortal sect. It turned out that he had an old relationship with a certain core figure of the heaven-breaking immortal sect. Thinking of this, Ling Yangcheng couldn't help but ask curiously, "Young Master Jiang Chen." Before Ling Yangcheng finished speaking, Jiang Chen waved his hand and interrupted Ling Yangcheng's words. "You don't need to ask more, you will know when the time comes." Chapter 2857, Tales of the Sunstrike Mountains. Ling Yangcheng heard the words and didn't say anything more. No matter what, Jiang Chen's ability to help the heaven-breaking immortal sect is of great benefit to the heaven-breaking immortal sect. With Jiang Chen's monstrous talent, as long as he was given some time, the achievement of Deluo Immortal Venerable was almost guaranteed. In Jiang Chen's hand, there is now a puppet that is enough to compete with Deluo Immortal Venerable. With Jiang Chen's help, perhaps their heaven-shattering immortal sect really has a chance to take revenge against Bian Immortal Palace. Sect Master Ling, you have come to the Chaos area a lot. Do you know that there is a place called the Zuri Mountain Range in the Chaos area? Just when Ling Yangcheng was thinking about it, Jiang Chen's voice suddenly came from his ear. Sunday Mountains. Hearing Jiang Chen mention this name, Ling Yangcheng couldn't help but be taken aback, and immediately said solemnly, "Mr. Jiang Chen, this Zuri Mountain Range is extraordinary, why did you suddenly ask this?" Jiang Chen didn't hide it either, and said directly, "I want to go to Zuri Mountain Range to see." Jiang Chen's son wants to go to Zuri Mountain Range, I'm afraid it will not be easy. Zuri Mountain Range, it is said that this place is the dojo of the former top powerhouse in the Chaos region, the Sunji Shanzun. Zuri Immortal Venerable, it is rumored that his cultivation base has reached the peak of the primordial Immortal Venerable realm, and it is also a powerful existence that is only one step away from the Immortal King. Later, for some unknown reason, Zuri Immortal Venerable and the entire Zuri Mountain Range disappeared inexplicably. Lost. Over the years, the Sun Zishan Mountains have become a legend in the chaotic region, and almost no one knows where the Sunji Mountains are. Ling Yangcheng didn't hide it either, and told Jiang Chen all the information he knew. Jiang Chen pondered slightly. As far as I know, there should be a person named Taishuan Shanzun in the chaotic area, who has been to the disappearing Zuri Mountain Range, right? Immortal, Taishuan. Ling Yangcheng was slightly taken aback. I don't know about it, but it is rumored that Immortal Venerable Taishuan disappeared for a period of time in the chaotic area before rising against the sky and became one of the few Immortal Venerable Da Luo who broke through in the chaotic area. Reach the existence of Tai Immortal Venerable. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. It seems that the person who is most likely to know about the Zuri Mountain Range in this world is undoubtedly the Immortal Venerable Taishuan. Shanzun Taishuan, where are you now? His eyes flickered slightly, and then he looked up at Ling Yangcheng. Since this Zuri Mountain Range is the dojo of a primordial Immortal Venerable, Jiang Chen is even more interested in it. In the entire chaotic region, the one who knows the most about the Zuri Mountain Range is undoubtedly the Immortal Venerable Taishuan who has entered it. Shanzun Taishuan left the chaotic area to travel the world many years ago, and almost no one knows where he is now. Ling Yangcheng shook his head, then thought for a moment and said, if Jiang Chen wants to know the news of Taishuan Shanzun, he can go to the Xuantian Shanzong of Deluo's power. Xuantian Shanzong and Taishuan Shanzun are related bandits. Shallow, maybe I know a thing or two. Jiang Chen nodded, then looked at Ling Yangchen and said, Sect Master Ling, Kang Minghe was severely damaged by me today, and I shouldn't act rashly in a short time. Take advantage of this time to develop the heaven-shattering immortal sect, I hope I come back again. At the same time, you can see a completely new-looking heaven-shattering immortal sect. Young Master Jiang Chen, rest assured, Ling will definitely not disappoint you. Ling Yangcheng slowly took a deep breath. When the heaven-breaking immortal sect suffered a catastrophe, he and several disciples, led by an elder, fled to the chaotic area to rebuild the heaven-breaking immortal sect, in order to one day be able to fight back and take revenge on the Bian Immortal Palace. The heaven-shattering immortal sect has no background in the chaotic area, and it is extremely difficult to develop. Ling Yangcheng thought that they would never hope to take revenge against Bian Immortal Palace in their entire lives, but he never expected Jiang Chen to appear here. Now Jiang Chen has cleared the obstacles and paved the way for the heaven-shattering immortal sect. Ling Yangcheng naturally also has absolute confidence in developing the heaven-shattering immortal sect. That's it, I'm going. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, his figure instantly rose into the sky and disappeared into the sky as a streamer. In the cloudless sky, a black carriage pulled by a single horned black flame shuttled past. Inside the carriage, it was Jiang Chen who left the heaven-shattering immortal sect. He is going to go to the Xuantian Shanzong of the Deluo faction to see if he can find out some confidence in the Zuri mountain range. Xuantian Shanzong is one of the top forces in the chaotic region. Although the Xuantian immortal sect is only a Deluo force on the surface, even if it is the four major Tai forces in the chaotic area, it does not dare to underestimate the Xuantian immortal sect. As long as it is a person in a chaotic area, almost no one does not know that Xuantian Shanzong is closely related to Taishuan Shanzun. That Taishuan Immortal Venerable is the legend of the chaotic region and the #1 powerhouse in the chaotic region today. The Xuantian Shanzong is not weak in the first place, and there is Taishuan Shanzun behind it. Who dares not to give Xuantian Shanzong some face in this chaotic area? It seems that it is not easy to inquire about the news of the Zuri mountain range from the Xuantian Shanzong. Through the understanding of Xuantian Shanzong along the way, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a low whisper. Although the Xuantian Shanzong is only a Deluo force, its status in the chaotic area is no less than that of the four Tai forces. Although the relationship between Taishuan Immortal Venerable and Xuantian Immortal Sect, there should be a great possibility to leave the information of Zuri mountain range to Xuantian Immortal Sect before leaving, but Xuantian Immortal Sect probably will not easily tell him the information of Zuri mountain range. Just as Jiang Chen was thinking inwardly, an explosion of flames started up, the shocking carriage shook, and even the black flame unicorn let out a whimper. Jiang Chen frowned, pushed open the car door and stepped out, and saw an old man in gray blocking his way. The gray-clothed old man's breath is not weak, and he has already reached the realm of the 7th rank Golden Immortal. He carried his hands on his back, his eyes were empty, and his expression was arrogant and indifferent. Jiang Chen glanced coldly at the old man in the clothes. "Who are you? Why are you blocking my way? My son has an order, and it is forbidden to pass thousands of miles. If you take a step forward, don't blame me for being rude." The gray-clothed old man was expressionless. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. What if I say no? With his keen perception, Jiang Chen has vaguely felt that in a valley 100 miles away from here, there is a faint burst of violent energy fluctuations. 9 times out of 10, there should be some kind of fairy medicine or fairy treasure born in that valley. This gray-clothed old man came forward to stop him, in order to prevent him from getting close to the immortal treasure that was about to be born. With Jiang Chen's current vision, in fact, even if an ordinary Deluo immortal medicine is born, Jiang Chen may not be able to see it. If the gray-clothed old man didn't stop him, Jiang Chen might not be interested. Now he doesn't mind to take a look, to see what is going to be born in that valley. Chapter 2858, Kill the 7th grade Golden Immortal. The gray-clothed old man's eyes froze, and an icy killing intent burst out from his body. He was surging with the power of a Golden Immortal, and a long sword with a flickering silver glow appeared out of nowhere in the palm of his hand. Seeing that the gray-clothed old man made a direct move, Jiang Chen's expression did not change in the slightest. His urging power quickly condensed into a seal of heaven and earth, and he raised his hand and printed it out. Only a loud bang was heard, and the 100 Jiang sword beam was broken inch by inch. The figure of the gray-clothed old man was even more like being hit by an invisible giant hammer. He flew upside down for thousands of meters in an instant, spewing out countless blood in the air, crackling all over his body, and the bones were broken. The gray-clothed old man looked up at Jiang Chen, and an unprecedented panic finally appeared in his eyes. This young man in black, whose cultivation is only a 3rd-rank Jinxian, has such terrifying strength. With just one seal, his 7th-rank Golden Immortal suffered heavy losses. This is really scary. Even the 4 major Tai forces in the chaotic area may not have such a monstrous young genius, right? Just a passerby. Jiang Chen glanced at the gray-clothed old man indifferently. Go away, don't block my way. Although the gray-clothed old man in front of him also had the cultivation of a 7th-grade Jinxian, he was still 1 level worse than the Yaoyu Immortal Venerable who took over the Xingqi. With Jiang Chen's current level of cultivation, how can this old man in gray be able to resist it with all his strength to urge the Heavenly Emperor's seal? Boy, I am a member of the Feng family in Fenggong Shansheng. Are you sure you want to be my enemy? The gray-clothed old man looked up at Jiang Chen with a look of anger. Although their Fenggong Shansheng Feng family is not a Deluo force, it is not far from the Deluo force. The ancestor of the Feng family is already a half-step Deluo Immortal Venerable who has mastered the power of Deluo. But even so, the strength of the Feng Gang Shancheng Feng family is far beyond the existence of the Jingxian forces. What Feng family? I've never heard of it. Jiang Chen's face was expressionless, and he didn't care at all. Now that he has the corpse of the immortal king in hand, even the General Da Luo forces will not care. In the entire chaotic area, the only people who can truly make Jiang Chen jealous are only those great Tai forces. Boy, don't be too arrogant. No matter who you are, if you dare to force your way into this place today, I guarantee you will pay for it. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't take Feng Jia to heart at all, the expression of the old man in gray was instantly gloomy to the extreme. Jiang Chen's voice fell, and the second style of the Heavenly Emperor seal instantly condensed, and then turned into a big seal of mountains and rivers, suppressing the old man in gray. The wind kills the sword. The gray-clothed old man's pupils shrank, a roar roared in his mouth, and a sword art was struck from the long sword in his hand. Suddenly, the wind and clouds gathered in the void, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked, and the immortal essence in a radius of 100 miles was boiling, turning into a tornado storm that destroyed the sky and the earth, facing the great seal of the mountains and rivers that came from the suppression. The heavens fell, the sun and the moon fell. The gray-clothed old man was shaken all over his body, and the whole person stepped back in embarrassment. Every time he took a step back, he shoved the void out of a huge black hole, and his face became pale. I saw the gray-clothed old man's face was as pale as paper, and he spewed out a mouthful of immortal blood. And the sword he cut with all his strength was instantly wiped out by the great seal of mountains and rivers. You tried so hard to stop me, in order to stop me from disturbing you Feng family son, and get the treasure that is about to be born in the valley ahead. I want to see what is in the valley, Jiang Chen said, and walked directly towards the valley where he was heading. The gray-clothed old man was furious, and quickly suppressed the injury in his body, blocking Jiang Chen's face again. Seeing this, Jiang Chen looked at the gray-clothed old man more and more coldly. If you don't want to die, get out of my face immediately. Do you really think I dare not kill you? The old man is guarding this place on the order of the sun. Your Excellency wants to pass by here, unless you step on my corpse. Feeling the killing intent emanating from Jiang Chen, the gray-clothed old man was not afraid at all. Okay, since you have to find your own way, then I will fulfill you. Jiang Chen's voice fell, the majestic golden immortal power gathered in the palm of his hand, and a terrifying immortal seal was condensed again. Jiang Chen was too lazy to waste time with the gray-clothed old man, and directly displayed the last seal of the Heavenly Emperor seal. As Jiang Chen's first seal was printed, the immortal seal glowing with dazzling golden light, with an aura that killed the world, rapidly enlarged in the void, and smashed towards the gray-clothed old man. He only heard the sound of heaven and earth cracking, and the gray-clothed old man and the 100 miles of space around him were smashed into nothingness. By Jiang Chen, the figure of the gray-robed old man was long gone in midair, as if it had evaporated out of thin air. Under the seal of Jiang Chen, the gray-clothed old man, who was already in a state of serious injury, had no resistance at all, and his entire body was destroyed directly under the seal of Jiang Chen. Killing the gray-clothed old man lightly, Jiang Chen stepped out directly, and in an instant he came to the sky above the valley in front of him. His immortal consciousness shrouded the valley below, and soon he could see the situation in the valley at a glance. In the depths of the valley, there was a young man in a cloud-patterned white robe sitting cross-legged beside a pool. In that pool, a violent energy spilled out. This energy is exactly the energy fluctuation that Jiang Chen felt before. Jiang Chen felt that there was a mysterious power in the water pool, which was growing at a terrifying speed. Just when Jiang Chen was about to investigate the situation in the pool, the young man also instantly sensed Jiang Chen's existence, and he couldn't help but suddenly raised his head and looked towards Jiang Chen. When he saw Jiang Chen standing proudly in the void, his expression couldn't help but change slightly. This time, in order to obtain the elixir from this place, he brought 2 7th-grade golden immortals, who were guarding 2 different directions in the valley. Just now, he did feel a wave of battle coming from the direction behind him, but he didn't care too much. Gold immortals above the 7th rank are very rare in the chaotic area, and it is impossible for ordinary people to break through the line of defense he set up to come here. But now there is a young man in black who suddenly appeared above the valley. It seems that in the battle just now, the 7th-rank golden immortal guarding the rear is afraid that something has happened. Chapter 2859, Enlightenment Fairy Fruit. The things in this pool are a bit interesting. Jiang Chen ignored the young man's angry shouts, but gave him a faint look. No wonder you sent a 7th grade Jinxian to prohibit anyone from approaching the valley. I am interested in the things in this pool. Although Jiang Chen didn't know what was hidden in this pool, his intuition told him that the things in it were probably not simple at all. Boy, did you kill this Sun's man? When the young man heard Jiang Chen's words, his pupils could not help shrinking suddenly. The people he brought this time were 2 genuine rank 7 gold immortals. With the loyalty of the 2 to the Feng family, it is absolutely impossible for people to disturb him easily. Now the black-clothed youth suddenly appeared, and the 7th grade Jinxian who was guarding the left side of the valley was silent. 9 times out of 10, something happened. Behind the black-clothed youth in front of him, at least there is a terrifying power that is enough to kill the 7th-ranked Jinxian. Jiang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, and said lightly, "So what?" The young man laughed angrily. "The person who killed this son in my son's territory, Your Excellency really doesn't take my Feng Gang Shancheng Feng family in your eyes. Okay, don't use your so-called Feng family name to press me." Jiang Chen said calmly. "Although there are many Deluo forces in the chaotic area, as far as I know, your Feng Gang Shancheng Feng family doesn't seem to be in the ranks of Deluo's forces, right? Even if he is not afraid of Deluo's forces, how can he take the mere Feng family to heart? Kid Hu is arrogant, but I Fengchuan want to see, what qualifications do you have to be arrogant in front of me?" As the young master of the Feng family in Fengdong Shancheng, Feng Chuan not only has a detached position in the Feng family, but also has an unparalleled talent, which is almost unmatched among his peers, all the time. Feng Chuan is very confident in his own strength and talent. Even if he is a genius of many Da Luo forces, Feng Chuan is confident to compete with him. Feng Chuan also has a proud capital. He has only cultivated for more than 3,000 years, and already has the strength of a 3rd-grade Jinxian, which is even more than that of many geniuses of the Deluo faction. He is also the most outstanding genius of the Feng family for thousands of years, and is known as the existence of the Feng family who has the most hope to achieve Da Luo Shanzun in the future. Feng Chuan's 3rd-ranked Jinxian's momentum burst out with all his strength, and when he raised his hand, a wind gangster that ripped apart the heavens and the earth came towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen flicked his fingers and lightly hit the wind gang that was strangling, instantly causing the wind gang to shatter in the void. He glanced at Feng Chuan lightly, shook his head and said, "Even your Feng family's 7th-ranked golden immortal has fallen into my hands, and you dare to shoot at me. I really don't know what it is." Although Feng Chuan also has the cultivation base of the 3rd-ranked golden immortal, he is only a first-time 3rd-ranked golden immortal. With Feng Chuan's talent background, at most it has the combat power of a 5th-grade Jinxian, which is more than half a star worse than Jiang Chen. Like Feng Chuan, a genius who was at the same level as him, Jiang Chen could almost defeat him. Feng Chuan suppressed the churning aura in his body, and the gaze that looked at Jiang Chen instantly became horrified. He originally thought that the person who killed the 7th-ranked Jinxian of the Feng family should be the strong man behind this black-clothed youth, and this black-clothed youth could not have such strength at all. But after this fight, Feng Chuan was horrified to discover that the black-clothed youth in front of him seemed to be far ahead of him in terms of talent and cultivation. This guy may really have the terrifying strength to kill the 7th-ranked Jinxian. The age of this child looks much younger than him. Such a young man has the strength to kill a 7th-grade Jinxian. This kind of talent and strength, even if you look at the entire chaotic region, it is a unique existence. In the chaotic area, when did such an immortal arrogant emerge? Jiang Chen looked down at Feng Chuan condescendingly, and was about to speak, but he suddenly sensed something, and his eyes suddenly turned towards the pool beside Feng Chuan. At this moment, I saw a sudden burst of turmoil in the entire water pool. An extremely dazzling milky white fairy light also shot up from the pool in an instant. I saw a mysterious small tree with a crystal clear body, suddenly emerging from the ground and growing vigorously. The speed of that growth was somewhat beyond Jiang Chen's imagination. In just the time of the situation, the mysterious little tree has become a towering tree with a height of 10 feet. Even so, this mysterious little tree still shows no signs of stopping growth. The dense and crystal branches are spreading towards the endless void at a terrifying speed. That mysterious little tree has grown into a towering ancient tree that is several thousand feet tall. The towering ancient trees are crystal clear, and the shadows formed by them are extremely huge, and they spread densely, covering the void of thousands of feet. What surprised Jiang Chen most was that at the top of the towering ancient tree, there was a fruit about the size of a fist, and the whole body exuded milky white brilliance. An extremely rich fairy energy spreads out from the milky white fruit, rippling between this piece of heaven and earth, causing the entire space to change from time to various magical sights. A surprised look flashed across Jiang Chen's eyes. Although he doesn't know what this thing is, he can also feel the extraordinariness of the fruit on the towering ancient tree. I am afraid that it is at least a Deluo-level elixir, and it is even very likely that it is beyond the existence of Deluo elixir. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed brightly. No matter what, since he encountered this kind of elixir, he should put it in his pocket first. Is this the legendary fruit of enlightenment? Feng Chuan looked at the only fruit on the towering ancient tree, and there was an extremely fiery look in his eyes. Immortal realm, as the source of all realms, gave birth to many legendary species, and the immortal fruit of enlightenment in front of me was one of them. The immortal fruit of enlightenment takes hundreds of thousands of years, but millions of years, before it can bear a single fruit. There is a very magical power in the enlightenment fairy fruit, which can not only greatly improve the cultivation base, but also purify the distracting thoughts, condense the mind, and even help Jingxian understand the laws of the immortal path. The immortal fruit of enlightenment is the ultimate treasure that any golden immortal can only dream of. If he can swallow this fruit of enlightenment, Feng Chuan may be able to comprehend the laws of immortality in advance, and master the immortal power to control the world. He wants to achieve Deluo Immortal Venerable, but it is an easy task. Chapter 2860, Scramble, Enlightenment Fairy Fruit, it must be mine. Feng Chuan's eyes were fiery, and his aura exploded with all his might, and then turned into a gust of wind, soaring into the sky, rushing directly towards the enlightenment immortal fruit. Just when Feng Chuan was about to approach the immortal fruit of enlightenment, a figure appeared above his head out of thin air. A huge palm print came to suppress him like the top of Mount Tai. Feng Chuan's pupils shrank, and he hurriedly used his whole body to resist. But under this palm, all Feng Chuan's resistance was in vain. Only a loud bang was heard, and the huge palm print instantly shattered all the power around Feng Chuan and landed directly on Feng Chuan's body. Feng Chuan's body, like a kite with a broken string, fell from midair and hit the ground heavily, smashing the ground into a huge pit of hundreds of feet. After a while, Feng Chuan just climbed up from the giant pit in embarrassment. I saw that his entire body was wrapped in a very silver-looking armor. This armor is a defensive Deluo immortal treasure of the Feng family. If he hadn't sacrificed this defensive immortal treasure at a critical moment, under Jiang Chen's previous palm, I'm afraid he would have to peel off his skin if he didn't die. Who dares to hurt my young master Feng? At this moment, a furious voice also rolled from the far horizon. Jiang Chen looked up, and saw a middle-aged man with a breath that reached the 7th rank of Jingxian, carrying a powerful wind and thunder, rushing towards the place where they were. Uncle Feng Cheng, quickly help me kill this son and capture the fruit of enlightenment. Feng Chuan looked at the figure that came with the rolling wind and thunder, and couldn't help but shouted loudly. When the middle-aged man heard the words, his eyes were directly locked on Jiang Chen's body. Immediately, he waved his hand and a huge tornado ripped apart the space, strangling him towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's face was calm, a broken sword flashed out of thin air in his hand, and then he swung the sword out lightly. I saw that the tornado that ripped apart the space was annihilated into nothingness by the invisible sword light before it could approach the 100 zhang range of Jiang Chen's body. Looking at the scene in front of him, the middle-aged man's pupils shrank suddenly. This young man in black, whose cultivation was only at the 3rd rank of Jingxian, was able to block his blows so easily. It seemed a little complicated. He stared at Jiang Chen tightly, and there was also a dignified look in his eyes. Who is your excellency? Jiang Chen said expressionlessly, take your young master of the Feng family and disappear from me immediately. Otherwise, I don't mind killing another 7th rank Jingxian of the Feng family. The middle-aged man's pupils shrank suddenly. Previously, he felt the breath of another Feng family 7th grade Jingxian fighting with people. Could it be that it was the black-clothed young man who fought against another 7th grade Jingxian from the Feng family, and also killed that 7th grade Jingxian? The middle-aged man took a deep breath, looked at Jiang Chen and said solemnly, Your Excellency killed my Feng family and took the opportunity of my Feng family's young master. It seems that you are really going to be my enemy. Many years ago, the Feng family was lucky enough to get a seed of the enlightenment fairy fruit. After careful investigation, the Feng family planted the seeds of the Enlightenment Fairy Fruit in the depths of the water pool in this valley, and set up a barrier. In order not to attract attention, the Feng family did not send heavy troops to guard the valley, but every once in a while, they sent people to check the situation of the Enlightenment Fairy Fruit, and provide enough nutrients for the Enlightenment Fairy Fruit. After countless years of cultivation, the fruit of enlightenment has finally reached maturity. This Tao Enlightenment Immortal Fruit was originally prepared by the Feng family for Feng Chuan, the young master of the Feng family. I hope Feng Chuan can use this Tao Enlightenment Immortal Fruit to comprehend the immortal power to control the heavens and the earth, so as to achieve Deluo Immortal Venerable. After learning that the fruit of enlightenment was about to ripen, Feng Chuan brought 2 7th-grade golden immortals here to collect the fruit of enlightenment. Just when the fruit of enlightenment was ripe, such a mysterious young man in black appeared. No matter how monstrous this black-clothed youth is, their Feng family will never allow this guy to censored away the fruit of enlightenment. Jiang Chen didn't want to waste time, so the sword energy overflowed from the sword in his hand, turning it into a sword that slashed the sky, and slashed at the middle-aged man. Wind Gang kills. The middle-aged man's complexion changed dramatically, and he saw his hands clasped together, pouring all the immortal essence into his palms, and then using his palms as knives, he chopped out a huge wind ganglion. Feng Gang and Jiang Chen collided with Jiang Chen's sword, and after just fighting for a moment, they collapsed suddenly, and the residual energy hit the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's body was shocked, and his body flew out in the air, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. He looked up at Jiang Chen opposite, and his expression instantly became stunned. He finally understood why another 7th-ranked Jingxian from the Feng family fell into the hands of this kid. Although this son only has the cultivation base of the 3rd-ranked Jingxian, he really has the terrifying combat power to kill the 7th-ranked Jingxian. Young master, go. The middle-aged man did not hesitate, and appeared directly beside Feng Chuan in a flash, ready to take Feng Chuan and flee into the distance. This son's combat power is too terrifying, and with his 7th-grade Jingxian cultivation, he is not his opponent at all. If he continued to stay here, today he and Feng Chuan would not only not be able to obtain the immortal fruit of enlightenment, but they would also fall here. Only for now. Only when they leave this place first and then seek help from the Feng family can they have a chance to regain the fruit of enlightenment. Uncle Feng Cheng, I must get the immortal fruit of enlightenment, and no one can take it away. A cold light flashed in Feng Chuan's eyes, and he said solemnly, I have informed the ancestor, he will come after a long time, we just need to delay. Feng Chuan is naturally very clear about how difficult it is for Da Luo Shanzun to break through. Their ancestors of the Feng family, who have been trapped for half a step in the Deluo realm for thousands of years, have never been able to understand the power of immortal power to control the heavens and the earth, and become the real Deluo Immortal Venerable. Although Feng Chuan is confident, he is not sure that he will be able to achieve Deluo Immortal Venerable. If he obtains this Tao Enlightenment Immortal Fruit, it will undoubtedly increase his chances of breaking through Deluo Immortal Venerable. Therefore, how could Feng Chuan be willing to watch Jiang Chen take away his own immortal fruit of enlightenment? Although Jiang Chen's strength is strong, even a 7th-ranked Jingxian can't compete with him, but as the young master of the Feng family, Feng Chuan has a lot of trump cards. With these trump cards, Feng Chuan believes that even if he can't deal with Jiang Chen, he has to delay for some time and wait for the arrival of the strong Feng family, but there is no big problem. Chapter 2861, Feng Chengxing, the ancestor of the Feng family. If that's the case, then I'll accompany the young master to fight. The Feng family 7th-ranked Jingxian heard the words and could not help but slowly took a deep breath. He is also very clear in his mind. If he and Feng Chuan escaped at this moment, it would be almost impossible to bring back the immortal fruit of enlightenment. The immortal world is vast and boundless, even if it is just a chaotic area, it is extremely huge. Once the black-clothed youth obtains the immortal fruit of enlightenment, and then finds a place to hide, it is not easy for the Feng family to find it. This black-clothed youth is unparalleled in talent and powerful, and can easily kill even a 7th-ranked Jingxian. Even in the entire Feng family, there are almost only a handful of people with such strength. Do it, don't give him a chance to get the martial Tao immortal fruit. Feng Chuan let out a low roar, and immediately rose into the sky, and a jade talisman in his palm suddenly shattered. A power of Deluo that oppressed the heavens and the earth instantly developed a palm that seemed real and illusory in the void, with an aura that looked down on the world, and I was the only one, and patted Jiang Chen. In the face of Jiang Chen's terrifying combat power, Feng Chuan did not hesitate, and directly displayed the whole card left to him by the ancestors of the Feng family. Although the ancestor of the Feng family did not comprehend the immortal power to control the world and become a real Deluo immortal venerable, he has long been a half-step Deluo who condensed the power of Deluo. This blow from Feng Chuan was almost equivalent to a full-strength blow from Da Luo. Even a rank 9 Jingxian could not easily resist. Seeing Feng Chuan urging his trump card to attack with all his strength, Jiang Chen's expression turned cold. He didn't seem to want to continue to entangle with Feng Chuan. With a thought, the corpse of the immortal king appeared out of thin air in front of him. Jiang Chen manipulated the corpse of the immortal king and directly slammed into the palm of the face without dodging. Only a loud bang was heard, and the palm print evolved by the power of Deluo instantly exploded in midair. The palm print shattered, but the speed of the immortal king's corpse did not decrease at all. It appeared beside Feng Chuan in the blink of an eye, and then hit Feng Chuan's body heavily like a meteorite. With the cultivation base of the third-ranked Jingxian in Feng Chuan district, how can it resist the corpse of the immortal king that can shake the Deluo immortal venerable? He didn't even have time to let out a scream, and the whole person was instantly evaporated into nothingness under the collision of the immortal king's corpse, along with the flesh and the immortal soul. When the 7th-ranked Jingxian from the Feng family saw the scene in front of him, his eyes were split, and his expression was terrified. He was naturally very clear about the talisman that Feng Chuan had just cast out. It was the method of the ancestors of the Feng family's half-step Deluaojing. It contained the power of the ancestor's blow, even if the 9th-ranked Jingxian resisted it. Feng Chuan cast this spell. Even if he couldn't kill the black-clothed youth on the opposite side, he should still be able to make the other side pay a lot. But he didn't think of it anyway. The black-clothed youth only summoned a puppet, and he smashed the half-step Deluo's blow lightly, and even Feng Chuan was wiped out by this puppet's blow. Doesn't this mean that the puppets summoned by the black-clothed youth have at least the strength of half-step Deluo or even Deluo immortal venerable? The Feng family's 7th-grade Jingxian was extremely frightened in his heart, where he dared to stop for half a minute, and hurriedly fled to the distance like a frightened bird. Jiang Chen also ignored the Feng family 7th-ranked Jingxian who fled in panic, and swept away directly towards the enlightenment immortal fruit above his head. A Feng family 7th-ranked Jingxian, Jiang Chen would not take it to heart at all. Since Feng Chuan attaches so much importance to the immortal fruit in front of him, it is enough to prove the extraordinariness of this immortal fruit. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Jiang Chen decided to take this fairy fruit first, and then leave here. After a while, people from the Feng family will probably come. Although he owns the corpse of the immortal king comparable to Deluo immortal venerable, Jiang Chen is not afraid of the Feng family, but he does not want to cause a lot of trouble for no reason. Jiang Chen quickly took the fruit of enlightenment, and did not stay in the valley too much. It turned into a stream of light, and quickly disappeared over the valley. And when Jiang Chen took away the fruit of enlightenment, on the other side, the 7th-grade Jingxian of the Feng family, who was fleeing in a hurry, suddenly saw a wave of distance in front of him. A white-haired old man filled with terrifying power and surrounded by destructive storms also came crashing down in front of the 7th-ranked Jingxian. Feng Cheng has seen the old ancestor. The 7th-ranked Jingxian looked at the old man in white, and was overjoyed, and hurriedly stepped forward to salute. The old man in white is none other than Feng Chengxing, the ancestor of the Feng family, and the only strong person in the Feng family who has reached the half-step Deluo realm. Feng Chengxing frowned slightly. Feng Cheng, what's going on? What about Feng Chuan and the others? Report to the ancestors, young master, something happened to them. Feng Cheng naturally did not dare to conceal the slightest, and quickly recounted to Feng Chengxing what had happened before. Hearing Feng Cheng narrate what happened, Feng Chengxing's brows couldn't help but knit together tightly. A young genius of the 3rd-ranked Golden Fairyland has the terrifying strength to kill the 7th-ranked Golden Immortal. This young genius can also summon a puppet whose strength is not inferior to the half-step Deluo. Such characters, even among the 4 great Tai forces in the chaotic region, are probably the only ones that exist. Could it be the genius of a major force outside the chaotic region? Let's go, come back with me immediately and have a look. Feng Chengxing took a deep breath, and immediately swept away with Feng Cheng directly towards the discovery of the valley. In any case, the enlightenment immortal fruit was cultivated by their Feng family after spending countless efforts and hundreds of thousands of years. This enlightenment fairy fruit is also the key to whether their Feng family can be promoted to the power of Deluo. No matter what the identity of the other party is, he will not allow the immortal fruit of enlightenment to be taken away by the other party like this. At the speed of Feng Changxing, the ancestor of the Feng family, he came to the sky above the valley where the enlightenment fairy fruit was cultivated almost in an instant. When he saw the towering ancient trees that were already empty, his complexion became extremely ugly. The fruit of enlightenment is extremely difficult to cultivate. A seed of the enlightenment fairy fruit, the enlightenment fairy tree cultivated, can only bear one enlightenment fairy fruit. If you want to cultivate a second enlightenment fairy fruit, you have to spend at least 10 times and 100 times the effort. With the background of the Feng family, it is difficult to cultivate a second enlightenment fairy fruit. Feng Changxing's eyes were extremely gloomy. The immortal fruit of enlightenment is undeniably important to the Feng family. He has never sent a heavy army to guard it, and he just doesn't want to attract the attention of other forces, so as to expose the enlightenment fairy fruit. But I didn't expect this enlightenment fairy fruit to be taken away in the end. Chapter 2862, Surrender or Die. Old Ancestor, what should we do now? Do we want to hunt down that kid with all our strength and retrieve the enlightenment immortal fruit? Feng Cheng quickly asked in a low voice beside Feng Changxing. Immortal fruit of enlightenment is extremely important to my Feng family, and naturally I have to take it back. But this matter does not need to be disclosed, just leave it to me. A cold glow flashed in Feng Changxing's eyes. Feng Chuan, the young master of the Feng family, is a genius disciple that the Feng family has cultivated with great effort, and is also the existence with the most hope to break through the Deluo immortal venerable loss. And the immortal fruit of enlightenment is the hope of their Feng family to give birth to the Deluo immortal venerable. Although Feng Chuan, the genius with the most hope of breaking through Deluo immortal venerable, has fallen, but as a half-step Deluo, if he takes the enlightenment fairy fruit, it is not hopeless. No matter who took away the fruit of enlightenment, he must take it back. Feng Cheng, the fall of Feng Chuan is extremely unfavorable to my Feng family. I am afraid that someone will take this opportunity to jump out and suppress the Feng family. You should go back to the Feng family immediately and let the senior management of the Feng family make preparations. Feng Changxing's voice fell, and he immediately pinched a magic trick to sense one side, and quickly chased in a certain direction. After leaving the valley, Jiang Chen was not in a hurry, but went forward while observing the immortal fruit he got. Although Jiang Chen could feel that this immortal fruit should be extremely extraordinary, he didn't know the origin of this immortal fruit and what kind of function it had. Boy, I have to say that you are lucky, this is a rare fruit of enlightenment in the fairy world. The immortal fruit of enlightenment contains a very magical power, which can not only improve your cultivation, but also help you understand the laws of immortality. It is the supreme elixir for Jingxian to break through Deluo immortal venerable. With this enlightenment fairy fruit, you may be able to comprehend the power of immortal power to control heaven and earth. At this moment, the voice of the immortal tablet rang directly in Jiang Chen's mind. The fruit of enlightenment is helpful to understand the laws of immortality. Hearing the words of the immortal monument, Jiang Chen couldn't help but have a look of joy in his eyes. This time, he went to Xuantian Shanzong to inquire about the news of the Sunji Mountains, in order to get some opportunities to understand the laws of immortality. Unexpectedly, before arriving at Xuantian Shanzong, he accidentally got an enlightenment fairy fruit on the road that helps to understand the laws of immortality. This is really nowhere to go after breaking through the iron shoes, and it takes no effort to get it. With this enlightenment fairy fruit, even if he can't find the Zuri mountain range, he may be able to comprehend the immortal realm of Shanli Yudiandi. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. Just when he was about to swallow the immortal fruit of enlightenment, he sensed a monstrous aura that swept from the sky behind him. What a strong breath, I'm afraid this is at least a half-step Deluo realm powerhouse. Could it be that the ancestor of the Feng family is chasing after him? Jiang Chen was shocked, and quickly put away the enlightenment fairy fruit, and appeared outside the carriage in a flash. At this moment, a gust of wind swept from the sky, and instantly fell 1,000 feet away from Jiang Chen, and then turned into the figure of a white-haired old man. It was Feng Changxing, the ancestor of the Feng family. As the ancestor of the Feng family, the half-step Deluo who has lived for an unknown number of years, Feng Changxing naturally has some extraordinary means. He directly cast the secret technique and followed him all the way. It only took less than half an hour to catch up with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked at the white-haired old man who suddenly came, and couldn't help but say lightly, "Are you the half-step Da Luoxing ancestor of the Feng family?" "Yes, the old man is Feng Changxing." Feng Changxing stared at Jiang Chen coldly. "Boy, you killed my Feng family and took away the enlightenment fairy fruit that my Feng family has devotedly cultivated. If you want to leave so easily, you are too unwilling to let my Feng family go. Is it in your eyes?" Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. "The mere Feng family doesn't even count the power of Deluo. I really didn't take it to heart." Feng Changxing's eyes turned cold. "No matter who you are, hand over the immortal fruit of enlightenment immediately, otherwise you will blame me for being rude to you." The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth raised a slight arc. "Patriarch of the Feng family, I will now give you a chance to choose, either surrender to me or die." "The kid is going crazy." Feng Changxing let out an icy stern snort, and he swiped his hands in the air, and 100 zhong-long galaxy storm appeared out of thin air. In the galaxy storm, it seemed that there were huge stars, each of which contained extremely terrifying power. Hundreds of stars gathered together, blooming with endless dazzling and mighty fairy lights, shaking for 9 days, and the air pressure was thousands of miles. Jiang Chen's face was expressionless, his thoughts moved, and the immortal king's corpse turned into an afterimage, with a fierce force that smashed through the void, and crashed directly into the galaxy storm condensed by Feng Changxing. Only a loud noise was heard. Feng Changxing's galaxy storm exploded directly under the impact of the immortal king's corpse, turning into little stars and dissipating. Feng Changxing groaned in his mouth, and immediately stepped back 2 or 3 steps away from the void. He looked up at the corpse of the immortal king standing proudly in front of him, and a dignified look appeared in his eyes. Is this the puppet in Feng Cheng's mouth? With all his strength, he was at an absolute disadvantage in front of this puppet. The strength of this puppet seems to be much more terrifying than he imagined. Just when Feng Changxing was terrified in his heart, the puppet in front of him charged up again, with a force that shattered the space in his fist, and smashed towards him like a meteor falling. Feng Changxing's complexion changed greatly, the power of Deluo in the body was surging, and he was furious. Various immortal magical powers were displayed one after another, and they bombarded the puppet that came violently. Feng Changxing's various immortal magical powers fell on the body of the immortal king's corpse, but it was like a tickling, and it was difficult to cause the slightest damage to the immortal king's corpse. The corpse of the immortal king was like a broken bamboo. With pure physical strength, it smashed Feng Changxing's offensive one after another, and finally punched Feng Changxing's body directly. Feng Changxing trembled all over, and the whole person flew upside down like a broken kite. Wherever his figure passed, the void was smashed out of a huge black hole by him. Feng Changxing suddenly retreated thousands of feet in a row, and just now he slowly stabilized his body, and a mouthful of blood couldn't help spurting out. Before Feng Changxing could catch his breath, the puppet smashed through the space again and punched him with a terrifying force. Feng Changxing's expression instantly became terrified. With his half-step Deluo's cultivation, in front of this puppet, he had no resistance at all. This puppet, I am afraid, at least has the strength comparable to Da Luo Shanzun. Chapter 2863, Conquer the Wind. Feng Changxing is willing to surrender, please raise your hand. Looking at the puppet that came with the punch, Feng Changxing felt the souls of the dead in his heart, where he dared to hesitate, and quickly begged Jiang Chen for mercy. This puppet is too domineering, and immortal venerable Deluo cannot compete. With his strength, in front of this puppet, there is no resistance at all. If he didn't bow his head and surrender, he would have fallen into the hands of this puppet today. This son can have a Deluo immortal venerable level puppet bodyguard, and his origin is absolutely extraordinary. I am afraid that at least it comes from a force above Deluo. Surrendering to such a genius is not an unacceptable thing for Feng Changxing. Even for the entire Feng family, it may not be a bad thing. Seeing Feng Changxing surrender, Jiang Chen's thoughts moved, and the corpse of the immortal king that Feng Changxing punched with a punch also instantly stopped in midair. Feng Changxing, you'd better not play tricks, or I promise that you and the Feng family will pay a heavy price for this. Jiang Chen glanced at Feng Changxing lightly, and then directly controlled the corpse of the immortal king to return to him. The reason why he wanted to subdue Feng Changxing and Feng family was to prepare for the attack against Bian Immortal Palace. After all, the strength of the heaven-breaking immortal sect is too poor. Even though the heaven-shattering immortal sect has recently entered a period of rapid development with his help, it is not an easy task to grow up in a short period of time. And Fengdong Shancheng Fengjia is different. This is a family that has been inherited for many years in the chaotic region, and it is only slightly inferior to the real Deluo power. If he can subdue the Feng family, it will definitely be a great help in dealing with the Bian Immortal Palace. Young master, rest assured, Changxing and the Feng family will be dispatched by the sun. No matter what, as long as the sun orders, our Feng family will never frown. Feng Changxing hurriedly said respectfully. Not to mention the power behind Jiang Chen, just the puppet next to him, whose strength is not inferior to Deluo Shanzun, is enough to easily destroy the Feng family. How dare Feng Changxing make trouble in front of Jiang Chen? I want this enlightenment immortal fruit, I owe you Feng family a favor. Jiang Chen looked at Feng Changxing indifferently. As long as your Feng family can do things for me well, I promise not to treat you badly, and you may not have the opportunity to break through Deluo Immortal Venerable in the future. Changxing understands. Feng Changxing nodded, looked up at Jiang Chen and said, I don't know where the sun is going next. This old man has lived in this chaotic area for many years, but can he be a guide for the sun? The purpose of my trip is the Ziri mountain range. Does your Feng family have any news about the Ziri mountain range? Jiang Chen didn't talk nonsense, and directly asked about the Ziri mountain range. Although he was lucky enough to get an immortal fruit of enlightenment this time, which gave him the opportunity to comprehend the immortal power and control the heaven and earth, but if he could get the news of the Ziri mountain range, it would still not prevent Jiang Chen from going to the Ziri mountain range to take a look. Sunstrike Mountains. Feng Changxing couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. He obviously did not expect that the purpose of Jiang Chen's trip would be the Ziri mountain range, the place of legends in the chaotic region. Sir, the Ziri mountain range has long since disappeared together with the former number 1 powerhouse in the chaotic area, the Ziri immortal venerable who has reached the primordial immortal realm, and has become a legend in the chaotic area. Over the years, the only person who has ever found the Ziri mountain range in the chaotic area is only one person, and this person is Immortal Venerable Taishuan. It's just that Immortal Venerable Taishuan has left the chaotic area for many years, and no one in the chaotic area knows the whereabouts of the Ziri mountain range. Feng Changxing smiled bitterly. In the entire chaotic area, there is almost no place that Feng Changxing does not know, only the Ziri mountain range is an exception. Jiang Chen frowned. Where is Xuantian Shanzong? Feng Changxing pondered for a moment. The relationship between Xuantian Shanzong and Taishuan Shanzun is extraordinary, and Taishuan Shanzun may indeed leave the news of the Ziri mountain range to Xuantian Shanzong. The Xuantian Immortal Sect is the top Deluo force in the chaotic region, and even the Deluo Immortal Venerable has more than one. Xuantian Shanzong and Taishuan Shanzun, a legendary figure in the chaotic region, are backed. Although Taishuan Immortal Venerable is not in the chaotic area now, but the illustrious name he left in the chaotic area, even the 4 Tai forces in the chaotic area, are all afraid of him. The status of Xuantian Shanzong in the chaotic area is almost not inferior to the 4 great Tai forces. Even if Immortal Taishuan really left the news of the Ziri mountain range to the Xuantian Immortal Sect, it is definitely not an easy task to know the whereabouts of the Ziri mountain range from the Xuantian Immortal Sect. Sir, the news of the Ziri mountain range, the 4 Tai forces in the chaotic region, have always been very interested, but I have always been afraid of the prestige of Taishuan Shanzun, so I dare not take it lightly. Now that Immortal Venerable Taishuan has disappeared for many years, the 4 Tai forces have begun to move, and there is only a lack of an opportunity. If the young master wants to know the news of the Ziri mountain range, he may join forces with the people from the 4 great Tai forces. Feng Changxing's eyes flickered slightly, and immediately gave a suggestion. Jiang Chen pondered slightly. I will leave this matter to you to deal with, go to your Feng's house first. The Xuantian Immortal Sect is powerful. Even if he has the corpse of the Immortal King, it is almost impossible to force the Xuantian Immortal Sect to tell him the news of the Ziri mountain range. If you want to get the news of Ziri mountain range, I am afraid that you really need to use some external force. Anyway, Jiang Chen is not in a hurry. Taking advantage of Feng Changxing's time to deal with this matter, he can just retreat and practice for a period of time to see if he can use the Enlightenment Fairy Fruit to realize the realm of immortal power controlling the world in one fell swoop. Under the leadership of Feng Changxing, Jiang Chen soon came to Feng Gang Shancheng Feng family. He gave Feng Changxing full authority to inquire about the news of Ziri mountain range, while he asked for a secret room in Feng's house to practice. In the secret room, Jiang Chen directly entered the Tower of Time, took out the enlightenment immortal fruit that he obtained not long ago, and swallowed it without hesitation. The enlightenment immortal fruit instantly melted at the entrance, and it turned into a warm current that spread in Jiang Chen's body. Jiang Chen only felt that his whole person had entered a strange state of mysterious and empty. This feeling is somewhat similar to the feeling of swallowing Wu Nian Shanlu at the beginning, and it is even more magical. Vaguely, Jiang Chen seemed to feel that his whole person was integrated with the heaven and the earth, and gradually mastered a mysterious power that was difficult to describe. Jiang Chen finally slowly recovered from this mysterious state, and a pleasant system prompt sounded directly in Jiang Chen's mind. Chapter 2864, People from the Huang Family. Ding, you swallowed the fruit of enlightenment, entered a state of a hundredfold epiphany, and your cultivation has greatly improved. Ding, your cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the 4th grade golden immortal. Ding, you swallow the fruit of enlightenment, enter a state of 100 times epiphany, and comprehend the laws of immortality and the power of immortal power to control the world. Ding, your immortal law, immortal power, Yutiandi, has reached the realm of small achievement. Hearing the prompt sound in his head, Jiang Chen couldn't help opening his eyes suddenly, and a look of joy appeared on his face. The realization of the immortal fruit is really extraordinary. Not only did it allow him to break through the peak of the 4th grade golden immortal, and save decades or even hundreds of years of cultivation time, but also directly comprehend the laws of immortality, reaching the realm of immortal power controlling the heavens and the earth. With his current level of cultivation at the peak of the 4th grade Jinxian, it is enough to match the 8th grade Jinxian. If coupled with the power of this immortal power to control the world, even an ordinary 9th rank immortal might not necessarily be his opponent. It should take a lot of time to swallow the enlightenment fairy fruit this time, and I don't know if Feng Changxing has inquired about the news of the Ziri mountain range. Jiang Chen couldn't help but mutter to himself. Although he realized the realm of immortal power to control the heaven and earth with the help of an enlightenment fairy fruit, it was only the realm of small achievement, and there should be the realm of great achievement and perfection later. Only when Shanli Yutiandi reaches the perfect state, I am afraid that I am qualified to comprehend the laws of the immortal way at a higher level, so as to reach the level that surpasses the Deluo Immortal Venerable. That Taishuan Immortal Venerable can break through the Tai Immortal Venerable above Deluo in one fell swoop through the Ziri mountain range, which is enough to prove that there must be treasures in the Ziri mountain range that are not inferior to the enlightenment immortal fruit, which helps to understand the laws of the immortal Tao. Jiang Chen naturally also hopes to get the news of Ziri mountain range and go to Ziri mountain range for a walk. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen no longer hesitated, and disappeared on the 2nd floor of the Tower of Time in a flash. At the same time, the Feng family discussion hall. Feng Changxing, the ancestor of the Feng family, sat on the main seat, and there were several senior members of the Feng family standing beside him. On the opposite side of Feng Changxing, there was an old man and a young man sitting there quietly. The old man was dressed in black robes, his age looked similar to Feng Changxing, and his aura was similar to Feng Changxing. Obviously, he was an existence who had reached the half-step Deluo realm. Beside the old man, there was a young man in black with an arrogant expression. This black-clothed youth has already reached the 4th grade Jinxian level, which is even better than Feng Chuan, the former young master of the Feng family. Huang Pengsu, there is nothing without going to the 3 Treasures Hall. I don't know why you came to my Feng's house on this trip. Feng Changxing looked at the old man in black, and a faint voice resounded directly in the hall. Qiwang Immortal City is the closest immortal city to Fenggong Immortal City. The Huang family in Qiwang Shancheng is almost the same as the Feng family in strength, with a half-step Deluo sitting in town. The black-robed old man in front of him, Huang Pengsu, is the half-step Luo of the Huang family. The Feng family and the Huang family are adjacent to each other, and there are often frictions between them due to competition for some resources, but the strength of the two has always been almost the same, and neither can help each other. Just hundreds of years ago, Huang Zi, the young master of the Huang family, was favored by an elder of the Deacon Immortal Palace of the Tai faction and became the true disciple of the Deacon Immortal Palace. Over the years, with the support of Deacon Immortal Palace, the Huang family has a tendency to outshine the Wen family. Today, Huang Pengsu brought Huang Zi, the young master of the Huang family, here, obviously because the visitor is not good. Feng Changxing, this old man is here today for 2 main reasons. Huang Pengsu didn't talk nonsense, and said indifferently, the first thing is the ownership of Fengshi Shanshan. The Huang family and the Feng family have fought for Fengqi Shanshan for so many years, and it is time to decide its ownership. Hearing Huang Pengsu's words, Feng Changxing's expression sank slightly. Fengqi Immortal Mountain, an ancient immortal mountain between Qiwang Immortal City and Fengdong Immortal City. There are abundant resources here, and countless rare fairy materials and fairy treasures can be born. Both the Feng family and the Huang family want to take Fengqi Shanshan as their own, but they can't help each other. The resources of Fengqi Shanshan have always been jointly managed by the Feng family and the Huang family. Now that the Huang family is hugging the thigh of Deacon Immortal Palace, their strength has gradually surpassed that of the Feng family. Obviously, they do not want to continue to share the resources of Fengqi Shanshan with the Feng family. Feng Changxing snorted coldly. Huang Pengsu, Fengqi Shanshan has always been under the joint control of you and me. If your Huang family wants to exclusively enjoy the resources of Fengqi Shanshan, you have to see if you have the appetite. Feng Changxing, this old man doesn't want to talk nonsense with you. Huang Pengsu said expressionlessly. According to the agreement between our two families, let's decide the outcome of the battle. Feng Changxing couldn't help staring at Huang Pengsu. You are so confident that you can beat me. Whether it can beat you, you'll know if you try it. Huang Pengsu glanced at Feng Changxing lightly and said indifferently, if you don't want to fight, you can, as long as one of your Feng family's young disciples can defeat Huang Zi, Fengqi Shanshan will belong to your Feng family in the future. Feng Changxing's eyes flickered slightly. Huang Pengsu was an era earlier than him, and he was tens of thousands of years earlier than him when his cultivation reached half-step Deluo. Although Feng Changxing is not inferior to Huang Pengsu's confidence, since this old guy dares to come to Feng's house to challenge, he must be sure. Behind the current Huang family, there is the support of the Tai force, the Kun Immortal Palace. With the help of Deacon Immortal Palace, Huang Pengsu's strength might be even better. Now if he were to fight against Huang Pengsu, Feng Changxing really didn't have much confidence. But if the younger generation decides the outcome, without Fengchuan's Feng family, it is even less qualified to compete with the Huang family. After Huang Zi, the young master of the Huang family, became the true disciple of Deacon Immortal Palace, he had already broken through the 4th grade Golden Immortal, and opened a big gap with Fengchuan. Even if Fengchuan is still alive, he may not be Huang Zi's opponent. Feng Changxing took a deep breath. The Huang family and the Feng family have had grievances for a long time. With the improvement of the Huang family's strength, the suppression and annexation of the Feng family is inevitable. The matter of Fengqi Shanshan was just the beginning of the Huang family's actions against the Feng family. Now that the Huang family came to the door, Feng Changxing naturally couldn't back down easily, so he could only choose to fight against Huang Pengsu with all his strength. But just when Feng Changxing was about to prepare to fight, a faint voice suddenly came in from the door of the main hall. Patriarch Feng, do you need my help? The sudden voice also made everyone in the hall stunned for a moment. Feng Changxing came back to his senses and quickly thought of something, and a look of surprise appeared in his old eyes. He had forgotten about this one. If there is this person's help, even if the Huang family's cultivation base has reached the 4th rank of Gold Immortal Huang Zi, I am afraid that it is not enough to watch. Chapter 2865, Shanli Yutiandi. Just when everyone was stunned, a young man in black with a handsome face, directly carrying his hands, slowly stepped into the hall. Young Master Jiang Chen, you're out. Feng Changxing hurried up to meet Jiang Chen, clasped his fists at Jiang Chen and said, I hope young Master Jiang Chen can help, the old man is very grateful. Jiang Chen's talent is unparalleled, and the cultivation of the 3rd-ranked Jingxian can easily kill the 7th-ranked Jingxian. Although the young master of the Huang family, Huang Zi, has an extraordinary talent and joined the Deacon Immortal Palace, and now has the cultivation of a 4th-grade Golden Immortal, in front of Jiang Chen, I am afraid that it is still not enough to see. Jiang Chen nodded, then looked up directly at Huang Pengsu and the two, and said indifferently, I will fight for the Feng family with your Huang family, do you have any opinions? Huang Pengsu's eyes narrowed slightly, I don't know who this son is. Jiang Chen said lightly, stop talking nonsense, do you fight or not? Since your excellency insists on interfering in this matter, don't blame me, the Huang family, for being rude. Huang Pengsu's face sank, and then he raised his head and stared at Feng Changxing coldly. Feng Changxing, is that what you mean too? Feng Changxing smiled slightly and said, young Master Jiang Chen is fully qualified to make a decision for me about the Feng family. Huang Pengsu's eyes turned cold, and then he looked at Huang Zi, the young master of the Huang family beside him. Huang Zi, leave it to you. Huang Zi, the young master of the Huang family, snorted coldly, boy, I want to see if you have any ability to take care of my Huang family's business. If you can't use it here, follow me to fight in the void. Don't be so troublesome, just be here. Just relying on you, I can't make any big move in front of me. Jiang Chen shook his head, not taking Huang Zi to heart at all. Seeing that Jiang Chen despised him so much, Huang Zi couldn't help but let out an angry roar. I saw the aura of a fourth-grade golden immortal all over his body erupting with all his strength. His sharp eyes locked tightly on Jiang Chen's body, and he pressed towards Jiang Chen step by step. Just because of your mediocre fourth-grade Jinxian early-stage cultivation, you also want to overwhelm people in front of me, get out of here. Jiang Chen let out a cold snort, and the aura of the fourth-ranked Jinxian peak also exploded, instantly shattering the aura of Huang Zi's oppression. Huang Zi trembled all over, and groaned in his mouth. The whole person stepped back a few steps on the ground, and there was a pale look on his face. He looked up at Jiang Chen, who was standing with his hands behind his back, and exclaimed in disbelief, the peak of the fourth-ranked golden immortal, how is it possible? Huang Zi never thought that the cultivation level of the black-clothed youth in front of him was even higher than his. Even in the Kun Shanggong of the Tai power, the younger generation of geniuses who have reached the peak of the fourth-grade golden immortal will definitely not exceed 3 people. Fourth-grade golden immortal peak. Feeling Jiang Chen's burst of cultivation, Feng Chengxing couldn't help but take a deep breath. 10 days ago, when he met Jiang Chen was only a third-ranked Jinxian. Now that only 10 days have passed, Jiang Chen has not only broken through to the fourth-ranked golden immortal, but also reached the peak of the fourth-ranked golden immortal in one fell swoop. This guy has already used that enlightenment immortal fruit, but even if it is the fruit of enlightenment, it is impossible for Jiang Chen's cultivation to improve by a whole rank in such a short period of time. Such a terrifying breakthrough speed, Rao Shifeng Chengxing has never seen or heard of it. Jiang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, and glanced at Huang Zi indifferently. You are not my opponent, it may be too late to admit defeat now. Boy, Hugh is crazy. Even if you have the cultivation base of the fourth-grade Jinxian peak, I will defeat you today. Huang Zi let out an angry whistle, and the power of the golden immortal in his body surged out towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's face was expressionless, and he directly referred to the sword. Qingdi Jianfa Wafan's sword flutteringly pointed at Huang Zi. The power of Jinxian that surged towards Jiang Chen suddenly collapsed under Jiang Chen's sword. Even the aura of the fourth-grade Jinxian on Huang Zi's body was cut down by Jiang Chen's sword and fell directly to the third-grade Jinxian. Like Huang Zi, a genius at the early stage of the fourth-grade golden immortal, before Jiang Chen took the fruit of enlightenment, it would not be difficult to defeat him. Now that his strength has soared, Huang Zi's sword is no different from an ant in front of him. Jiang Chen still had reservations about the Wafan sword he had just condensed, and did not kill Huang Zi. With his full-strength Wafan sword, I am afraid it is enough to easily cut off all Huang Zi's cultivation base, making him completely a waste. Seeing the cultivation base that he had cultivated so hard, he was cut out by Jiang Chen's sword. Huang Zi looked like a madman, and he couldn't help but let out a hideous roar. Boy, if you dare to destroy my cultivation, I will kill you. Huang Zi's voice fell, and a palm exuded the light yellow charm of Wangguang Da Luo Shenwei, which also instantly emerged from the palm of his hand. It's really self-inflicted, can't live. Looking at the scene in front of him, Feng Chengxing's eyes looking at Huang Zi couldn't help but have a sympathetic look. The talisman that Huang Zi offered was the talisman left by Immortal Venerable Deluo from Deacon Immortal Palace. He absolutely shouldn't have taken this thing out to deal with Jiang Chen. In terms of trump cards, who in the entire chaotic region can compare to Jiang Chen, who has the puppet of Deluo Immortal Venerable? Just when Feng Chengxing thought that Jiang Chen would sacrifice the Deluo Immortal Venerable puppet to resist the spell that Huang Zi sacrificed, an inexplicable invisible force suddenly rippled in the hall. The time and space in the entire hall seemed to be at a standstill. Even Feng Chengxing and Huang Pengsu and other half-step big luos seemed to be affected by this power, and it took a while to struggle out of it. They were horrified to discover just now that the talisman that Huang Zi had just cast out had not even had time to activate it, and it had already appeared in Jiang Chen's hands at an unknown time. Xian, Shanli Yutiandi, how is it possible? Huang Pengsu was the first to come back to his senses, and he finally thought of something, and the look on Jiang Chen's face instantly became horrified. Shanli Yudiandi, the power Jiang Chen showed just now was clearly the power of the law of immortal Tao, controlling the power of heaven and earth with the power of immortality. If it weren't for Jiang Chen's only cultivation of 4th rank Jingxian, in front of the power just now, even if it was a half-step Deluo, he would hardly have any resistance. Huang Pengsu never thought of it anyway. The black-clothed young man in front of him not only cultivated above Huang Zi, but also comprehended the laws of immortality, reached the realm of immortal power controlling the world, and became a veritable quasi-Deluo immortal venerable. Chapter 2866, Quasi-Deluo Immortal Venerable. Quasi-Deluo Immortal Venerable. This is an existence that is countless times rarer than half-step Deluo. As long as most of the 9th-rank golden immortals in the fairy world have accumulated for a long time, there is hope to condense the power of Deluo and reach the realm of half-step Deluo. It can be said that immortal Deluo has already realized the power of immortal power to control the heavens and the earth, which is truly equivalent to having stepped into the realm of immortal Deluo with half a foot. Golden Immortal Realm comprehends the power of immortal power to control the heaven and earth. Once the cultivation base reaches the pinnacle of the 9th-rank Golden Immortal and gathers the power of Deluo, he can directly cross the half-step Deluo and be promoted to Immortal Deluo. Half-step Deluo comprehends the power of immortal power to control the world, and he can instantly become Deluo Immortal Venerable, in Fairyland. There are many people who can reach half-step Deluo, but it is very rare to be able to become a quasi-Deluo Immortal Venerable. Only the Golden Fairyland genius who has not yet reached the half-step Deluo's understanding of the immortal power in the heaven and the earth is qualified to be called the quasi-Deluo Immortal Venerable. Even looking at the tens of millions of years of history in the chaotic region, there are only a handful of geniuses like this. Jiang Chen young master actually realized Shanli Yudiandi so quickly. Feng Chengxing's eyes were dull, and it took a while to recover from the shock. Although he knew that the enlightenment fairy fruit cultivated by the Feng family was on Jiang Chen, the immortal power to control the heavens and the earth was the law of immortality, and it was not easy to comprehend it. And the fruit of enlightenment is only helpful for understanding the laws of immortality. There have been many people who have obtained the fruit of enlightenment, but failed to reach the realm of immortal power to control the world. Even if it is possible to comprehend it, it is almost impossible without a 10-year or 8-year retreat. But Jiang Chen got the enlightenment fairy fruit in just 10 days, and he actually reached the realm of immortal power controlling the world. This is too incredible, right? Shanli Yudiandi, how is it possible? Huang Zi looked sluggish, as if seeing a ghost. He couldn't believe his eyes at all. Ever since he entered the Deacon Immortal Palace of the Tai forces, Huang Zi's strength and confidence have skyrocketed unprecedentedly. This time when he came to the Feng family, Huang Zi did not take the young disciples of the Feng family in his eyes at all. In any case, he never thought that the Feng family did not know where to find such a monstrous figure, and the 4th-ranked Jingxian realized the immortal power to control the heavens and the earth, and became a rare quasi-Deluo immortal venerable in the world. In front of the opponent, he has no resistance at all. My friend, this matter is a matter of my Huang family and Feng family. I also hope that for the sake of the Huang family and Deacon Immortal Palace, don't interfere with this matter. Huang Zi took a deep breath and said solemnly to Jiang Chen. A quasi-Deluo immortal venerable who has comprehended Shanli Yudiandi must have a very extraordinary origin, and it is even very likely that he is an outstanding genius from the Hunyuan forces and even the Immortal King forces. Such characters, not to mention their Huang family, even Deacon Immortal Palace would not want to offend easily. If you say you don't interfere, you won't interfere. Who do you think you are? Jiang Chen glanced at Huang Zi blankly. Your Huang family lost, and Fengqi Shanshan will belong to the Feng family in the future. What opinion do you Huang family have? Huang Zi's face sank, and he was about to attack, but Huang Pengsu stopped it. This 4th-ranked Jingxian has already realized the immortal power to control the world. Even if he looks at the entire immortal world, it is an extremely rare peerless immortal arrogance. Before figuring out Jiang Chen's origin, Huang Pengsu obviously didn't want to be an enemy of Jiang Chen. Otherwise, a little carelessness might bring disaster to the Huang family. Feng Chengxing, willing to admit defeat, Fengqi Shanshan and my Huang family will no longer be involved. Huang Pengsu didn't dwell too much on this matter, but looked at Feng Chengxing lightly. Today we have one more thing to do when we come to Feng's house, that is, at the order of Deacon Immortal Palace, come to invite you to the land. Take a trip to Kun Xian Palace. Feng Changxing's eyes flickered slightly, but what about the Ziri mountain range? Huang Pengsu nodded and said, Deacon Immortal Palace has decided to gather the 4 great Tai forces to go to Xuantian Immortal Sect to ask about the whereabouts of Ziri mountain range, so let me come to inform you. Since Huang Zi entered the Deacon Immortal Palace, the Huang family has been on the thigh of the Deacon Immortal Palace. It has indeed developed well over the years, and its strength has even surpassed that of the Feng family. Without the support of Deacon Immortal Palace, Huang Pengsu would not dare to take action against the Feng family easily. This time, the main purpose of Huang Pengsu's visit to the Feng family was to test the situation of the Feng family. Not long ago, Feng Changxing changed the cautiousness of the past and took the initiative to go to Deacon Immortal Palace, wanting to cooperate with Deacon Immortal Palace to inquire about the Ziri Mountains, which must be tricky. Now it seems that there are other forces behind the Feng family. And the one who supports the Feng family is undoubtedly the black-clothed youth in front of him and the forces behind him. Feng Changxing did not answer, but looked directly at Jiang Chen beside him. Young Master Jiang Chen, look at this. Seeing the scene in front of him, Huang Pengsu couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. From the attitude of Feng Changxing, the ancestor of the Feng family, towards the black-clothed youth, it is not difficult to see that the Feng family has already relied on the forces behind the black-clothed youth. There is no need to go to Deacon Immortal Palace to discuss. Jiang Chen said lightly, go back and tell Deacon Immortal Palace, when you go to Xuantian Immortal Sect, just tell me. Okay, the old man must convey what your excellency said. Huang Pengsu didn't say much, and immediately took Huang Zi and turned away from Feng's house. Feng Changxing looked at the disappearing backs of Huang Pengsu and asked in a low voice, Young Master Jiang Chen, Deacon Immortal Palace has summoned the 4 great Tai forces in the chaotic region to discuss this matter. We really don't go to Deacon. Are you going to Asgard? No, the Feng family is a dispensable existence for the 4 Tai forces, and they don't care about it at all. They sent the Huang family 2 people this time, mainly to test my identity. Jiang Chen smiled lightly and said, how do you think the Xuantian Shanzong will deal with the alliance of the 4 great Tai forces in the chaotic region? According to the old opinion, Xuantian Shanzong has no other choice than to hand over the news of Ziri mountain range to the 4 Tai forces. Feng Changxing shook his head. Although Xuantian Shanzong is not weak, it is only a big Luo force after all. For a long time, the reason why the 4 Tai forces in the chaotic area will be jealous of Xuantian Shanzong is mainly because of the existence of Taishuan Shanzun. Unless Taishuan Shanzun returns to Xuantian Shanzong has no qualifications to compete with Tai forces. You're right, unless the immortal venerable Taishuan suddenly returns, the only option for the Xuantian Immortal Sect is to hand over the news of the Sun-Zeeking mountain range. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth couldn't help but raise a slight arc, but I have a hunch that things may not develop as expected by the 4 Tai forces. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.